Ultimately, everyone will die, leaving only you to ascend to the throne of the sequence. Carry our kindled wishes with you, and go to face the wind of destiny, the primordial calamity. In 1755, the first colossal beast awoke alongside a magnitude 9.0 earthquake on the banks of the Rhine. It was a dragon, a creature that had only ever existed in myths and legends. It was then that humanity realized myths were not imagination, and calamity had never been far away. In the summer of 2005, Su Mu, an innocent boy standing at the crossroads of the college entrance examination, went from being completely unnoticed to receiving invitations from all sides overnight. All because he awakened an S-class bloodline, becoming the first human king in history to possess the complete sequence. At the crossroads of his life's destiny, Su Mu ultimately chose a path filled with partings and sacrifices, with blood and corpses. Chapter 1. The Audience. Act 1. Escaping the grave of suffering. Wake up, wake up. Su Mu lifted his head, his face etched with exhaustion. The afternoon sun streamed in through the window, falling upon his textbooks and onto the bright, smiling face of the girl at the next desk. He yawned and stretched lazily. His deskmate placed the corrected math exam paper in front of him. Su Mu squinted as he picked it up to appreciate it. On other people's papers, the teacher marked the wrong answers with crosses. On his own paper, the teacher marked the correct answers with check marks, afraid that a paper full of red crosses might hurt the child's fragile psyche. Absolutely not, because it saved effort. Su Mu took a glance. Oh, the teacher had drawn quite a few check marks this time. Could it be that he had passed? Looking closely at the total score, 47. Failed again. Well, forget I said anything. The person in front passed back another paper. His deskmate helpfully found Su Mu's for him while asking curiously, "Why are you so sleepy? Didn't sleep well last night?" It's not that. Lately, for some reason, I just can't seem to wake up. It feels like the person sleeping in bed at night isn't me. This time it was Chinese. Su Mu took the paper and studied it seriously. Good grief. 13 points for the first part, 25 for the essay, total 38 points. Perfect configuration. He had reason to suspect the score was cobbled together by Old Man Hong just to criticize him in a roundabout way. Soon after, English, physics, and chemistry were handed out one after another. The scores were 21, 9, and 18 respectively. Total for the 3 main subjects and 2 required electives, 133 points. His deskmate's Chinese score alone, 135 points. Even Su Mu had a laugh at this result. He neatly stacked the papers and unceremoniously stuffed them into his desk, sighing inwardly. This time I slacked off a bit too much. I should aim a little higher next time. The bell for class rang. The head teacher, Old Man Hong, strode quickly into the classroom. Good news made him spirited. He walked lightly and stylishly, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Everyone did very well in this third mock exam. Our class's average score for the 3 main subjects is again first in the entire school. His voice was exceptionally loud when he said this, his back ramrod straight. Achieving the school first while dragging along such an oddity as Su Mu made the achievement seem especially significant. Old Man Hong's tone grew even more impassioned. Fu Ningning not only secured first place in the school this time, but also first place in the entire province. Applause of congratulations rang out. Su Mu's deskmate's face turned slightly red, looking a bit embarrassed. Even Su Mu, who had been lying prone on his desk all day, sat up to applaud. Provincial first place had always been Fu Ningning's dream, and with the college entrance exam approaching, her dream had finally come true. Second place is classmate Mu Qianing, who is also second in the school and third in the province. Old Man Hong was so forceful his voice trembled slightly. She actually got third in the province? Su Mu turned his head to look at Mu Qianing, surprised but genuinely happy for her. Without realizing it, he clapped even harder. The boy was looking at her, and she was looking back at him. Mu Qianing winked playfully, her chin lifting slightly, as if to say, "A piece of cake." With this girl's intelligence and wisdom, third in the province is easily within reach. Fu Ningning observed this entire scene. She showed no extra expression, but a smile still lurked in the corners of her eyes. No rush. I have patience. Third in the school this time is Xia Mo from the neighboring class, who is also 5th in the province. After praising the top 10 in the class one by one, Old Man Hong said, "There's less than a month until the college entrance exam. To some extent, your scores in this third mock exam reflect your potential scores in the real exam. I hope students who did well will keep up the good work, and students who weren't entirely satisfied will seize this last month to strive hard." After this impassioned speech, Old Man Hong was tired. He picked up a piece of chalk and launched into his signature hypnotic teaching style. Everyone, take out your Chinese exam papers. The head teacher said a lot, but never once mentioned Su Mu, who was rock bottom by a huge margin. In the last month or two, no one cared about the students at the back of the pack anymore. All the teachers' focus was on the top students. How many of them could get into key universities this year directly affected their performance bonuses. Senior year of high school was a memory etched into the flesh and blood of every student, one they would never forget. The frustration, the tears, the growth, the laughter of this year were more than all the previous years of their lives combined. Some collapsed under the pressure and setbacks, while others continuously strengthened their fighting spirit. Fighting spirit was a fickle thing. At night, lying in bed, fantasizing about becoming a pillar of society in the future, it would appear. By day, back in the classroom, actually picking up a pen and looking at math papers full of letters and Arabic numerals, thoughts would vanish, and the fighting spirit would gradually crumble. As soon as Old Man Hong, with his extremely non-standard Mandarin, started explaining the problems, Su Mu's brain reflexively began to fuzz over. As if someone had pressed the shut-down button, he let out a silent yawn and fell into a deep sleep once more. The wind picked up. White curtains drifted through the classroom. The temperature gradually dropped. Su Mu's body trembled slightly as a chill ran straight up his spine to the back of his head. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 10 at night. There were 3 minutes left until the end of evening self-study. The classmates around him had already started tidying their desks and packing their bags. "You're awake." Fu Ningning finished writing today's homework and closed her book. "You've been in a terrible state mentally lately. You slept all day today, didn't even eat dinner, and I couldn't wake you up no matter what. Are you sick? You should go see a doctor. There's only 1 month until the college entrance exam." Su Mu put on his school uniform jacket, instantly feeling much warmer. "I went. They didn't find anything. The doctor said it might be too much stress, but I don't have any stress." He smiled, his tone full of self-mockery. He hadn't actually gone to the hospital, just to the school clinic. The white curtains fluttered continuously in the breeze. Su Mu looked out at the pitch-black sky beyond the classroom. No stars, no moon. The entire night sky was devoid of light. "It's going to rain," he said. Fu Ningning looked out the window. A silver-white lightning bolt streaked down. Suddenly, all the lights in the classroom went out. Boom! A thunderclap exploded in their ears. Ah! Screams of terror echoed in the classroom. The lights came back on. "Ha ha!" Wang Lin, standing by the switch, laughed heartily at the success of his prank. Jingle bell, the bell for the end of class rang. Wang Lin, the female classmates immediately erupted, ready to physically suppress the joker. Amidst the horseplay, the lights went out again. The entire school plunged into darkness. "Wang Lin, it wasn't me. This time it really wasn't me." A silver lightning bolt flashed again. In that brief second, the classroom became blindingly bright. Su Mu looked at the switches beside Wang Lin. All of them were in the on position. The wind howled, making the curtains rustle loudly. White exam papers flew around the room like scattered funeral money. Boom! Thunder exploded, sharp and piercing like the doomsday knell, carrying the scornful laughter of the gods. The thunderclap and screams sounded together, pounding Su Mu's eardrums and stabbing his nerves. A faint milky fragrance entered his nose. The little girl at the next desk, frightened, had hidden herself in the boy's arms. The classroom fell silent again. Torrential rain battered the windows. Students sitting by the windows were instantly half-soaked and hurriedly closed them against the wind and rain. Old Man Hong walked into the classroom using the flashlight on his phone. "The school's power system has failed. Everyone is dismissed. Go home in an orderly manner." Su Mu walked out of the classroom. The rain was even heavier than he had imagined. Water was being dumped from the sky as if it cost nothing. "Want me to give you a ride home?" Fu Ningning asked as a formality. She knew the answer to this question perfectly well, but asking didn't cost anything. "No, your home is in the west. Mine is in the east part of town. Too far. A round trip would take at least an hour." Su Mu shook his head. "I'll catch a ride with Mu Qianning's family." Same old answer. Fu Ningning didn't care. She slung her little backpack over her shoulder and skipped away. Suit yourself. Her mood was exceptionally beautiful today. She wouldn't bother arguing with an idiot. A piercingly cold wind blew, making Su Mu shiver. This damn weather. It was already May. Why was it still so cold? The weather in Jiangzhou had been extremely chaotic lately. Was Mother Nature having hormonal issues? "Qian, give me a lift." Su Mu skillfully sidled up to Mu Qianning, smiling ingratiatingly. It wasn't his first time bumming a ride. He had the experience and the thick skin for it. "Can't today." Mu Qianning looked apologetic. We just moved a few days ago to Linjiang One Yard. I was planning to tell you when I invited you over for a meal this weekend. Linjiang One Yard was also in the bustling, affluent west part of town, one of the best residential developments in Jiangzhou. Su Mu's eyes were full of envy. A river view, large, level 4 apartment? Nice. Going home then. Mu Qining took the umbrella her mother handed her and apologized again. Sorry. No problem. Su Mu didn't mind. After greeting Mu Qining's mother, he watched their new Porsche disappear into the curtain of rain. The rain grew heavier and heavier, showing no sign of stopping. Su Mu tried to bum rides from everyone heading to the east part of town, but was politely refused. In the past, they might have been happy to give him a lift, but now, no way. What parent would allow their child to hang out with the student ranked dead last in the entire school? Especially one who had plummeted all the way down with no sign of stopping. Are you sure you don't want me to take you home? The familiar voice sounded again. Su Mu was startled. How come you walked so quietly? Weren't you gone already? Gone? If I had really left, I would have missed that little scene just now. I didn't leave. I went to the bathroom. Fu Ningning made up a casual excuse. See, now it's just us two. If you don't take my car, you'll have to run home in the rain. The girl tried hard to restrain herself, but the laughter in her eyes was impossible to hide. She could already see the dawn of victory. As soon as he got in the car, she would pop the champagne at halftime. In the rear armrest fridge, there was not only champagne, but also glasses. No, she wasn't of legal drinking age yet. The Fu family chauffeur appeared right on cue, holding a large umbrella and hurrying over. Su Mu bit his lip, but ultimately chose to refuse. It's okay, I'll just take a taxi home myself. Next time, I'll definitely bum a ride in your Rolls Royce. I've never ridden in such a fancy car before. Fu Ningning's round eyes widened in disbelief. She felt this wasn't the answer she was supposed to get. Had she picked up the wrong script? Or had he forgotten his lines? She panicked. Aye. Miss, it's time to go. The chauffeur, who had worked for the Fu family for over a decade, couldn't bear to watch anymore. He pulled his young mistress back into the car. Miss, don't push too hard. Excessive kindness will only push people further away. If he can't repay it, he'll feel indebted and become afraid to accept your goodwill anymore. Is that so? How unfortunate. Fu Ningning rested her chin on her slightly chubby hand and muttered, I thought I could win today. Oh well, can't rush good things. Time ticked by. Su Mu stood under the building, watching the Rolls-Royce merge into the night. In the torrential rain, the head teacher, Old Man Hong, rode by on his little electric scooter shouting, Su Mu, go home early. Got it. Su Mu shouted back over the noisy rain. It was only after Old Man Hong had disappeared that he realized something was wrong. Oh no, I should have asked Fu Ningning for an umbrella. Looking at the steadily rising water level on the ground, he muttered, I'll have to brave the rain and bike back. His talk of taking a taxi was just a lame excuse. In reality, the total amount of money on him wouldn't add up to 10 coins. Su Mu stepped into the water. The cold rain lashed his face. Suddenly, a large black umbrella appeared over his head, shielding him from the wind and rain. Su Mu turned around in surprise. The first thing he saw was Xia Mo's eternally cold, unmelting eyes, showing no hint of emotion. Let's go, she said. Under the large black umbrella, the two walked side by side in the rain. Su Mu felt a bit uncomfortable. He and Xia Mo weren't really acquainted. They had just been seated next to each other by chance at the first-year commendation assembly. Let me hold it, he said, a little embarrassed, reaching for the umbrella handle. The girl didn't argue. Where do you live? She asked. East Side, Sand Village. Okay. When they reached the school gate, the road, which had been completely gridlocked, was now empty. Xia Mo glanced at her watch. It was now 10:37. A Mercedes-Benz S-Class slowly pulled over to the curb. Su Mu recognized the three-pointed star emblem. He knew this car must also be very expensive. The chauffeur hurried over with an umbrella. Miss, I'm late. You're early. 3 minutes early. Get in. He opened the door and helped Xia Mo into the back seat. Seeing Su Mu standing foolishly in the rain, Xia Mo said, What's wrong? Do I need to invite you? Su Mu rubbed his nose a bit awkwardly. Your home is probably in the west part of town too, right? Wouldn't it be? What? Are you going to walk home by yourself? Xia Mo interrupted his hesitation. It takes half an hour to drive to Sand Village from here. If you walk, you'll probably get there tomorrow. Get in. The chauffeur took the umbrella from his hand. Sir, mind your head. The car slowly started moving. Su Mu looked at Xia Mo beside him, trying to find some common ground for conversation. Where do you live? Nanshan Junhai. Su Mu's mouth opened in surprise. If it were some ordinary upscale neighborhood, he probably wouldn't know it. But Nanshan Junhai? Everyone in all of Jiangzhou knew about it. It was rumored to be the most mysterious estate area in the entire city. Were they all this wealthy? Well, this was National Jinglan High School, one of the most famous high schools in the entire Jiangnan province. Sumu racked his brains and finally managed to squeeze out, "That's far, right? Half an hour. So after dropping me off, it'll take you another hour to get back." Xiaomo, who had been resting with her eyes closed, slowly opened them. She turned to look at the boy's face, finding his chatter really annoying. Her tone was icy. "What, shall I throw you out now?" Sumu awkwardly shut his mouth. The chauffeur shook his head, listening to this exchange. Worried that this silly kid might say something else that would make his young mistress actually throw him out on the roadside, he turned on the radio, trying to diffuse the awkward atmosphere in the car. "Recently, our city has seen multiple bizarre homicides. None of the deceased had external wounds. That's unlucky." The chauffeur turned the dial. "Our city will experience severe convective weather. There will be a lot of rain recently. Everyone traveling should." He turned it again. "Next up is Jay Chou's massive hit, In the Name of the Father. Music. That's good. It might just lighten the awkward mood in the car. Ave Maria, grazia ricevuta per la mia famiglia. Con risentito e un amorevole divino. Amen." It started with a prayer Su Mu couldn't understand, followed by sharp screams, and sounds like someone savoring a drink of blood. The rain outside hammered against the windows. The already awkward atmosphere in the car suddenly turned eerie. Jay Chou's voice began to sing softly. A helpless awakening only makes the cruelty more profound, all for the path leading to the sacred hall. The Mercedes sped through the heavy rain. Raindrops struck the windows like bullets. Sumu looked out at the pitch-black surroundings. Street lights along the road, like candles, were being snuffed out one by one in the fierce wind. The further east they drove, the more dilapidated the roadside houses became. The water in the ditches on either side grew increasingly dirty. On the entire road, only the Mercedes headlights shone. No other light was visible. Quiet stone-paved paths, no clamor, only tranquility surrounds. Did I slowly fall asleep, the sky just breaking dawn? As Jay Cho sang the last line, drowsiness washed over Su Mu again, swallowing him like a tide. He fell into a deep, dream-filled slumber, as usual. Sister, where are we going?" The boy felt the warmth and softness of his sister's hand and asked curiously. At that moment, he resembled a little puppy about to be abandoned by its owner. The female doctor gently stroked Su Mu's little head, her face still wearing that gentle expression. Going home, the boy entered a narrow, prison-like room. The cold iron door creaked shut as the attendant closed it. Through the bars, the female doctor encouraged him. "Su Mu, you must behave and accept the treatment here, okay?" Then, she disappeared from the boy's sight. The boy immediately ran over and shouted, "Sister!" Bang! A wooden club struck the iron door, creating a harsh noise. "Behave yourself." The old attendant stood outside the bars, saying coldly, "Sit back down." His voice was as cold as ice. Sumu couldn't help but shiver. He wanted to say something more, but the old attendant had already turned and left. "I'm not crazy. Don't lock me up. Everything I said is true. My mother really turned into the sun, and that giant bird tried to kill. Save your breath. Once you're in here, don't bother protesting." Behind him, someone seemed to be speaking. The boy turned around. On a cold, white bed, a little girl in blue and white striped hospital clothes was staring at him. Her eyes were a pair of clear, bright, golden pupils. "Hello, Sumu." The little girl lifted her chin and smiled faintly. "My name is Yu. The Yu of Emperor Yu. You're called Yu." Sumu laughed. "Then I'm the Hegemen King." Yu rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the little boy before her. "You are the Hegemen King, but I am not his consort, Yu." The Mercedes braked suddenly, jolting Su Mu awake from his dream. He bumped his head on the front seat. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Though we're all guilty of different crimes. I can decide who is right and who should sleep. Arguments cannot solve anything in this endless night. Shut your mouth, the only grace. Those who stand in front are all guilty. There's no way back, even if you regret." The radio was replaying In the Name of the Father. "What's wrong?" Xiaomo asked. The chauffeur pointed at the endless darkness ahead and the low houses endlessly cycling on the side. "Miss, it seems we've circled back." Xiaomo looked at her watch again. It was now 11:22 p.m. "Check the navigation," she said. The chauffeur kept zooming out on the electronic map on the center console. No matter how small the scale, the screen always showed a single, straight road. Xiaomo took out her phone. No signal. She looked at Su Mu, who was rubbing his forehead, and said, "You're a bit unlucky." Huh? He didn't know what she was talking about. "Turn off the headlights. Keep driving straight ahead. Let's see who's waiting for us." What? It was pitch black, and she wanted to turn off the headlights? Wasn't that suicide? Su Mu simply couldn't understand. The wheels started turning again. Along this seemingly endless straight road, they accelerated continuously. The V12 engine roared angrily. The houses outside the window blurred more and more. The wind noise grew louder and louder. Old pipe organs in the corner, accompanying all the while. A silver lightning bolt flashed, briefly illuminating everything. In that fleeting instant, Su Mu seemed to see, directly ahead, an ancient flag fluttering. Boom! The thunder seemed to explode inside Su Mu's head. He clutched his temples in pain, curled up in his seat, hugging his head. Sharp, piercing wails of ghosts filled his ears. Time for fragility, let us pray together. Merciful Father, I have fallen into a country where sins are unseen. Xiaomo looked at her classmate in surprise, shockwaves surging through her heart. Could it be that he was also? Bang! The Mercedes suddenly hit an obstacle, swerved out of control, and flipped forward. After arcing through the air, it crashed heavily onto the ground. Ow! Su Mu yelped in pain. Before he could recover from the crash, he suddenly heard the click of spotlights turning on. Blinding white light shone from all directions. A soft female humming began in his ears. A grand symphony gradually swelled, as sacred as if a god king had descended to earth. The chauffeur and Xiaomo kicked open the wreck doors and crawled out of the Mercedes. Su Mu kicked his door a few times too, but it wouldn't budge. He had no choice but to crawl out awkwardly from the other side. Ahead, he saw the royal banner again. On the fluttering flag was embroidered a giant, winged serpent. Closing my eyes, I see again the dream scene from that year. The sky was hazy with fog. From Mercedes' radio, Jay Cho was still singing. Beneath the giant serpent banner, a troop of black-armored knights, seemingly from the Middle Ages, rode forward slowly on skeletal ironclad horses. In the torrential rain, the chauffeur pulled a pistol from the driver's seat, aimed at the enemy, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Gunshots sounded with the music from the radio. The bullet struck the armor, but caused no damage whatsoever. Lowering my head to kiss the back of my left hand, exchanging for the promise of forgiveness. Su Mu finally realized something was wrong. Why couldn't bullets shatter this scrap metal? This wasn't a prank. Not an owl on the window sill gazes into the distance. The long corridor leading to the hall, equally indescribably desolate. The chauffeur emptied his magazine to no effect. He could only pull a spare combat blade from the side of the seat. The blade reflected a metallic cold gleam, and flames leaped up. The no clamor, only tranquility surrounds. The knights raised their flag. Countless iron arrows flew from behind them. In the blink of an eye, the chauffeur was pierced like a hedgehog and fell into a pool of blood. Did I slowly fall asleep? The sky just breaking dawn. Su Mu stared at the chauffeur lying in the blood, his eyes full of terror. Someone's dead, someone's dead, he shouted, dazed, while gasping for air, forcing himself to calm down. Now it was just him and Xiaomo left. I can't lose face in front of a girl. Xiaomo's expression remained unchanged, completely indifferent to the corpse on the ground. She had already seen through this place, murmuring to herself, an emerald dream? Su Mu didn't hear this. After calming down, he immediately picked up the blade from the ground. I'm a man. I have guts. I can fight. He encouraged himself, summoning his courage. Don't move. Xiaomo's tone was stern and cold. Hide behind me. What? Su Mu was stunned. How could I do something so shameful? As he pondered, a pair of eyes gleaming with golden radiance lit up, pure and brilliant. Xiaomo snatched the blade from Su Mu's hand and strode towards the enemy. The torrential rain in the air instantly condensed into ice pellets. A cold wind blew, and the world transformed into a snowy, icy plain. Su Mu stared blankly at Xiaomo's eyes, and snow adorned her shoulders. He wanted to watch longer, but a call came from behind him. Hey! Su Mu turned around. A childhood playmate, after so many years, had appeared before him again. Her gaze was still so clear. The blue and white striped hospital clothes had been replaced by a pure white dress. Her eyes were a brilliant gold. Snowflakes drifted before his eyes, landing on the tip of his nose with a soft touch. When Su Mu reached out to touch them, what he picked wasn't an ice crystal, but a pinkish white petal. TSSS. TSSS. Static crackled from the center console. You stretched out her hand. A snowflake landed on her fingertip and transformed into the same pinkish white petal. It stopped snowing. Su Mu looked up. A clear, bright moon hung in the night sky. Moonlight streamed down, turning the cold snowflakes into soft, delicate flower petals. TSSS. More static came from the center console. The next second, the prelude of a piano began. Su Mu stared in astonishment at the radio. Then, the melodious sound of a violin, a deep cello, and a cheerful accordion came from the car. A harp was strummed, joining the performance. The melody danced amidst the swirling petals, dancing around Sumu. The music reached its climax, then abruptly ceased. He looked at you again. The little girl stood barefoot on the cold snow. Flowers bloomed, breaking through the ice beneath her feet, one by one, little by little, patch by patch, blossoming under the moonlight. The mournful, lingering sound of flute arose. Sumu seemed to see a distant, boundless horizon where the light of dawn was rising. Flowers bloomed at his feet. Yu's outstretched hand danced in the air. Her skirt fluttered amidst the flowers. The little girl, barefoot, danced joyfully on the grass. She was celebrating. And even more, she was paying homage. A row of French horns sounded after the flute. You seem to have issued a decree. The violin, cello, accordion, and harp sounded again, all joining this feast. The piano's melody pierced through all other tunes, resonating in Sumu's ears. Green grass sprouted, flowers bloomed. Two enormous, sacred trees grew behind you. One was golden, the other silver-white. They grew, embraced, and intertwined under the moonlight. Petals of gold, silver, pink, and white fell like rain, shimmering with colorful rosy clouds. You lifted her skirt and danced for her little boy amidst the endless flower petals and rain. She got closer and closer to Sumu until she stopped right in front of him. Sumu naturally bent down. You placed the colorful flower garland she had woven herself on his head. The wind ceased. The rain stopped. The music faded from the center console. Everything vanished, leaving only the dark night. The sounds of battle, the clang of weapons, the neighing of horses returned to his ears. You stepped back, lifted her pure white skirt, lowered her head with a smile, gracefully curtsied, and paid her respects. "Long time no see," she said. Without waiting for a reply, the little girl, having finished her bow, transformed into a flurry of dancing butterflies. When Sumu looked at Xia and Mo again, the nightly troop had vanished. Under the night sky, only the girl stood, holding a blood-stained blade, bathed in the cold, clear moonlight. Chapter 2. You awaken. Sumu opened his weary eyes, the call echoing once more in his ears. "Sutang, Sutang, rise quickly. Sutang, Sutang. Hurry up. The sun has already risen." The cheerful call drew nearer, becoming increasingly distinct, yet the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Sumu tapped his head. Memories began to trickle back. He recalled that he should be at home, but why was it so utterly black around him? "Get up, you lazy bug. If you don't rise soon, a giant bird will gobble you up." The familiar call rang out again. A flurry of white butterflies, draped in colorful rays, burst into the darkness. Sumu extended his hand to touch the swarm, one butterfly alighting delicately on his fingertip. A butterfly? Last night, she had transformed into a butterfly and departed once more. "Hey!" The butterfly spoke. It was Yu's voice, melodious and enchanting. "It has been far too long. I have missed you." Before his eyes, a burst of golden light erupted. The crisp song of birds filled his ears, and the fragrance of flowers lingered at the tip of his nose. Sumu inhaled the scent of spring as the world gradually coalesced, and the warm morning sunlight streamed through the window. Sitting up from his sickbed, Sumu beheld the little flowers in the nursery outside, swaying gracefully in the sunlight and gentle breeze. "It seems I have, perhaps, returned." At the bedside, a little girl with twin braided pigtails tiptoed and pinched the boy's nose. "Ah, I'm awake. I'm sitting up. You do not pinch my nose." The girl giggled, releasing her grip, and said, "Hurry up. The caretaker has urged you several times already. You still need to accompany me for a run. Breakfast is only permitted after we finish our run." She placed the flower crown she had woven herself atop little Sumu's head, clapping her hands joyfully. "It looks splendid, truly a masterpiece of mine." Sumu rubbed his face, reluctantly pulling back the covers, grumbling as he dressed. Could you be a bit gentler next time? You are a girl. Do not be so fierce." The little girl shrugged her shoulders and replied, "But being gentle won't wake you up." You gazed affectionately at her little boy, her eyes brimming with mirth, those orbs remarkably clear and bright, reflecting the golden light of dawn. Little Sumu, fully dressed, grasped a basin, towel, and toothbrush, dashing towards the washroom. "Good morning, Grandpa Nyo." He sped past, greeting the old caretaker by the door. "So early? Off for a run?" "Yes." Slow down. This child, why run so fast as if racing against someone?" Grandpa Nyo shook a large fan, watching the small figure with a hint of helplessness. "After washing up, Sumu donned the blue and white striped hospital gown and stepped into the spring sunshine, making his way to the playground. Are we competing again today? You inquired. Little Sumu flashed a broad smile. Let us. I will call the commands. 1, 2. Before he could utter 3, the boy had already dashed off. Su Tang, you are playing tricks again, you called out in exasperation from behind. As the old caretaker roused all the patients, he happened to see Sumu returning, breathless, declaring, Today I have won. He said this with a beaming expression of pride. Today, Xiao Mu displayed remarkable prowess, prompting you to exert herself as well. The elderly administrator remarked that it was time to wash one's face, wipe away the sweat, and proceed to breakfast. You, seated opposite Xiao Sumu, had barely taken a few bites before she turned to her book, casting a disdainful glance at the boy across from her, who resembled a famished spirit in his voracity. Umph. She let out a delicate huff. Don't waste it. If you want to eat, I shall gladly partake. Xiao Sumu unabashedly reached into the plate before him. You shot him an exasperated look and waved her hand dismissively. The young lad, delightfully, seized 4 fluffy, steamed buns from the dish, devouring them with great gusto alongside pickled vegetables. When he choked, he gulped down some rice soup. Oldly, it seems Xiao Mu's condition has worsened. The elderly administrator addressed the physician in the white coat beside him. Dr. Li silently observed Xiao Sumu, who was animatedly conversing with thin air, having ostensibly served himself 2 portions of food while claiming one was for you. Who is you? In truth, not only Dr. Li was blind to her presence, but the elderly administrator was equally oblivious, and indeed, no one within the confines of the psychiatric hospital had ever laid eyes on you. She appeared to be a figment of the poor boy's imagination, a spiritual companion conjured in his mind. Although the administrator routinely greeted you, it was merely to avoid causing distress to the boy. As Dr. Li quietly watched Xiao Sumu finish 2 eggs, 2 bowls of plain congee, and 8 buns, he sighed softly. The buns were substantial, and even an adult like himself could manage no more than 3 in a single sitting. Astonishingly, a 6-year-old child had consumed 8. Observing further seemed prudent. Once Xiao Sumu relished his final bun, he patted his little belly contentedly and inquired, what are you reading? He leaned over the table. His curiosity piqued. Let me see. The densely packed text on the page caused him some discomfort. You spread open the book, stating, The Records of the Grand Historian. The biography of Xiangyu. Are you interested? I just reached the part about the farewell, my concubine. Farewell, my concubine. Xiao Sumu chuckled, raising his voice to recite. With a strength that could lift mountains, his spirit overshadowed the world. When the time was not right, the steed did not gallop forth. When a steed did not gallop forth, what could be done? What could be done? Upon finishing, he anticipated applause, yet the girl before him remained silent. Oh, what troubles you today? You seem rather downcast. Is it because I acted spoiled, or because I ate your bun? I promise not to eat next time. Don't be upset. How about I tell you a joke? You closed her book, her eyes brimming with sorrow, and said, Su Tang, I must take my leave. Leave? Where to? Xiao Sumu appeared unaware of the gravity of the situation. Su Tang, we shall meet again. You must not forget me. Xiao Sumu gazed at the girl before him, her image fracturing like a shattered mirror. Around him, the sunlight, flowers, and gentle breeze were engulfed by dark fissures, consuming all beauty like a virus. You! Xiao Sumu cried out, lunging forward in a desperate attempt to grasp the hem of her garment, only to plunge into an abyss of unending darkness. You! He shouted, abruptly awakening from his slumber, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath, his back drenched in sweat. Was it yet another dream? It has become a distant memory when it all began. Sumu consistently finds himself ensnared in dreams of various scenes associated with you. Yet he can never reach that little girl. Reflecting upon it now, he realizes he has not laid eyes on her for over a decade. You once assured him she had merely departed temporarily, and that one day they would surely reunite. Such notions are nothing but deceitful fabrications. The sunlight streaming through the window is blindingly bright. Sumu turns his gaze towards the clock on the corner of the table. Oh no, it's already 10:47. He is late, or rather, he has skipped class entirely. He wonders if old Hong will be furious upon discovering this, but since he has already missed class, a little more absence seems inconsequential. Dressing quickly, Sumu steps out of his room. Sunlight filters through the slats of the blinds, illuminating the dim, dilapidated little house. He groggily makes his way to the bathroom to relieve himself, brush his teeth, and wash his face. You are finally awake. Only upon hearing this voice does Su-mu notice someone sitting on the sofa in the living room. The man glances at his watch and remarks, "I have been waiting for almost half an hour. You appear to be in poor spirits. Who are you?" Su-mu, still in a daze, is suddenly alert, eyeing the unfamiliar man warily. He instinctively grabs a mop from the corner. The man retrieves an identification card from his pocket and states, "Law Enforcement Office, Qiming." "The Law Enforcement Office." Su-mu hastily drops the mop, revealing a bewildered expression. He feels a surge of anxiety. It is the first time in his life that an officer has come to visit him. After all, he considers himself a law-abiding citizen. Except for his recent academic struggles. Does that count as a crime? "Officer, is there something you need?" Su-mu inquires cautiously. Qiming pulls out a notebook from his pocket and begins to take notes. "Notes on what?" Su-mu asks. "The events of last night," Qiming responds, his gaze filled with amusement as he observes the young boy before him. The eerie scene from the rainy night resurfaces in Su-mu's mind. The knightly legion brandishing the royal banner, the driver shot to pieces yet resurrected, and the high school girl Xia-mo, whose eyes glimmered like gold. "I report. I expose." Su-mu raises his hand excitedly, declaring, "I encountered a ghostly wall, and there were spectral soldiers on the road." Qiming twitches at the corner of his eye. "What nonsense are you spouting?" As Su-mu races from home to school, the lunch bell rings, signaling mealtime. The previously quiet teaching building erupts into chaos as students pour out like boiling water. A horde of boys leading the charge straight towards the cafeteria. TCH, a bunch of starving ghosts. No wonder Old Hong always scolds you. Su-mu raises his head with pride, navigating against the tide of bodies towards the classroom. He refuses to compete with the famished throng for a tense spot in the cafeteria, especially since he knows he has no money to spare for a meal. Upon entering the classroom, he finds only Fu Ningning seated at her desk, nibbling delicately on her bento. She never visits the cafeteria. Both her lunch and dinner are provided by her family's private chef, delivered straight to the school. On Su-mu's desk rests a pristine white lunchbox, a meal prepared for him by Fu Ningning. "I was beginning to think something had happened to you. If you hadn't arrived by afternoon, I would have called the police," she says. Su-mu always relies on his desk mate's generosity for lunch. At Jinglan High School, students pay for meals with a card, and his pockets are emptier than his face. Inside the lunchbox, neatly arranged, were fresh shrimp, chopped chili fish, braised chicken with edamame, stir-fried greens, steamed egg, and a generous serving of white rice. Chuckling softly, Su-mu thought it best not to involve the enforcement agency. He picked up his chopsticks, silently vowing for the umpteenth time to repay this kindness in the future. Fu Ningning sipped her steamed egg delicately and inquired, "You didn't walk back alone last night, did you?" "Of course not," Su-mu replied, popping a large piece of tender fish into his mouth. "I took Xiaomo's car home." "Who?" Fu Ningning froze, her small spoon hovering midair. While she was indifferent about who had given him a ride, she couldn't help but wonder why it had to be Xia-mo specifically. Turning her gaze towards their classmate, who was voraciously consuming his rice, she remarked stiffly, "Her home is even farther than mine." Su-mu continued to shove rice into his mouth, feeling noticeably famished after missing 2 meals. He mumbled, "I heard it's by the sea in Nanshinjun, though I've never been. They say it's quite beautiful. Did you encounter anything unusual on the way?" Fu Ningning asked, her tone laden with implication. "No," Su-mu replied, withholding the truth. He believed that recounting the bizarre events of the previous night would only lead his classmate to think him insane. "That's good," Fu Ningning said, setting down her chopsticks and wiping her mouth. "Let me give you a ride next time." Su-mu mentally dismissed her offer, bowing his head as he mixed edamame and egg into his rice. He dared not respond to his classmate's words. Declining would portray him as cold-hearted, while accepting would further entangle him in a web of obligations. Moreover, the ostentatious Rolls-Royce was hardly fitting for a place like Shadi Village. The debts of gratitude he already owed were beyond his means to repay. If social debts could be adjudicated in a court of law, he would have long been declared a bankrupt defaulter. Su-mu pondered why she was so kind to him. Fu Ningning had once answered this question, saying that this world is filled with inexplicable occurrences that she neither understood nor wished to explain. She too had not spoken the entire truth. "Let us leave it for now," Fu Ningning said, pushing her lunchbox toward Su-mu. She was aware of his astonishing appetite. He would not only finish his portion, but also devour hers. In truth, Fu Ningning could easily have brought an extra meal, as she could afford it. But she relished the thought of watching Su Mu enjoy the food she had already tasted. After all, he would never muster the courage to ask for an additional bento. So she pretended not to think of it. Su Mu savored his lunchbox clean and happily began on the extra food Fu Ningning had pushed towards him. He smiled brightly, and Fu Ningning, observing him, felt even more cheerful. Propping her chin in her hand, she asked with a smile, "Are you and Xiaomo quite close? I've never seen you two interact before." Tilting his head, grains of rice clinging to the corners of his mouth, Su Mu pondered for a moment before answering. "Not really. We only spoke briefly during the end-of-term awards assembly in freshman year when I represented the boys to give a speech. Xiaomo was the representative for the girls, and we were seated together. I remember that occasion," she interjected. Fu Ningning bit down on her straw, observing the carefree individual beside her. He was indeed quite renowned in Jinglan, though regrettably, not for commendable reasons. Su Mu had once entered this school as the top scorer of the high school entrance examination, receiving a full exemption from tuition fees for 3 years, along with a generous scholarship each year. Although Jinglan High School was a national institution, it did not fall under the category of compulsory education, and its annual fees were exorbitant. However, the school would consider fee reductions for academically proficient students from financially disadvantaged backgrounds. What was true then is no longer the case now. Once the undisputed top student, Su Mu inexplicably found himself at the bottom of the rankings, becoming a classic example cited by many parents in their efforts to educate their children. While others might be oblivious to the underlying reasons, Fu Ningning, as his deskmate, understood all too well, as her emotional reservoir was filled with newfound sympathy for him. With just a month remaining, she thought he could exert himself further. She firmly believed he was capable of gaining admission to a respectable university. The future was uncertain, and there was no need for him to jeopardize his prospects. Fu Ningning took out a practice paper and began to tackle the questions. Su Mu picked up the damp towel beside his lunchbox, wiping the grease from his mouth, declaring it's not a big deal. He then prepared to rise and dispose of his leftover food container outside the classroom. Fu Ningning let out a long sigh, feeling a mixture of disappointment and anger. However, she recognized she had no right to express her frustration. After all, she was not his girlfriend. Su Mu. Xiaomo suddenly appeared at the back door. Fu Ningning immediately lifted her head, glancing back with an expression of confusion yet remarkable sharpness, akin to a hawk stalking its prey. "What is the matter?" Su Mu inquired. Xiaomo replied, "About last night, just 2 sentences. Let us go." Su Mu, carrying his lunchbox, stepped outside, aware that he could not leave such a pungent item in the classroom, or he would be unable to sleep in the afternoon. Fu Ningning watched as the two of them disappeared from her view, her mind racing. She finally picked up her already filled water bottle, took a few quick gulps, and slowly made her way to the water dispenser at the back of the classroom. Lunch was a bit salty, she thought to herself, trying to convince herself. "Oh dear, why is my water bottle empty? I must refill it quickly, or I'll have to wait in line when everyone returns." As she approached the water dispenser, filling her bottle, her thoughts drifted back to the door. Fu Ningning stood on her tiptoes, leaning slightly, straining to listen to the sounds outside. "Did the enforcer come looking for you?" Xiaomo inquired. When I got up, I found him sitting on my sofa, silent as a ghost. It was quite frightening. Su Mu pondered. "Does that count as trespassing?" Xiaomo continued to question. "What did he ask you, and how did you respond?" "Just as you guessed. I answered him with the words you provided," Su Mu replied. "I told him I encountered a wall of ghosts, and that the spirit soldiers borrowed the path. He didn't believe me and insisted I was delusional, unsure if he would come again. What do you think?" Xiaomo nodded, interrupting his lengthy discourse. "If another enforcer comes to question you, respond the same way. I will do my utmost to ensure they do not disturb you." All right. I'll take my leave now." Xiaomo turned to depart. "Wait a moment." She turned around and heard Su Mu inquire once more. "Actually, I'm quite curious as well. What exactly are they?" Xiaomo gazed into those dark eyes, her crimson lips parting slightly, a myriad of words swirling at the tip of her tongue. Yet ultimately, she swallowed them all back down. "Do not ask," she said, "for your own good." In the end, Su Mu was unable to extract even a morsel of useful information from Xiaomo, receiving only the promise of, "I will tell you next time." This was akin to the way one seeks favorable reviews from readers, who merely respond with a promise of next time. When exactly is this next time? Upon returning to her seat, her classmates had begun to trickle back from the cafeteria, and the once serene classroom erupted into a cacophony. The brief moments following lunch were their rare opportunity for relaxation. "Have you gotten yourself into trouble?" Fu Ningning asked with concern. "Ah, who spread such rumors?" "Sumoriplaut, bewildered," she whispered. "Otherwise, why would a law enforcement officer come looking for you?" Sumu glanced at her dear desk partner, realizing that she had been eavesdropping just moments prior. "It wasn't me, it was Xiaomo. I was merely cooperating with the officer to take a statement." Fu Ningning nodded, feigning indifference, and turned back to her insurmountable math problems. Before long, she leaned back and closer, whispering, "I'm not saying she is bad. It's just that her family background is quite profound and complicated. I suggest you keep your distance. Of course, I have no objections to your friendship, but just be cautious." Sumu observed her adorable desk mate's rambling, and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, I understand. The matters concerning her would be addressed another time. For now, she intended to seize the final moments and dedicate herself to her studies. "Really?" Fu Ningning was skeptical, yet her eyes sparkled with hope. Sumu proclaimed, "I will strive for 100 days. I am determined to attend Luzhou University." "Why Luzhou University specifically?" Fu Ningning questioned, perplexed. "And where exactly are those 100 days?" The transformation in Sumu was evident to the naked eye. Mu Qianning rubbed her eyes, doubting whether she had awakened from her afternoon nap or was merely hallucinating. Once she confirmed that Sumu was indeed studying earnestly, a sense of anxiety crept into her heart. Could someone enlighten her on what had transpired the previous night? Old Hong glanced at Sumu, who was diligently listening to the lecture, equally astonished. He looked out the window at the sun, confirming that it was indeed rising in the east and setting in the west. Could it be that this child was struck by lightning yesterday and had suddenly gained enlightenment? Realizing the value of diligent study, throughout the afternoon, nearly every teacher who witnessed Sumu's earnest attention turned their gaze to the sun outside, only to breathe a sigh of relief when they discovered that the boy had once again succumbed to slumber upon his desk. It appeared that the world had not come to an end after all. When Sumu was roused from her slumber, only 5 minutes remained before the school bell would ring. It was Friday, and thus there would be no evening classes. They could dismiss at 4:30. Fu Ningning expressed her own sense of helplessness, yet at least the boy had begun to pay attention in class, so perhaps this was a promising start. "How do you plan to spend the weekend?" she inquired. Students at Jinglin High School were unwaveringly committed to their weekends, and whether they were secretly studying at home was another matter entirely. After a lapse of several months, Sumu once again began to pack his backpack. "I have found a part-time job, but rest assured, this endeavor will not diminish my fervor for learning." "A part-time job?" Fu Ningning was taken aback upon hearing him mention this. How could he focus on work instead of his studies? If he doesn't excel academically, there will be plenty of opportunities to work in the future. She was genuinely upset. After finally catching a glimmer of hope, it turned out to be this. "I wish to purchase a gift." "A gift?" Fu Ningning felt her heart race unexpectedly, a flicker of anticipation igniting within her. Her birthday was just around the corner. Could this gift be for her? There are still 34 days until Qianqian's birthday, and I want to buy her a bracelet. The daydream was abruptly shattered. Fu Ningning wore a cold expression. "I knew it. He never remembers me. Go ahead and buy it. I hope you truly deliver it." Oh, the joy of the weekend quickly soured, and she listlessly packed her bag, routinely asking, "Do you need a ride?" Although she had anticipated such an outcome, the reality was still difficult for Fu Ningning to accept. It was well known that Sumu and Mu Qianqing were a couple. They had grown up together, childhood companions, inseparable, and seemingly in an enviable relationship. However, they had never confessed their feelings. Fu Ningning understood that they did not need to declare their affection. Yet the absence of a confession left their relationship undefined. She had consoled herself more than once with this thought. Fu Ningning refused to acknowledge their romantic involvement. Childhood sweethearts could go to hell. There would be a spectacle to witness. "No," Sumu shook his head. "I have something else to attend to." "Well then, I shall not disturb you." Fu Ningning, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, stormed out of the classroom in a huff. Mu Qianqing, having organized her bag, approached and handed a stack of notebooks to Sumu, saying, "These are my organized notes, clearly highlighting the key points of each chapter, potential question types, relevant solutions, and difficult extensions. While it may not propel you to greatness, Establishing a solid foundation is certainly achievable. The girl stood on her tiptoes, whispering in his ear, I will wait for you. Let us get into the same university, and I will treat you to a grand feast. The final month, let us give it our all. Amidst the gossiping and teasing glances, Mu Qianxing exited the classroom, leaving Su Mu standing in a daze, holding the notebooks until Wang Lin playfully tapped him on the back of the head. Muzi, are you leaving, or have you lost your mind? Only then did he snap back to reality, carefully stowing the notes, shouldering his backpack, and playfully kicking Wang Lin's backside. How dare you hit your father? You have gone too far. The old bicycle came to a slow stop as Su Mu surveyed his surroundings, finding them utterly deserted. This should be the place. How incredibly remote. How did I end up in this forsaken spot last night? Even the navigation system failed me. It's supposed to be an S-class. The evening breeze of May, carrying the fragrance of flowers and a refreshing chill, brushed against the young man's face as he gazed down the seemingly endless straight road. Yearning for something? What are you searching for? Someone inquired from behind. Su Mu was startled, cold sweat breaking out as he turned abruptly, only to be met by an extraordinarily familiar face under the twilight. Those impeccably clear and luminous eyes are something I shall never forget. Do you wish to find the knightly order that paid homage to the king last night? Su Mu surveyed the unchanged scenery around him and then turned to the little girl, inquiring, am I in a dream once more? The smile of you radiated warmth as she replied, this is not a dream. What exactly was that army last night? Do you know? Su Mu parked the car and approached the little girl. Yet, an insurmountable distance seemed to forever separate them, a chasm that could not be bridged. Clearly you stood still, doing nothing, yet he could not reach her. Hadn't Xia Mo already mentioned it? What? The emerald dream, to be precise, it is an emerald-like dream. What does that entail? A golden light flickered in her clear eyes, identical to that of Xia Mo from the previous night. That was the divine's power. You smiled, a vision of beauty. What is that boy doing? The scout in the observation post looked perplexed and remarked, it seems he is speaking to the air. Beside him, Qi Ming lowered his binoculars and leaned against a withered tree, deep in thought. Could he possibly possess divine power as well? Chapter 3. Hell beneath the dilapidated tenement. Su Mu ascended the stairs to the 6th floor with urgency. By the time he returned home, it was already 6 in the evening, and the corridor was filled with a medley of enticing aromas. Each household chef would showcase their culinary skills at this hour, providing a fleeting moment of joy for the weary workers. Su Mu stood before the old wooden door, took a deep breath, and retrieved his phone from his pocket. A Nokia 7610, released last year, priced at a staggering 31.88 Kaiyun coins. This was a gift from his mother for his 18th birthday. He recalled the exhilaration that coursed through him upon receiving the phone, every pore brimming with excitement. He had spent an entire night tinkering with it in secret. It was nothing short of delightful. His mother had said that now that he was an adult, he needed a phone for convenience, assuring him she would text him whenever she thought of him. Su Mu envisioned the scene upon entering, taking deep breaths repeatedly to calm his nerves, before activating the recording function on his phone and concealing it. He pushed the door open. Where have you been? Do you even know what time it is? A sharp, angry voice scolded him. A corpulent middle-aged woman emerged from the cramped kitchen wielding a spatula, exclaiming, I thought you had vanished with that meager scholarship. Su Mu avoided her gaze, continuing deeper within, saying, something came up. Not studying properly, always daydreaming. The overweight woman continued her incessant nagging. He had no choice but to halt, pointing at the large black pot on the gas stove, forcing a smile as he said, be careful, it's about to burn. The woman hurried back into the kitchen. Su Mu exhaled in relief, making his way to the dim, narrow living room. Oh, the young master of the Yi family has returned, yet you didn't bother to notify me in advance. How am I to prepare tea and welcome you? A man with a beer belly lounging on the sofa remarked sarcastically. What is this? Hasn't T your wealthy mother come to visit you lately? The Yi family, referred to as the wealthy mother, belonged to the family that adopted Su Mu. They were indeed affluent, and this phone was a gift from that mother. She hasn't sent us money in a long time. What's the matter? Has she abandoned you? The man wore a mocking smile, his legs crossed and rhythmically shaking. Oh, it seems so. What now? Without her money, is our family on the brink of starvation? Su Mu maintained a austere smile. Reason told him that it would be best to remain silent. Otherwise, he would only hear more unpleasant words. Yet, there are moments when one cannot help but retort. The man, as if his tail had been stepped on, erupted in fury, seizing the cup from the coffee table and hurling it without hesitation, shouting, "You little brat. Don't forget, I am your father now. I could even kill you if I wanted." Su-mu caught the flying cup and placed it on the dining table, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions while continuing to smile. "Oh, very well, father, go ahead and kill me. Even if you were to end my life. Mother would never deposit another cent into the account." The man glared fiercely at the boy before him, gritting his teeth. His expression, one of wanting to devour Su-mu whole. However, he knew deep down that the child had grown and he was no longer able to overpower him. Intimidation was merely a means to extract more resources. "If I see no more money, you better get the hell out of here, you unwanted bastard." The man continued to curse. Bastard. Unwanted bastard. Su-mu clenched his left hand tightly, his chest heaving, the veins in his arms bulging like a fierce dragon. The man's words struck at his deepest wound. "Oh dear, enough of this anger. Don't frighten the child," a plump woman, sensing the suffocating atmosphere, hurried out from the kitchen to mediate. "You two, you could talk to your mother later and ask her to send less money. You've grown up, everything you eat, drink, and use hasn't all been paid for by us? Even for rent, you should contribute something, right? Your mother is so wealthy. She wouldn't mind this little bit," she said shamelessly, her chubby face contorting into a semblance of peace. Su-mu had calmed down, gradually loosening his tightly clenched fists, his face still adorned with the characteristic sunny smile of youth. Indeed, although there was a lack of food and drink, the rent still needed to be paid. "By the way, have I exhausted my scholarship? I remember it was quite a sum. When I topped the entrance exam, Jean Ling gave a one-time reward of 50,000. He had been in this household for over 5 years, and if he claimed not to have spent a single penny, that would be impossible. However, considering his entrance exam results along with the scholarships received each semester, there should be enough. Moreover, for several years, Mother had consistently sent a sum of money from abroad each month as his living expenses. Where had all that money gone? Su-mu knew, the woman knew, and the man knew even better. Years ago, when Su-mu advanced a grade and made a name for himself in the entrance exam, the man received a scholarship of 50,000 from Jinling High School, a windfall that had left the couple grinning from ear to ear, which they squandered for quite some time. Additionally, whether in middle school or high school, the boy received a special scholarship each semester. The prestigious National Jinling was renowned for its wealth, providing 5,000 per semester in middle school and 7,000 in high school. The combined monthly salary of the couple barely exceeds 4,000. For them, the scholarship represents a significant windfall. No one could have anticipated that simply adopting an orphan could lead to such prosperity. Although the boy missed a year of middle school, and thus a year of scholarship, this couple has firmly decided that he is indeed a veritable cash cow. The Pandora's box has been opened, and the once simple and honest couple is gradually losing their humanity under the allure of money, transforming into parasites feeding off Su-mu. One cannot grasp the value of essentials such as rice and oil until one is in charge. The plump woman feigned a benevolent demeanor, stating, "That scholarship of yours is hardly sufficient. Moreover, you haven't received any scholarships since your second year of high school. The money that your mother sent over is also insufficient, isn't it? I recall she wired over more than 3,000 a month. Over the years, that must amount to nearly 100,000, right?" Su-mu, smiling, continued to inquire. The woman's expression darkened instantly, her gaze turning increasingly menacing, her flesh quivering as she retorted, "That is still not enough. If you truly have no money, then I'm sorry. My top student, please leave this household. We cannot afford you." The man beside her ominously added, "I will give you 2 days to think it over." "Very well," Su-mu replied, his cheerful demeanor unchanging. "I shall contemplate it thoroughly." With that, he turned and briskly returned to his cramped room, stopping the recording on his phone. He set down his backpack and nestled under a thin, translucent blanket, curling up in the corner, striving to restrain himself. Biting his lower lip tightly, he attempted to maintain a smile. Yet after several failed attempts, he succumbed to despair, trembling as tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. This night, once again the moon shone brightly. Chi Ming sat in his office, perusing the amassed files, each one intricately linked to Su-mu, appearing densely packed with detailed content. Yet at each pivotal point, there lay blank spaces. He picked up the initial document. The child's records commenced at the age of 7, with scant entries prior, stable condition, hallucination recovery, officially discharged from the psychiatric hospital today. There were no precise dates nor indications of which psychiatric facility it was. After his discharge, the young boy was sent to a religious welfare orphanage constructed by foreign investment. Qi Ming unearthed information regarding this orphanage. The records indicated that the orphanage belonged to the Holy Light Catholic Church of the Northern Continent, boasting a long history that could be traced back to 1840. However, the orphanage had been dismantled 5 years prior, with the Holy Light Catholic Church withdrawing its funding. The rationale for demolition was merely that it obstructed road construction, and in Qi Ming's recollection, that road had been under construction for 5 years and remained unfinished, long abandoned. Reflecting on this, he scrutinized Su Mu's file, drawing intriguing comparisons. In 1999, the year prior to the orphanage's demolition, a boy who had originally been adopted was returned to the orphanage by his then-adoptive family. In the same year, Su Mu was adopted again, into the family he currently resides with. In 2000, Su Mu achieved outstanding results and was admitted to the junior high division of Jinglan Middle School. The notice of the orphanage's demolition and the admission letter for Su Mu's junior high school were issued almost simultaneously, with no more than a 2-day interval. Quite intriguing indeed. Qi Ming stroked the stubble on his chin. If one claimed that this orphanage, with a history of 160 years, was built exclusively for little boys, he would certainly not believe it. However, if one were to assert that the demolition of the orphanage bore no connection to the little boys, he would find that even harder to accept. With this thought in mind, he swiftly retrieved the records of Su Mu's 2 adoptive families from a pile of documents and instructed his assistant to immediately investigate the adoption details regarding Mu Qianning. "Boss, here are the files." The assistant skillfully produced the relevant records from the archives. "Thank you." Qi Ming spread all the documents across the table, meticulously comparing the subtle differences in detail. A clear narrative began to emerge. Both Su Mu and Mu Qianning were orphans adopted from the same orphanage. Mu Qianning was a year older than him, having grown up in the orphanage, and Su Mu received considerable care from his elder sister figure after his adoption. To describe their relationship as childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration. Eventually, the orphanage director found them excellent adoptive families, each engaged in modest businesses that afforded them a comfortable living. Due to the childhood bond between the boy and girl, the 2 previously unacquainted families gradually grew closer. Their parents supported each other and engaged in joint ventures, leading to the prosperity of the Yi family, to which Su Mu belonged, and the Lin family, to which Mu Qianning belonged. Among them, the Yi family experienced a stroke of fortune in just a few short years. The wealth of Yi Zhendong and his wife, Rin Qing Shu, soared dramatically, establishing them as notable magnates in Jiangzhou. The suddenly affluent Yi family provided substantial support to the Lin family, and it could be said that the Lin family's wealth was built upon the foundation laid by the Yi family. Until Su Mu turned 13 in 1999, his world changed dramatically. Yi Zhendong and Rin Qing Shu divorced. This scandal was widely publicized and left a deep impression on Qi Ming. Much like the plot of a melodramatic television series, the wealthy man began to show his true colors. The affluent magnate, Yi Zhendong, not only took a mistress, but also had a daughter and a son with her. At that time, Rin Qing Shu was nearly driven to despair. After her family had left, she chose to set herself ablaze in the lakeside villa, resulting in a fire that consumed the entire building. Fortunately, the law enforcement agency arrived in time and managed to rescue her from the lakeshore. After the couple's divorce agreement, Rin Qing Shu completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. The Yi family welcomed a new mistress, and as the adopted son, Su Mu naturally felt exceedingly superfluous. It was uncertain whose idea it was, but this boy, perpetually forsaken by Lady Luck, once again found himself at the mercy of fate as Yi Zhendong returned him to the orphanage. This incident became notorious. It was common knowledge in Jiangzhou's political and business circles. Such a disgraceful act of abandoning one's wife and children after sudden wealth was universally condemned. Shameless. Qi Ming lit a cigarette, and even after all this time, he couldn't help but curse once more. "I hear the Yi group hasn't been faring well lately," remarked his assistant, bringing a cup of hot tea. Young and impassioned, she harbored a strong disdain for such sordid affairs, believing they deserved their fate. "You should smoke less. It's bad for your health," she cautioned with a frown. "Not just recently." Qi Ming picked up the document pertaining to the Yi Shi group and handed it to his assistant. remarking, "This man seems oblivious to the true origins of his wealth." Ever since he abandoned Sumu, the Yishur group has been on a downward trajectory. The centipede, though dying, continues to crawl. This company is already burdened with insurmountable debt. By the way, remind the economic team to remain vigilant and ensure no one escapes. Understood. I won't forget. The assistant tucked the document away, unable to hide his excitement. Observing the assistant's enthusiasm, Chi Ming released a puff of smoke and chuckled, noting how the youth always harbored a deep-seated aversion to injustice. He continued to peruse the document, realizing with astonishment that this young boy was, in fact, Yijin Dong's adopted son from years past. "Boss, based on my inquiries today, Su Mu is enduring a very difficult life." The assistant spoke, suddenly pressing his lips together as if to suppress his emotions. His second set of adoptive parents have not treated him well either. His classmates claim that Su Mu never visits the cafeteria and survives solely on the meals of the wealthy little princess. Neighbors have reported frequently hearing sounds of them scolding and hitting the child in recent months. Chi Ming halted, his hand poised with the teacup in midair, and asked, "Have you discovered the reason?" The assistant shook his head. "No, the neighbors merely mentioned financial issues, but no one could specify the details. By the way, isn't Lee still monitoring him? Considering the timing, Su Mu should have returned by now. Should I inquire?" "Go ahead," Chi Ming said, lowering his gaze to continue searching through the document for any clues he desired. As the assistant dialed the phone, he inquired, "Boss, are you worried that these dreadful experiences might warp Su Mu's psyche, leading him to take revenge on society?" Chi Ming sighed deeply, feeling a sense of sympathy for the boy's plight on an emotional level. Yet his rational mind cautioned him that the situation was far from simple. Reclining on the sofa, he remarked, "I wish to believe otherwise, but his presence has been noted near several crime scenes. Coupled with his history of hallucinations from the psychiatric hospital, I have reason to suspect he may be a descendant of psychopathic lineage. A traumatic childhood could consume his humanity, leading him to commit unforgivable sins." The assistant nodded, acknowledging that this was a common characteristic among many deviant criminals. They all shared a history of being victimized in their past. Whether ordinary individuals or those of a psychopathic lineage, none could escape this curse. "Hello," the call connected, and the assistant switched to speaker mode, askingly, "What is the situation up ahead?" "Boss, boss." Suddenly, the office door burst open, and an enforcement officer rushed in, exclaiming, "Boss, a report has come in. Another death." The patrolling officers say it was a gruesome sight. The victim's face contorted in terror, yet there were no visible wounds. Chi Ming sprang to his feet, directing his question at the phone. "Shaoli, what is Su Mu doing now?" "Boss." Shaoli's tone was somber, his voice low as he replied, "Su Mu is crying. He is hiding under the blankets, weeping." "What transpired?" Chi Ming pressed. "Just now, his adoptive parents scolded him, demanding that he continue to solicit money from his previous foster mother. If he fails to procure funds, they threatened to throw him out." Everyone in the office could discern the frustration in Xiao Li's voice as he delivered this news, almost as if he were gritting his teeth while speaking. Yet another pair of scoundrels. The disdain in the assistant's beautiful eyes was utterly transparent. "I understand. You may continue your surveillance, but keep a vigilant watch." In contrast to the youth, the middle-aged Chi Ming merely sighed softly and continued to issue commands. "If that couple becomes aggressive, find a way to intervene, ensuring the child remains unharmed." "Understood, boss." Chi Ming ended the call, setting aside the documents in his hand, and instructed, "You stay in the office and continue organizing the files. The rest will accompany me." The assistant's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she said, "I wish to go to the crime scene as well. You're not of the bloodline. It is far too perilous there. Obey and stay put." Chi Ming donned his law enforcement jacket and, with his subordinates of the bloodline, proceeded to the scene of the crime. Upon entering the rental unit, Chi Ming noted from a map that it was in close proximity to Su Mu's residence, aligning with the geographical conditions of previous incidents. The perpetrator seemed to exclusively target the impoverished residents of the eastern city. "What have you found?" he inquired. "Fresh. The victim has only recently perished." One of his subordinates reported that the victim had emitted a horrific scream, heard by nearby neighbors who promptly alerted the authorities. Chi Ming approached the bed and examined the corpse, commanding, "You all step outside." "Boss." "Out." "Yes." The law enforcement officers exited the cramped room, and Chi Ming extended his right hand to shield the victim's face, saying, "Do not fear. Hide behind me, and you have seen nothing. With his ability, Qi Ming grasped the lingering remnants of the victim's spirit and, through his power, simulated the final moments of their dream. I am so tired. Qi Ming yawned, rising wearily to enter the bathroom, bleary-eyed as he gazed into the mirror, noticing that the left side of his face appeared swollen. He reached out to touch the inflamed area, and a massive blood tumor began to swell from the redness, growing uncontrollably. Purplish-red veins sprawled across the tumor, pulsating visibly. What is this? Qi Ming's expression turned to one of horror as he extended his hands, attempting to crush the tumor. The enormous growth split open down the middle, revealing a gaping maw, and amidst the decaying flesh, rows of sharp teeth became alarmingly apparent. Help! Help! Qi Ming's hand was ensnared by the monstrous mouth. He struggled to extricate it, but was left with only severed limbs. The tumor continued to pulsate, widening its jaws, and through the mirror, he glimpsed a small, blood-red mouth writhing at the center. The tiny mouth seemed to be communicating with him, yet Qi Ming could not comprehend its utterances. The purplish veins of the tumor spread like a virus, rapidly consuming half of Qi Ming's body, entwining with his organs and incessantly vying for oxygen. Qi Ming gasped desperately for breath, yet the air he received dwindled, and the terror of asphyxiation enveloped his mind. Suddenly, darkness engulfed him, the mirror shattered, and he could only hear something gnawing at his body, pain and despair intertwining as they lashed at Qi Ming's nerves. The sounds around him faded, eventually dissipating entirely. The world turned pitch black, and life approached its end. Boss! 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 The voices of his subordinates echoed from the darkness. Qi Ming struggled to open his eyes, and through the shards of the broken mirror, he beheld his body, nearly consumed. Are you searching for me? Qi Ming comprehended the words of Shui Lu Xiao Zy. Next time, I shall kill you outright. Shui Lu, with his disheveled maw agape, devoured him whole. Qi Ming jolted awake from his nightmare, only to find his subordinate, having intruded unbeknownst to him, incessantly pinching his philtrum. Stop pinching me. I am awake. If you continue, I might truly perish. Qi Ming pushed his subordinate away and rose from the ground, recalling the harrowing dream, a shiver coursing through him, his skin prickling with goosebumps. Boss, what did you see? Was it that little boy? Qi Ming was compelled to reflect further, and at last, in an inconspicuous corner of the dream, he beheld the silhouette of the perpetrator. No, it was imitation. The killer's methods were rather crude, he remarked, but the opponent's lineage is remarkably high. Chapter 4. The seaside cafe. Su Mu awoke with a start from the wooden plank, realizing it was already 8 o'clock. The sunlight outside was exceptionally bright, and the birds chirped joyfully, frolicking in the azure sky. A small bluebird perched upon the windowsill, curiously observing the slothful human. My head aches. Su Mu sat up, vigorously massaging his temples, his mind feeling as though it might explode, leaving him in a daze. His mental state was deteriorating, with a pervasive illusion that he might be confined back to the psychiatric hospital at any moment. He longed to sleep a bit longer, but the thought of work that lay ahead compelled him to rub his face, steeling himself to rise from bed. This hard-won employment was precious to him, not merely for the purpose of acquiring a birthday gift for Mu Qianning, but more significantly, to accumulate tuition for the forthcoming 4 years. The job was splendid, as delightful as the candied pancakes promised by the divine. Once Su Mu, akin to Mu Qianning, had not had to worry about making ends meet, but alas, the goddess of fate had never favored him. She seemed to relish tormenting this child, always toppling the beautiful structures built upon shifting sands just when he glimpsed hope. Yi Zhendong and Ren Qingshu began to argue incessantly. The man frequently raged at home, smashing expensive porcelain and furniture. Su Mu could not fathom the situation until one day. A young and beautiful woman moved into the grand villa with her 2 children. She was strikingly lovely, and Su Mu vividly recalled her visage, having heard she was an accomplished student returning from overseas studies. After a devastating fire, his parents finally reached the terminus of their marriage. On the day they signed the divorce papers, there was astonishingly no dispute. His mother silently vanished with the divorce agreement, disappearing into Jiangzhou. Rumor had it she too had gone abroad, a mystery to which Su Mu had no access. With the arrival of her biological children, the cumbersome foster son and the sole outsider in the household could only return to where he came from. Su Mu remembered that day as the last time he sat in his father's Maybach 62S, greeted by the envious gazes of all the orphans, only to be unceremoniously pushed out of the car by the butler, tumbling onto the muddy road at the orphanage amidst the autumn rain. In the frigid downpour, the elderly director embraced him tightly, unusually losing composure, hurling invectives at the luxury vehicle. Yet Yi Zhendong did not hear, for he had not come, merely dispatching the butler to dismiss him. 5 years later, whenever this scene resurfaced in his mind, Su Mu still felt a sharp pang in his heart. The esteemed director ultimately selected a pair of earnest, hard-working individuals for him. Shortly after leaving the orphanage, news arrived of the beloved director's passing, and people remarked that she was an angel who departed with a smile. 3 years later, following his entrance examination, Su Mu's mother returned from abroad. She appeared transformed, no longer bearing the pallor of hardship, but radiating opulence and grace. Her complexion was as delicate as porcelain. The young boy was filled with questions. Is the foreign environment truly so nurturing? At least, the magazines and literature he perused at school suggested as much. They claimed that even the water in the toilets could be consumed directly. Upon Ren Qingshu's return, she sought out Su Mu's adoptive parents, hoping to obtain custody and take the child abroad. To this end, she offered a staggering sum of 100,000 yuan in gratitude, which subsequently escalated to 200,000 yuan. 200,000. Even by today's wage standards, it would take this couple 4 years of relentless toil to amass such wealth. The honest couple gazed at the woman before them, adorned in luxurious goods and driving an extravagant vehicle, and after a night of internal struggle, the husband resolutely chose to decline the offer. Ren Qingshu was taken aback, yet felt a sense of relief, despite having emerged from the shadow of her husband's betrayal. The weight of abandoning her son lingered, observing her child being adopted by a family that would not bow to the allure of wealth. She finally released her last emotional burden and ceased her pursuit of custody. After Ren Qingshu departed, the husband watched his wife, who had been mentally tormented by their financial plight, erupt in anger. Sitting on a wooden stool after finishing a cheap cigarette, he coldly remarked, "Do you not discern the difference between a full meal and a mere feast? As long as this child remains with us, that affluent woman will not be indifferent to our lives." At that moment, Su Mu, hidden behind a flimsy door, overheard every word. Did his parents truly lack money? From that day forth, young Su Mu dedicated himself to his studies with fervor, fixating on the scholarship from Jinglan High School. Under Mu Qianning's guidance, he advanced a grade and triumphantly excelled in his examinations. Witnessing the joy on his parents' faces as they received the scholarship, Su Mu shared in their happiness, thinking to himself, "Surely, this will make my parents proud of me." The once irate wife was swayed by her wise husband. In addition to the substantial scholarship, they also received child support from Ren Qingshu. The affluent woman remitted 10,000 yuan for the first month, followed by 3,000 each subsequent month. What did I tell you? The man had long since traded his cheap cigarettes for more luxurious brands. Coughing slightly, the woman fondled her newly acquired channel bag, filled with admiration for her husband's sagacity. Su Mu yawned as he pushed open the door. Though it was Saturday, the couple had already left for work. The man was employed at a mining company under the Yi Group, while the woman worked as an assembler at the Lin factory. Their monthly salaries were 2,500 and 1,500 respectively. They worked from 7 in the morning to 5 in the evening, with Mondays off. The sink was filled with unwashed dishes from breakfast, and 2 flies buzzed aimlessly in the dim light. As Su Mu stepped outside, the bright morning sun illuminated him, dispelling the shadows in the narrow corridor. After completing his morning routine and tidying up the house, he descended the stairs. The rising sun in the east dispelled the chill of the morning, and the cylindrical building began to buzz with life, the streets filled with a cacophony of sounds. The sweet aroma of soy milk wafted from the stalls, while elongated bamboo chopsticks danced in the hot oil, stirring the yushao within. The owner of the noodle shop lifted a small wooden lid floating atop a large pot, tossing in the alkaline noodles that sizzled in the boiling water. Greens and bean sprouts were briefly blanched before being immersed in a bowl of soy sauce brewed from a secret recipe. As the noodle soup was poured into a bowl, the noodles were perfectly cooked. Finally, a poached egg was added, and a steaming bowl of guogai mian was presented to Su Mu. In the distance, the sound of a steamboat whistle, the ringing of bicycle bells, and the cries of children reluctant to stay at home filled the air. Amidst the clamor, Su Mu enjoyed his noodles, greeted by the morning salutation of security guard, his teeth few in number as the city gradually awakened. The sun grew increasingly warm, a reminder that summer was fast approaching. After finishing breakfast, Su-mu slung his backpack over his shoulder and pushed his dilapidated bicycle, greeting the neighbors with a beaming smile. Hello to you too. In the cylindrical building, no one disliked this enthusiastic, optimistic, and cheerful youth. No one was unaware of the burdensome fate he bore. The neighborhood was well aware of each family's troubles. His greedy and selfish adoptive parents were universally condemned by all kind-hearted individuals. With the crisp sound of the bell, the time shifted to May 2005, marking the beginning of Su-mu's brief yet protracted countdown to the college entrance examination. Riding along the lakeside path, a gentle warmth caressed his cheeks. The air was filled with an array of floral fragrances, while the dogtail grass swayed in the breeze, resembling a playful puppy eager to please its master. Su-mu pedaled from the serene outskirts of the city into the bustling urban landscape, wishing to explore more while time permitted. His bicycle meandered aimlessly under the glaring sun, weaving through the city's streets and alleys. Countless sounds surged from all directions. The laughter of children playing in a nearby park, the splashing water from an elderly man practicing calligraphy, the quarrels of a vendor and an old lady in the dappled shade of trees, and the humble phone conversations of urban white-collar workers. Each sound resonated in his ears. The sweltering heat enveloped the city, immersing it in a flurry of activity, yet Su-mu drifted aimlessly on his bicycle, ringing the bell and reveling in the carefree passage of time. He was uncertain of his future aspirations and unclear about his current path, merely getting by each day. The old bicycle creaked under his weight, and as the morning sun shone brightly, Su-mu suddenly accelerated, letting the wind rush past him. In the warm gusts, a sweet and familiar scent drifted through the air. The old lady selling candied chestnuts appeared at the street corner, her kind smile greeting the young cyclist. Su-mu paid for a bag, peeled open a steaming chestnut, and savored its rich, sweet flavor that filled his senses. With ample sugar intake, he could effectively replenish his dwindling joy. Amidst the rapid urbanization, one could not help but wonder if, in the future, Jiangzhou would still have a place for the old lady and her candied chestnuts. Su-mu, while savoring his snack, stuffed the remaining half of the bag into his pocket. "Oppo, see you later," he said. At 10 in the morning, captivated by the scenery along the way, Su-mu meandered to the cafe where he worked. The cafe bore a simple name, a solitary letter, M, accompanied by a branch of osmanthus. The proprietor informed him that M signifies dream. On one hand, this quaint cafe serves as her ideal utopia, embodying her dreams. On the other hand, her name is Jiang Mengning, with Meng derived from her own name. Su-mu concealed his bicycle in an inconspicuous corner, retrieved his keys, and forcefully pushed up the rolling door. A dreamlike utopia emerged before him. Until this moment, he had never contemplated that a building could be constructed entirely of glass. Through the transparent walls, Su-mu beheld the interior of the cafe, adorned with rows of solid wood bookshelves, each meticulously lined with a plethora of books. Rather than a cafe, it resembled a library. Curious as a country bumpkin entering the city, Su-mu gently pushed open the glass door, and the intoxicating aroma of coffee beans mingled with tea leaves enveloped him, lingering delightfully in the air. The western section of the cafe was composed of immense glass panes, providing an unobstructed view of the breathtaking scenery ahead. Before him lay a lake that sparkled like a jewel, the famed Beehive of Jiangzhou. Advancing to the eastern side, he found bookshelves embedded in ancient dark red bricks, each block etched with the patina of history. All the books on those shelves were the proprietor's cherished collection, which he had specifically instructed him about before his arrival. Should the little shop ever be robbed, she insisted, not a penny should be taken, nor a single book given away. Among her proudest possessions were the handwritten manuscripts of renowned literary masterpieces. Su-mu picked up these precious manuscripts, which included not only Kaiyun language, but also the 5 major language families of the northern continent: Yinduo, Jialaling, Khmer, Rhine, and the Abbas language from the southern desert regions. Abbas, in the Kaiyun texts, is known by another ancient name, the black-robed Ashur. The central continent displayed volumes from the Dnieper-Volga language family, while the southern continent S section was notably sparse, with many languages seemingly yet to evolve into written form, remaining in the archaic era of symbolic representation. The Dawn World was presented as a first-edition sketch, complemented by a map for clarity. However, the map, lacking professional artistry, displayed some proportional discrepancies. For instance, the territory of the Chihi Empire was depicted too large, as it was challenging to render it smaller. The geographical hierarchy consisted of continents: northern, central, southern, major regions, Rhine, Yinduo, etc., nations: Kayun Empire, America, United States, etc., and areas that had not yet formed nations, like the Fingul region. Dashed lines indicated undefined territorial boundaries, while the areas enclosed in dashed lines represented uncertainties. The regions marked in blue were submerged underwater, seemingly revealing spoilers, and the red lines delineated problematic zones. As Sumu leafed through the book titled Ancient Works of the Aztecs, he found each page filled with incomprehensible yet fascinating illustrations. After returning the book, Sumu commenced the task of tidying up. The cafe was impeccably clean, devoid of even the slightest dust, yet he felt compelled to clean it once more. Upon completing his chores, he began preparing the ingredients for coffee and pastries. The cafe was nearly vacant, with hardly a single customer throughout the morning. Most visitors opted to take photographs outside the small shop, and among them were a few audacious young women who, through the glass facade, posed for a picture with Sumu, who was engrossed in his studies. How much would this cost? Sumu observed the throngs of people passing by at Beihai, none of whom entered the cafe, and felt a twinge of anxiety. However, upon reflection, he reminded himself that the owner seemed unconcerned, so why should he be troubled? As the sun gradually descended, its golden rays cascaded onto Mu Qian-ning's notebook, rendering the words indecipherable. Sumu rose and stepped outside. With a sweltering heat enveloped him, heralding the approach of summer. He erected the sunshade to shield himself from the intrusive sunlight that disrupted his studies. Upon returning to the cafe, the wind chime at the door chimed melodiously as he pushed the door open. Stifling a yawn, he welcomed the cafe's first customer of the day. Xia Mo languidly reclined on the grass by the lakeside, the gentle breeze caressing her pristine white skirt. Seemingly refreshed or perhaps inspired, she sat up and returned to her easel. Grasping her paintbrush, she selected vibrant colors and applied them to her nearly finished landscape painting. A spontaneous creation she titled Nanshan Beihai. A humorous anecdote crossed her mind about a traveler who, while visiting Jiangzhou, inquired about the location of Beihai. The local responded that it was to the north of Nanshan. Bewildered, the traveler then asked where Nanshan was, to which the local replied that it lay to the south of Beihai. After applying the final stroke, she admired her masterpiece with great satisfaction. Feeling fatigued, Xia Mo stretched her slender waist in the gentle breeze, and from the corner of her eye, she spotted a gem nestled by the shores of Beihai, a cafe radiating artistic charm. At the entrance, the staff were setting up a sunshade. This cafe is open? Xia Mo recalled that this establishment had been renovated back in November of the previous year, remaining vacant for 6 months, seemingly without any intention of opening. To her surprise, she had fortuitously arrived on its grand opening day. Please tidy up and then return, she instructed her bodyguards. I'm going to enjoy a cup of coffee. The guards exchanged glances, uncertain whether to heed her command, but Xia Mo, in high spirits, brushed past them and walked toward the cafe. Through the glass wall, she spotted a young man absorbed in reading, and a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Studying in such a place could indeed be considered romantic. As she stepped inside the cafe, the bell jingled, and she inquired, "Is it open for business now? What would you like to drink?" The boy's voice was clean and gentle. Sumu set down his pen, stood, and turned to face his first customer of the day. "Please take a seat. We have coffee, hot tea, and pastries available." He picked up the menu. The boy looked at the girl in astonishment, and she returned his gaze with equal surprise. "Xiamo?" "Sumu." A smile lit up Xiaomo's eyes as she entered the cafe with delight. "This cafe isn't yours, is it? Do I look like someone who could afford such a place?" Sumu shook his head, stating that he was merely working part-time here. The ambience was delightful. She took the menu, a beautifully hand-drawn version with exquisite lettering and charming illustrations. "Did you create this?" she inquired. "My boss did," he replied. "Then your boss must be a person of great taste." Xiaomo teased while browsing through the menu. "Do you know why there are no patrons?" "Why?" She raised the menu and remarked, "A cup of coffee costs 20 yuan, which is nearly on par with Starbucks. It's no wonder there's no one here. It seems your boss doesn't care about making a profit at all." Sumu awkwardly scratched his head, recalling that he had a bowl of egg noodles for just 2 yuan that morning. Indeed, 20 yuan for a cup of coffee was quite extravagant. I'll secretly make you a cup, he offered. My boss allows me to treat people to 10 cups a month. That won't be necessary, she replied. Although 20 yuan was not inexpensive, it was inconsequential to Xia Mo, akin to the 2 yuan she had spent earlier. I'll have a latte, please. Let me see what else I want. You can make desserts? Then I'll also have a slice of chocolate mousse. She returned the menu to Sumu, eager to sample his culinary skills. Please wait a moment. Have a seat for now. Sumu proceeded to the preparation area while Xia Mo admired the shop, her gaze naturally drawn to an entire wall of bookshelves. Casually, she pulled out a book, which astonishingly was a handwritten version of the Karma language's Nibelungenlied. If I recall correctly, the original version of Nibelungenlied is in Rhine language, she remarked. Ah, indeed, Sumu replied while stirring the cream, adding, take a look. It's on the shelf. I saw it this morning. Found it, Xia Mo exclaimed, holding up the Rhine language version of Nibelungenlied and flipping through the pages. Did your boss transcribe all these? Yes. I would love to meet her. Sumu placed the prepared chocolate mousse into the freezer, picked up a small pot, and began brewing coffee, filling the room with the rich aroma of coffee beans. Ice cubes or latte art? He inquired. It's a bit warm today. I'll go with ice cubes, Xia Mo responded. The iced latte was served in a glass, while the hot latte was in a ceramic cup. Sumu retrieved a glass coffee cup, added the ice, and poured the freshly made coffee into it. Here you go. He presented the coffee to Xia Mo, stating, the mousse will take a little longer, but the coffee is refillable. Xia Mo took a modest sip and remarked, oh, then I could stay here for the entire afternoon. Couldn't I? Of course, as long as you have the time. Staying until the shop closes is completely fine. As they engaged in light conversation, the mousse finally chilled. Sumu cut a piece and placed the remainder back in the refrigerator. Sorry for the wait. Your chocolate mousse is ready. As usual, if it's not enough, you can always have more. Xia Mo picked up a silver spoon and curiously took a bite, pleasantly surprised as she exclaimed, not bad. I did expect you to possess such skill. The sweetness is just right, not at all cloying. It's quite refreshing. Sumu smiled with a touch of pride. On a scale of 10, I can give you 6 points. Xia Mo took another bite. Sumu's smile faltered as he asked, why only 6? 6 is not bad. I am quite discerning when it comes to desserts. Xia Mo explained while enjoying the mousse. Many renowned chefs in Jiangzhou, I would only rate an 8 or 9. Has anyone ever scored 10 points? Sumu inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Xia Mo replied. Who? Sumu pressed on. My mother, came the surprising answer. A revelation. Sumu suddenly felt that a score of 6 was rather commendable. He returned to his seat, observing the bodyguard nearby who pretended to be strolling, and asked, what brings you here? Did I not mention it before? Xia Mo questioned with a puzzled expression. My home is in Nanshan Junhai, just around here. Sumu's eyes twitched as he gazed at the seamless horizon beyond the glass curtain wall. This was indeed her home, yet it seemed rather extravagant to reside in such a picturesque area. He pondered this briefly, realizing that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he was unlikely to ever have a connection with Nanshan Junhai. No, even if fate intervened, such a connection seemed improbable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the number of guests was even fewer than anticipated. By the time night fell and Sumu activated the warm, inviting lights of the shop, it remained that only Xia Mo was present. Odd, was it not a Saturday? Had everyone gone to work? Sumu opened the eastern window and leaned out to survey the surroundings. The lakeside of Bahai was devoid of any human presence, save for the diligent bodyguards. Xia Mo had shifted from the table to the lazy sofa, engrossed in the hand-copied edition of Harry Potter, the other short flower Great Wall, a rather ancient tome. It was said to have been penned in ancient times by a pontiff named Lumiere, who later also created another classic IP, the Old Dragon Clan. Regrettably, this great pontiff passed away without finishing the finale. Some had taken the Old Dragon Clan and cited the industrial products within as compelling evidence of the cyclical nature of the world. Others contended that it merely demonstrated that the narrative was a modern fabrication masquerading under the guise of ancient authors. The debate had raged for decades without resolution. Xia Mo stretched comfortably, relishing the ambience. She found the place beautiful, tranquil, and undisturbed, with shelves stocked full of her favorite reads and dedicated personnel attending to her needs. Over the course of the afternoon, she not only consumed an entire pot of coffee, but also devoured a whole mousse cake. The initially steep price suddenly felt quite reasonable. Sumu brought over a cup of warm lemon honey water, and placed it on the small table beside the lazy sofa. Xiaomo glanced at her wristwatch, an A. Lang Sony Langematique perpetual calendar, noting that it was 7:42 p.m., and asked, "What time do you plan to close?" "Depends on my mood," Su Mu replied, sipping on plain water. "At least around 11 or 12. She shifted into a more comfortable position. "Do you think anyone will come for coffee at night?" "I believe that the wandering souls at midnight might be in dire need of just such a cup of coffee," Su Mu remarked, setting down his cup to continue his studies, his thoughts sharp and innovative. Suddenly, the tinkling of a wind chime announced the arrival of a new guest as the door swung open. Su Mu stood up, arms outstretched, and said, "What did I tell you? Are you closed?" asked a girl, tall and poised, exuding a refreshing and competent demeanor, accompanied by a well-mannered, sun-kissed young man wearing glasses. Su Mu picked up the menu swiftly and began to attend to the newcomers, inquiring, "What would you like to drink?" Zymo quietly departed from the lazy sofa, stealthily returning to her original seat. "I would like an iced Americano," the girl stated. "And hot tea, Longjing please," the boy replied. Such starkly contrasting choices. Su Mu's attention was entirely captivated by the girl's visage, while Zymo's gaze was fixated on the boy's wrist. Su Mu felt an uncanny familiarity with the woman before him. Yet her identity remained shrouded in a veil of ambiguity. He could discern her silhouette, but not her essence. Zymo, however, was not observing a person, but rather the exquisite timepiece adorning the boy's wrist, a Bregwood, an intricately hand-engraved tourbillon. She cherished three treasures above all: literature, painting, and mechanics. "Just a moment." Su Mu swiftly returned with their beverages, urging them to enjoy. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the woman call out to him, "Hello, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Guan Dingling." Before her words had fully settled, the cafe welcomed its fourth patron of the day, a visage so divine that it seemed otherworldly. Su Mu stared blankly at the young man approaching, unable to conjure any adjectives to describe him, save for perfect. "Mocha, thank you." He chose a seat near the bookshelf and casually withdrew a copy of the ancient Hellenic text, Homer's Epics, 3, immersing himself in leisurely reading. All right. Please hold on." Su Mu took a moment to respond, hastily returning to the counter. The once tranquil ambience of the cafe began to thrum with tension. After Su Mu served the coffee, Zymo tugged him to a corner, picked up a pen from the table, and scribbled in her notepad, "Be cautious, they are all monsters." Su Mu's heart raced with fear, his eyes wide with terror as he seized the pen and wrote back, "Is it the same as that night?" "Not the same. They are not bad people, but rather monsters like me," Zymo replied with her pen, contemplating before continuing with another line. "That mocha gentleman is the most terrifying presence among us. He is dangerous." The iced Americano had initially intended to converse with Su Mu, but upon the entrance of the mocha gentleman, all thoughts were abandoned. Outside, the vigilant bodyguards sensed the unusual tension, their hands resting on their waists as they inched closer. Upon noticing this, Zymo hastily gestured for them to leave, immediately and without delay. "This is not a place for you." As time trickled by, Zymo constantly glanced at the watch on her wrist, the minute hand and hour hand moving in tandem. The Longjing tea gentleman and iced Americano lady sat restlessly, their gazes fixed on their drinks, while the mocha gentleman remained unperturbed, engrossed in his mythical tales. Zymo, a mere observer, sipped her honey water, awaiting the unfolding drama. Her home was nearby, and any disturbance would alert her elders, so she remained relatively calm. As the sole normal individual in the quaint establishment, Su Mu felt the most anxious, gripping his pen tightly, alternating between studying his notes and observing the divine figure. In the midst of the suffocating silence, Su Mu's Nokia suddenly chimed, startling him to the core. His scalp prickled as he picked up the phone from the table, concealing it beneath the surface. It was a final ultimatum from the couple. "Didn't we agree on 2 days? They are far too impatient." He lamented internally, "I truly have no money left." Su Mu swiftly composed a reply, and after sending it, he prudently decided to turn off his phone to avoid emitting any further discordant sounds. Xiaomo gazed at the expression of the youth beneath the table, perplexed. Was that smile one of joy or sorrow? Whose message had he received? In the depths of silence, Mr. Longjing finally spoke. If it were up to him, he would prefer never to encounter that young man by the bookshelf again. "I did not expect to find you here." Mr. Mocha lifted his gaze. The murderous intent he inadvertently revealed sent shivers through everyone present, Yet Su Mu remained oblivious, looking around like a fool, wondering if a confrontation was imminent. Anxiously, he thought, could they refrain from fighting in my little shop? It took me a while to secure this job. I also did not anticipate your early arrival. I merely followed my teacher's instructions to check on my junior brother after the event, only to discover someone had broken their promise. Mr. Long Jing and Miss Bing Maishi exchanged glances, both acutely aware that no resolution would be reached tonight, seizing the opportunity while tempers were still in check. Retreat was the best strategy. Miss Bing Maishi felt somewhat reluctant, but knew she had to heed Mr. Longjing's counsel. If you are here in person, we are willing to make concessions. With that, Mr. Longjing placed the tea bill for both of them and vanished from the cafe alongside Miss Bing Maishi. Outside, as headlights illuminated the scene, Su Mu beheld a stunning purple McLaren sports car, its butterfly doors open, igniting envy within him. With the competitors departed, Mr. Mocha closed the unfinished volume of the Iliad 3, placing 200 yuan bills on the table, stating, "Ahem, Su, shopkeeper, I am not particularly fond of sweetness. Next time, please be so kind as to reduce the sugar. I prefer a more bitter taste." Very well, Su Mu nodded in a daze, glancing at the 200 yuan bills, reminding him, "Sir, your mocha is only 20 yuan. The remainder is a tip. You know, we have a tipping culture in our country." Mr. Mocha replied, "Please ensure to respect our cultural customs." With the discussion elevated to the level of cultural respect, what more could Su Mu say? Yet, judging by his appearance, Mr. Mocha did not seem like a foreigner. With black hair and eyes and sharp brows, he was the epitome of a handsome man. Perhaps an immigrant? Well, thank you for the tip, and we look forward to your next visit. Indeed, farewell. Mr. Mocha pushed open the door and vanished into the inky night. Su Mu did not catch sight of his mode of transportation, nor did he discern how he departed. Goodness! Su Mu rushed outside, ensuring everyone had left, and took a deep breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing. Xia Imo scrutinized the youth before her with a complex gaze, asking, "That junior brother he mentioned? It wouldn't be you, would it?" Sumo, vashing a kodikup, replied, "Doiri zembalhim." Xia Imo examined him closely for a long moment, ultimately shaking her head and saying, "Not at all. If you two stood together, while it may not be as stark as a comparison between Sessamaru and Jakin, there is indeed a clear distinction between a general and a retainer." "I did not appreciate that remark," Su Mu retorted angrily. "I should at least be a captain." Xiaomo's serious expression was lightened by his playful tone, eliciting a smile from her. Su, a shopkeeper, in a remarkably cheerful mood, she, rarely in jest, deliberately mimicked Mr. Mocha's blunder, inquiring, "Will the store be open tomorrow for the weekend? I truly enjoy this place." "Open," came the reply. "Very well, then I shall see you tomorrow." Xia Imo hummed a song by Zhou Zhelun, leading a throng of bodyguards, as they boldly merged into the enveloping darkness of the night. They have all departed, leaving behind a fleeting moment of liveliness. Within the store, only Su Mu remained, refilling his glass with water, seated beside the glass curtain wall, continuing his preparations. The winds of Bahai began to stir, causing the trees outside to rustle in a cacophony. Chapter 5. Believing in a beautiful future at 11 o'clock at night. Su Mu turned off the lights, pulled down the shutter, and secured the lock. He did not bother with a backpack, as he would be returning tomorrow, and carrying it back and forth would be cumbersome. He pushed his beloved little bicycle out, mimicking Xia Mo as he hummed Zhou Zhelun's song. "Merciful Father, I have fallen into the realm of unseeing sins." Upon reaching this line, Su Mu glanced around at the encompassing darkness and felt a twinge of fear, his heart racing. This song felt ominous. It was the same tune that had led him into the Jade Dreamscape last time. No, he must change to another song. Clearing his throat, he softly began to hum a song by Liang Jingru from the previous year, "A Tranquil Summer, the Sky Sprinkled with Stars." As he returned to Shadi Village in the eastern part of the city, the twinkling stars above had vanished. The neighbors in the tenement building had long fallen asleep, leaving only a few crooked streetlights downstairs to welcome Su Mu home. He had timed it perfectly. At this hour, the couple would be in a deep slumber, akin to logs, and, as long as he stealthily slipped inside, he would surely not disturb them. How clever of me, passing by the heap of garbage downstairs. Su Mu's triumphant smile faltered. In the dim light, he spotted many familiar items. No. He parked his bicycle and dashed into the refuse, unearthing a shattered picture frame from the filthy, foul-smelling debris. In the photograph, the kind matron was smiling warmly as she embraced two children. The boy was Su Mu, and the girl was Mu Qianning. Why must they treat me this way? Cradling the photograph, Su Mu knelt amidst the stinking garbage, quietly sobbing to himself. He could not comprehend why. Even if they wished to cast him out, they had to destroy everything and discard it in the trash. I have legs. I can leave on my own. Is it you, Xiaomu? A voice interrupted. Who? Under the dim streetlight, Su Mu saw an elderly security guard, his hair completely white, gazing at him with concern. Wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, he emerged from the refuse. Do not say anything. We all understand. This is not your fault. The old guard produced his aluminum lunchbox, revealing 2 steamed buns and a single egg. Good child, you must be hungry. Have something to eat. With a kind expression, the elderly man stood beneath the shabby streetlight, its warm yellow glow casting a sacred aura akin to an angelic halo. Su Mu was not hungry. He had already eaten well, and the meals at Xiaomo's home were no less than those at Fu Ningning's. I'm not hungry. I have eaten, he replied. The elderly man, aware of his own struggles, did not insist on sharing his food. That is good. The old guard, not pressing further, tucked away his lunchbox. They have thrown away all your belongings, and tonight they even had someone change the locks. Good child, why not stay in my home tonight? Get a good night's sleep, for tomorrow heralds a new day, with the sun rising as per its routine. Life shall not grow more arduous. The future invariably presents itself as more splendid. The elder chuckled, resembling a spiritual guide, directing Su Mu, who stood at the crossroads of life, engulfed in confusion. You are still young, with countless tomorrows ahead and boundless opportunities at your disposal. Remember, never punish yourself for the mistakes of others. This simple truth, elucidated by the elder over a lifetime, has been his guiding principle. Su Mu inhaled deeply, unclenching his tightly held fist, calming his tumultuous emotions. The old man was indeed correct. He was still youthful, having secured such a commendable job, and it was not worth his time to dwell on them. Grandfather, I must take my leave, he stated. Where are you headed? The old security guard inquired anxiously. At this late hour, where can you possibly go? You can leave tomorrow. Su Mu shook his head. Departure was inevitable, whether early or late. He was reluctant to remain in this sorrowful place, fearing that upon awakening, he might encounter those 2 repugnant faces and lose control. I found a job. I can sleep in the shop tonight. Seeing the determination in the child's eyes, the old guard swallowed his words. Su Mu had grown up, matured. No longer the child who required protection. Very well. I shall help you gather your belongings. Beneath the dilapidated tenement, the silhouettes of an elderly man and a young boy. Both hunchbacked, slowly picked through the refuse, retrieving scattered items under the dim light. Su Mu possessed little. Many discarded garments were no longer wearable. What he cherished were his precious memories, photographs, diaries, and the little stars meticulously folded by Mu Qianning. The sheets and blankets were filthy and odorous, yet could still be washed and utilized. Enduring until his salary arrived was entirely feasible. By the way, Mr. Mocha had just given him a tip of 180 yuan, truly a lifesaver in his time of need. Grandfather, I am leaving, Su Mu said as he mounted his bicycle, glancing back to wave. The elder stood at the foot of the tenement, calling out, Child, ride slowly and never return. Su Mu aimlessly pedaled along the lakeside path, contemplating 2 destinations, retracing his route to the cafe or retreating to his incompletely constructed little cabin. The cabin, located by a picturesque lake, had its drawbacks: more mosquitoes, inadequate resistance to wind and rain, and lacking electricity and gas. But overall, it was quite satisfactory. Perhaps it would be best to head to the cafe first. After all, he had to work tomorrow. He could hide his belongings in the woods behind the shop and sleep on the floor tonight. The boss should not mind. At least, he hoped so. Su Mu felt a twinge of anxiety, but had no better options, so he hastened his return. The silent night sky bore witness as a light raindrop fell upon his cheek. Oh no, is it going to rain? Could he really be this unfortunate? The chilly spring breeze swept through the forest, its dampness causing Su Mu to feel flustered. He could only pedal faster, fervently praying that the rain would wait until he arrived. Silver lightning streaked across the sky, and thunder rumbled ominously in his ears. Suddenly, Su Mu recalled that night when he rode in the car with Xiaomo. The radio announced a strong convective weather warning for the city, indicating an abundance of recent rainfall, advising everyone to exercise caution while traveling. A cold raindrop, resembling a bean, mercilessly pelted his face. Subsequently, the second and third drops followed. Amidst the tumultuous thunderstorm, torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, affording him no opportunity to seek refuge. Sumu halted his bicycle, allowing the icy rain to drench his clothes. He stood there, gazing blankly at the sky. Behind him, Shaoli lingered in the distance, pulling out a raincoat, helplessly observing the fate of the boy whom destiny toyed with. He possessed an umbrella, yet it was futile to offer it. What sins did I commit in my past life? Sumu chuckled bitterly, yet felt utterly powerless, compelled to mount his bicycle in search of shelter from the storm. He rose swiftly, pedaling his old bicycle with urgency. The creaking and groaning of the aged bike echoed in his ears, causing unease to swell within him. Please do not fail me now. I implore you. In that moment of silent prayer, a blinding light approached from ahead. Sumu, in terror, lifted his gaze, realizing it was an out-of-control BMW. No, a deranged sports car. Bang! Xiao Li, the law enforcement officer, was startled, witnessing the familiar BMW collide with the boy, subsequently careening into the roadside railing. This cannot go unnoticed. Xiao Li revved his motorcycle, accelerating towards Sumu. Hey, you cannot die like this. The motorcycle roared continuously, yet no matter how he sped, he could not close the distance to the accident scene. Xiao Li slammed on the brakes. Understanding that the hunt for the perpetrator had commenced, Sumu crashed heavily onto the asphalt, his hands and feet scraped. His beloved bicycle reduced to a heap of scrap metal before him. In that instant, fury ignited within him. The facade of a smiling mask was ripped away, replaced by a golden rage that burned with murderous intent. You had better be dead. Sumu sprinted towards the BMW, grasping the car door with his left hand, forcefully tearing it from its hinges, while his right hand firmly grasped the driver's neck, yanking him out of the vehicle. Pay for my bicycle. The youth stood amidst the downpour, roaring in rage like a furious beast. Pay for my, huh? The fire of anger in Sumu's eyes abruptly extinguished as he realized that the man he had seized was the law enforcement officer who had come to seek him that day. What was his name? Qiming? Officer. He was taken aback, as if he had touched something filthy, swiftly letting go. Crimson blood mingled with the rainwater, continuously streaming from Qiming's forehead. In a panic, Sumu tore apart the sleeves of his shirt to bandage him, feeling for breath at his nose. He was alive. Inside the BMW, the officer in the passenger seat had tragically succumbed, a shattered tree branch piercing his body, with thick, red blood splattered everywhere. Hey, wake up! Wake up! Sumu was at a loss, trembling as he fumbled in his pocket for his Nokia, turning it on to reveal a cascade of unread messages, each one laced with insults directed at him. What to do? What to do? Yes, yes, call the police, quickly. With trembling hands, he pressed the alarm phone. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the call could not be made. Bringing the phone closer to his eyes, he realized the signal was non-existent. I don't want you to compensate for the bicycle. I don't need you to. Just please don't die, don't die. Sumu shook Qiming vigorously, tears streaming down his face as he shouted. The boy's cries stirred a creature from the nightmares, a dark crimson reptile emerging from the shadows. Its irregularly textured skin was adorned with barnacle-like shells, each shell harboring a tongue that flicked in and out as if breathing or feeding. The monster's bulging eyes scrutinized the weeping youth. Sumu stared back at the creature, and the creature returned his gaze. Sumu was oblivious to the nature of this grotesque being, while the monster could not comprehend why the boy before it was unaffected by the powers that governed their realm. He defied the rules, moving with an unsettling freedom. Hey! Hey, hey! Sumu, gripped by fear, began to stutter. Desperately pinching Qiming's philtrum yielded no results, so he resorted to slapping his face. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! There's a monster! Stop hitting me! In a daze, Qiming opened his eyes, recognizing the familiar boy slapping his face. If you hit me again, I'll die, he murmured weakly. Sumu awkwardly withdrew his right hand and said, We are surrounded by monsters. The first creature emerged from the darkness, followed closely by a second, a third, until they crowded like a torrential downpour from the sky. Cough, cough. Qiming, supported by Sumu, leaned against the car, retrieving a vial of blue serum from the glove compartment, inserting it into a syringe to inject into his own body. Curiously, Sumu inquired, What is this? A serum for stabilizing bloodline. Qiming replied, You can think of it as a small blood pack. An HB blood pack? Sumu's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly extended his arm. Then give me one too. You just knocked me down. I need urgent treatment. Qi Ming narrowed his eyes, assessing the robust youth before him. You say you were knocked down and need a boost? The monsters, uninterested in their conversation amidst the rain, charged forward. Quick on his feet, Su Mu pulled Qi Ming aside and grabbed the car door to strike. But it passed harmlessly through the monster's body without inflicting any damage. What on earth is this? It can't be hit? Qi Ming chuckled, drawing a pistol from his waist. As you mentioned, there are ghost walls and spectral soldiers. Of course, the ghost cannot be struck. Wow, we're all going to die. And you're still holding a grudge, Su Mu exclaimed. A gunshot rang out as the creature was shot in the head, its crimson flesh scattering across the ground. How could you hit it? Hurry, give me a gun. Sorry, it's standard issue. You wouldn't be able to use it. We're about to die, Su Mu shouted, pointing at the swarm of monsters on the road, stomping his foot in frustration. Qi Ming, unfazed, kicked open the trunk and tossed out a long bag. Use this. Eagerly, Su Mu unzipped it, only to find a golf club inside. He was at once amused and bewildered, pondering how this could possibly be considered a weapon. At first glance, the length of the object might lead one to believe it is a sniper rifle. The ability to strike them does not hinge on the weapon employed, but rather on the essence of power. Qi Ming patiently elucidated that these creatures are the products of the mental sequence and that weapons of the material realm cannot harm them. Only mental prowess or pure elemental forces such as flame, lightning, or light can suffice. With such torrential rain, how can one ignite a fire? Su Mu remarked. Indeed, thus the perpetrator demonstrates remarkable cunning by choosing to strike on a rainy night, Qi Ming continued. However, fret not, for I too belong to the mental sequence. I shall draw you into the realm of the mind. You need only swing your club with confidence. Before Su Mu could finish his sentence, he was already pulled into the criminal's mental hunting ground. Beneath the rain-soaked night, an armed enforcer stood alongside a high school student wielding a golf club, ready to confront the throngs of mental monstrosities. I am afraid, Su Mu lamented, his face a picture of despair. So am I, and my fear is overwhelming. Qi Ming confessed. But can fear guarantee survival? If one wishes to live, there is but one path forward. In that instant, Qi Ming spotted a creature lunging towards them, and with a swift swing, the high school student obliterated its skull. Evading the assault of a second beast, he retaliated with another precise strike, sending splattered gore in all directions. His movements were flawless, his strikes decisive, each one lethal. As he continued to chant, I am so afraid, I am truly terrified. Tears of fear welled in his eyes, yet the slaughter he wrought did not cease. Monsters, innately monstrous beings. This youth must have trained in the art of the sword, and a deadly form at that. Qi Ming raised his firearm, unleashing a barrage of shots upon the creatures. In the shadows, the perpetrator observed everything, contemplating the young swordsman wreaking havoc. After a moment of deliberation, his cautious nature led him to decide to retreat and spare this enforcer's life for the day. Consider yourself fortunate. As he turned to flee, a red stiletto heel struck his chest, pinning him to the ground, whereupon a pair of radiant golden eyes appeared before him. My, how terrifying you are, even before awakening. Behind the woman, Mr. Long Jing applauded, his face alight with mirth as he watched Su Mu's relentless slaughter. I wager he is at least an A-class Miss Bing Maishi. He is nothing like you, Mr. Long Jing countered, shaking his head. I belong to the wisdom sequence. My pure combat prowess is not particularly high. He is either of the flame sequence or the storm sequence, true top-tier power. How modest of you. Miss Bing Maishi let her guard down momentarily, allowing the mental sequence criminal beneath her to make a hasty escape. She gazed with a hint of pity at the receding figure, thinking, would it not be better if I simply dispatched him? Ahead, thunder rumbled as the criminal was forcibly thrust back into position. I thought you had already departed, Mr. Long Jing said respectfully. Mr. Mocha bore a stoic countenance, having yet to ignite his golden eyes. If you do not leave, how can I? We mean no harm, Miss Bing Maishi declared. I merely wish to return everything that belongs to Xiao Mu. Have you not noticed that he is now destitute, wandering the streets? Mr. Mocha remained unperturbed, stating that what belonged to him would eventually be reclaimed, though not at this moment. He asserted that neither you nor Zhou Hai could safeguard it. To conceal, it was the greatest form of protection for Su Mu. However, Miss Bing Maishi was intent on continuing the debate, for they were not without their advantages. Their audacity to come here signified their preparedness. Hua hua. Cease your words, interjected Mr. Long Jing-cha, restraining the impulsive Miss Bing Maishi. Let the prominent figures grapple with this matter. We have other business to attend to. Be my guest, Mr. Mocha remarked as he kicked the criminal to the feet of Miss Bing Maishi. Perhaps he may prove useful to you. I shall take my leave. The criminal trembled on the ground, pleading, do not kill me, do not kill me. You fear death so much, yet you seek to harm others? Miss Bing Maishi's expression remained cold as she drew her gun without hesitation, executing the culprit on the spot. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed, and the spirit dissipated. Miss Bing Maishi cast one last glance at the distant youth, and, urged by Mr. Long Jing-cha, drove away. Support from the Enforcement Bureau arrived promptly, discovering the criminal's lifeless body by the roadside. After a fruitless search, they returned to headquarters with the gravely injured Qi Ming and the innocent high school student Sumu. I owe you a life, Qi Ming stated as he was lifted into the ambulance. After completing the formalities, the chief of the Enforcement Bureau regarded the high school student, who seemed reluctant to depart, and inquired, is there anything else? Sumu, anxiously fiddling with his small hands, asked, what about my bicycle? Ha, the chief chuckled, placing his broad hand on the boy's tense shoulder. Do not fret, young one. Rest assured, the bicycle will be compensated. You save little Qi, and the reward will be applied for you. Really? Sumu's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling extraordinarily fortunate. I knew that the future would surely be brighter. Indeed, it is true. We shall also send a commendation to your school. The chief spoke with a particularly pleasant tone and a kindly demeanor. It is late, so we shall not escort you home tonight. Let us forego the commendation, Sumu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Shall we arrange a hotel room for him? The chief was well aware of the boy's family circumstances, as someone had provided a thorough report earlier. Officer Shaoli took Sumu to the Ingtian building and booked a room with a large bed. You shall stay here tonight. The payment covers 2 days. So you can sleep in tomorrow. That won't do, Sumu protested. I have work tomorrow, and if I am absent, my boss will deduct my salary. Officer Shaoli replied, Sumu, as you opened your package to wash the linens in the hotel bathroom, a square, hard box slid out. Upon opening it, he found 2 steamed buns and an egg inside, causing his nose to tingle with emotion. Very well, rest early. The hotel offers complimentary laundry services. So do not wash things by hand in the bathroom, Officer Shaoli advised, concerned he might hesitate. Is all paid for? Oh, okay. Thank you, brotherly. No need to be so polite, Officer Shaoli responded as he prepared to leave for the Enforcement Bureau, but suddenly heard Sumu call out to him. Brotherly. The boy beamed with a bright smile. What is it? Please do not follow me anymore, all right? Judge Shaoli gazed at the smiling face, a shiver coursing through him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Chapter 6, The Imperial Envoy. Beneath the cloak of night, a relentless downpour continued to fall, while the wind howled outside. The old windows of the Shengwang Cathedral rattled violently against the wooden frames. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony caused Qi Ming a headache as he held a candle in his right hand, cautiously navigating through the desolate church. From the end of the corridor, the sound of a boy's sobbing reached him. Who is there? Qi Ming approached with utmost vigilance, and in the moonlight, he spotted a small boy weeping by the door. Child, are you all right? Why? What do you mean why? Why is fate always so unfair to me? The little boy turned, his face a juxtaposition of a smile and tears, conflicting emotions tearing him apart. Crimson tears cascading from the corners of his eyes as he incessantly lamented the injustices of destiny. Sumu, Qi Ming lifted the candle, finally recognizing the face. He laughed maniacally, shouting and jumping, before suddenly freezing in expression, raising the golf club in his hand like a blade ready to strike. You all must die. Sumu bellowed fiercely. No, Qi Ming shouted, jolting awake from his nightmare, warm afternoon sunlight streaming across his face. Beside the bed, his female assistant was peeling an apple, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he settled back on a hospital bed. Boss, what did you dream about? A rather unsettling dream. Qi Ming stared at the ceiling, recounting the dream to his assistant. I'm still quite worried. What I witnessed last night was that child, a beast born of nature. If left unchecked, it could lead to disaster. Boss, do you mean? The assistant cut a piece of apple and offered it to him. Do you wish to adopt him? Cough, cough, cough. Qi Ming nearly choked on the words, coughing violently. You silly child, what nonsense are you spouting? I merely wish to bring him into the enforcement office. We need individuals of his caliber. That may be impossible. The assistant brought a glass of water. What happened? The assistant explained with a smile. The case has been transferred to the X-Base Southeast Bureau by the higher-ups. What nonsense is this? I have yet to agree. Qi Ming exclaimed, throwing off the covers, intent on confronting his superior for a thorough discussion. The assistant hurriedly pressed him back onto the bed, saying, "Boss, there's no use in being anxious. The authorities explained that this case has exceeded our lineage limits. The one who died yesterday was merely a poor imitation of clown. The X-Base Southeast Bureau has dispatched 2 imperial envoys of high lineage. The assistant reported today's events accurately. The male is named Gu Li, of the Wisdom Sequence, Blue Blood A. The female is named Guan Tinyan, of the Speed Sequence, Blue Blood A grade. That sister seems incredibly cool." Qi Ming was unconcerned with appearances. He was solely focused on lineage. Blue blood? They even dispatched an A? Indeed, boss. The assistant placed the water before him. You needn't worry. The state allocates substantial funds to X-Space each year, which must be utilized, right? Leave the dangerous matters to them. This is not merely a question of danger. Qi Ming sipped the water, his face etched with concern. I am simply apprehensive that if power does not reside in our own hands, it will inevitably lead to trouble. My dear friend, let us defer these matters until you ascend to the esteemed position of the director of the Jiangnan Sheng Law Enforcement Hall. For now, please lie down obediently and focus on your recovery. The female assistant, deeply concerned, admonished, you need not trouble yourself with Su Mu's affairs any longer. We have already received a warning from above. What? Qi Ming was bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden warning. The Xia family has issued orders for us to cease all investigations into Su Mu starting from noon today. All documents related to him, including those in the archives, have been sealed and taken away. The female assistant recounted the events that had transpired during his unconsciousness in meticulous detail. The mention of the Xia family startled Qi Ming, his face betraying disbelief, for they belong to the distinguished lineage. Furthermore, the director has dined with Lord Fu today and returned with a rather grim countenance. This matter has transcended our jurisdiction, so you must concentrate on your recovery. Once you are healed, extend your gratitude with a meal to those who saved your life. And then we can address the situation. The female assistant earnestly persuaded him, while Qi Ming lay in silence on the bed, reflecting on the miraculous overnight fortune of the Yi family, as mentioned in the documents from the previous night. Thus, there is never such a thing as a free lunch. Every gift from fate has already been priced in the shadows, has it not? The decline of the Yi family is but a part of destiny's design. Truly, what poetic justice this is, far more torturous than simply ending Yi Jindong's life. What's Su Mu now? Qi Ming remained restless, anxious that this unfortunate young boy might become a casualty in their power struggle. Rest assured, he is well. He cheerfully went to work early this morning, so full of vigor. The assistant replied with a warm, sunny smile, devoid of any signs of chaos. That is indeed good news. The cafe was abuzz with patrons that day, and Su Mu felt overwhelmed, for he was the sole employee amidst the throngs of affluent customers flocking to indulge in coffee. Good day. Here is your cappuccino and vanilla latte. Enjoy. Just a moment. The charming young lady raised her camera with a beaming smile and inquired, Sir, may we take a picture together? Is that appropriate? Su Mu hesitated, conflicted as it contradicted his principles. With a playful smile, she raised 2 slender fingers and said, 20 for a tip. Su Mu set down the tray. It would be my honor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the final batch of customers stretched lazily and departed in pairs, climbing into their luxury vehicles, leaving Nanshan Bay high, concealed behind the counter. Su Mu gleefully counted the crisp 10-yuan notes, excitement radiating from every pore. 17, 18. In one afternoon, merely from photographs, he had earned a staggering 180 yuan in tips, a veritable windfall, leaning against the wooden cabinet. His eyes sparkled as he took a bite of the free steamed bun he had packed from the hotel that morning. Though cold and hard, it tasted remarkably delightful. If he could consistently earn 180 yuan a day in less than 20 years, he could purchase a cozy little abode in the western part of the city solely from tips. But first, he must procure a birthday gift for Qian Qian. It is simply unfeasible. One cannot indulge in such avarice, expecting to earn 180 every day. Moreover, I must attend school tomorrow. The tinkling sound of the wind chimes at the door announced the arrival of another customer. Sumu swiftly concealed the tips and sprang forth from behind the bar, exclaiming in a booming voice, "Welcome!" His demeanor was imbued with enthusiasm, embodying a life brimming with hope. "Manager Su, business seems quite prosperous today, does it not?" During dinner time, Xiao Mo entered the cafe, carrying her lunchbox. She was acutely aware of the quality of the day's clientele, all of whom had been lured by her charm. Taking her customary seat, she ordered a latte with latte art. "Thank you." It was already quite late. Su Mu sincerely suggested, "Allow me to prepare a cup of honey lemon water for you." "That'll be fine." Xiao Mo placed her lunchbox down and approached the bookshelf. Her expression remained impassive, devoid of any discernible emotions, as if she bore the weight of infinite thoughts. Only when immersed in painting or reading could she momentarily unwind. "I made Longjing tea pastries today. Would you care to try some?" Sumu inquired again. "That is fine. I'll have some after my meal." Xiao Mo's fingers glided across the spines of handwritten manuscripts on the shelf, ultimately pausing at a copy of the Epic of Gilgamesh. Just as she was about to extract it, her gaze fell upon a manga on the shelf, labeled One Piece. After a moment's contemplation, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, reaffirming that this was not her home before returning the Epic of Gilgamesh and decisively selecting several volumes of One Piece. Surely, it was permissible to relax a bit today. Sumu emerged from behind the bar with a glass of honey lemon water and another of plain water, his eyes widening in surprise at the manga in the girl's hands. "What? Am I not allowed to read?" Xia Montak replied coolly. "No, it's not that." Sumu clarified. "This is in Keahi language. There's a translation in Kayun language over there. I can fetch it for you." "Are you merely concerned that you might not understand?" Xiao Mo shook her head, stating, "No need. I comprehend Keahi language." "Ah, I observed you yesterday reading the Rhine language Nibelungenlied, and now you're studying Keahi language manga while also preparing for classes in Inder language. You know so many languages?" Sumu inquired, astonished. Xiao Mo returned to her seat, sipping the warm honey water, and remarked, "I prefer it cold." "Oh, I shall get you some ice." "No need." In Sumu's presence, Xiao Mo showed no hesitation, her fingertips emanating an icy chill that transformed the originally warm honey water into a refreshing iced beverage in mere moments. Having already been seen in such a state, it made little difference to her whether it was once more or one less. She opened her lunchbox, and an enticing aroma filled the small cafe, causing Su Mu to swallow hard, his own cold-steamed bun suddenly losing its appeal. "Join me for a meal," she suggested. With food available, Su Mu was more than willing to oblige, now that he was financially capable of covering the cost. "Absolutely." A broad smile blossomed on Su Mu's face as he eagerly picked up his ceramic chopsticks, opening his lunchbox with anticipation. To his astonishment, the first item he picked up was a piece of black abalone. His hand trembled slightly, and he hastily selected another dish. The second item was a generous portion of snow-white crab meat. Only then did he realize that today's ingredients were entirely different from those of yesterday. Finally, with a trembling hand, he picked up the cheapest fried egg from the lunchbox. However, what were those numerous black specks sprinkled atop? Was it chocolate? The taste in his mouth was somewhat peculiar, with a hint of freshness, yet predominantly the flavor of the egg. "What is this?" he inquired curiously. "Zhugong Jun," replied Xiao Mo. It sounded exceedingly cheap. Only then did Su Mu feel reassured enough to indulge, while the girl opposite him remained fixated on her extravagant ingredients, merely lowering her head to consume the egg, and suddenly, everything became clear to her. "What does Fu Ning Ning usually treat you to?" she asked. "A great deal. Like shrimp, chopped chili fish, braised chicken with edamame, bok choy, and steamed eggs. Oh, and I particularly adore her family's red braised pork." Su Mu answered candidly. "Does she eat so simply?" Xiao Mo scrutinized her classmate before realizing everything at once. It wasn't he that Fu Ning Ning desired these dishes, but rather that Su Mu only ate these. She truly put in the effort. Her family's red braised pork is indeed delectable. "Have you tried it?" "Of course." Xiao Mo replied with a beaming smile, a hint of mischief suddenly appearing on her face, though she disguised it remarkably well, concealing it in an instant. "Do you know?" "Know what?" "The red braised pork you consumed was personally prepared by her mother." "Mom." Sumu suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. Xiao Mo, unperturbed, picked up a piece of crab meat, kindly advising, "Take your time eating, no one is competing with you. Drink some water." Coughing. Sumu retrieved a tissue and moved aside, only recovering after expelling a grain of rice from his nasal passage. Is it truly that potent? Xiao nibbled slowly on her egg, deciphering the dynamics between him and Fu Ningning in just a few sentences. Poor Fu Ningning harbored feelings for the young man before her, who reciprocated those feelings to some extent. Yet he was infatuated with Mu Qianning and could not straightforwardly decline his deskmate's kindness. What if the deskmate was merely being benevolent without ulterior motives? If he carelessly rejected her, it would turn him into a fool. However, with one of Xiaomo's remarks, the crucial information was revealed: Mother's red braised pork, which made Sumu fully comprehend his deskmate's intentions, causing a wave of apprehension that led to his exaggerated reaction. Sumu awkwardly gazed at Xiaomo, perceiving the teasing glint in her eyes, and he understood that she had already pieced together much of the puzzle. Sit down, eat, she urged, pointing her chopsticks at the crab meat, abalone, and other seemingly luxurious ingredients in the lunchbox, her implication unmistakable. You should eat all of it. Sumu resumed his seat and picked up his chopsticks again, intending to explain something, but suddenly realized that he and Xiaomo were not particularly close. They had merely shared a series of unusual experiences. Had it not been for his job at this cafe, it was likely that they would never have crossed paths again after that night. You need not discuss it with me. That is between you and Fu Ningning, and I have no interest. Xiaomo leisurely sipped her honey water, adding, You should not harbor any psychological burdens. You are not of the same ilk, and ultimately, you will not end up together. Cherish this fleeting moment. She has become fully aware of the events that transpired last night. Although that mental hunt was merely a power play orchestrated by an insignificant ant devoid of even a golden eye. Yet, Sumu has also not awakened his own powers. Has he? If he were to awaken, what sequence would he belong to? Xiaomo is filled with curiosity. Although the Fu family is wealthy, they are merely an ordinary mundane bloodline, with no true place at the core of the power table. The words of consolation, however, carry a different meaning in Sumu's ears. He is acutely aware of the insurmountable class divide between himself and Fu Ningning. This chasm cannot be bridged merely by excelling in studies or gaining admission to a prestigious university. It requires generations of relentless effort, coupled with extraordinary fortune, to even have a chance at catching up. Their family boasts the title of the wealthiest in the Jiangnan province. The companion of a princess can only be a prince. Thus, throughout history, all tales of noble women loving lesser men have been mere myths. Sumu remains silent, bowing his head as he finishes his meal. After dinner, Xiaomo collapses onto the lazy sofa, gazing at the original volume of One Piece she brought, her calm features concealing a pair of yearning eyes. From childhood to now, she has never been allowed to leave Jiangzhou, let alone travel abroad. The world is vast, and Xiaomo longs to explore it. Sumu sits before the glass curtain wall, continuing his preparations for the upcoming studies. The door swings open once more. Time rewinds to last night. Mr. Longjing T escorts Miss Ice Americano back to their hotel, the administrative suite of the Zaitis International Hotel in Ingtian Tower, standing at a towering 137 meters, offering a perfect view of the nightscape of Jiangzhou. What should we do now? Miss Ice Americano, kicking off her high heels, slumps onto the soft sofa, her face a portrait of helplessness as she laments their predicament. We are being targeted by Chunmo Bai, and it seems the task assigned by the teacher may remain unfulfilled. Mr. Longjing T. Guli remains unfazed. He retrieves a collection of essays, Hot Winds, from his backpack and comfortably settles onto an armchair by the floor-to-ceiling window. You tend to become anxious in the face of challenges, rather explosive, quite fitting for your name. Upon reflection, what advantages do we possess in Kaiyun that Chunmo Bai lacks? Guton Yin leans back on the sofa, pondering before responding. Space influence in Kaiyun is significantly larger, and we have official endorsement. Therefore, we need not present ourselves directly. Isn't he already fixated on us? Guli smiles, then let him fixate. After all, he is but one person. Let the Southeastern Bureau of X-Base contact the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Department under the pretext of investigating a case, inviting Sumu out. ISNT, the Law Enforcement Department, also investigating the Dream Murder case. With Space Southeastern Bureau acting legally and appropriately, Sumu has already been implicated. We merely need to ride the current. Gu Tian Yin inquires, should we have the teacher dispatch another person? Guli shakes his head. This matter can only be handled by you. No one else can earn Su Mu's trust, although he is kind-hearted. He has endured too much hardship to be merely a blank slate. You must approach him discreetly while I draw Chan Mo Bai's attention at the hotel. Is he nearby? Guli ignited his golden eyes, casting a colossal chessboard upon the ground, with 3 golden pieces distributed across it, the largest and most resplendent being Chan Mo Bai. Naturally, he was not alone. Su Mu had also been assigned by the law enforcement hall to the hotel beneath us. Guan Tianyin, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Are you confident in deceiving Chan Mo Bai? He is not part of the wisdom sequence, while I belong to wisdom sequence A. Deceiving a single individual should not be overly difficult, right?" Guli exuded immense confidence regarding his power sequence. "Very well, let us proceed. However, it has been quite some time since we last met. I wonder if Xiao Mu will still remember me." Guan Tianyin produced the dossier pertaining to the current mission, meticulously examining a photograph of Su Mu from his childhood, a mere 5 years of age. Who can recall events from when they were 5? Guli extinguished his golden eyes, stating, "Memory is inconsequential. Identity bears great significance. Your teacher is the student of his father, and you played together in your youth, which is crucial." Ha ha ha, Guan Tianyin chuckled, folding the dossier. "By that reckoning, Su Mu is actually a generation older than I. Calling him Xiao Mu seems rather inappropriate. Perhaps I should address him as Uncle Mu?" Guli approached him, tossing a dossier onto the sofa, saying, "Take a look. It may assist you with your forthcoming tasks." He then turned back to the window, perusing the collection of Lu Sun's works, softly reciting, "If from henceforth there is no torchlight, I shall be the sole beacon." Guan Tianyin, perplexed, picked up the blank file folder and extracted the documents within, revealing a striking red serial number. Forbidden MZ1991072333113FC. Upon seeing the vivid red word forbidden, his heart jolted, and he stood up in panic, gazing incredulously at his partner reading by the window. The company's classified documents are categorized into 2 types, confidential and forbidden. The term forbidden denotes a prohibition of speech and represents the company's highest secrets, further divided into 3 levels, Z, Y, and X. Although Z is the lowest rank among them, it remains inaccessible to both himself and Guli. With a trembling voice, Guan Tianyin asked, "Where did this come from?" Guli remained silent. Guan Tianyin, with shaking hands, withdrew the documents, reading the opening line, "If from henceforth there is no torchlight, I shall be the sole beacon." Storm Dragon King. Storm Dragon King? Guan Tianyin, terrified, immediately sought a lighter, preparing to incinerate this forbidden document that could jeopardize their lives. "Are you not going to take a look?" Guli continued to smile, unfazed by the gravity of the situation, casually stating, "I borrowed it from the company archives." "You are insane. You stole a document," Guan Tianyin exclaimed, feeling a sense of collapse. "If the teacher discovers you have pilfered a forbidden document, he will kill you." In truth, Dr. Zhou was already aware. Guan Tianyin was taken aback, exclaiming, "He knows? How is it that your head has not been severed from your body? Are you wishing for my separation? That is not my intent. Why have you stolen this document?" Guli shook the book in his hand, asserting, "How can one refer to the pursuits of a scholar as theft? I merely stumbled upon this document while investigating Su Mu's background." Guan Tianyin then discerned the cover of the book, where the prominent characters Lu Sun stood out vividly. "Are you truly not curious?" Dr. Zhou, defying the intentions of the highest authority, is determined to safeguard this child. Although the child is already well concealed, he now risks intervention. Guamli Rizas. Liang Yao, Su Mu's mother, a member of the Flame Sequence, possessing blue blood grade A, with the power of Jin Lian. Do you truly have no doubts that, with merely the 65th power, 532, Jin Lian, she could single-handedly slay that colossal beast? That is Xing 012, Wu Meng Tan. Can a mere declaration of maternal love obscure all truths? Guan Tianyin gazes at the dossier in his hands, standing silently. Time rewinds. At this moment, in a cafe at Nanshan Bahai, a throng of law enforcers floods into the small establishment, directly approaching Su Mu. The leading officer, adorned with a golden sunflower crystal button, retrieves identification from within his coat. "Are you Mr. Su Mu?" Su Mu, nervously rubbing the pen in his hand, nods, "Yes, I am. I am from the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau, a senior independent investigator. We have come to inquire about last night's events. Please accompany us." So it concerns last night's incident. I thought you were here to apprehend me for clandestine studying. Has my bonus been approved? Su Mu's smile is radiant. The investigators respond, Sir, the bonus is still under application. It has gone through special approval channels, but it will require at least 5 more working days. Please be patient. The senior investigator adds, We have made new discoveries and wish to request your assistance. Do not be anxious. I'm a colleague of Qi Ming, and this is merely a simple inquiry, nothing more. Oh, please wait a moment. I will close the shop. Su Mu turns to Xia Mo, apologetically stating, I'm sorry. We need to close early today. Let me help you pack the tea pastries. It is only when the boy speaks that the senior investigator notices someone seated on a lazy sofa in the corner. Xia, Miss Xia. All law enforcers acquainted with Xia Mo are taken aback. They did not expect her presence here. The senior investigator states, I apologize. We are here on official business. Rest assured we will not trouble Mr. Su Mu. They have already received notice of the Xia family's restrictions, although this is merely a request for cooperation, not an examination of his identity or background. The sight of the young girl leaves everyone uncertain. Why was no one informed beforehand that Su Mu and the heir of the Xia family are close friends? Xia Mo has hidden the comic book beneath her, holding the copy of the Epic of Gilgamesh that she had discarded. Although seated on the lazy sofa, she maintains an elegant demeanor, exuding the aura of one in a position of power. The girl raises her gaze slightly, surveying the crowd, and inquires, Did the personnel from X-Base Southeast Bureau not arrive? I'm here. A member of X-Base emerges from the crowd, respectfully stating, Miss Xia, we are here to handle a case. And the law enforcement officers do not wish to alarm Mr. Su Mu. I heard you have 2 special envoys? Xia Mo presses. Yes, 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 the man hastily replies. They were dispatched from the X-Base Central Headquarters. 1 male and 1 female, both quite young. Indeed, indeed. The man eagerly flatters. You are truly astute. Nothing escapes your discerning eye. Understood. The so-called Imperial Envoy was the one who visited Su Mu that evening, accompanied by Mr. Longjing Ti and Ms. Ice Americano. This scene was merely a ruse to evade Mr. Mocha's petty schemes. How amusing. Xia Mo began to feel exhilarated and said to Su Mu, Rest assured. You may go with them. Hand me the key. I will finish this volume and then help you close up. You shall receive the key on Monday at school. Su Mu was utterly bewildered. Had she not just been reading One Piece? Where was her comic book? Hurry up, Xia Mo urged, feeling anxious. If she stood up now, the comic book beneath her would surely be exposed. Oh. Su Mu hastily retrieved the key and placed it on the table, refraining from asking further questions. Fearful of inciting the customer's ire. Given Xia Mo's esteemed status, offending her could lead to dire consequences if it reached the ears of the boss, potentially resulting in his dismissal. Well, I shall take my leave then. Go on. See you at school tomorrow. Su Mu followed the officers as they departed the cafe. Xia Mo, distracted, flipped through the book in her hands. After a considerable wait, ensuring no one was around, she leapt from the lazy sofa ball. That was close. It was time to head home. Yet, gazing at the array of handwritten manuscripts scattered about the room, she hesitated. As many were titles she wished to read, but could not at home. Perhaps she could lock the door and linger a bit longer? Chapter 7. The ugly duckling transforms into a swan. 9 white motorcycles, sirens blaring, cleared the way ahead, while 4 black police Chevrolet Suburbans encased 2 black Maybachs in their midst, with the last police vehicle trailing the convoy from a distance. The presence of a Suburban was uncommon in Kaiun, and an official police plate was even rarer. The Law Enforcement Bureau maintained its own vehicle system, with neither Maybachs nor Suburbans included. Thus, with a modest understanding of the law enforcement structure in Kaiun, one could easily deduce that this convoy, aside from the motorcycles leading the way, belonged to the mercenary organization known as Shifeng Xiaobei. However, it was better known by another name, X-Base. When X-Base first entered Kaiun, there was a proposal to translate it as tenfold ambush, which was not only evocative, but also painted a vivid picture of an inescapable net. However, this suggestion was quickly dismissed. While tenfold ambush was indeed vivid, the historical figure associated with it was none other than the formidable Xiang Yu, a man who had an entire chapter dedicated to him in the records of the Grand Historian. X-Base was introduced to Kaiun to apprehend vicious criminals, and the title Tenfold Ambush was deemed too grandiose for the offenders. After considerable negotiation, it was ultimately renamed Shifeng Xiaobei. Upon exiting the cafe and catching sight of the Maybach within the convoy, Su-mu felt his heart lurch as unwelcome memories flooded his mind. As he observed the entire convoy, he was beset by questions. Was such a grand display truly necessary for merely cooperating with an investigation at the Law Enforcement Bureau? As the convoy set into motion and the motorcycles cleared the streets, his anxiety only intensified. Seated in the rear of one of the Maybachs, Su-mu nervously fiddled with the hem of his school uniform. The senior investigator, noticing his unease, picked up a bottle of mineral water in an attempt to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere, saying, "There's no need to be so tense. We are not the villains here. Here, have some water." "All right, thank you," Su-mu replied politely as he accepted the bottle. "Why are you wearing your school uniform?" The senior investigator initiated the conversation, seemingly at a loss for words. It was a weekend, and if memory served correctly, at Jinglinjie's home, there was no strict regulation mandating the wearing of uniforms except during the flag-raising ceremony on Mondays. "Well," Su-mu replied candidly while sipping water, "I only have a school uniform." The senior investigator remarked, "Moreover, the uniform looks quite smart. The blazer adds a certain flair." Su-mu continued, "I can't very well wear the cafe uniform outside, even though the fabric is quite nice. It just resembles a server's attire too closely. Primarily, I've been growing taller over the past 2 years, and many of my previously purchased clothes no longer fit, but the school provides new uniforms every year, and I don't have to pay for them." The senior investigator thought the topic was rather uncomfortable and quickly decided to switch to another. Since the Xia family had sealed all of Su-mu's records, the investigator knew little about him and inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject. He found it hard to fathom that Xia Mo's friend could be a boy with nothing but a school uniform to wear. After taking a tactical sip of water, the senior investigator aimed to lighten the mood by steering the conversation towards relationships, considering that young boys of 17 or 18 are often enamored with romance. It also presented an opportunity to probe into the nature of Su-mu's relationship with Xia Mo. "It seems you have a good relationship with Miss Xia," he suggested. "Is that so?" Su-mu replied, gripping the bottle of mineral water. He did not perceive anything particularly unusual in his relationship with Xia Mo. They had merely shared some extraordinary experiences, but those were matters he had been repeatedly cautioned to keep private. "Perhaps it is simply because we are classmates." The senior investigator, naturally skeptical, knew that not all classmates could be friends with the heir of the Xia family. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed his mind. If it were another ancient lineage, he might not entertain such an absurd notion. But the Xia family was different. They had been notorious for prioritizing love over power for 2 generations. It was conceivable that Miss Xia had inherited this romantic inclination as well. Moreover, since both Miss Xia and this boy were of age, he was not inciting underage relationships. Miss Xia rarely befriends males, so you must seize this opportunity, the senior investigator hinted, suggesting that if he could facilitate a pairing between the two, he might ascend the lofty heights of the Xia family. What opportunity? Su-mu shot a sidelong glance at him, sensing a hint of gossip in the air. Was there truly a fabricated story worth feasting upon? The senior investigator refrained from stating it outright, merely expressing, in life, there are 3 chances to change one's destiny. The first is birth, and that we cannot choose. The second is the college entrance examination, but education has a delayed effect. Many awaken only after graduating and entering society, realizing that what once seemed obscure in textbooks becomes profoundly enlightening, leading to regret for not appreciating it sooner. It's akin to how I educate my son, urging him to study diligently, yet he remains indifferent. Watching him reminds me of my younger self. The cyclical nature of it all is strikingly similar. I cannot awaken him, much like I could not awaken my own younger self. The third time, and indeed the moment you have the greatest control over your fate, lies entirely in your hands. That is marriage. Suddenly, Uncle Su-mu interrupted him, gazing intently into the murky depths of the other's eyes, and earnestly declared, "I have someone I cherish dearly. Our bond is strong. Although we are not yet officially in a romantic relationship, we have grown up together, and our feelings for one another are profound. I plan to confess my feelings to her after the college entrance examination, and Uncle, you should bless us." The senior investigator regarded the youth's clear, innocent eyes, a ripple of nostalgia stirring within him, yet the memories did not alter his current perspective. How wonderful it is to be young. He simply contemplated this. Which youthful soul has not harbored dreams of holding hands and growing old together? Yet, dreams remain dreams. Very well, uncle wishes you well, he replied. The youth, brimming with fervor, was unyielding. Only after enduring the harsh realities of life would they grasp the brutality of existence. The senior investigator did not wish to provoke Sumu, so he followed along, offering insincere blessings. Thank you, Sumu responded without further thought, turning his gaze to the window, only to realize that the road seemed unfamiliar, as if they were not heading to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Where are we going? He inquired. To the headquarters of X-Base in the Southeast Bureau, the senior investigator explained. Chi Ming is injured and hospitalized. The case has now been handed over to X-Base. Someone is waiting for you at the Southeast Bureau headquarters. Who? Sumu had neither heard of X-Base nor recognized anyone from the Southeast Bureau. Miss Guantinyan. The convoy traversed through a lush mountain forest, and a picturesque lakeside town reminiscent of a fairy tale emerged before them, with vibrant garden villas lined neatly along the winding riverbanks. A classical castle on the distant hill caught the eye, its flag fluttering proudly atop, signifying X-Base. At the town's entrance, a purple McLaren was parked on the bridge, and Sumu spotted Miss Bing Maishi leaning casually against the car, her eyes sparkling with delight at their reunion. We have arrived, the senior investigator announced. The Maybach halted beside the wooden bridge, and he approached Miss Bing Maishi, saying, Miss Guan, the person you requested has been brought to you. The rest is now in space hands. Thank you for your hard work. Please return and rest early. It is all part of my duties. Sumu exited the vehicle, and under the guidance of the senior independent investigator, the black convoy departed the town in an orderly fashion, vanishing into the night. Good evening, Guantinyan said, striding towards Sumu in her high heels, extending her hand with a beaming smile. The previous self-introduction was interrupted, so let me do it again. Guantinyan. Guan from Guan Shengdi Jun, Tian from Tiandi, and Yin from Yendi. Sumu gazed at the strikingly cool sister before him, his heart swelling with affection as he grasped her hand, marveling. Even your self-introduction is so unique. 3 words, each representing an emperor. Just as he was about to introduce himself, he heard the sister say, Sumu, 18 years old, born on November 1st, 1986. Your father is named Su Yuan, and your mother is named Liang Yao, correct? You know me? Su Yuan, Liang Yao. Sumu could hardly recall the last time he had heard those names. The visage of my mother is gradually becoming obscured in my memory. No matter how fervently I strive to retain it, I cannot alter this truth. As for my father, I have long forgotten his face, or perhaps I never truly committed it to memory. Guantinyan produced an old black and white photograph and handed it to me. It was a group photo. Within the ashen recesses of my recollection, a plump little Sumu sat within a basin, while a lovely little girl embraced him from behind. Su Tang, do you not remember me? Is I Hua Hua, Hua Hua, Hua Hua. Sumu gazed at the photograph in his hands, and for reasons unknown, his focus gradually waned, tears cascading from the corners of his eyes as fragmented memories incessantly flickered in his mind. Sister Hua Hua, wait for me. Sister Hua Hua, let me have a bite. Sister Hua Hua? Sister Hua Hua. The disjointed echoes of voices reverberated in his ears. Yet the visage of the girl in his memories remained indistinct, the scenes forever shrouded in a haze, a monotonous gray suffusing every corner. No matter how earnestly Sumu endeavored, he could not recall even the slightest detail of bygone memories. With tears streaming down his face, he uttered, I am sorry. I do not remember. I should know you, but I am sorry, I cannot recall. I am sorry. Sumu incessantly repeated this phrase, as memories tore at his very nerves. It is all right. It is all right. No need to apologize. Guantinyan reflected upon the case files, his heart aching as he held his little boy closely, tenderly caressing his back like a mother. However, the boy had grown, and even in high heels, he could no longer reach his head. Everything had come to an end. Let us return home. Ing Tian Building, Destitute International Hotel. Gu Li's hands danced across the keyboard of his notebook, swiftly typing, lines of code materializing upon the screen. Once more, he infiltrated the archives of Space Atrium, seeking his target dossier. Drinking alone? Why not invite me for a drink? In the suite's living room, Chen Mabai suddenly appeared, nonchalantly seating himself on the sofa while reaching for a beer on the coffee table. Gu Li turned to look at him, his right hand involuntarily trembling slightly. Despite being mentally prepared, the fear still gripped him when his deception was unveiled. Chen Mabai popped the tab and took a refreshing sip of beer, gazing thoughtfully at Guan Tianyan, a flicker of admiration lighting his eyes. Distorting reality. He rose to stand beside Guan Tianyan, golden lightning crackling in the air around them. And merely by passing through, he instantaneously obliterated the false persona crafted by Gu Li's manipulation of reality and fate. The fabricated being was destroyed, and Gu Li's golden eyes trembled as deep blue blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. You are remarkable, surprisingly outstanding. No wonder Zhou Hai entrusted you with this task. Chen Mabai sauntered to the window, peering out at the location of Space Southeastern Bureau. Searching for something? Information regarding Sumu? Gu Li wiped the blood from his mouth, returning his gaze to the computer. In that moment of distraction, company security had already taken notice, prompting him to hastily exit the archives and cease his hacking activities. I'm merely curious about his past, Gu Li remarked, though we are not yet friends. Heed my advice. Chen Mo Bai declared, cease your perilous actions. Prying into the fates of others will only ensnare you in a tempest. Your current prowess is insufficient to enter the fray. You are not angered? Gu Li expressed surprise, as the other party was not there to reprimand him. What use is anger? Chen Mo Bai finished the beer in his hand, stating that should he have the opportunity to alter the established facts by eliminating you, he would not hesitate to act. I would barter your life for Su Mu's choice. What does that mean? Gu Li was perplexed. My junior disciple will not join X-Space. Correct? Chen Mo Bai crumpled the aluminum can, and simultaneously, the notebook on Gu Li's lap shattered into countless fragments. A suffocating power ignited, and the terrifying sense of oppression extinguished Mr. Long Jing Cha's golden eyes. The warning from Mr. Mo Ka was unequivocal. This is not for me to decide. Gu Li breathed rapidly. This was the moment he was closest to death. Chen Mo Bai remarked, I'm not inquiring of you. I understand now. The purple McLaren sped through the streets of the small town, drawing numerous curious gazes. Su Mu, like a curious child, examined it from every angle, contemplating what posture he would assume while dreaming of this car at night. When the butterfly doors ascended, he felt his blood boiling. The McLaren Speedtail S custom model. I call her Shadow Dancer. Utilizes Space New Energy Core on a special engine. The laboratory modified the prototype's rear, adding a convertible design, and adjusted the seat position to comply with domestic road regulations. The only regret is that she's still a prototype, and yes, there's a certain risk involved. Risk? Su Mu caressed the genuine leather of the car, almost drooling. Yes, the new energy core from X-Space is unstable when subjected to immense external force. There's a risk of explosion. En explosion? Su Mu was startled. So, you mean she's essentially a mobile bomb? One could say she is my last bullet. Guan Tianyan corrected with a smile. The energy department has implemented special measures, so the explosion's range is limited enough to merely destroy one vehicle. Are we not in grave danger then? Su Mu found the sensation of sitting atop a bomb rather unpleasant. Guan Tianyan turned, igniting his brilliant golden eyes with a smile. I believe my situation is manageable. What do you think? Su Mu nodded in a daze, conceding that he agreed. Another pair of golden eyes. Guan Tianyan mischievously pressed the speed button, and the roar of the engine erupted. With a sudden press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward, the dashboard's needle spinning rapidly, while the surrounding night scenery blurred, the streetlights merging into one. Help, help! Su Mu felt himself firmly pinned to the seat, the wild wind striking his face with pain. In the next moment, he was enveloped in golden flames, the chaotic wind soothing like a gentle kitten. Is this power? Power? You are aware of power? Who mentioned it to you, Monsieur Mo? Su Mu found himself a loss for words, for only he could perceive you, and voicing such thoughts would inevitably cast him as insane. Ever since her return 2 days prior, she had vanished without a trace. Where could that girl have wandered off to now? Indeed, it was as Xiao Mo had informed me. After weighing the circumstances, Su Mu unhesitatingly placed the blame on her, knowing that Guan Tianyan would not seek verification. I suspect that is indeed the case. Guan Tianyan engaged the handbrake, the tires screeching against the pavement as the Shadow Dancer let out a roar, smoothly coming to a halt before the X-Space fortress. Let us proceed inside, she beckoned, leading the inquisitive young boy into the headquarters of X-Space Southeast Bureau. As they passed through the turnstile, Sumu caught sight of a small screen displaying a string of codes. X-Base Courtyard, OF1 9990006A9, Guantianyan. An AI voice emanated from the turnstile. Identity verification successful. Miss Guantianyan, you may enter. Come over here, Guantianyan called back, noticing Sumu standing outside the turnstile. Lost in hesitation. If I walk through this, there won't be any machine guns or cannons rising to point at me, right? Sumu remarked, noting the wording on the screen. You are overthinking it, Guantianyan replied. With great caution, Sumu traversed the turnstile. The AI voice chimed again. Identity verification successful, Mr. Sumu, you may enter. He glanced at the display, noting his own code, X-Base Courtyard, OF000000000 AI0. Why is mine a string of zeros? Guantianyan, walking ahead, explained, OF stands for Operations Formation, also known as the Action Department. The first 4 digits denote the year of enrollment. For instance, I entered in 1999. The 02 signifies the Courtyard Combat Sequence. 01 represents the Northern Continent, and 03 the Southern region. The 006 indicates the ranking of my assessment upon admission, while the letter A denotes lineage status. And the final digit, 9, reflects my rank within X-Base. Your 0000 signifies pending status, and AI represents a lineage grade of Amy. A. Sumu pointed incredulously at himself. You are so remarkable. Yet you're merely an A grade. It is not your merit. To be precise, it is due to your mother, Aunt Liang Yao, whose lineage is esteemed. Guantianyan reiterated the official announcement from X-Base, noting her own classification as Fire Sequence, Blue Blood A, with the power designation of Dongjun. She refrained from disclosing the entire truth, believing it was not yet the right moment. She would reveal it when Sumu grew older and stronger. As they passed a conference room, Sumu's attention was captivated by a wanted poster affixed to the wall. What are you looking at? Guantianyan inquired, leaning closer to examine the notice. Zhang Qingyun, C-grade wanted criminal, bounty of 400,000. Discovered dead on the road last night, a bullet having pierced his brain. 400,000. Sumu exclaimed, is there such wealth in your line of work? He recalled the previous night when the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau mentioned applying for a bounty for himself. He wondered how much it would amount to. Indeed, it is quite lucrative. Guantianyan nodded, noting that the Courtyard headquarters displayed several S-grade wanted criminals, each with bounties exceeding 1 billion. Would you like to challenge yourself? Not a chance. I cannot do that. Sumu firmly declined. Although tomorrow he hopes to earn a fortune for his retirement. The prospect of a billion-dollar inheritance seems far beyond the reach of a novice like him. Guantianyan led Sumu into a small conference room. Please take a seat. She gestured toward the chairs. Before Sumu lay a document and a pen. The purpose of today's meeting revolves around 3 matters. First, your parents' inheritance. Second, a preliminary examination of your lineage. Third, discussions regarding the awakening of your bloodline and further studies at headquarters. Suddenly, the shrill ringing of Guantianyan's phone interrupted the conversation. Excuse me, I must take this call, she said, glancing at the screen before stepping out of the conference room. Hello, teacher, what is it? It was a call from Zhou Hai. Through the glass, Sumu observed the unease and tension etched on Guantianyan's face as she paced the hallway, ultimately returning with a resigned sigh. What's the matter? He inquired. Nothing, she replied, her gaze complex. Before coming here, she had never anticipated that what began as a simple task would spiral into such an uncontrollable situation. Now, let us address the first matter, which concerns the inheritance left to you by Uncle Su Yuan and Aunt Liang Yao. Inheritance? Sumu's spirits dampened. He had envisioned countless times a reality where his parents were alive, at least his father. I apologize for touching upon a painful subject, Guantianyan said gently. It's all right. These matters are inevitable. She settled opposite Sumu and opened the folder before him. The house has already been redeemed for you. Please take stock of the items. As for the other properties, I have converted them into cash for you to verify. Understood, Sumu replied, scanning the information on the document without retaining much, save for the house address, which resonated vividly. Jiangzhou Yuhua. Wasn't he that where Qianxin had moved? By sheer coincidence. They were neighbors again. A wave of exhilaration washed over him as he perused the document, finally pausing at the balance of his parents' bank account, meticulously counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As he counted, the numbers began to blur before his eyes. How much could this possibly be? Su Mu extracted the pen, pointing at the digits, his voice trembling as he counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He inhaled sharply and slapped his face with a resounding crack. That hurt, he exclaimed. Tears welled at the corners of his eyes as he touched his face. The total balance of his parents' account was an astounding 13,496,521 yuan, 8 jiao, 6 fun. He counted several times, fearful that a mere blink would alter the figures. Such wealth, even in the afterlife, he had never encountered. This cannot be real. This cannot be real. Su Mu murmured softly, yet the sting of his slap was undeniably tangible. Is this truly for me? He struggled to comprehend the notion of receiving such an immense inheritance out of thin air, especially after worrying just moments ago about where he would sleep tonight. In the blink of an eye, he had suddenly acquired enough wealth to last several lifetimes. Guan Tianyan nodded affirmatively and said, "Go ahead and sign. Once you do, it will be yours. However, transferring such a substantial sum to Kaiyun will require some time. In truth, there are individuals who have been closely monitoring this account, and the teacher will need to employ certain tactics to facilitate the transfer." Yet, Guan Tianyan refrained from elaborating, as this was a matter between him and his teacher, one that warranted their concern. Su Mu meticulously reviewed the documents from the beginning, and after several readings, he inquired, "Are there any additional conditions?" "There are none," Guan Tianyan replied, observing Su Mu's cautious demeanor, as if he feared falling into a trap once more. "These are rightfully yours." Su Mu inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly. Ultimately, he inscribed his name, Su Mu, at the bottom of the document. The agreement was now in effect. Guan Tianyan activated the projector, revealing the PPT she had painstakingly crafted during the night. For professionals, the ability to create an effective PPT is fundamental and paramount, as its quality directly influences the success of one's presentation and the likelihood of garnering the leader's appreciation. The second matter at hand pertains to the preliminary examination of one's lineage. Before proceeding, allow me to introduce you to the world of the inherited bloodline, what constitutes the golden eye, the concepts of authority and sequence, as well as the origins and responsibilities of X-Space. First and foremost, it is essential to delineate the fundamental differences among you, me, Xiaomo, Mu Qianning, Unfu Ning Ning. Guan Tianyan blinked, clearly well informed about Su Mu's romantic entanglements. Su Mu's face flushed, reminiscent of a young person caught in the throes of first love by their parents. Guan Tianyan asked, "Do you believe in the existence of deities in this world?" Su Mu shook his head, steadfastly embodying the principles of materialism. "Well, starting today, your worldview must evolve," Guan Tianyan asserted. "In this world, deities truly exist. Contemporary studies in the field of authority and deities suggest that the inherited bloodline is a product of the union between gods and humans, with divine blood endowing us with formidable powers that govern all things in this realm. Thus far, research has identified a total of 16 divine authority sequences, comprising 8 power sequences and 8 ability sequences. The term inherited bloodline seems peculiar, akin to chicken blood." Su Mu mused to himself, though he dared not voice his thoughts for fear of repercussions. The slides transitioned, revealing a table on the screen. The table was meticulously arranged in 7 rows and 16 columns, yet many cells remained blank, particularly in the upper segments where vast expanses of emptiness were evident. This is the current known table of powers, from which we have extrapolated a total of 112 distinct abilities. However, despite the field of deities and powers having developed for over 2 centuries, our observations of these abilities remain limited, particularly concerning the more formidable powers, Guan Tianyan explained patiently. The 16 known authority sequences are as follows: power and thunder, space and wind, spirit and metal, strength and earth, life and light, death and water, wisdom and wood, speed and fire. The ranks of the inherited bloodline are artificially categorized into E, D, C, B, AA, and S. The intent behind these powers is represented within the first 4 ranks, referred to as red blood, as their blood retains the same hue as that of ordinary humans. A and A's blood has transformed into a deep azure hue. Initially, due to the similarity in blood color, it was presumed that their strengths were comparable, leading to a not being designated as a separate letter. However, in truth, A embodies a most exceptional lineage. While a weaker A bears little distinction from another A. A top tier A possesses the capability to effortlessly overpower a B grade in an instant. Ultimately, there exists the S grade. They represent the pinnacle of the hierarchy, gazing down upon all existence. Legends speak of their blood transitioning from blue to a profound violet. Though this table may not be exhaustive, it is imperative to remember that a restraining relationship exists between different sequences. Within the same sequence, a higher lineage exerts formidable dominance over a lower lineage, exhibiting a remarkable compatibility downward. A red blood within the same sequence is rendered incapable of utilizing its powers in the presence of blue blood. The golden eyes are a distinctive trait exclusive to those of purple and blue blood. Whenever they employ powers of a grade or higher, the golden eyes ignite passively. Su Mu, resembling a dutiful student, nodded repeatedly. Pressing the page-turning button, an introduction to X-Space appeared on the screen. X-Space is a profit-driven entity involved in real estate, energy, transportation, and mercenaries. On November 1st, 1755, at 9:40 a.m., a colossal beast awakened from the depths without warning, designated as code D001 Lisbon. This beast unleashed a cataclysmic disaster upon humanity, with countless casualties and corpses strewn across the land, even staining the waters of the Rhine red. From that point onward, the awakening of beasts became increasingly frequent, prompting nations to prioritize the cultivation of the successor bloodline, leading to the establishment of X-Space 30 years later. In 1980, X-Space was officially commissioned by the Kingdom of Kayun, granted law enforcement authority. Its mission is to combat successor bloodline criminals and the beasts that emerge within the nation's borders. X-Space Kayun, also known as Shifeng Xiaobei, is currently divided into 4 execution bureaus, named according to their geographical locations: Northeast Bureau, Southwest Bureau, Northwest Bureau, and the Southeast Bureau, where we presently convene. Incorporated within the law enforcement system, it operates under the supervision of the Law Enforcement Hall. Aunt Liang Yao, your mother, was once the owner of this castle and the highest authority within the Southeast Bureau of X-Space. Ultimately, she sacrificed herself heroically to protect this nation. Your mother was a hero, was she not? Su Mu replied in a flat tone, his expression devoid of emotion, yet lamented that heroes do not receive their due recognition. She was even denied a gravestone. Xiao Mu, Guan Tinyan sat down, meeting the gaze filled with skepticism, and asserted, "Heroes shall not remain nameless, nor shall they be forgotten. You are her greatest testament. I hope you." At this point, her heightened emotions caused her voice to falter, as if recalling something. She rephrased her wish. "I hope you grow up well and become a worthy successor of the bloodline." Upon concluding, she produced a second document and laid it before Su Mu. "If you agree, please sign this document, and X-Space will facilitate your bloodline awakening. Once awakened, power, status, and wealth shall follow in quick succession. However, this comes with the obligation to uphold corresponding duties. You must submit to the oversight of the Joint Conference. Refrain from abusing your powers, protect humanity's homeland, and combat the catastrophic tide of beasts. Adhere strictly to the law and its judgments, and refrain from indiscriminately harming your fellow beings, whether they be of the successor bloodline or common blood. Otherwise, you shall find yourself pursued by the Joint Conference." The formidable power of the 3 major organizations permeates the globe, leaving no one capable of evading their sanctions. Of course, you may opt to refuse and continue living the life of an ordinary person, or perhaps join a clandestine organization, or awaken on your own after a certain incident of uncontrolled power when your bloodline surges forth. However, should you harm your compatriots without just cause, the 3 major organizations will impose sanctions upon you as well. The choice to sign or not lies within your hands. Guan Tianyan placed the pen before Su Mu, awaiting his final resolution. Chapter 8. You not allowed to be, or not to be, that is the question. This classic soliloquy from Shakespeare's Hamlet has long been translated as, to exist or to perish. This is the dilemma. Now, the same question confronts Su Mu, to sign or not to sign. This is indeed a quandary. Su Mu grasped the pen once more. This time, the act of signing bore a different weight. The prior occasion had merely involved the acquisition of immense wealth, a choice made with eyes closed. Yet this instance was distinct. It involved the selection of his future life and the gravity of life and death. The senior investigator had earlier stated that there are 3 opportunities in life to defy fate. For Su Mu, what lay before him now was the chance for a 4th defiance. As he gazed at the stipulations detailed in the agreement, Sumu abruptly lifted his head, looking earnestly and solemnly at Guan Tianyan, and inquired, if one day, if one day all the heirs of the bloodline were to perish in battle, would the ordinary populace then have no hope of survival? Guan Tianyan nodded, affirming, yes. As long as there remains even a single heir of the bloodline alive in this world, calamity shall not descend upon the ordinary. Should all heirs sacrifice themselves on the battlefield, humanity would inevitably face annihilation, and civilization would ultimately vanish. Thus, I comprehend. To sign signifies that destiny rests in one's own hands. To abstain means placing all hope in you. Sumu pinched the pen with his fingers, rubbing it back and forth. This, too, is a form of understanding. Guan Tianyan acknowledged this notion. We act not only for others, but also for ourselves, embodying both nobility and selfishness. Enlightened, Sumu lowered his head and inscribed his name in the blank space, Su. In a moment of anticipation, Sumu raised his gaze once more and asked, Sister Huahua, there are enemies of mine within X space, correct? Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the air. After a prolonged pause, Guan Tianyan regained her composure, forcing a smile as she replied, How could that be? The current highest authority in the X-Base courtyard, Dr. Zhou Hai, is a student of your father. There are matters she simply cannot articulate. Not everything is a clear dichotomy of black and white. The world's affairs are complicated by the intertwining of our fates. Truth and falsehood are eternally woven together, with each individual standing firm in their own position, propelling the progression of the game. Moreover, there are many things she herself does not fully grasp. Perhaps prior to reviewing the restricted documents last night, Guan Tianyan could firmly uphold her views on X-Space, but after last night, the reality had left her somewhat unsettled. Sumu discerned that she was deceiving him. Space atrium does not signify that it is not one's adversary. The situation arrived unexpectedly, and I wish to ponder over it a little longer, if that is permissible. Sumu took up his pen and drew 2 horizontal lines, striking through his surname. Upon perceiving his resolute determination, Guan Tianyan ceased to press him further, letting out a sigh as he said, Very well, the doors of space atrium shall forever remain open to you. Thank you, Sumu replied. Guan Tianyan's smile returned, radiating the warmth of a dependable elder sister. Let us proceed to conduct your lineage test. I can hardly contain my eagerness to learn about your sequence. I trust you feel the same way, as knowing sooner will allow for adequate preparations, sparing us from a chaotic scramble in the end. All right, Sumu acquiesced. By the way, what about the third matter you mentioned earlier? What third matter? Did I ever mention such a thing? Guan Tianyan feigned ignorance, a sly grin dancing upon her lips as she gestured towards a mobile phone on the table. Sumu played along. No, I must have misheard. Let's go. Let's go, she urged, pulling Sumu towards the testing laboratory while whispering instructions to the attending nurse. The nurse's mouth fell agape in astonishment before she cheerfully picked up the equipment. She was not an angel of mercy, but rather a grim reaper, extracting 4 large vials, totaling a staggering 1,200 milliliters of blood. Such a volume could prove fatal. Sumu felt as though his body had been drained, the world spinning around him. Even during a holiday outing with Mu Qianning, he had never felt so utterly depleted. Did you previously draw this much blood? Sumu gritted his teeth. Certainly not. 1,200 milliliters? That would be tantamount to a death sentence. Guan Tianyan chuckled, supporting him as they proceeded to the next test. She explained that due to the uniqueness of his lineage, samples were required for comparison to ensure accuracy in testing. At that moment, Sumu lacked even the strength to curse. Guan Tianyan assisted him onto the examination bed, removing his shoes and socks. The doctor affixed 4 electrodes to his temples and the soles of his feet, cautioning there may be slight discomfort. The test will last 10 minutes, so please endure. Very well, Sumu replied weakly. As he gradually slid into the testing chamber along the bed's rail, an unsettling sensation overtook him, akin to being abducted onto a nefarious vessel bound for a sinister organ trafficking ring. The doctor calibrated the parameters on the screen, smiling as he pulled the switch. Electric currents coursed through Sumu's body, the intense pain overwhelming him before he could even utter an exclamation, rendering him unconscious on the bed. In a sugary dream, Sumu found himself enveloped in a cerulean haze, where a gentle female voice seemed to beckon him from the depths of antiquity. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted before him, transforming the once tranquil blue dream into a tempestuous chaos. Thunder roared incessantly in his ears as ominous dark clouds amassed overhead, swallowing a boy playing on the beach in a torrential downpour. Ah, ah! The piercing screams reverberated in his ears, sending jolts of pain through Su Mu's nerves. As the azure sea and golden sands rapidly descended into disarray, with panicked tourists fleeing in all directions, it was evident to all that a tsunami was imminent. Sugar. Behind him, a woman rushed towards her child in desperation, shouting, "Hurry, run!" The boy remained unmoved, gazing into the distance at the tempest, where it seemed that something was watching him. Those appeared to be a pair of ashen gray eyes, colossal in size, reminiscent of the heavens, casting their gaze upon all living beings. Amidst the raging winds, the sea roared in fury, and a tsunami, towering over 30 meters, surged forth, charging towards the boy amidst flashes of silver lightning. "Mother! Mother!" Su Mu finally heard the call, his voice trembling in terror. In the next moment, his mother stood protectively in front of him, turning her head, her beautiful face etched with fear. "Run!" she shouted with all her might. The winds intensified, and the young boy struggled against the gales, falling into a muddy pit, clawing his way forward with great difficulty, as the shadow of the monstrous wave obscured the hope of life. Little Su Mu, in fright, glanced back to see his mother, engulfed in golden red flames, her eyes radiating brilliance akin to the golden sun in the sky. In the tempest, flames of rose gold blossomed vividly. As the tsunami approached, little Su Mu curled up tightly, bracing for his fate. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. He cautiously opened his eyes to find the tsunami miraculously vanished. His mother's fair hands were consumed by the flames, yet her lovely face bore no trace of fear. A tender smile graced her features as she uttered her final request. "Su Tang, go." Little Su Mu scrambled up from the pit, and amidst the storm, he beheld the owner of those enormous eyes slowly manifesting. A colossal avian creature he had never seen or heard of before, standing nearly 50 meters tall, with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters. Its deep brown feathers glowed with a golden aura, and its purplish hawk-like eyes were eerily skeletal. The surrounding temperature plummeted abruptly, as the once sweltering coastal city absurdly welcomed its inaugural winter. The roaring Black Sea transformed into profound icy depths. The beach and city trembled in the frigid wind, the fleeing crowd morphing into lifelike ice sculptures, while only the fiery mistress stood tall, brandishing golden flames to dispel the encroaching darkness. Though diminutive in stature, she was resolute and magnificent. The golden-red rose flames collided with the advancing gray glacier, and the explosive shockwave hurled little Su Mu away from the beach. In that fleeting moment, he noticed an unhealed scar upon the creature's abdomen. "Mother, it is wounded!" the boy cried with all his strength. The roses blossomed. Flames raged fiercely towards the giant bird's belly, which seemed to comprehend human speech, emitting a roar as it flapped its wings, the great glacier engulfing the flames, extinguishing the feeble flicker in the tumultuous winds. Stars! The gray glacier pierced through the woman's body, the overwhelming disparity in strength rendering her deeply regretful. She feared not the sacrifice, but lamented the decision to bring her child here today. With great difficulty, she turned one last time, leaving all her tenderness for her child. Blood flowing from her wound, congealing into blue droplets in the icy chill. "Mother!" Little Su Mu crawled desperately toward his mother. The giant bird spoke with human words. "Die." Fear caused the boy to stumble once more, his face smeared with a viscous substance, indistinguishable whether it was bitter tears or the briny sea water. The cold tide surged forth, the glaciers raining down like sharp spears. A sigh echoed in the dim realm, causing the colossal bird to tremble. Suddenly, a woman was engulfed by darkness, as a circle of golden light radiated outward. The sun was about to rise in the east, illuminating the threshold of Fuzang. In this shadowy world, the candlestick gradually ignited, dispelling the surrounding gloom. The giant bird, finally gripped by fear, flapped its wings desperately, ascending towards the sky. Little Su Mu gazed at the dark silhouette, calling out cautiously, "Mama?" Yama presented a tribute, as death consumed all. A massive golden sun rose, while the darkness at its core violently seized the fleeing giant bird, dragging it down into the setting sun. The brilliance faded, plunging the surroundings into a profound silence. Dispersed pupils refocused as blue waves danced across Su Mu's face. He lay on the bed, the recent dream resembling a soothing evening song, tranquil and gentle. You awakened. Are you all right? Guan Tianyan inquired. Deep within his memories, a white light illuminated the darkest corners, piecing together fragments of lost recollections. Forming a pair of ethereal violet falcon eyes, it reconstructed a golden sun. Have you been crying? Guan Tianyan reached out to wipe away the tears at the boy's eyes, prompting Su Mu to grasp her hand tightly. It's nothing, he replied. She refrained from asking further. At last, Su Mu recalled that afternoon 13 years ago, the sea, that radiant golden light. Guan Tianyan brought forth a cup of softly glowing water. Have some. Observing the familiar blue luminescence, Su Mu inquired. Is this an HB blood pack? You can interpret it that way. It's an oral medication designed to soothe the spirit and calm the soul. Particularly effective for those of the bloodline with a stable heritage, Guan Tianyan explained. There was a minor incident. You fainted at the experimental apparatus. The CPU of a detection chamber was damaged by your brainwaves, but fortunately, the data was preserved intact. You slept for 2 hours. Su Mu accepted the cup, consuming the potion, as his racing heart gradually steadied and his muddled mind began to awaken. The events of his dream began to unravel before him. The memories he yearned for most finally broke free from their seals, playing in an endless loop. It will still take an hour for the evaluation results to come out. Shall we take a walk? Suggested Guan Tianyan. Sure. The engine of the Shadow Warrior roared in the night sky of Jiangzhou, moving swiftly, yet at this moment, Su Mu felt an unparalleled tranquility within. That cup of potion was indeed quite effective, he mused. The Shadow Warrior gradually halted, and as Su Mu surveyed the surroundings, he found no living creature, only a dilapidated street lamp casting a faint glow. Did you drive out to the countryside? Guan Tianyan seated herself on a rock, as the river lapped against the shore, producing a soothing sound. I was sent to the northern realm when I was 11. I've nearly forgotten the roads of Jiangzhou. Su Mu sat beside her. What is the northern realm like? One that you should see for yourself, she replied, urging him to explore broader horizons. Su Mu remained silent. Are you unable to let go of Mu Qianning? Guan Tianyan suddenly pierced through the veil of unspoken thoughts. Su Mu found himself at a loss for words. The night breeze of the river gently caressed the cheeks of the two individuals. Guan Tianyan inhaled deeply, filling her lungs with the tender humidity of the southern air. After a long pause, amidst the sound of the flowing river, the youth responded, saying, We met at the orphanage. Later, we attended the same elementary school, the same middle school, and the same high school. Girls tend to mature earlier than boys, and at that time, she was a whole head taller than me. Throughout our childhood, she always sheltered me, confronting the bullies at the orphanage and school on my behalf. Our parents were preoccupied with their businesses, and we consistently walked home hand in hand. She said that if I called her sister, she would protect me for a lifetime. At the age of 13, I was sent back to the orphanage by my adoptive father, and the entire world mocked me. Only she consistently encouraged me, urging me not to care about others' gazes, to disregard those who were narrow-minded. During that time, her family's car would often take a longer route, arriving punctually at the orphanage every morning and dropping me off after school in the evening. Eventually, I was adopted by my current foster parents, and under her guidance, I skipped a grade and took the high school entrance examination alongside her, achieving the top score. During our 3 years in high school, we were inseparable. When my grades began to decline, she tirelessly sought ways to assist me with my studies. Without her past support, I would not be who I am today. I am profoundly grateful to her and wish to offer her a promise. I always wait, hoping to confess my feelings when I am better and more accomplished. I plan to confess to her at her birthday party after the college entrance examination. What a romantic soul, Guan Tianyan sighed, knowing that no matter how much she tried to dissuade him, it would be futile. For a boy whose hormones were just starting to surge, he would do anything for the sake of an imagined beautiful future. There is no rush. I can wait. Thank you. Childhood memories gradually surfaced in her mind as Su Mu said, Sister Huahua, I'm here. May I speak about my parents? I wish to know more about them. Guan Tianyan pondered. I do not know much about Uncle Su. I only know that he was my teacher's mentor, a class of blue blood in the Feng series, and a professor of divine history at the academy who mysteriously vanished one day. Aunt Liang Yao once killed the colossal beast Ryumengton, designated as Xing 012, to protect you. Xing is the only powerful beast observed by humanity, second only to the June level. In the company, those capable of independently defeating a Xing are classified as the highest level 16. There are only 5 level 16 employees in the entire company, one of whom is your mother. Sumu lowered his head in silence, resembling a stray dog, charming passersby in hopes of receiving leftover food. Now, a beautiful woman picked up the stray dog and whispered in its ear, "You are actually a descendant of a Lion King." All of this seemed so surreal. As the two continued to feel the river breeze, Sumu suddenly spoke, saying, "If I am of common blood, impossible." Guan Tianyan interrupted the boy's speculation, asserting that both his uncle and aunt were stable blue bloods. Their children could not possibly be of common blood. Unless what? Sumu inquired. The phone rang, and Guan Tianyan retrieved her device to read the message, stating, "Unless you are not their son, I must have the wrong person, but that seems highly improbable." She gazed at the test results displayed on the screen. Sumu, ordinary blood, no divine lineage detected. "This is impossible," Guan Tianyan exclaimed in disbelief. She had witnessed Sumu's formidable power with her own eyes, yet the instruments in Jiangzhou now declared him merely an ordinary human. Indeed, machines susceptible to the ravages of brainwaves are hardly reliable. Guan Tianyan repeatedly questioned why? "Because I do not permit it." A familiar voice resonated in her mind. Melodious like a lark, Sumu recognized it as you, who had inexplicably returned from wherever she had wandered. "What do you not permit?" Sumu inquired. A golden radiance illuminated the surroundings, and you materialized in the corporeal realm, standing before Sumu, above the flowing river. "I do not allow you to enter X-space," she declared. "Why not?" Sumu pressed. "The Hall of Clowns cannot nurture the hope of dawn," you replied. "The Hall of Clowns?" Sumu suddenly chuckled. "You are rather harsh. The people of X-space are right beside me, practicing restraint and virtue." You shrugged nonchalantly. "I merely speak the truth." "How can you still laugh?" Guan Tianyan was exasperated. Sumu followed her lead, continuing, "Should I now weep uncontrollably? Perhaps that would be preferable. At least I would not have to wrestle with signing or not signing, and you would not need to await the results any longer." He stood and dusted off his trousers. "Let us return. I am exhausted after all this fuss, and I must rise early for school tomorrow." Sumu nestled into the deep purple seat of the Shadow Dancer. The car's RGB ambient lights, shifting in cool hues, pulsing rhythmically like breath, demonstrating the cadence of life. With his head tilted against the window, the neon nightscape of Jiangzhou reappeared within his view, and he observed the dreamlike beauty with tranquility, contemplating his future. The truth of the matter eluded Guan Tianyan, but Sumu understood. He was aware of the abrupt shift that shattered his expectation for the future. As the once clear path of his life became shrouded in fog once more, his chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, despite the chaos of the future. Sumu felt an unprecedented serenity within himself, as if the bustling city around him had never been as tranquil as it was tonight. For you had returned. It seemed that only in Yu's presence did Sumu feel complete, his smile born from genuine joy rather than a facade crafted to shield his vulnerabilities. With a yawn, Sumu shifted into a more comfortable position and retrieved a vial of oral reagent from his pocket. Guan Tianyan had informed him that this was a potion of forgetfulness. Since he was not of the inherited bloodline, certain memories required cleansing. As for his parents' legacy, she promised to return it to him in another form during their next encounter. She mentioned that the transfer of inheritance necessitated some time, and that he should focus entirely on the upcoming college entrance examination, striving to gain admission to a prestigious university. One hopes to study abroad in the northern continent, where she would serve as her own guide. Gazing at the potion in his hand, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a remarkable substance." When Guan Tianyan turned to see Sumu examining the potion intently, he assumed Sumu was concerned and reassured him, "Rest assured. This reagent is quite reliable, developed by the company's top researchers. Although the underlying principles remain unclear, it can flawlessly cleanse the relevant segments. It is said that this potion is crafted by mimicking the authority sequence, combined with the mental sequence's ability to alter dreams. As I'm not on a scientific path, I lack deep understanding. Is it unpleasant to taste?" Sumu inquired. Guan Tianyan was momentarily at a loss. Those who had never tasted it could not describe its flavor, while those who had tasted it had their memories altered and thus could not recall its taste. Sumu put away the potion and suggested, "What about adding a hint of fruit flavor. Good idea, but this type of reagent is strictly regulated and not for sale. Customer reputation is of no consequence. Guan Tianyan replied, his mood heavy and devoid of humor. Su Mu, with a smile, remarked, you seem even more distressed than I am. Of course. Guan Tianyan suddenly became animated, exclaiming, I merely feel that fate has been exceedingly unfair to you. The documents detailing the boy's past flashed repeatedly in his mind. He should be living a better life, embodying the ideal of a robust man rather than merely existing as an ordinary wealthy gentleman. There is nothing inherently wrong with being a wealthy gentleman. It amounts to over 100 million, a fortune that could last a lifetime, Su Mu replied, appearing remarkably at ease. Not having to struggle outside could be considered a form of good fortune. If your only aspiration is to be an ordinary person. Guan Tianyan halted the car at the traffic light, contemplating how such a substantial sum could enrich one's life, allowing one to boldly pursue their affections. In the early hours, I rise before my ministers while they slumber on. Better to be a prosperous gentleman in Jiangnan, still wrapped in blankets at noon. Su Mu languidly stretched, exuding comfort and contentment. Being a prosperous gentleman in Jiangnan sounds delightful. My 4 years in university will surely be the most wonderful of my life. Even before the college entrance examination commenced, he began to dream of the future, envisioning his university life with Mu Qianing, marrying immediately after graduation to form a blissful little family. From an orphanage to the halls of matrimony, from tattered clothes to tailored suits and wedding gowns. They would continue to walk together through the remaining perfect moments of life. Observing the happiness radiating from his eyes, Guan Tianyan could not help but shake his head. At that moment, a silver-gray Kawasaki motorcycle pulled up alongside them. The rider, donning goggles, scrutinized the couple in the convertible. After casting a disdainful glance at Su Mu, he whistled playfully at Guan Tianyan. Beautiful lady, are you free tonight? Guan Tianyan closed the convertible top, lacking even a hint of interest. Su Mu, however, remained fixated on the beady-eyed figure beneath the helmet, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. What are you staring at, pretty boy? The rider snapped in irritation. Suddenly, Su Mu exclaimed, I've remembered. The wanted poster. He hurriedly nudged Guan Tianyan, saying, Sister, doesn't he resemble the figure on the wanted wall? The one with a bounty of 500,000? A 500,000 bounty criminal? Indifferent, Guan Tianyan immediately turned his gaze towards the motorcycle rider, their eyes locking in a mutual understanding between law enforcement and outlaw. As the green light illuminated, the criminal rider accelerated with full force, launching forward. Brace yourself. The forthcoming thrill would be unparalleled. Chapter 9. I feel like I'm going to die. Guan Tianyan watched the red taillight of the Kawasaki, excitement etched across his face. As he activated the racing mode, with a swift press of the accelerator, the shadow dancer transformed into a bolt of purple-black lightning, roaring forth. Su Mu, gripped by the terrifying inertia, found himself firmly anchored in his seat, the wind howling past his ears. Close the windows, he shouted. A race car? I have never feared anyone since the day I was born. The steering wheel spun rapidly, and, as he slammed on the brakes, the piercing screech reverberated painfully against Su Mu's eardrums. Desperately clutching the sides of his seat, he felt that the seatbelt offered no safety whatsoever, and he shouted in anguish, Let us negotiate. Slow down. The unprecedented speed instilled a fear within him, making his heart race like never before, as if it were about to leap from his throat. That little rascal is indeed swift, on the expansive roads illuminated by urban neon lights. The Kawasaki transformed into a silver streak, pursued relentlessly by the shadow dancer. Throughout history, nighttime has been notorious for street racing, and a law enforcement agency had set up speed cameras at the roadside. I wonder which little rascal I will catch tonight. The traffic officer pulled out a cigarette, lit it, but as a sudden gust of wind blew, even the windproof lighter failed, sending his hat flying. 2 meteoric streaks, one silver and one purple, shot past him. How strange, can meteors fly so low? The traffic officer cursed, incredulous that on such a late hour, someone would engage in reckless racing at such a meteoric speed. Utterly fearless. Should such velocity spiral out of control and collide with the roadside, there would be nothing left but a gruesome blend of flesh and steel. On Chinjua Avenue, witnessing the speed displayed on the radar, he was rendered speechless and hurriedly employed his ancestral technique of clapping. only to produce a series of garbled messages. Please set up a blockade at Urxian Kiao. Please set up a blockade at Urxian Kiao. Please set up a blockade at Urxian Kiao. Important matters must be repeated thrice. Those two meteors must compensate for my radar today. The traffic officer retrieved his hat and pursued with the siren blaring. The sirens of the law enforcement agency surged from all directions, akin to an inescapable net. We have attracted the attention of the law enforcement agency, Su Mu remarked. What is there to fear? Do not forget, I'm also part of the law enforcement agency. X-Base S Southeast Bureau is under the jurisdiction of the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Agency. Guan Tianyan pressed the red and blue button on the control panel. The RGB lights within the vehicle instantly switched to red and blue, and the shadow dancer emitted a similar siren. With one hand deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, Guan Tianyan picked up the intercom, switching to the law enforcement channel, exclaiming, "The Shifeng Defense Southeast Bureau is executing a capture mission. Criminal S name, Shun Mingyang. I urge our comrades at the Jiangzhou Law Enforcement Agency to immediately dismantle the blockade ahead to prevent casualties. I repeat, immediately dismantle the blockade ahead to avert any casualties." The blockade at Urxian Kiao was promptly removed, and the two beams of light whizzed past the astonished law enforcers. The towering skyscrapers of the urban CBD loomed before him. As Guan Tianyan mockingly gazed at the fleeing criminal, declaring, "The cat-and-mouse game is about to conclude," with a flicker of golden light igniting his eyes. The wind enveloping the shadowy warrior dissipated entirely. The McLaren was bathed in a golden glow, its dashboard needle surging once more. The fugitive, glancing into the motorcycle's rearview mirror, spotted the rapidly approaching police car and realized he had provoked the wrong individual. In a moment of panic, he maneuvered his motorcycle close to the guardrail, ultimately lifting the vehicle as the Kawasaki soared over the barrier. Under the moonlit sky, the rider turned back, removed his goggles, and provocatively raised his middle finger towards the violet McLaren. Subsequently, he deftly guided the Kawasaki off the elevated bridge. "Madman," Sumu cursed, only to suddenly notice Guan Tianyan beside him, excitedly licking her pink lips. "Hey, you wouldn't dare. Just so you know, this is a one-time performance." Guan Tianyan, resembling a lunatic, turned off the engine, pulled the handbrake, while simultaneously urging the power forward. The shadowy dancer, previously grounded by the tail wing, flipped forward and soared into the air, akin to the great sage Qi Tianda Sheng, leaping countless miles in journey to the west. However, the issue was that this was no jest. "Don't joke around." Sumu gripped the seat tightly. After a brief moment of weightlessness, the shadowy dancer plummeted from the bridge, landing steadily on the ground, trailing the Kawasaki along the narrow path. "Damn it!" The rider cursed upon witnessing this from beneath the bridge. Before him lay a dead end, a great river obstructing his path. The cat-and-mouse game seemed to be reaching its climax, yet the desperate fugitive refused to concede. He accelerated towards a small, earthen slope. Amidst the roar of the engine, Sumu observed the silver Kawasaki soaring over the river under the moonlight. Panic surged within him as he thought, "This is it." Indeed, Guan Tianyan was likewise thrilled, her gaze fixed on the slope as she accelerated, pushing the power to its limits. "Hold on tight. The thrill is about to commence." The shadowy dancer dove down the slope and subsequently leapt high into the air. Sumu, through the car window, saw the turbulent river beneath him. If they fell, it would mean certain doom. Beneath the clear moonlight, he turned to Guan Tianyan, who was reveling in the rush of adrenaline, her golden power shielding them as the shadowy dancer soared across the river. They landed heavily on the opposite bank, where a cluster of dilapidated shacks awaited. The fugitive abandoned his motorcycle and darted into a narrow alley. Guan Tianyan executed a graceful drift, halting beautifully by the roadside. As the car door swung open, Sumu, lacking composure, expelled the undigested potion mixed with remnants of his dinner, emitting a ghostly blue glow. "How was that? Thrilling, wasn't it?" Guan Tianyan inquired. "I can't." Sumu grimaced. "I don't want to ride with you anymore." Guan Tianyan retrieved a handgun from the vehicle, securing it at her thigh, while producing two blade weapons, keeping a long sword for herself and tossing the short sword to Sumu. "I'll go apprehend the target. You stay here and keep yourself safe. There's bottled water in the car. Once you're done, remember to rinse your mouth." Sumu purged the entirety of his evening provisions, seizing the flying dagger. and intended to utter a few words. However, upon turning around, he discovered that Guan Tianyan had already ascended to the rooftop, weaving gracefully across the dilapidated structure. Bathed in moonlight, she resembled a valiant heroine. Su Mu retrieved water from the vehicle and stood at the roadside to rinse his mouth. It dawned on him that he was in an area he had never before traversed, a decrepit place utterly unrecognizable as Jiangzhou. In the distance, the lights of the CBD buildings flickered, suggesting that he was not far from the heart of Jiangzhou, a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding him. Ding, ding, ding. Within the vehicle, Guan Tianyan's phone rang. Su Mu picked it up and answered, "Hello." There was a moment of silence on the other end before a voice inquired. "Su Mu? Yes. Are you looking for Guan Tianyan?" "She has." Su Mu hesitated, uncertain if the caller was of the bloodline. And it was entirely possible that Guan Tianyan had one or two mundane friends. "Have you gone after the fugitive?" Inside the hotel, Chen Mabai had already departed, leaving Gu Li pale and appearing to have endured considerable hardship. He picked up his gear and muttered weakly, "She is always so impulsive. Be careful, don't run around. I'll be there shortly." "I am here." Su Mu looked around, utterly bewildered and genuinely unaware of his whereabouts. "No worries. I have placed a locator on Guan Tianyan, as I feared she might drive recklessly and become lost." Gu Li exited the hotel and returned to the Ying Wahi, securing the vehicle. "It can save your life." After speaking, he raised his hand to hail a taxi, exclaiming, "Driver, hurry, I'm off to catch an adulterer." The driver's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "Get in." Su Mu obediently prepared to re-enter the Ying Wahi when he suddenly spotted an old man with a white beard emerging from a narrow alley, struggling to approach while holding a candle. "Young man, what are you doing out here so late? This place is unsafe. You should head home." "Old sir." Su Mu corrected himself. "I am merely enjoying the breeze." "Is that girl running on the rooftop your friend?" The frail old man, leaning on a cane, trembled as he walked, appearing as if the wind by the riverside could easily topple him. "Girl?" Su Mu's alertness surged. He gripped the short knife tightly in his left hand and cautiously inquired, "Old sir, why are you still awake at this hour?" With age, the old man paused. Panting heavily, sleep eludes me. Besides, the commotion from someone running atop the roof has turned the alley into chaos. It's impossible to find peace. Su Mu scanned the interior of the vehicle, pondering that if he could procure a firearm, he would feel far more secure. "I apologize, old sir. My friend is a law enforcer, and she is currently pursuing a fugitive." "A fugitive?" The old man erupted into a violent cough, spitting a mouthful of blood-stained phlegm onto the ground. "Finally, they have arrived. Those ruffians should have been apprehended long ago. Aren't you going to assist her?" The old man's frail demeanor eased Su Mu's tension. He thought, "An old man, surely I cannot be overpowered by him. There should be no danger, as long as I am not stabbed in the back. She is more than capable on her own. There are quite a few of them. I have faith in her." The elderly man smiled faintly, trembling as he turned to leave. Su Mu secretly sighed in relief, realizing that he had been overly anxious. "Young man." The old man suddenly looked back, startling Su Mu to his core. "It's chilly tonight. Wear more layers and take care of yourself. You are so thin. Do not let yourself fall ill like I did, living the latter part of my life in medicinal broths. In times of prolonged illness, there are no dutiful children, and one can only rely on oneself." Was the old man truly this pitiable? Su Mu recalled the security guard who had secretly slipped steamed buns and eggs into his bundle. Instantly, he felt ashamed of his own suspicions and responded, "I understand." However, this moment of relaxation was short-lived. The dark green cane, illuminated by the moonlight, struck Su Mu on the forehead, causing blood to flow and splatter on the ground with a distinct metallic sound. "Your head is quite hard." It did not shatter. The old man straightened up, raising his hand to reclaim the metallic cane. Upon seeing the crimson blood on the youth's forehead, he finally felt at ease, as long as it wasn't blue. Everything was fine. Su Mu winced, clutching his head, but in the next moment, the cane flew towards him again. He swiftly dodged, and the cane smashed into the earthen wall behind him. "Quite agile, aren't you?" The old man lunged forward, his voice now robust and spirited, no longer resembling the feeble tones of a dying man. His emaciated fist struck swiftly at Su Mu's abdomen. Reacting instinctively, Su Mu evaded the attack once more, drawing out a short knife to slash at the old man's arm. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the knife scraped against the arm, creating sparks. The old man grinned, effortlessly grasping the blade with his bare hand, tossing Su Mu several meters away until he crashed into the wall. I wonder if you possess the same strength as your companion? The old man picked up his cane, laughing as he raised it to strike again. Su Mu, not daring to underestimate him, raised his knife in defense, but the opponent's strength was astonishingly great. He was no match for the old man, who smashed him into the earthen wall, causing the dilapidated house behind him to collapse. You're not a descendant of the bloodline? The old man was taken aback. It is indeed admirable for someone with your bloodline to be this strong, but alas, it is unfortunate you have provoked a descendant of the bloodline. Su Mu struggled to rise from the ruins, shaking off the dust from his body. It hurts. The intense pain numbed his entire back, and he coughed twice, a trickle of fresh blood escaping his lips. Remember to choose a good family in your next life, and strive to become a descendant of the bloodline. The old man's hind legs coiled like springs, compressing repeatedly. I am still here, waiting for your revenge. As the enemy approached, Su Mu stood helplessly in place, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. Most of the nerves in his body had perished, and his limbs no longer obeyed his commands. Was this the absolute disparity in strength between a mere human and a descendant of the bloodline? It seems I am about to die. Su Mu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and awaited the judgment of fate. Do you wish to die? Have you sought my opinion? Chapter 10. A brief trial, a gentle call echoed from afar, and a pure white light illuminated his vision. Su Mu opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by a landscape of spring blossoms, where bees and butterflies frolicked. He saw himself amidst a sea of flowers, each bloom swaying gracefully, beckoning to him. Fish leaped from the surface of the lake, and the sweet spring water splashed upon his face, refreshing and delightful. In the depths of a sea of flowers, a little girl, clad in a pristine white gown, sat on the grass with her back turned. This scene left Su Mu in disbelief. Was he not in Jiangzhou, not engaged in combat with that peculiar old man, and not on the verge of death? Oh, I have come to an epiphany. This must be hell. That old man has surely slain me. It must be so. At such a tender age, handsome and dashing, on the brink of immense fortune, who would have thought I would sacrifice myself so easily? I wonder if, after my demise, Sister Guan Tianyan would erect a monument for me, perhaps burn some paper money. The people of Kaiun are particularly fond of offering paper money to their ancestors. Su Mu fretted that if they burned too little, he would face inflation in the afterlife, unable to afford anything, even as a ghost. Surely one would not have to suffer hunger. Wait, if this is hell, could it mean I might find my mother? Mother, you have got to be kidding. The little girl sat up, the gentle breeze caressing her skirt. Which all do you know that resembles a garden? Taoism, Buddhism, or perhaps Western Christianity? After all the hard work I put into cultivating this garden, planting flowers, and fertilizing them, to be dismissed with a mere mention of hell, I am quite incensed. She turned her head, hands on her hips, her cherubic face slightly chubby, puffed up with indignation. You? Su Mu gazed at the little girl in surprise, taking in his surroundings. The distant mountains were layered in shades of blue. The streams gurgled melodiously. The wind danced through the woods, and light twirled among the blooms. A scene teeming with vitality. Is this your home? His voice brimmed with the joy of reunion. Previously, it was she who visited his world. Yet today, he found himself stepping into her little realm. Is it beautiful? You, like an eager child showcasing her cherished treasure, approached Su Mu, her expression earnest, her tone grave, declaring, "This is not my home. It is our home. Can I also reside here?" Su Mu looked around the little garden, suddenly recalling the makeshift doghouse he had built by the riverbank, feeling a wave of disdain wash over him, not wishing to return. You have always lived here, haven't you? Lower your head a bit. Upon hearing this, Su Mu bent his knees and leaned down. You rose on her tiptoes, her hands cradling the freshly woven flower crown, as if bestowing a coronation, placing it atop the young man's head. Yes, it looks splendid, truly a testament to my craftsmanship. In the crystal-clear waters of the river, Su Mu beheld his reflection crowned with flowers, his youthful visage imbued with an air of authority, golden light igniting within his dark eyes. Now, before we indulge in idle chatter, let's first address that old man who lacks honor in combat. At his age, resorting to ambush. Su Mu nodded in agreement, realizing that had it not been for the old man's sneak attack, he would never have lost so swiftly. After all, he had invested a considerable sum to learn the ways of the sword. Ba Wang, it's your turn. Yu clasped her hands behind her back, beaming with delight. Gradually, the little garden faded away, and the night of Jiangzhou reassembled before them, the wind continuing to blow across the river surface. Yet, Sumu noticed that the flow of time and space appeared to slow within his vision, as if time itself were being stretched infinitely. Raising his head, he could even see the old man's lips, the saliva splattering forth. The short sword twisted in the air, and the pain throughout his body vanished completely, a surge of power invigorating every cell within him. The elder's voice rang out as he raised his cane to strike downwards. Sumu remained motionless, the short sword in his hand glinting with a cold light, the blade dancing as the sound of metal clashing echoed once more. With a resounding thud, immense force erupted outward, sending debris from the ruins soaring into the air, waves of dust swirling and creating ripples in the atmosphere. As the dust settled, the elder finally realized something was amiss. The gruesome scene he had envisioned did not materialize. His full-force strike was effortlessly parried by the expressionless youth before him. Impossible. He refused to accept this, swinging his cane in a sweeping motion. Though swift, Sumu was swifter still, his right hand wielding the sword as he sidestepped to appear beside his adversary. Meeting the elder's incredulous gaze, he thrust the blade into his heart. Clang! The metallic sound reverberated again as the short sword scraped against the elder's skin, sparking countless flashes, yet failing to breach his defenses. The look of disbelief morphed into a sneer of disdain. The cane came as expected, but Su Mu was prepared, bending low to evade while simultaneously delivering a strike to the elder's side, the clash of metal ringing out once more, sparks flying. Gold sequence. You cannot harm me. The elder cackled with reckless abandon. Su Mu gracefully floated back onto the rubble, observing the two shallow white scars left upon his foe, contemplating his strategy. Glancing at the short sword in his hand, he mused how advantageous a hammer would be against such heavy armor. A single blow, repeated thrice, would surely inflict internal wounds upon him. Yet, the sword was not without its means to penetrate armor, as the words of his swordsmanship instructor echoed in his mind. Watch closely, this strike will claim your life. The elder, brimming with battle fervor, once again coiled his legs, gathering elastic potential energy before releasing it with remarkable speed. A smile flickered in Su Mu's eyes as he discerned the elder's weakness. Though quick, the elder lacked agility, moving in a straight line without the ability to change direction. Grandfather, do you know? Speed is power. Su Mu twirled the short sword, accelerating towards his opponent. In the instant of contact, he deftly sidestepped the elder's attack, allowing his blade to graze the elder's side. As the two clashed, their speeds reached a pinnacle, the previously shallow white marks now deepening into gashes. I told you, you cannot harm me. The elder, regarding the wound at his side, remained unperturbed, asserting that Su Mu merely needed to endure a single blow to meet a beautifully tragic end. Grandfather, you are too slow to touch me. Su Mu's tone dripped with disdain, intending to provoke his opponent. The youth possessed the audacity that came with age, while the elder, mindful of his dignity, was sensitive to the ridicule of the younger generation. You may try again. The elder launched himself forward once more, and Su Mu employed the same tactic, repeatedly striking the same spot until a crimson line appeared. You! The elder's realization dawned as he panted heavily, his stamina waning against the relentless youth. Meanwhile, Su Mu felt no signs of fatigue. Have the courage to take my blow head on, the elder shouted in frustration, his voice echoing in the air. Very well. Su Mu smiled, a smile that was utterly sincere. However, to his adversaries, it appeared that this young man was exceedingly cunning. This time, the youth made the first move, kicking a fragment of stone beneath his feet to use it as cover while he swiftly approached. The elderly man shattered the stone with a single punch while simultaneously brandishing his cane. A mere parlor trick. At the moment the cane met the short sword, Su Mu pulled down on the blade and relinquished his weapon. The cane struck nothing but air, and the elder observed as the short sword danced like a serpent, spiraling around his own weapon. Meanwhile, its master had craftily positioned himself beside him. The elder could only watch helplessly as Su Mu raised his leg and delivered a forceful kick to the wound at his side. A sudden, intense pain surged through him. The old man was sent careening from the ruins by the full force of his opponent's strike, while Su Mu fell backward, catching the short sword that had been hurled into the night sky by the cane. The pain was excruciating. The elder clutched his wound, having long forgotten such severity of agony. His opponent was far too swift. Escape was impossible. Leaning on his cane, he resolved to fight with all his might. Bending his knees, he stored potential energy to its utmost, aiming for Su Mu's position, preparing to launch himself forward. If his adversary were to repeat his previous swordplay, he might just seize the opportunity to flee. Perhaps he could escape. Su Mu raised his sword, intending to plunge it directly into the wound. Su Mu, duck! Someone shouted from behind. A marker of an approaching ally appeared in Su Mu's vision, and he chose to trust his teammate, quickly crouching down. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a special green bullet zipped overhead. Fool! Bullets are useless against me. The elder shrieked madly, swinging his cane to strike the bullet. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the night as a cloud of blood mist erupted in the air. Su Mu witnessed the cane shatter upon being struck by the bullet, which then pierced the elder's right shoulder, causing another burst of blood mist. Gazing at the mangled flesh on his shoulder, the elder finally felt fear. Hearing 3 more gunshots, he panicked and fled. But no matter how he attempted to evade, the bullets seemed to anticipate his movements. They struck him with precision in the left shoulder and both knees, his screams resembling that of a slaughtered pig tearing through the night. In terror, the elder glanced back at the approaching marksman, scrambling desperately towards an alley. Guli approached Sida, raising an eyebrow as he retrieved a dark red bullet to load into his sniper rifle, pulling back the bolt before pulling the trigger. The dark red shell ejected, with Su Mu clearly seeing the letter B inscribed upon it. Did you miss? Su Mu asked, bewildered, as he observed the frantic elder. Guli stowed the sniper rifle, producing a piece of chewing gum, and replied nonchalantly, don't rush. Let the bullet fly for a moment. Would you like a piece? Accepting the gum, Su Mu had yet to place it in his mouth when a scream pierced the air. He watched as the bullet accurately found its way into the wound he had inflicted. The elder collapsed forward, convulsing briefly before lying still. Dead? Not at all. Merely anesthetized, Guli said, carrying the large sniper rifle as he walked ahead. In our line of work, we typically capture live targets. To simply kill these heinous criminals would be far too lenient. They must be delivered alive to the courtroom, not only for the sake of justice, but also to instill fear in other descendants of bloodlines. He approached the elderly man, addressing the day's criminal, old fool. It is already the year 2005. Do you still believe that firearms cannot pierce through your fragile skin? Do you think they're merely small handguns? The cacophony of whirring propellers resonated as a black helicopter descended by the riverside, from which a group of special agents clad in X-Space uniforms emerged, lifting the indistinct remnants of flesh and blood into the aircraft. At that moment, the clear sky was rent by a flash of lightning, as someone quietly departed. In such a pitiful state, can he truly survive? Su Mu asked, a shiver running down his spine. Do not underestimate the vitality of the gene Su Lai's inheritors. Their resilience is formidable, Guli replied, patting his shoulder. As for you, your psychological fortitude is commendable. You have not succumbed to nausea. Su Mu forced a smile, realizing that the contents of his stomach had long been expelled during the reckless driving escapades with Guan Tianyan. Let us check on Hoa Hoa. It is likely to be even more gruesome there, Guli said, leading the way into the alley. This individual is relentless in his brutality. In the pitch-black alley, Su Mu gripped his short sword, ever vigilant. Each shadowy corridor could conceal a lurking menace. Only moments ago, he had been hoodwinked by an elderly man. It was unnecessary to remain so alert. Guli turned back, his eyes shimmering with a radiant golden glow. Although I may lack combat prowess when it comes to reconnaissance, I dare say few can rival my abilities in this world. You lack combat skills? Su Mu recalled the pitiful old man, whose joints had been reduced to pulp, and whose side had been pierced by a crimson bullet. Was there something unique about that red bullet? Su Mu sheathed his short sword, seeking to engage in conversation. That is an alchemical bullet. Alchemical? Yes, you may perceive it as the science of the world of inheritors, a discipline that intertwines sequence powers with chemical mechanics. Guam li explainat patiently. Standard bullets have little effect on formidable inheritors, and missiles cannot be deployed in urban areas. Thus, we have the alchemical bullets, which come in various types. The red ones typically contain neurotoxins, designed to render the target incapable of resistance. Guli produced several alchemical bullets, handing them to Su Mu. The black ones signify high explosives, while the green ones denote high armor-piercing capabilities. The letters inscribed denote the hunting target's rank, with B indicating that this bullet is effective only against B rank inheritors. Anything beyond that is ineffective. B rank is the most commonly used bullet, as those of higher ranks make firearms less reliable. It becomes exceedingly difficult to hit the Lan Shui. And attempting to use firearms against the Z-Sei is nothing short of absurd, unless one is an inheritor of the power sequence. Power sequence? Su Mu recalled the power chart, finding the power sequence to appear rather insignificant. Gu Li chuckled. You are not the first inheritor to hold such an opinion, nor will you be the last. I once thought the same until I discovered that the power sequence might indeed be the strongest ability among equals. For instance, with this bullet, I merely need to whisper to it, guaranteed hit. No matter which direction I fire, the bullet will strike its target. Su Mu inquired sharply, astonished. This encapsulates the essence of A-grade alchemical bullets. Gu Li halted, stating, we have arrived. In the desolate ruins ahead, a dozen or so descendants of blood lay sprawled in disarray, their wounds seeping crimson, indicating their lineage was not of high caliber. Under the moonlight, Guan Tianyan meticulously polished his long sword, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Shai Wuan. Shai Wuan, Shun Mingyang, appeared exceedingly disheveled, his entire form marred by the bloodstains left by blades. Such a pitiful sight. Su Mu shook his head, casting a glance at the valiant Guan Tianyan, pondering, why tease her? Truly a case of seeking trouble unnecessarily. Gu Li stepped onto the battlefield, loading a dark crimson alchemical bullet and racking the gun's action. Suddenly, he turned back to add, by the way, there is one very crucial point to mention. Bloodline does not equate to current combat prowess. Possessing an A-grade bloodline and wielding A-grade strength are entirely different matters. Su Mu nodded in agreement. Shun Mingyang observed the two who had joined the fray, discarding his weapon and raising his hands in surrender, declaring, facing 3 opponents does not guarantee victory. Escaping is also a skill in which I excel. With that, he plunged into the frigid waters of the lake. Gu Li preemptively pulled the trigger, the bullet piercing the water's surface, creating a splash of crimson. He has escaped, Gu Li stated. Su Mu approached the riverbank, questioning, was he not already hit? There is a water ghost in the river that rescued him. With our swimming abilities, we cannot catch up. Gu Li raised his golden eyes, tracking the prey's trail, which was invisible to others. He produced his mobile device, introducing himself as Gu Li, and requested the Southeast Bureau to secure the river surface. The Southeast Bureau acknowledged the request. Simultaneously, the ground support unit from the Southeast Bureau finally arrived, transporting the incapacitated criminals, rendered helpless by Guan Tianyan, onto ambulances. The remaining matters were left to the Southeast Bureau. The criminals, afflicted by neurotoxins, would not be able to flee far, and it was time for them to engage in some work. Gu Li disassembled the sniper rifle in his hands and returned it to the case, continuing, now let us discuss your affairs. Prior to this, I had already spoken with Dr. Zhou Hai, your father's student. I am well aware of the situation. That is reassuring, Gu Li continued. We do not believe you are of mortal blood. I witnessed your battle with the old man in its entirety, and there must be some issue at play. Doctor, Zhou Hai will personally conduct tests on your blood. There is no choice. You does not allow me to engage with you. Su Mu contemplated. He extracted the vial of potion given by Guan Tianyan from his tattered school uniform, but the fierce battle had left only one cork intact. This is of no concern. Gu Li waved his hand, instructing his subordinate to retrieve the potion. You are a scion of heroes. Space Central Courtyard eagerly anticipates your return, and the world of descendants of blood awaits your arrival. Despite my firm belief that you are indeed my companion, company regulations must still be adhered to. The necessary procedures must be followed. After all, the company belongs neither to me nor to Dr. Zhou. I ask for your understanding. I comprehend. During the earlier conversation with Guan Tianyan, Su Mu had already gained a preliminary insight into the schism within X-Space. Gu Li extracted a fresh vial of potion, glancing at his Breguet watch and noting it is now 2:1. Su Mu accepted the new vial, uncorked it, and drank it in one gulp. We shall undoubtedly meet again. Su Mu. Chapter 11. Striking Gold for Survival. You seem to be in a rather good mood today. Su Mu entered the classroom, his face glowing with vitality and exuberance, instantly capturing the attention of Fu Ningning, who tilted her little head and couldn't help but feel uplifted. Completely oblivious to the fact that it was last Friday when someone had caused her displeasure, She wondered. Was it so? Sumu ceased his humming and settled into his seat. How could his mood be anything but cheerful? This morning, upon rising from the hotel, preparing to take the bus to school, he discovered a brand new bicycle parked in the hotel lobby. It was the one compensated to him by the Enforcement Bureau. Although the matter of the reward had yet to be resolved, with a new bicycle in hand, what more could one desire? Hey, why is your school uniform so new? Fu Ningning, like a great detective, immediately detected the anomaly. Although school uniforms were issued annually, it was already the end of the academic year. And given Sumu's frequent wear, his uniform should have been considerably worn. Sumu found it somewhat difficult to explain. He certainly couldn't admit that it had been damaged during a scuffle last night with an elderly man, as that would tarnish his brilliant image in the eyes of his deskmate. He vividly recalled the events of last night, from being taken to the X-Base Southeast Bureau, to the inheritance reception, and ultimately the capture of the 50,000 Shun Mignon. That wretched potion was utterly useless. Sumu even began to suspect whether those who had consumed the potion prior to him had, like himself, not truly undergone memory erasure, but merely cooperated with X-Base to avoid subsequent troubles. As for the taste of the potion, it was reminiscent of a completely sugarless cola, slightly bitter and effervescent. This school uniform was indeed new. Fu Ningning's suspicion was entirely correct. It was provided by X-Base, slightly aged, but due to time constraints and the laziness of the two enforcers, it appeared almost indistinguishable from new. Well, I have another set at home that I hardly wore. A new week calls for a fresh start, so I decided to wear this one, Sumu fabricated with casual ease. Damn it. Not only did he have to feign amnesia, but he also had to assist X-Base in maintaining the facade. Fu Ningning squinted her eyes, not believing a single word of Sumu's excuse. However, unable to conjure a reasonable explanation and disinclined to press further, she could only shrug in resignation and say, "So that's how it is." Indeed, that was precisely the case. Observing that he had successfully deflected her inquiry, Sumu quickly shifted the topic, asking, "Would you like to try some Longjing, Su? It's homemade." Fu Ningning, who had been engrossed in battling mathematical problems, immediately turned her head with a look of disbelief. "You can make desserts? Of course I want to try. Even though I'm not fond of sweets, I must sample your culinary skills." Sumu rummaged through his backpack. While packing for Xia Mo yesterday, he had secretly set aside some for himself. Here, he pulled out a paper bag, and Fu Ningning eagerly opened it, only to pout in disappointment at the sight of cold, candied chestnuts. "My apologies, I grabbed the wrong one." Sumu continued to search, retrieving a second paper bag, emblazoned with the Dan Gue logo. This time, it must be correct. Fu Ningning cautiously unzipped the bag, fearful that her hopes might once again be dashed. As the opening revealed itself, the fragrant aroma of tea mingled with the scent of milk, bringing her a sense of relief. She took a tentative sip, finding the taste satisfactory, and with a smile, accepted all the sweet pastries. "Thank you," she said. "Huh?" Sumu was taken aback by the sudden snatching of the treats, as he had wished to sample them himself. In truth, Fu Ningning was not particularly fond of these cloying sweets. Her decision to seize them all was merely a precaution against certain individuals who might offer them to other girls in an attempt to curry favor. As the bell rang, the once boisterous classroom gradually fell silent. In the final sprint of their senior year, the teachers had long ceased formal instruction, apart from discussing exam papers. The remaining time was left for students to study independently. This was particularly true at Jinglin High School, where the efficiency of diligent students during self-study far surpassed that of traditional lectures. As long as the foundational knowledge was imparted, the rest was left to their own endeavors. Teachers merely assumed the role of seasoned physicians, seated at the podium, awaiting students who sought guidance on challenging problems. For many scientific dilemmas, even the teachers might not be able to solve. On a sunny Monday morning in May, when the spring breeze was most invigorating, Sumu diligently engaged in his studies amidst a sea of skeptical glances. Aside from brief bathroom breaks, he remained focused on his preparations. At noon, as the lunch bell rang, students surged toward the cafeteria, and the Fu family driver promptly delivered 2 portions of food. Sumu rubbed his hands together in anticipation, speculating about the day's meal. Upon opening the lunchbox, he found braised pork, Longjing shrimp, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, garlic mustard greens, and the ever-constant steamed egg and white rice. How bountiful it was! However, upon seeing the braised pork once again, A peculiar expression crossed Su Mu's face as he recalled the words of Xiaomo, who had mentioned that this dish was lovingly prepared by Fu Ningning's mother. What's wrong? Is there something off with the meat today? You used to adore this, Fu Ningning queried, her 3 questions flowing in quick succession. Haha, it's nothing. It's just that seeing the braised pork again feels particularly endearing. As he spoke, Su Mu's gaze fixed intently on his deskmate's delicate face, tentatively adding, "It has such a homely flavor, reminiscent of a mother's cooking." Fu Ningning's cheeks flushed a deep red, seemingly recalling some teasing remarks from her family, and she replied, "Really? I don't taste anything. Perhaps you were experiencing an illusion. You. If you like it, I can give it all to you." Observing her flustered demeanor, Su Mu understood the answer. His deskmate was not adept at lying under pressure, often betraying herself with a blush or stammer. She must have rehearsed her lines several times to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. "Please no. The dishes your family makes for you are a treat for me as well. How could I possibly eat your share? If you truly enjoy it, you are welcome to come to my house next time." "All right, I promise." As Su Mu deflected her insistence, Fu Ningning ceased her probing, content that the events were unfolding perfectly according to her expectations, and she felt no urgency. After finishing half of her portion, she adhered to her usual practice of pushing what was left toward her deskmate. Watching him savor the meal with great enthusiasm filled her heart with joy, and she eagerly retrieved a piece of tea pastry from the bag. The sweet taste mirrored Fu Ningning's current mood. Things were steadily improving, were they not? Su Mu finished his meal with great enthusiasm, carrying his lunchbox as he exited the classroom. Fu Ningning, on the other hand, took out her pen and the test paper, continuing to ponder the mathematical problems she had yet to conquer. The weather outside gradually grew warmer, with branches swaying in the breeze. Classmates returned from the cafeteria in small groups, some engaging in playful banter, others engrossed in their books, while some diligently worked on their assignments. Only Su Mu wandered aimlessly around the campus like a carefree drifter. He paused to admire the wisteria trellis, which he heard could be found in high schools throughout the entire Jiangnan province. He strolled through the bamboo grove, occasionally encountering classmates in the throes of early romance. Timing his return, he approached the classroom next door, peering around the door in search of a friendly-looking round-faced girl, and kindly inquired, "Hello, is Xiaomo here?" In truth, he had already spotted her basking in the sunlight on the balcony, but her back was turned to the classroom door, rendering her oblivious to his presence. The golden rays of sunshine glistened upon her hair, creating a particularly enchanting sight that captivated several infatuated boys in the class, who dared only to admire from a distance. Some flowers are destined to be admired from afar. Getting too close may result in being pricked by thorns. "Xiaomo," the round-faced girl called out loudly as she approached the balcony. "There's a handsome guy looking for you." Realizing that a multitude of curious eyes had turned toward him, Su Mu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He now wished only to find a place to hide, regardless of age or gender. As long as one draws breath, they are susceptible to gossip, the extent of which hinges entirely on the juiciness of the revelation. Clearly, the gossip concerning Xia Mo and Su Mu had ignited. If there were a forum for the academy, this would surely be the top trending topic. Xia Mo, seemingly unfazed by the attention of her peers, approached the door and asked, "What do you need?" To his astonishment, they were actually conversing. The onlookers in the classroom erupted with excitement, several of them discreetly raising their phones to capture hazy photographs that bore a nostalgic quality. "The key," Su Mu whispered. "The key?" Xia Mo was momentarily puzzled. "Yes, the key." Su Mu urged. "You didn't lose it, did you? I just secured that job. It can't be gone already." "Oh, the key." Xia Mo finally recalled, remembering that she still had the coffee shop key with her. She began searching her belongings, but found nothing. "Wait for me," she exclaimed, rushing back to her seat to rummage through her bag. Eventually, she remembered that she had stayed up late reading the night before and had fallen asleep in the car on the way home, completely forgetting where the maid had placed the key. She had woken up late that morning, in a hurry, almost causing her to be late for school, leaving no time to search. Sitting in the car that morning, she felt as though the coffee shop had bewitched her. She lost track of time inside and could hardly recall it upon leaving, only remembering that she had been exceedingly happy. Upon returning, Xia Mo awkwardly scratched her head, saying, "I forgot to bring it. I'll have my family look for it and bring it to you after school." "You forgot to bring it?" Su Mu replied, skeptical. "Really? I truly just forgot." She insisted, her anxiety mounting as she worried she might never retrieve the key again. "Trust me, I will return a complete key to you tonight." What else could he do? Certainly, one can only choose to believe her. How could one possibly scold a valued guest? "I trust you. I trust you. I shall await you after school." Having spoken, Sumu dejectedly returned to his class. Xiaomo took out her phone, preparing to send a message to her family. Upon turning around, she was met with a room full of astonished faces. "Oh no, it seems I have forgotten that this is school, not a seaside cafe. I hope the persona I have painstakingly maintained does not collapse." With that thought, Xiaomo's delicate face grew slightly cold, and her frosty gaze swept over the crowd. After a brief shiver, her classmates resumed their normal activities. Some continued to frolic, others immersed themselves in books, while a few focused on their assignments. And some sneakily browsed through photo albums. When Sumu returned to his seat, he noticed that his deskmate was still grappling with that math problem, which had been the case for nearly an hour. He picked up his pen, extracted Fu Ningning's draft paper, and stated, "From I, 1A1, it follows that Anna 1's 2 in 1th power. Therefore, A, 2, a 1A 12th power, a 1's IDH power, a 1's, I1, th power, a 1's to I2, th power." The symbols are difficult to render. Please bear with this approximation. This is the final question from the 2004 Jiangsu College entrance examination. Those interested may seek it out. Fu Ningning's eyes widened, fixated on Su Mu's profile. She could hardly recall the last time her deskmate earnestly explained a problem to her. Su Mu waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Are you listening?" "Oh." Fu Ningning finally snapped back to reality and replied, "I was just daydreaming. Could you explain it again?" She retrieved another piece of draft paper, and Su Mu patiently recalculated, meticulously breaking down each step and the relevant knowledge involved. In essence, when deconstructed, it was all foundational knowledge and not so daunting. He tossed aside his pen, took out his water bottle, and sipped a few times. Fu Ningning stared blankly at the breakdown on the draft paper. The thought process was clear, the logic precise. She glanced at her deskmate, who, just last Friday, had been utterly clueless and now, merely a weekend later, was capable of solving such challenging problems. Could this be the disparity in capabilities brought about by innate talent? The girl, mercilessly overshadowed by such talent, felt no resentment. Rather, she was filled with joy. Akin to investing in a stock on the verge of being delisted, persistently buying in while others remained skeptical, increasing her investment. Finally, on a certain Monday, when the market opened, the stock surged uncontrollably. Although her investment had not yet fully recouped, the vast potential lay tantalizingly close. To become a general's wife, one must marry him while he is still a mere soldier. As the daughter of Jiangnin's wealthiest man, Fu Ningning understood the art of investment well. She had bet wisely. Now, all she needed to do was guard against anyone circumventing regulations to secretly acquire shares, thus securing a larger stake than her own. She could then patiently await the final dividends. Fu Ningning felt a surge of delight. Over the course of the afternoon, she consumed all the Longjing tea pastries. By the time dinner rolled around, she had scarcely eaten a few bites, all of which had been devoured by a certain gluttonous individual without shame. How embarrassing, how embarrassing! While expressing her embarrassment verbally, her pace of eating remained unabated. Fu Ningning sipped her egg custard in small gulps, pondering to herself, "As long as you understand the gravity of your actions, you must compensate me doubly in the future." The bell for the evening study session rang. Su Mu stretched comfortably, closing his textbook, having thoroughly reviewed all the notes provided by Mu Qianning. Although it was merely a science subject, it was indeed the focus of his preparations. Humanities subjects relied primarily on rote memorization, supplemented by a dash of intuition, leading to similar scores across the board, making it difficult to distinguish oneself. Sumu placed a thick stack of notebooks on Mu Qianning's desk. Her male classmate, displaying remarkable awareness, hastily packed his belongings and vacated the seat. One might question Su Mu's current academic prowess, but his athletic abilities were beyond reproach. At every sports meet, Old Hong relied entirely on this lone talent to shine. Oh, and let us not forget the left-hand guardian of the podium, Wang Lin. Mu Qianning furrowed her brow. Having completed her review, she worried that Su Mu might be misleading her. Su Mu took a seat beside her, nodding earnestly. Though Mu Qianning remained skeptical, she couldn't voice her doubts in the face of his unwavering confidence and ultimately accepted her notebook. However, she extracted a mathematics test paper, pointing to the last question of the additional problems. How do you solve this? She left it blank, clearly unable to tackle it. After contemplating during the study session, Mu Qianning had no fruitful ideas and was reluctant to resort to brute force calculations, regardless of whether she could arrive at the right answer. Time constraints during the exam would undoubtedly hinder her. Come, let me teach you, Su Mu declared, feeling terrifyingly adept after his review. He grabbed a piece of scratch paper, contemplated for a mere 10 seconds, and began scribbling down his thought process, arriving at a complete solution. Mu Qianning listened with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Although she sensed something amiss, she could find no fault in Su Mu's reasoning. Have you finally grasped it? She asked, her face a mask of disbelief. Su Mu playfully slapped her not-so-brilliant head, boasting, have you heard of enlightenment at Longchang? I achieved my own in a cafe, becoming a mathematical sage. Mu Qianning, still incredulous, glanced at Fu Ningning, who had been observing discreetly, pointing to the test paper as if to inquire, did you teach him? Fu Ningning shook her head, holding up her blank sheet. It was evident she hadn't solved the last question of the additional problems either. While the two rivals exchanged glances, Su Mu had already packed his belongings and was ready to head home, joking and laughing with his good friend Wang Lin along the way. Mu Qianning watched the playful boys, memories flooding back to her. Indeed, he was the prodigy who had advanced a grade and claimed victory in the entrance examination, neither a one-hit wonder nor a child prodigy who faded into mediocrity. Wait for me. Su Mu, she called, snapping out of her reverie, hastily organizing her backpack and catching up to him. Shall I accompany you home? Wang Lin, noticing her, cleverly remarked that he needed to use the restroom, then swiftly vanished, proving himself worthy of companionship with Su Mu. I'll ride my bike home, otherwise I'll have to rush in the morning, Su Mu replied, although he had pressing matters to attend to. Despite Old Hong no longer overseeing him, he couldn't afford to skip classes consistently, right? Yes, Mu Qianning affirmed. Mu Qianning's gaze held a hint of melancholy, her emotions swirling in complexity as she hesitantly inquired, are you blaming me for not seeing you off on Friday? When have I ever blamed you? The two entered the bicycle shed, where Su Mu revealed his brand new bicycle. I truly appreciate your help that day. Look, my new bicycle. Had it not been for riding Xiaomo's vehicle, he would not have met Qi Ming, which perhaps would have spared him from the ensuing murder case, the unreceived reward. And this brand new bicycle. How did you get home in the end? Mu Qianning asked. At that time, Xiaomo happened to be waiting for a ride. So she took me home, Su Mu replied honestly. Who? Xiaomo? While Su Mu may not have been entirely aware of Xiaomo's true identity, Mu Qianning was acutely conscious of it. Recalling Su Mu's earlier comment of gratitude, she found it profoundly ironic, as if Su Mu was suggesting that his acquaintance with Xiaomo was a consequence of her rejection. Anxiously, Mu Qianning clenched and released her small hands repeatedly before finally asking, is she easy to get along with? Being a girl herself, she knew well how difficult Xiaomo could be. She seemed utterly disinterested in everyone and everything. While other girls often traveled in pairs or groups, Xiaomo stood apart, an entity seemingly detached from the world. A barrier of invisible gold separated her from all, impenetrable by anyone. How could someone like her allow Su Mu into her vehicle? Mu Qianning pondered in confusion. How should I put it? Su Mu reflected on his recent interactions with Xiaomo. She was a paradox, at times aloof, growing increasingly distant in larger crowds, yet playful in smaller gatherings. It appeared she was highly conscious of her image in the eyes of others, particularly those of elevated status. I find her quite easy to interact with, Su Mu expressed, uncertain of her true nature, yet speaking his genuine feelings. He seldom encountered individuals he could not connect with. Mu Qianning felt a pang in her heart. The gratitude she had felt for rejecting the offer to escort him home now weighed heavily on her, leaving her heart feeling hollow, akin to losing her most beloved puppy. The car is here, Su Mu indicated, pointing to a Porsche. Mu Qianning intended to extend another invitation, but was interrupted by the approach of the girl in question, her demeanor cold, as she walked straight towards Su Mu without acknowledging anyone else. The keys, Xiaomo stated brusquely. Su Mu glanced around at the bustling crowd of parents picking up their children, understanding her sudden chilliness. Received. After returning the keys, Xiaomo prepared to leave, only to suddenly notice a familiar girl staring intently at her from within the Porsche. Where have I seen her before? At the dance? Or perhaps the sports meet? The memory eluded her, but she dismissed it as inconsequential. Her arrival had been swift, and her departure was equally so. Sumonse akain declinet mo hian ninkis invitacion. Assisting her in closing the car door while waving goodbye to the departing Porsche. Watching the figure that bid farewell, the girl felt an ache in her heart, as if she were being torn apart. She curled up tightly in the passenger seat, ignoring her mother's inquiries from the driver's seat, unwilling to utter a single word. Fu Ningning stood on the steps, witnessing the entire process of rejection, and her heart blossomed with joy. As long as the original shares were eliminated, she would undoubtedly face no rivals. As for Xiamo, well, she would keep an eye on her for now. Although she understood that her desk mate would not ride in her car, it did not matter, for he had never done so before. Shall I give you a ride home? Fu Ningning asked, as was her custom. No, maybe next time. Sumu waved goodbye. Fu Ningning pouted her lips. He had said next time last time too, a phrase she had lost count of how many times she had heard. She did not even know from whom he had learned it. See you tomorrow. She cheerfully waved her hand in farewell. Luxury cars for picking up children disappeared one after another at the end of Jinglan Road. Sumu hopped onto his new vehicle, intending to gather some canvas tonight. Otherwise, his doghouse would surely be ruined if it rained. He was well acquainted with the route to a large landfill, where the intersection of Jiangzhou East and West lay. Much of the refuse from wealthy households, particularly construction materials and discarded furniture, ended up here. Many residents who relied on scavenging for a living chose to come at night, either due to classes or to avoid confrontations. However, in most cases, little of value remained at night. Upon entering the area, a pungent odor of paint mixed with a foul stench assaulted Su Mu's senses. He parked carefully and walked gingerly over a pile of broken stones. This was not his first visit. Nearly all the furniture and building materials in his makeshift shelter had been salvaged from this vast dump. As he ventured deeper, he spotted a rusted iron pot. Who could be so wasteful? He exclaimed. This could be cleaned and reused. He decided to take it with him. A stray dog watched warily, alarmed by the intrusion into its territory. Su Mu continued to rummage through the debris, discovering numerous pieces of canvas, all riddled with holes of varying sizes, the purpose of which remained a mystery. What was that? From a distance, he noticed something incredibly familiar and hurried over. It was a leather sofa. Although such sofas lack breathability, it was still a sofa. I've struck gold, he exclaimed. He set down the iron pot, but as soon as he touched the sofa, it collapsed into pieces before his eyes. The loud crash startled the stray dog, which began barking furiously. Damn, he shouted, picking up a broken beam. This was clearly the result of human destruction, rendering it worthless. No wonder no one wanted it. He discarded the beam and turned to leave, but after a few steps, Sumu turned back to the sofa, placed the iron pot down again, and began peeling away the layer of faux leather. It seemed promising. He took out a small knife from his pocket and meticulously cut the sofa as covering, all while accompanied by the howling of the wild dog. Under the moonlight, Sumu triumphantly held up the piece of leather. He happily rolled it up and took it with him. An hour later, Sumu had salvaged an iron pot, a roll of leather, a broken stool, 2 ceramic cups, and 3 towels that could serve as rags. Time to head home. Amidst the joyful barks of departing dogs, Su Mu, filled with satisfaction, approached his bicycle, laden with his spoils. Indeed, that dilapidated bicycle was also acquired from this very place. When he first brought it back, it was utterly unrideable. After numerous repairs, he had spent a total of 20 yuan just to make it barely roadworthy. As he secured his treasures tightly to the back seat with a rope, Su Mu intended to leave when he noticed a large truck entering the area to dump garbage. There it was. His dark eyes glinted with golden greed under the moonlight. It was asbestos tiles. Once the truck departed, Su Mu hurriedly dashed over, knowing these tiles would ensure he would no longer be troubled by leaks. He had struck it rich. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. Selecting several usable asbestos tiles, he dragged them away with contentment, placing them atop his seat, whistling the cheerful tune of Dong Feng. Sumu merrily pushed his cart away. Chapter 12. A taste of skill as night fell. It was once again a full moon night. In high spirits, Sumu, like a little dog returning home with a bounty, proudly lifted his head, pedaling his cherished new bicycle while humming a lively song. He swayed along the spacious road leading home, oblivious to the pale, ethereal moon above. The nights in Jiangzhou during May are the most delightful. The breeze caresses the face like a silken handkerchief, while floral fragrances abound, tender and heartwarming, with temperatures just perfect, not too high, nor too low. A sudden gust of warm wind brushed past, evoking thoughts of the sweltering summer days. However, he paid little heed, dismissing it as merely a breeze. The temperature on the road home continued to rise, and beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks, splattering onto his bicycle. How hot? What strange weather has Jiangzhou been experiencing lately? Sumu remained oblivious to the peculiarities, as the spring and autumn seasons in Jiangzhou are notoriously fickle. Akin to a girl in love, alternating between tears and laughter, a blend of sweet and sour emotions. The midday heat felt akin to the height of summer, only to be followed by the chill of deep winter at night. Just yesterday, he had donned a coat. Today, he found himself compelled to wear short sleeves. As a light drizzle began to fall, Sumu's expression shifted, and he promptly accelerated his pedaling. If he continued to meander about in such a precarious manner, he would surely become drenched. The scorching pavement seared the air, and as the fine rain touched the ground, it transformed into white steam. Why is it so hot? A thunderous rumble echoed through the sky, and lightning illuminated the heavens. Sumu looked up, only to be pelted by large raindrops. With an impassive expression, he wiped the rain from his face. He had grown numb to the unexpected downpours on his journey home, and today, buoyed by his good mood, he chose not to dwell on it. I must hurry home. Sumu increased his pace, weaving through the torrential rain, his thoughts solely focused on reaching home. The scorched earth sizzled beneath the rain, producing a thick white mist that obscured his vision. In the dim light of the street lamps, the world ahead was a hazy expanse. With determination, Sumu plunged into the mist. The intensity of the rain gradually subsided, and delicate droplets began to fall, mingled with the lingering chill of spring. As his bicycle navigated through the misty realm, it evoked a sense of the ethereal landscapes of Yunmens. Sumu had entirely shed the leisurely grace of his earlier stroll in the rain. The icy droplets cascaded upon his face, coalescing into a delicate white flake. How frigid! Just moments ago, he yearned to shed his garments due to the heat, yet now he longed for the warmth of a cotton coat. His pallid face trembled from the chill, his lips quivered uncontrollably, while frost flowers slowly blossomed upon the metallic frame of his vehicle. Even if Sumu were to be oblivious, he realized he had strayed from the correct path, inadvertently plunging into a realm forbidden to mortals. You? Are you there? He instinctively called out, for in such moments, only you could possibly come to his rescue. I am here. The most anticipated voice resounded in his mind, akin to a beacon of hope. I have traversed this road countless times. Why does it feel so peculiar today? Could it be that a bloodline conflict has erupted in the wild? Sumo speculated. This is not the right path. What does that mean? This is not the way home. You have taken a wrong turn. Impossible. I have traversed this road many times. Even with my eyes closed, I could ride back. Sumu was brimming with confidence. Nothing is impossible, for I have misled your direction, guiding you into this zone of life deprivation. You did not indulge him, pouring a bucket of cold water directly over his head. Friend, are you attempting to kill me? Sumu felt both sorrowful and aggrieved. How could that be? You chuckled. We are destined to be eternal friends. But what? You appeared on Sumu's retina, playfully winking and saying, watch out for the car. A car? In the midst of the white mist, headlights suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Sumu heard a sharp screeching of brakes, and before he knew it, both he and his new vehicle soared through the air in a perfect parabolic arc, crashing heavily onto the road. Bang! The new car crumpled before him, its steel frame rendered fragile under the onslaught of ice, shattering into unrecognizable fragments. The spoils behind the vehicle, cast iron pots and asbestos tiles, were all rendered useless. Only a tattered piece of leather from a sofa remained. No! Sumu's heart ached. Tears cascaded uncontrollably, surging forth like a dam bursting under pressure. My car. My new car. Why must it always end this way for my vehicle? He pounded the icy ground in fury, each punch pulverizing the hard frost into powder. This infuriates me. This infuriates me. Sumu rose step by step, advancing into the mist, colliding with a parked sedan. I shall uncover who is responsible this time. I refuse to believe it could be the enforcers again. Approaching the black car, he kicked it away from the railing, moved to the driver's side, tore off the door, and reached in to seize the suited driver within. Strike first at the face, assess the shoulders first. Excellent. No epaulets. He is not a member of the enforcement agency. The car was a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, clearly not a public vehicle. With no further hesitation, Sumu pulled the driver from the front seat, only to have a dark green serpent spring forth from the shadows, launching a surprise attack. What is this? Quick wit. He grasped the serpent, and under the dim glow of the streetlight, he discerned that the green entity in his hand was not a snake, but a writhing plant vine. The driver in the front seat was consumed by the dark green tendrils of vegetation, sturdy branches piercing through one blood-soaked wound after another, while crimson blood gushed forth. Sumu raised his head and beheld, under the glow of the lights, a writhing mass of vines, as if parasitic creatures were tightly entwining the driver. The tendrils launched an assault. With his left hand, he crushed the attacking branches without a hint of fear, reaching out to grasp the parasite, tearing it away from the driver and casting it aside, lifeless, onto the roadside. Hey you, Sumu recognized the driver in his grasp. Delivering a forceful kick to the Benz S, the license plate glaringly familiar. The driver opened his bloodshot eyes, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, enduring the excruciating pain to muster his final strength to speak. Mr. Su, please. Before he could finish, he succumbed to death. He is dead again, Sumu remarked. You corrected him, saying no, this time he's truly dead. Sumu laid the driver's corpse flat on the ground, gently closing his eyes, and asked, so, is this why you brought me here? Familiar with the procedure, he retrieved the driver's broadsword from the passenger seat. Indeed, the voice of you echoed ethereally, proclaiming, with my divine vision, I shall lend you the power to suppress all. A golden, grid-like map materialized upon Sumu's retina. Drawing the Tang broadsword, he dashed towards Xia Mo with utmost urgency. Beyond the mist, a chaotic and filthy slum unfolded within sight, located in the eastern part of Jiangzhou, an area concentrated with chemical and smelting factories. The sky drizzled with rain that bore not the elegance of the Jiangnan water towns, but rather the corrosive taint of pollution. The roadside ditches flowed with colorful effluents, and the land could not yield a single grain. Even the rampant weeds contained a hint of toxicity. Poverty bred chaos, and chaos served as the perfect refuge for wickedness. The indigenous populace languished in sickness and death, while the remaining able-bodied laborers had long since departed. Sumu pondered why a lady of Xiaomo's stature would venture into such desolate, seldom-trodden wilderness in the dead of night. This was an area where even the homeless could not survive, a corner of civilization, a true, forbidden zone of life. Ahead, the slum was now blanketed in a vast expanse of snow, with enormous icicles piercing through the earthen walls, growing chaotically from the ground. Dark green vines sprawled everywhere, tightly entwining the icicles. Sumu took out his phone, prepared to report to the enforcement hall. As expected, the signal dwindled to just one bar. Continuing onward, his foot suddenly struck a hard object. Upon kicking it aside for inspection, he discovered, beneath the snow and ice, numerous brass-colored eggshells, one of which stood out conspicuously. A dark red neurotoxin bullet, marked with the letter B. Suddenly, a ringing filled his ears, followed by an explosion from the surrounding walls. Dense gunfire echoing through the snowy landscape. Sumu stumbled and fell into the snow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Have things escalated this far? He felt as if he had entered a foreign realm, or perhaps this was the most genuine scene of this world. On the grid map within his retina, Sumu saw a multitude of unidentified creatures charging towards Xia Mo at an alarming speed. He had no time to ponder further, brandishing his sword. He leaped onto a building, hastening his approach. Xia Mo clutched her abdomen, the mingling blue and red blood seeping through her fingers, as she gazed at the ferocious hounds charging towards her. Her eyes, cold and resolute, drew in a deep breath as she clenched her teeth and summoned her powers once more. The golden pupils flickered with a faint light, ice surging from behind her to encase the pursuing beasts. Uncle Zhao must have already broken through the encirclement. Xia Mo collapsed in the snowstorm, leaning weakly against the earthen wall behind her. If he and rushed out to seek help, I would surely be doomed. Looking up at the pallid moonlight, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. She should have been more cautious. A warm current wafted from afar, causing the ice sculptures of the hounds to begin to stir. Their crimson eyes reflected Xia Mo's face, betraying their insatiable thirst for blood as they could no longer restrain their primal instincts. It seemed, perhaps, That time had run out. Pain radiated from her abdomen as the neurotoxic bullets continued to erode her consciousness. Were it not for her lineage surpassing the bullet's lethality, she would have long perished beneath the heavy snow, the frost becoming her gravestone. Woof woof! The ice melted, and the hounds broke free from their confinement. Leaping towards Xiaomo, she inhaled deeply for the last time, loosening her taut nerves, allowing herself to slump against the wall, ready to embrace her fate. In her final moments, her mind replayed memories of the past, particularly that rainy night. Xiaomo pondered whether things might have been different had Sumu been with her this time. Perhaps not. After all, he was still unconscious and unable to help. The glint of a blade emerged. Just as Xiaomo prepared to close her eyes, she suddenly spotted the familiar Tang-hung knife amidst the snow. Wielded by a young swordsman, him, the boy she knew, her emotions surged, the relaxed tension in her body snapping back into focus. But the exhilaration brought a sharp pang of agony to her abdomen. The pain was excruciating. Tears welled in her eyes. She knew it. He truly was her talisman of fortune. Sumu swung the knife with precision, deftly severing the heads of the hounds, their black blood pooling on the pristine white snow, a stark contrast. Black blood? They are not living beings, but puppets driven by the death sequence, reminded you. The death sequence. Sumu, with his right hand gripping the blade, stood protectively before Xiaomo as the snowflakes fell gently upon his shoulders. At the battlefield's edge, he noticed 3 subsequent bloodlines inching closer. The enemy's identities materialized in his vision. From left to right, the flame sequence, the storm sequence, and the death sequence. None bore blue blood. Yet behind them stood a pair of golden pupils, the blue-blooded moose sequence responsible for the slaughter of drivers. To the sides of the subsequent bloodlines, the remaining human mercenaries raised their firearms. Seeing him come to her rescue filled Xiaomo with joy. Yet the thought of Sumu still being unconscious and potentially sharing her fate in the snow cast a shadow of worry over her. You must leave quickly. They possess blue blood. Her voice was faint, as if it could extinguish in the wind at any moment. Summoning her remaining strength, she continued. Do you know about blue blood? Do you know about the subsequent bloodlines? At this moment, Xiaomo felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she known that day when he sought her out, she should have revealed everything instead of uttering the hollow promise of next time for sure. Now, facing the brink of death, she feared she would bring misfortune upon others. The young girl was filled with deep remorse. Sumu turned the knife in his hand, plunging it into the ground, and knelt beside Xiaomo, shedding his Kualai Jinglan school uniform to drape it over her. Do not speak, he said. I am aware of what it means to be a Jizhong, and I understand the essence of Lan Shui. I also know that you have severely wounded them, particularly that Moose Suli of the Lan Shui. I witnessed him, his body riddled with ice spears, blue blood pooling around him. Conserve your abilities, save your strength. The rest is up to me. Sumu smiled, half-jokingly adding, I would rather not have to collect your remains after dealing with them. It will be arduous today, and I shall certainly expect a tip from you. At least $180. Do not let my efforts be in vain. In the tense atmosphere, Xiaomo couldn't help but chuckle at his words, generously promising, rest assured, if I survive, I will grant you whatever you desire. Really? He inquired, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Then I shall make a wish. Speak. Xiaomo gazed eagerly into his striking eyes, which seemed to reflect a sea of flowers. Sumu began, earlier, as we traveled, your family's driver crashed my car, the new one that the enforcement hall had just compensated me for. I wish for a bicycle. Xiaomo exclaimed, could you not be a bit more audacious? I cannot pluck the stars from the sky, but I have plenty of gold here on the ground. I am the sole heir of the illustrious Xia family. Am I truly worth no more than a mere bicycle? Sumu refrained from revealing the fate of the driver. Xiaomo was in a fragile state and could not endure further trauma. Remember, you now owe me a bicycle and a tip of $180. You must not perish. Rising, Sumu withdrew the knife from the ground, determined to strike first against the enemy. The battlefield could not be drawn towards them. Xiaomo was right behind, and any miscalculation could spell disaster for her this night. The Tang horizontal knife glimmered under the pale moonlight. On this snowy night, Sumu moved with astonishing speed, leaving behind only fleeting shadows in the moonlight. The mercenaries were the first to fire, unleashing a hail of crossfire. The A-47 rifle was standard among the insurgents. This automatic rifle, which had been in service since the last century, was renowned for its affordability and durability, and was extensively sold worldwide following the disintegration of the Evisu Republic. To the three Jizhong, the boy rushing forward appeared merely as a formidable Min Shui swordsman, requiring no intervention from them. However, the instant gunfire erupted, Su Mu's speed reached unprecedented heights, darting through the battlefield like a specter, cold light flashing, heads falling. Fresh blood splattered in the frigid wind, exuding wisps of white steam. In Su Mu's mind, every bullet trajectory was meticulously marked. Even those yet to be fired were indicated by dashed lines, making the encounter with the mercenaries a one-sided massacre. Corpses fell, lifeless, into pools of blood. The terrifying flames illuminated the night sky, their intense heat evaporating the falling snow. The three lowly blood descendants could no longer remain still and directed their powers against Su Mu. Xiao watched from a distance, feeling an acute tension and profound shock. She had initially believed that the unawakened Su Mu could only rely on Qi Ming's assistance to eliminate spiritual monsters. To her astonishment, he had already reached a level comparable to a low-tier blood descendant solely through his physical prowess. It was unimaginable what kind of horrifying creature he would become if he awakened his lineage and mastered the sequential powers. Biting her lip, a peculiar thought suddenly crossed her mind. The viper basked in flames, towering over mortals in the snowy night. It flicked its tongue derisively at the human youth before it and suddenly launched an attack. Su Mu raised his blade, snowflakes blooming upon its surface. The storm, death, and flames surged forth in an assault. The flames grew even fiercer upon encountering the storm, while the combat effectiveness of the low-tier death was not particularly strong, serving more as a support function. Su Mu gazed at the ambiguous death sequence blood descended, a surge of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You, the first to be sacrificed to my blade. With a swift stroke, he cleaved through the flames, evading the wind blades, and charged toward death. The death blood descendant crossed its hands before it, conjuring a mirror that appeared at the intersection of its palms. Death sequence, red blood C rank, power number 53, 627, mirror. The mirror reflected Su Mu's image, a mirror-like youth wielding a blade, standing under the moonlight, awaiting the challenge of the original. The effeminate voice taunted, "Can you defeat yourself?" The confidence that had adorned his face shattered in an instant, his pupils trembling as if shaken by an earthquake. The death puppet conjured by the mirror was instantaneously slain in a single encounter, the speed and strength of both parties not even on the same level. The replicated puppet of Su Mu was merely an ordinary mortal, while the true Su Mu was ferocious, akin to a raging beast. "This cannot be," the effeminate one exclaimed in disbelief. "Even if it's blue blood, I could replicate it, albeit with diminished power. How could I possibly create an ordinary person?" Su Mu slashed downwards, shattering the mirror. His tone remained calm as he stated, "Because I am just an ordinary person. Your power is impressive, but misapplied." Vivid crimson blood gushed forth, the withered, headless body collapsing to the ground, concealed by the swirling snowstorm approaching from behind. "I am dying of laughter." You chuckled uncontrollably in her little garden, bent over with mirth. "This foolish one dares to use the death mirror against an unawakened ordinary person. Forget about the flames for now. Cut down the storm." "Understood." The grid map immediately locked onto the storm sequence blood descendant, and lines of data began to appear on the retina as you calculated the enemy's motives and predicted their movements. You was infallible in her strategy. Su Mu flawlessly evaded all wind blades, placing his blade against the neck of the storm sequence blood descendant and asked, "Do you have any last words?" "Why, yes. Please don't kill me." "I will. Enough nonsense." Su Mu swiftly severed the enemy's carotid artery, and the ensuing flames of the viper consumed the body whole. The blade flickered, the killer leaving no trace behind, swift as a shooting star. Useless. In the heart of ice, the blue blood, impaled by a multitude of ice spears cast by Xiao, could no longer contain his exasperation and voiced his frustration. Three bloodline successors were unable to eliminate a mere mortal blood youth. The sole surviving fire sequence bloodline successor wore a look of indignation. It was not that his comrades were lacking in strength, as his own prowess was evident. Leadership, however, is indifferent to the process and only scrutinizes the outcome. The wood sequence bloodline successor ignited his golden eyes, awakening the vines dormant beneath the icicles, which began to surge forth from all directions. I interposed myself. instructing him to strike. Understood, boss. The voice of the blue blood successor sounded particularly feeble, revealing the extent of Xiao Mo's injuries. Su Mu noted that one of the ice spears had pierced his heart. To still draw breath was nothing short of miraculous. So, my next target is that half-alive blue blood? Su Mu mused internally. Indeed, you affirmed with a nod. He has taken the potion and is recovering. We must seize the moment to claim his life. However, the little girl, concealed amongst the flowers, revealed a mischievous grin. However, what? We shall require our fired gentleman's cooperation. As Su Mu beheld the fire viper hurtling toward him once more, he quickly grasped Yu's intent. The moment the surrounding vines ensnared him, he pivoted and charged toward the viper. Seeking death, the fire blood successor was exhilarated. In the instant Su Mu closed in on the fire viper, he summoned all his strength, maximizing his speed, and grazed the serpent's underbelly while simultaneously directing his blade toward the trajectory of the impending flames. No. The expression of the fire blood successor froze as his viper collided with the vines of his leader. Su Mu gasped for breath, leveraging the elastic potential energy of his horizontal blade to rebound into the flaming, charred web. With a decisive slash, he severed the net. The blue blood successor, startled, immediately withdrew all his vines, forming a shield to deflect the descending strike from above. A snowflake alighted upon the shield, while in the distance, Xiao Mo unleashed her final assault. The metallic glint of cold steel shattered the enemy's defenses. Confronted with death, the blue blood successor, disregarding much else, summoned all his strength, utilizing the assistance of the vines to snap the ice spear embedded in him as a weapon and charge forward. Regrettably, he faced his natural predator, Su Mu. With the momentum of speed, the Tang broadsword, wielded with absolute force, shattered Xiao Mo's ice spear. The blade cracked but sustained no significant damage. It was sufficient for slaying. The enemy's head was cleaved in two, rolling onto the ground as blue blood flowed chaotically amidst the scattered ice spears. Su Mu, having expended excessive force, found his blade lodged in the ice, causing his palm to bleed. After dispatching the enemy leader, Su Mu exhaled deeply, retrieving the fallen ice spear and slowly advancing toward the final adversary. The fire successor stood frozen, gazing vacantly at the approaching mortal blood youth, gripped by fear. His mind incessantly signaled for escape, yet his trembling legs betrayed him, rendering him immobile. As Su Mu approached, nearly regaining his strength, he moved slowly due to the considerable fatigue he had endured. The figure before him stood idle. Was he merely awaiting death? Please do not kill me. The fire blood successor, driven by terror, quaked as he knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in desperation. Su Mu, weary of idle chatter, raised his ice spear and pierced it through the coward's skull, nailing him to the snowy ground. After confirming the grid map, finding no survivors except for Xiao Mo, Su Mu adjusted his disheveled school uniform and returned to the girl's side. Is she dead? He inquired. Almost, Xiao Mo replied weakly. I will take you home. Su Mu carefully lifted her into his arms. She was light as a feather. Wait, Xiao Mo said, there's a black suitcase over there containing the potion I need. Even in death, I must retrieve it, otherwise my demise would be in vain. Su Mu approached the suitcase and discovered several deep blue potions inside, strikingly similar to the HB blood packs he had encountered, albeit with a higher concentration. Isn't it foolish? For the sake of this potion, does the Xia family lack supply? They do, but there are matters I cannot yet disclose to you. Then next time, for certain. Hearing Su Mu's teasing, Xiao Mo hesitated but ultimately pleaded. Please keep tonight's events confidential. If anyone inquires, just say you merely passed by. Su Mu replied, I was merely passing through. He genuinely had only passed through, misled by you, to this location. Yet Xiao Mo did not believe him. Who would venture into such desolate wilderness without reason? He must have sensed something and followed her secretly. However, with only a bicycle, she could not catch up to a speeding car. Xiao Mo closed her eyes, her consciousness gradually fading. I don't want to go home. You must not die, Su Mu exclaimed, his frustration mounting as the girl in his arms felt as cold as ice, devoid of warmth, as if she could slip away at any moment. What could be so grave that she would conceal it from her family even in death? I cannot. Xiao Mo's words trailed off as she succumbed to unconsciousness in Su Mu's embrace. There is no time to return to the Xia family. I must carry her back to my place. I will save her, but I need your authorization. Authorization? Chapter 13. This is not home. It is a monument to mourning. Sumu cradled Xia Mo and sprinted through the night in Jiangzhou, torn between the fear of moving too quickly and exacerbating her abdominal injury, and the dread of moving too slowly, extinguishing the girl's last glimmer of hope. With Yu's assistance, he successfully evaded the tardy enforcers and finally reached his humble abode. Nestled beside a clear river, his dwelling was adjacent to Jiangzhou's most affluent coastal district, built atop a collapsed stone house. When he arrived, the area was overgrown with weeds. Swarming with insects and spiders the size of coins were ubiquitous. Since the day he urged his mother to cease sending money from abroad, he had prepared for this moment. Attending school by day, seeking work after class, and scavenging through the garbage at night for discarded treasures. After several months, it had taken shape, albeit with a bald spot atop his head. On clear nights, he could enjoy the moon and stars, but rain was a torment. With only a few tattered tarpaulins, a heavy downpour would prove insurmountable. Tonight, he had managed to acquire some asbestos tiles, but after the fierce struggle, all that remained was the severely injured girl in his arms. Sumu pushed open the half-worn wooden door, lacking any security features. He had once considered foregoing the door entirely, opting instead for a curtain, until one day he returned home to find a large orange cat perched on his bed. On a day much like today, a plump cat with a blend of white and orange fur scampered to Sumu's feet, affectionately rubbing against his sneakers. The moss-covered stone wall was adorned with rusted steel pipes, serving the critical function of load-bearing columns. Sumu had deliberately procured an unwanted sheer curtain, which he cleaned and wrapped around the load-bearing pillars to obscure the unsightly rust that could not be scrubbed away. The little cottage was quite charming, or at least that was Sumu's opinion. The sole regret was the absence of electricity, as illumination relied entirely on a battery-operated lamp. Upon switching on the dim light, he carefully placed Xia Mo on his bed. Although the bedding was rather old, it was clean, thanks to Sumu's request for the hotel to launder it. However, considering Xia Mo's comfort, he rummaged through the cupboard devoid of a door to retrieve the newly purchased bedding from Sunday. Meow. The obedient orange cat perched on the table, tilting its little head as it surveyed the beautiful girl that its master had brought back from outside. You, what should I do now? I feel as though she has already passed away. I cannot even detect a pulse, Sumu anxiously inquired, placing his hand on Xia Mo's forehead, which felt as cold as ice. You responded, I require the authority to release the life sequence to reclaim her from the clutches of death, but this necessitates your cooperation. How should I cooperate? I am ready. You fell silent, prompting Sumu to grow impatient, pressing for answers until a voice echoed in his mind. I need you to unleash the advanced powers of the life sequence. You must relinquish control of your body to me. Relinquish control of his body. I understand this is a considerable burden for you, but Sumu interrupted you, not waiting for her explanation, calmly posing the question. How do I relinquish it? You stood in the small garden, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at the young boy who had suddenly appeared before her. His adorable face radiated the most sincere smile, and his golden eyes sparkled with joy. He still trusts me, just as he did in our childhood. You reminisced about their youth, recalling how she would occasionally deceive the little boy, manipulating his body to engage in peculiar antics, such as stealing the lipstick of his sister from the adjacent ward to apply it to herself. Such instances were innumerable, leading Sumu to be regarded as a lunatic in the eyes of the mentally ill. Just like when we were children, you grasped Sumu's hand, and together they completed the exchange of identities in the small garden. You took over as the master of this body. In the garden, Sumu urged, hurry, save her. Very well, you replied. She lifted the orange cat and whispered in its ear to go play outside for a while, promising to return once her sister was finished. As she spoke those words, you ignited a pair of brilliant golden eyes. Sumu gazed in astonishment. These golden eyes were more radiant and beautiful than any he had ever encountered. At last, we meet, you said, lifting the covers and assisting Xia Mo to sit up, placing her right hand atop her head. Witnessing this scene, Sumu was reminded of a line of poetry. The immortal caresses my crown, granting me longevity. Quite close, indeed, to that sentiment. You responded to his poetic reflection. The resplendent golden power illuminated the small garden, where flowers danced and butterflies fluttered in harmony. A gentle breeze swept through, caressing each delightful blossom. Within the dim confines of the small abode, suffused with golden power and the sacred white essence of life, Sumu observed as Xia Mo's pallid complexion gradually took on a hint of rosy vitality. Moreover, the weeds that had been cleared from the room began to grow wildly once more. This was merely the manifestation of power as a fusion, capable of stimulating the rapid growth of flora as the vigorous life force blossomed within the small dwelling, hastening the healing of Xia Mo's wounds. Not only the bullet hole in her abdomen, but also the multitude of scars adorning her body, many of which were relics from past afflictions. You generously extended healing to them all. Circles of golden ripples radiated from a small abode, as the fish in the river and the insects in the woods celebrated this divine moment. Even the trees swayed their branches in unison. The power gradually dissipated, and Xia Mo slowly recovered. Sumu gazed at his own countenance, or rather used visage, which appeared ashen, as if his essence had been drained. "Are you all right?" Sumu inquired with concern. "Aye." You stammered, clearly in a precarious state. "It's nothing. You are still too weak, and I cannot exert my full strength." The consumption is quite substantial. The pure white radiance of the life sequence dimmed progressively, ultimately vanishing from Yu's palm. She weakly collapsed forward, simultaneously returning to the small garden. "I'm a bit fatigued. I leave the rest to you." You relinquished control, restoring authority to its rightful owner. Sumu opened his eyes and found himself back in the real world, lying in Xia Mo's embrace, her beautiful face mere centimeters away from his own. Startled, he sprang up. "I didn't mean to." Fortunately, Xia Mo remained in slumber, yet Sumu noticed that her body was still as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. "Fetch some firewood. We'll burn it right here." "Understood." Sumu promptly complied, having gathered ample firewood, for in this place without electricity, one could not do without fire. Stocking up on what could only be prudent, he arranged a few pieces of broken stone and red bricks, constructing a makeshift hearth, stacking the firewood neatly. Lighting a lighter, he burned a page from a textbook to ignite the flame, carefully nurturing it by blowing gently and continuously adding the burning paper until the wood eventually caught fire. Done. Remove Xia Mo's outer garment, and you should do the same. Hold her closely, then wrap her snugly in the blanket. You continue to instruct. "Huh?" Sumu thought he misheard, hurriedly gesturing in refusal, stammering, no, this is not right, she. "Aye, this would tarnish her dignity. I cannot engage in such indecent acts. Furthermore, has she even reached adulthood?" He was left speechless. After a brief respite in the small garden, she remarked in exasperation, "Are you some antiquated moralist? She is on the brink of death, and you still ponder about dignity? It's not as if I asked you to strip entirely. Life takes precedence above all. You fool, and she has long since attained adulthood." Sumu, having been reprimanded, felt no anger. He touched his nose and took several deep breaths to prepare himself mentally. After shedding his outer garment, he tightly embraced Xia Mo and wrapped her in a blanket. The chill was biting, and Sumu felt as though he was not holding a soft and fragrant girl, but rather a large, cold, human-shaped ice block. How could a living person have a negative body temperature? Warming this block of ice was essential for her survival. It all depended on him. "I'm exhausted and need rest," he muttered. Huddled beneath the covers, Sumu trembled, acutely aware that Xia Mo was greedily absorbing all of his warmth. Gazing at the fire pit in the room, he suddenly realized that it was not prepared for the girl, but rather for his own comfort. Thankfully, the house had not been sealed. Otherwise, they would surely have succumbed to poisoning. When Deju returned with a fresh fish in its mouth, it found its master collapsed on the bed, holding the beautiful girl. It had intended to invite its master to share the fish, especially since tonight's catch from the river was exceptionally plump and succulent. The tranquil moonlight streamed through the cracks, illuminating the faces of the two slumbering children. The firewood in the stone mortar crackled, gradually turning to black ash. This night, the room felt particularly warm, so much so that Deju lazily stretched and curled up at the head of the bed, sinking into a deep slumber. Power has the ability to create bloodlines. It can also consume them. Xia Mo stood on a desolate, icy expanse, the raging cold wind making it difficult for her to open her eyes. Her body heat was dissipating rapidly as she curled up on the ground, tightly wrapping herself in the only coat she had, Sumu's school jacket. Looking at the vast white snowfield surrounding her, Xia Mo understood that her sequence had spiraled out of control. This was not the first time. but it was undoubtedly the most perilous. She feared she might not endure this time. Feeling disheartened, she sometimes thought that rather than live such a burdensome life, it might be easier to simply perish. Yet, the weight of the Xia family's legacy rested solely on her shoulders. Xia Mo did not wish to let her parents down, nor did she want to abandon her sister, and most painfully, she could not bear to part with her grandfather. Resolutely embracing herself, she fortified her conviction to withstand this catastrophe. Suddenly, the pale sky split open, revealing a magnificent gap through which a golden sun began to rise. The sunlight warmed her, dispelling the cold. In her dreams, Xia Mo adjusted her posture, clutching the warmth of the sun tightly. Ethereal birdsong filled the forest, and morning sunlight filtered through the trees, casting mottled beams of light. Xia Mo felt a warmth enveloping her body and attempted to break free from the sun's embrace. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes once more, greeted by the brilliance of golden sunlight. The sensation of seeing the sun again was delightful, she mused. The Jew peeked its small head out, curiously observing the lovely girl in its master's arms. She was truly beautiful. No wonder Su Mu was fond of her. Meow. The orange cat greeted amicably. What an adorable little kitten, Xia Mo thought, wanted to reach out and pet it. However, she discovered that she was tightly bound and unable to move. Lifting her head, she beheld an extraordinarily familiar youthful face. Su Mu? Su Mu. The girl's voice roused the sleeping boy. Upon realizing what had happened, Xia Mo immediately closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Could it be that the son she clutched so tightly last night was, in fact, Su Mu? Alas, what a predicament! How shall this matter conclude? What a disgrace! Had I known, I should have discreetly slipped away before he awoke. Surely, grandfather would not flay him alive upon learning of this. The mere thought sent a shiver down Xia Mo's spine, and at that moment, she realized she was clinging to him with the fervor of an octopus, refusing to let go. It was sweltering. Su Mu awoke from a chaotic slumber, exhausted from the previous night. He dreamt of rescuing Xia Mo, only to find himself entangled in a scandalous situation, incessantly explaining himself to Mu Qianning as he relinquished the covers. The delightful scent of the girl enveloped him, a natural floral aroma, elusive in its specific origin. After a brief period of contemplation, he extended his hand to touch Xia Mo's forehead, feeling warmth radiate from her. She was certainly alive. Perhaps his services would not be required after all. The chill of the previous night had been unbearable. Surely, the Arctic could not have been as frigid. Nonsense. The Arctic is far colder than I am, Xia Mo silently retorted. Su Mu gingerly pried apart her tightly clasped fingers and stealthily emerged from the cocoon of blankets, akin to a neighborly figure sneaking out. After ensuring the comfort of the covers, he reached for his Nokia on the table. The screen illuminated 10:33. He had missed yet another class. After just one day of resolve, he found himself in this predicament again, pondering how Qian Ning and his desk mate would perceive him. He felt utterly humiliated. There was also a distant message from his mother, assuring him she would return before the JKO to cheer him on. His stomach protested after a restless night, demanding attention. He glanced back at Xia Mo, contemplating his next move, before addressing the large orange on the table. Behave yourself, and keep an eye on her. I shan't be long. With that, he departed their little sanctuary. Xia Mo cautiously opened her left eye, confirming the absence of anyone in the room. Just as she prepared to escape, Su Mu's voice startled her, prompting her to retreat hastily beneath the covers. Did the blanket seem to shift? Was he awake? With her eyes tightly shut, she buried her head deeper into the bedding, paralyzed by uncertainty. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. With that thought, he left the small haven once again. This time, Xia Mo refrained from making any rash movements, instead waiting and observing the sunlight streaming through the window, surmising he would soon depart for school. Once he left, she would make her exit. After a brief period, she believed the time was right and quietly emerged from the blankets, donning her blood-stained clothes. Upon touching her abdomen, she discovered that her scars had remarkably healed. What was happening? With haste, she lifted her shirt to inspect the remnants of the bullet wound, now reduced to a small circular scar. Furthermore, all other scars, including those from her past training, had inexplicably vanished. Could it be that Su Mu possessed some extraordinary regenerative abilities? Yet, that could not be. He had not awakened the sequence. In the midst of her bewilderment, the wooden door creaked open, and her gaze met Sumu's. "You're awake. How do you feel? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Sumu scanned the girl's smooth, unblemished abdomen, recognizing her examination of her wounds. He turned to retrieve the kettle nearby. "Are you hungry? I'll prepare something for you to settle your stomach. Please have a seat." Xiaomo, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, lowered her shirt, noticing his composed demeanor. She held her tongue. After all, he had healed her injuries and saved her life. After Su Mu departed, she found herself languidly wandering around her small abode. Although compact, the space was well equipped with all necessary living essentials, albeit slightly worn. The only new item in the room was the bedding she had made just the previous night. A Nokia 7610 lay on the table, appearing incongruous amidst its surroundings. Suddenly recalling something, Xiaomo called out, "May I use your phone?" "I suppose you can," came Sumu's voice from outside. Xiaomo picked up the phone, opened the messages, and intended to send a message home to assure them of her safety. However, she was met with a plethora of spam messages in the boy's inbox, each more vulgar than the last. The latest messages, still unopened, were particularly offensive. All the derogatory texts originated from two numbers. Puzzled yet dismissive, Xiaomo thought it might simply be a prank. She composed her own message, articulating her reasons, and sent it home. Setting the phone down, she stepped outside into her small dwelling. The warm sunlight enveloped her face. In the distance, she spotted Su Mu emerging from the crystalline river, his upper body bare. Holding two plump fish, one for the chubby orange cat and the other skillfully being prepared by the riverbank. On a makeshift stone stove, water was boiling vigorously. As noon approached, the temperature rose, and the sun dried the moisture from Su Mu's skin. He donned a shirt and returned from the river, carrying the clean fish. "Won't you sit for a while?" "I've rested enough," Su Mu replied, sheepishly retrieving a bucket of instant noodles from a plastic bag. "I apologize, but there isn't a market nearby. I only found a small shop." "Instant noodles should suffice, right?" "I'm not picky," Xiaomo responded. "All right, I just caught these fish from the river. I'll prepare a fish soup for you. It may not taste exquisite due to the lack of seasoning, but it will certainly be fresh." Su Mu poured hot water into the noodles and began preparing the fish soup. "It's unnecessary to go to such trouble," Xiaomo said, taking the noodles with a hint of embarrassment, feeling indebted for her life yet now enjoying food and drink. She settled onto a wooden chair with her bowl of noodles. "Actually, I wouldn't mind having a little bit too," Su Mu remarked. "Have you messaged your family?" "Yes. They will be here soon." "Good." Su Mu added oil to the pan, frying the fish, and poured in hot water. "Please refrain from engaging in such dangerous activities in the wilderness. Encounters with others are not guaranteed every time. As long as I can meet you, that's enough." "Xiaomontak smidet. Let us not dwell on my matters. Tell me more about yourself." Xiaomo, pointing at the small shabby house behind him, curiously inquired. "You live here and don't return home?" "I have no home," Su Mu replied with a smile. "No home?" Xiaomo's eyes widened in disbelief as she tilted her head, eating her noodles in small bites. She mused that the most delightful food is that which one consumes when starving. Anything tastes exquisite when one is sufficiently hungry. She had never indulged in such junk food before. Su Mu pulled out a cooked sweet potato from the pot, peeling it and devouring it in large bites, washing it down with sips of water whenever he choked. Xiaomo glanced at her noodles and then at the earthy lump in the boy's hand. Astonished, she asked, "Do you usually eat these?" She had always believed that working in such a high-end cafe indicated that Su Mu's family background could not be so dire. In Xiaomo's impression, the sweet potatoes and white potatoes, which could evoke a hearty thump to the chest, were merely meant for feeding pigs. "No, I had a delightful meal at Fu Ningning's house for lunch," Su Mu replied, his eyes sparkling as if the food from Fu Ningning's home was the most exquisite in the world. "I understand that, but what about other times?" "You cannot always rely on that," Xiaomo remarked, gazing at her instant noodles, her lips pressed together, feeling a pang of discomfort. "If I'm busy, I just grab plump white steam buns on the way. If I'm not, I cook sweet potatoes and white potatoes myself," Su Mu recounted, his hands never ceasing their pace as he devoured his meal. "Then, this bucket of instant noodles is for you." Su Mu shook his head, declining. "I don't eat instant noodles. For me, 1 or 2 buckets are hardly sufficient." Xiaomo felt a twinge of sadness, her fork incessantly poking at the noodles in her bowl. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I'm not some." Su Mu raised the sweet potato in his hand, explaining, "This actually tastes quite good. Besides, given my current circumstances, being able to eat this is already quite fortunate. I heard from the older generation downstairs that during the Great Famine, they were so starved that they could only eat willow leaves and gnaw on tree bark. Many perished from eating guanyin soil. He continued, I simply have a large appetite, so for now, I can only eat these. Wait until I receive my salary. I will definitely treat myself to a few more buckets of instant noodles. Xia Mo silently observed him, noticing that when Su Mu spoke these words, he seemed untroubled, his clear gaze shining with hope for the future. What about your parents? She inquired. Upon being asked this sensitive question, the light in Su Mu's eyes gradually dimmed. He lowered his head and continued gnawing on the sweet potato, and after a long pause, replied in a calm tone, They don't care for me. They refuse to support me. My biological parents passed away when I was 5. However, I still have a mother who promised she would return after a while. What? Xia Mo could hardly believe that such a tragic family saga could unfold in 2005, particularly among the students of Kualai, Jinglan High School. This isn't merely a matter of affection, she suddenly exclaimed, her emotions surging. It is a legal obligation as well as a right bestowed upon you by the law. You must protect yourself. So, does that mean Su Mu lifted his head, his expression steady and devoid of emotion, that when they grow old, I'm still obligated to support them? Xia Mo, rights and obligations are reciprocal, are they not? He returned to his room, retrieved his Nokia phone, located a recording, and played for the innocent girl before him the argument that had erupted on Friday night. After listening, Xia Mo fell into a profound silence, unsure of whether to comfort the young man before her or to help him vent his frustrations. Su Mu closed his phone and stated, If I do not wish to fulfill my obligation of support, then I cannot accept the rights of guardianship, even if the law does not recognize my refusal to support them. With this recording, I will not feel guilty on a moral level. Xia Mo's mouth tasted bitter, unable to detect any flavor, as each word spoken by the boy across from her felt like a sharp knife, cruelly slicing into her heart. Especially when I saw him utter those words, his expression remained tranquil, devoid of any emotional turbulence, which made my heart ache even more. Su Mu noticed the kind-hearted girl's emotional shift and immediately adopted a more relaxed tone, cheerfully exclaiming, Look at you, I don't mind it, so why should you be sad? Besides, I'm already 18 and of age. I can take responsibility for my own future. Look at my part-time job at the cafe. Isn't it quite splendid? The boss is quite nice, and the salary is generous. Life is just like this. As long as you put in the effort, you will surely live better than you do now. Don't you agree? In truth, that was not entirely accurate. Capitalists are hardly philanthropists. And how much can one earn from a part-time job? Xia Mo gazed at him, feeling increasingly unsettled by his optimistic demeanor, realizing that his comforting words were ineffective. Su Mu shifted his approach. Since you've bought it, you must eat it. We cannot waste it, otherwise the loss would be even greater. We cannot alter the past. So let us cherish what we have in the present. Go on, eat up. Besides, I am certain you will return the instant noodles to me. Xia Mo discerned the underlying message in his words. Despite the lack of flavor, she continued to consume the noodles voraciously to satiate her hunger. However, as she lowered her head, she could no longer suppress the torrent of emotions, tears cascading into the soup. At that moment, she finally comprehended that the small house behind her was not his home, but rather a tombstone commemorating the past. Su Mu stood up and added salt to the fish soup. The broth was drinkable. The sound of a propeller echoed from the sky. Upon looking up, a fully armed Special Forces unit descended by the riverbank, their dart gun barrels aimed at the suspect, Su Mu. Terrified, Su Mu quickly discarded the spoon and raised his hands in surrender. Xia Mo's expression darkened, her pent-up fury seemingly finding a perfect outlet. Which fool was in command? Chapter 14. A mother's fury. Xia Mo departed, clutching the black handbag she had fought tooth and nail to acquire, leaving reluctantly amidst a chorus of urgings. Before she left, she cast aside the facade she had been maintaining, unmasking her true self in front of the entire Special Forces unit and the law enforcement officials. Under the incredulous gaze of her parents, once again, she embraced the son in her heart. Rest assured, the tip I promised you, along with your bicycle, will all be yours. Xia Mo released the son, her eyes filled with gentle smiles. She did not promise boundless riches, nor did she suggest that Su Mu move away from the tombstone. She understood the boy's desire to erect a monument and harbored her own thoughts. When someone shouts to the world about discovering a way to earn money, one need not ponder. That charlatan merely seeks to profit from you. If he truly found a gold mine, he would only deceive other prospectors while quietly reaping the rewards himself. Xiao aspired to be that prospector, but she currently lacked the energy. Having made such a foolish mistake, she would be fortunate if her parents merely scolded her upon her return. She wished to secretly hide Su Mu away in a place known only to her. We shall meet again. Xiao lifted the black suitcase and turned to leave. She even obstructed her own parents' expressions of gratitude, insisting that everyone maintain strict confidentiality regarding today's events. She understood that what Su Mu most dreaded at this moment was being disturbed by strangers. The girl's parents were perplexed, glancing at the boy, who appeared like a beggar by the grave. They exchanged a look and ultimately decided to discuss matters further at home. As Xiao entered the car, a large contingent of armed personnel followed suit, arriving swiftly and departing even more rapidly. Su Mu could hardly comprehend her extreme actions. Left alone in a daze by the small abode, the girl was excused from school and never returned thereafter. Everything commenced with Xiao and concluded with her departure. After she left, all the extraordinary and bizarre occurrences vanished, including the bloodline, sequence powers, and murderous dreams, all dissipating from Su Mu's surroundings. He returned to the mundane existence he had known before the rain-soaked night. His days revolved between school and his small dwelling, and on weekends, he would work at a seaside cafe to support his family. The cafe remained as desolate as ever, with not a single customer throughout the day. The orange tabby cat, after being fed daily, seemed to have gained considerable weight, evolving from a mere cat into something akin to a small vehicle. Su Mu approached Nanshan Junhai more than once, where the dense forest on the mountainside appeared as an insurmountable chasm, dividing the world into two realms. Su Mu outside, Xiao within. As time passed, the atmosphere surrounding the college entrance examination grew increasingly tense. In the sweltering heat, students embarked on their final sprint, tirelessly reviewing past papers from across the nation. As the countdown dwindled to single digits, affluent classmates began to take leave, their parents hiring esteemed tutors for one-on-one sessions at home. Su Mu sat in the empty classroom, encountering for the first time the peculiar situation of attending class while his deskmate was absent. Asita fromfu ning ning. Mu Qian-ning had also taken leave to return home. His good friend Wang Lin had not been seen for quite some time, not even a text message. Appearing to be confined by his family and deprived of personal freedom, even Yu had ceased to make an appearance. Su Mu spent his days idly, wandering aimlessly around the campus with a book in hand and scavenging for treasures at the garbage dump by night. With a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth, he reclined on the soft grass of the schoolyard, gazing at the cerulean sky and counting the drifting clouds. In the distance, younger students were exuberantly playing football, while groups of girls huddled together, gossiping shyly and stealing glances at their crushes. Upon reflection, Su Mu realized it had been over 10 days since he had spoken to anyone, as if everyone were deliberately avoiding him, fearful of disturbing his preparations for the examination. Even the oft-repeated query from Lao Hong Tu about Su Mu's whereabouts had fallen silent. Su Mu felt as though he had been abandoned by the entire world. On June 6, 2005, the college entrance examination truly arrived. 3 days prior to the examination, the school had already closed, and Su Mu no longer needed to ride his bike to school. Instead, he nestled in his small room, studying diligently under the sunlight during the day and, with a desk lamp at night, repeatedly reviewing his lessons. This was no longer mere preparation, but a genuine revision. In the sultry early summer, Su Mu sought solace in the cool breeze of the forest and a half-closed fan. Reminiscent of Baiji's sentiment that even in a Zen retreat, one could find peace and coolness. With his right hand scribbling on the examination paper and his left hand petting the large orange cat, Su Mu would switch hands when fatigue set in. He would practice problems with his left hand while indulging the feline with his right. Whenever hunger struck, he would retrieve a warm piece of sweet potato from the pot, savoring it with the cool river water to aid digestion. The absence of Princess Ning Xiao made the days somewhat arduous for him. Sumuganda, wondering when he might indulge in more substantial fare again. Upon completing the final question and verifying his answers, he laid down his pen and gazed through the skylight he had crafted with his own hands, contemplating the vast expanse of stars. It seemed to be time for slumber. He preferred rising early over staying up late. After all, daylight offered free illumination. Tomorrow morning, he envisioned a bowl of shredded pork noodles accompanied by an egg. As he lay in bed, thoughts of the delectable dish made his mouth water, and he succumbed to deep sleep. In the dilapidated tenement building, a lavishly adorned noblewoman sat on the sofa, her gaze icy and murderous. Rising from her seat, she looked down upon a cowering couple on the floor and turned away. Her henchmen immediately grasped her intent, unceremoniously seizing the pair and tossing them out the door with brute force. The door shattered upon impact, prompting the neighbors, who had been eavesdropping, to emerge from their homes, some munching on seeds, others enjoying peanuts. A few even dragged out their lounge chairs, holding fans, and settled in to watch the spectacle. The henchmen, observing the bruised, middle-aged couple, relentlessly pushed the husband towards the railing, pressing his head over the edge. The noblewoman, her high heels clicking against the floor, strode out of the room, her fierce eyes narrowing as she coldly inquired, "Last chance, I ask once more. Where's my son?" With an emphasis that pierced the air, she reiterated, "My son? Where has he gone?" The neighbors finally grasped the situation. The noblewoman was the former foster mother of Xiao Su-mu, having returned from abroad to confront this parasitic couple. They exchanged glances, all inquiring about Su-mu's whereabouts, but every head shook in unison. Not a soul knew where the child had gone. The elderly security guard in the booth below showed no desire to maintain order, merely standing silently as he observed. Noticing his inaction, the younger security guard continued to smoke and watch the unfolding drama without interruption. "Help! There has been a murder. Someone call the police." A man on the 6th floor shouted in terror, his voice echoing through the U-shaped tenement. Every household leaned over their balconies to witness the commotion, yet none chose to call the authorities. Many neighbors wore expressions of outrage. The eyes of the crowd were sharp. They were acutely aware of the small troubles within Su-mu's home. Ordinarily, they lacked the power to intervene in others' affairs, often resorting to discreetly alerting the police. But now, with evildoers facing retribution, they had the agency to remain silent and not report, offering their tacit support for Ren Qingshu's actions. "My boss is asking you a question." The henchman barked, lifting the man's belt and hoisting him as though he were to be thrown from the upper floors. As members of society's underbelly, the henchmen considered themselves sufficiently unscrupulous, yet upon receiving their assignment, they discovered that there were indeed individuals more outrageous than themselves, engaging in such heinous acts. Even the most ruthless henchmen would hesitate. The principle of not bringing calamity upon one's family and sparing the innocent children is a fundamental rule for those who navigate the underbelly of society. "I'm addressing you." One of the henchmen delivered a swift kick to the overweight woman's waist. I don't know. I already mentioned this yesterday. We truly have no idea where he has gone." The plump woman huddled by the railing, weeping incessantly. Ren Qingshu had visited once before, her previous demeanor warm and kind, bearing numerous gifts of gratitude. However, she was met by the couple's sardonic mockery in the absence of their son. Last night, in the same room, Ren Qingshu, agitated, demanded, "What have you done with Xiaomu? That unwanted bastard? We toss him out," came the indifferent voice of the overweight woman, her tone dismissive, as if discarding refuse. "If you wish to find him, rummage through the trash heap. You might just uncover something. Oh, and don't forget to check the doghouse of the wild dogs. He could very well be nestled there." The man lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, visibly pleased with his wife's words, lighting a newly gifted fine cigarette. His demeanor one of sheer contentment. "Unwanted bastard." Suddenly, Ren Qingshu's eyes blazed with fury as she seized a cup from the table and hurled it at the overweight woman. "Cursing, vile woman! Is he not your son?" The husband, leisurely smoking, appeared unfazed, exuding an air of insouciance. "Who told you not to pay? We had no choice but to throw him out. If you dutifully transfer 5 or 6, no, 8 or 9,000 each month, we would treat him like royalty." Ren Qingshu trembled with rage, having never encountered such shamelessness. She threatened, "You too must be tired of living." The couple exchanged glances, their derisive laughter piercing and revolting. "I hope you maintain this attitude tomorrow." Ren Qingshu ceased her entreaties and departed from the tenement, where numerous neighbors gathered, chattering about the torment Su-mu had endured over the years. The old security guard recounted the events of that fateful night, revealing that he had told the child never to return. The typically composed Ren Qingshu's eyes glinted with menace. For so long, she had believed Su-mu was thriving in that household, oblivious to the truth that he was only sharing good news while concealing his suffering. "I shall make them pay," she exclaimed, returning to her vehicle and striking the steering wheel with a fist. Once a fierce individual capable of arson. Did they truly think that a trip abroad had turned her into a saint? In addition to seeking out the couple, she visited Guoli Jinglin to find Mu Qianning and even called the Fu family in Fu Ningning's circle, but none knew Su Mu's whereabouts. The following day, Ren Qingshu contacted the henchmen, offering a hefty sum for their assistance at her doorstep. Upon receiving the job, the henchmen readily agreed, even offering a half-price discount. Then it seems you have no reason to continue living, Ren Qingshu replied, turning away and gesturing dismissively. The henchmen promptly complied, seizing the couple and pushing them toward the railing. No, no, no. We acknowledge our error. Spare us, please. The leader of the enforcers, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, I have encountered many a swine who, when faced with imminent death, finally comprehend the need for repentance. You do not genuinely regret your actions. Rather, you are merely afraid of death. I shall inquire once more. Where has the child gone? The corpulent woman replied, No, I do not know. The man echoed, I truly do not know. The leader of the enforcers commanded, Cast them aside. In that moment, the couple felt a sudden weightlessness and in a state of terror. They fainted. The enforcer retrieved them, shaking his head at the indifferent Ren Qingshu nearby. In the legal society of 2005, they would not actually commit murder in front of an entire building's worth of neighbors. This was merely intimidation, a means to compel them to reveal the truth. The leader of the enforcers hurried to Ren Qingshu's side and said, Sister Ren, I apologize. It appears they are genuinely ignorant. I suggest you seek the assistance of law enforcement. Thank you. Ren Qingshu nodded in acknowledgement, casting a cold glance at the couple. In this information age, murder need not be bloody. Moreover, they were still legally recognized as Su Mu's adoptive parents. This relationship must be severed. I have already sought help. I believe this matter requires the assistance of a journalist, Ren Qingshu stated. The leader of the enforcer's eyes brightened, wholeheartedly agreeing. That is an excellent approach. Chapter 15. I am not myself. I merely wish to avoid burdening you on the first day of the college entrance examination. The sky, as per tradition, drizzled lightly. Whether by coincidence or design, it seemed that a light rain always fell on the inaugural day of the examination each year. Was this to evoke a sense of melancholy and foreshadow the tragic fate of the characters? Su Mu's examination venue was at Jiangzhou No. 2 High School, conveniently close to his humble abode. After savoring a bowl of noodles and finishing the broth, he reluctantly consumed the poached egg that remained. After ensuring all his documents were in order, he strolled towards the examination hall. The entrance was crowded with early arriving students and accompanying parents, while tutoring institutions seized the opportunity to set up stalls outside, distributing complimentary bottled water and stationery while advertising their services. As the school gate opened, Su Mu was swept along by the throngs of people. The cries of children echoed as younger siblings, there to cheer on their older brothers and sisters, were frightened and began to wail amidst the chaotic crowd. Interspersed within the throng were mothers calling out in search of lost children. Law enforcement officers maintained order, watching as this cohort of the nation's future pillars stepped into the crucible of the college entrance examination. The first exam in the morning was Chinese, lasting 2.5 hours, with a total score of 160. Su Mu submitted his paper half an hour early, joining a group of students with brightly dyed hair as they exited the examination hall. The reason for submitting early rather than sooner was due to the regulations of the Jiangnan province, which permitted submissions only half an hour in advance. The half hour was not Su Mu's limit, but rather the limit imposed by the rules. The second exam in the afternoon was mathematics, spanning 3 hours with a total score of 200. This year's mathematics paper was considerably more challenging than those of previous years, and Su Mu was unable to submit his paper half an hour early. He struggled through the final 15 minutes before finally handing in his exam. The invigilator shook his head, initially perceiving the boy as an uneducated troublemaker who enjoyed showing off. However, upon recognizing the student's uniform from the National Jinglin Academy, his expression transformed entirely. Accepting the answer sheet, he reviewed it meticulously, and upon seeing the clarity with which the final complex problem was solved, he was filled with profound admiration. It appears that this individual is indeed an academic prodigy. On the second day of the college entrance examination, Su Mu indulged in his long-anticipated sausage noodles, generously adding 2 eggs, one boiled, and one fried. Although the examination no longer adheres to a perfect score of 100, he still wished to seek auspiciousness. He pondered, 100 may not necessarily denote 100%, for it could also signify completeness. After all, the interpretation lies within my grasp. On this day, he faced only one examination, the third, which was in foreign language. The duration was 2 hours, with a total score of 120 points. The foreign language curriculum in high school predominantly revolved around rote memorization, and this subject was the one Su-mu found easiest and quickest to prepare for. He submitted his paper half an hour early. In the afternoon, he took a break and returned home to play with his cat. On the third day of the examinations, Su-mu entered a noodle shop, extravagantly laying down 9 coins first, exclaiming, "Boss, beef noodles." He then placed the remaining 9 coins on the counter, continuing with, "Add 3 eggs, 1 boiled, 1 fried, and 1 marinated." He felt an unprecedented sense of boldness. Today marked the final day of the college entrance examinations, and with the previous settlement of wages by the boss, he intended to indulge himself. When the boss brought out the noodles and observed the 3 eggs in the bowl, he earnestly advised, "Young man, take care of your health." Su-mu glanced at the boiled egg, fried egg, and marinated egg, contemplating the boss's words, feeling as though there was a deeper meaning in his counsel, hinting at something unspoken. The fourth examination, held in the morning, was physics, lasting an hour and a half with a total score of 100, graded according to provincial rankings. He submitted his paper half an hour early. The fifth examination, in the afternoon, was chemistry, also lasting an hour and a half, with a total score of 100, categorized into 5 levels, A, B, C, D based on provincial rankings. As Su-mu picked up this final paper, submitting it half an hour early, the entire examination room turned to regard him with admiration, every face reflecting reverence akin to that reserved for deities. This remarkable candidate consistently submitted his papers ahead of time. Could this be the legendary Kwolai Jinglin? The invigilator received the paper with silent admiration, as Su-mu's exploits had already circulated among the faculty. As a chemistry teacher patrolling the examination hall, he had discreetly reviewed Su-mu's papers more than once, knowing that an A was undeniably within reach. He solemnly extended his hand to shake with this examination legend. On the final day, the sky finally cleared. Su-mu stepped out of the examination hall, gazing at the golden, warm sunlight, experiencing a sense of liberation akin to a caged bird soaring free or a dragon returning to the ocean. Stretching lazily, his audacious demeanor caught the attention of several nearby examination rooms. It was over. Everything had concluded. All that remained for him was to wait at home for Guan Tianyan to visit once more. "Classmate, are you finished so early?" A chubby boy obstructed his path. "Warning, there are reporters outside, so be careful. I don't even dare to go out." With the chubby boy's anxious gaze wishing him well, Su-mu nonchalantly proceeded towards the school gate. Beyond the gates, countless parents of examines waited eagerly. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. Someone was emerging. The reporters, who had been interviewing parents, swiftly grabbed their cameras and positioned themselves at the school gate. As the gate slowly opened, Su-mu strolled out leisurely. Hundreds of eyes fixated upon him, all observing the splendid school uniform he wore, adorned with a gleaming emblem of Kwolai Jinglin on his chest. "Greetings, fellow student. We are from the Jiangnan Province television station. May we conduct a brief interview?" Although the tone suggests a request for permission, they are poised to encircle Su-mu, ensuring he cannot escape. "What shall we inquire about?" "My dear student, do you find this chemistry examination challenging?" Su-mu initially contemplated modesty. Yet upon seeing the camera almost thrust against his face, he pondered, when else would he have the chance to be bold? "It is not difficult." He flashed a warm and pristine smile, asserting that the questions were all from the textbooks, and with diligent study, one would surely succeed. The reporter continued, "Which subject in this national examination left the most profound impression on you?" "Mathematics, I suppose. For the other subjects, I completed my papers half an hour early, but I spent an additional 15 minutes on mathematics." The boy's smile was devilishly charming. The parents began to murmur among themselves, lamenting how their child returned home, complaining that this year's mathematics was exceedingly challenging. "Lastly, do you have anything you wish to convey?" The reporter felt it was time to conclude, recognizing the boy's penchant for pretense. "Shouldn't we end on a high note?" Su-mu cleared his throat and proclaimed, "After 100 days of striving, I aim to attend Luzhu University, and Luzhu University awaits me. Thank you immensely for your cooperation. I am Xiao Mu from Jiangnan Satellite TV. Suddenly, from the crowd emerged a resplendent lady, her attire shimmering with opulence. She rushed toward Su Mu, embracing him tearfully, exclaiming, Xiao Mu, mother has finally found you. This past month has truly been arduous for you. Those heartless parents actually cast you out. Mother? Su Mu instantly recognized the woman in his embrace, trembling as he held her tightly, tears glistening in his eyes. He had never anticipated that his mother's text messages were indeed true. She had genuinely returned to support him during his examinations. Yes, I'm sorry. He instinctively offered an apology. Mother? Parents? Cast out? The reporter immediately seized upon these keywords, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. In mere moments, she had conceived a complete narrative in her mind. Mother, please take me home. A family mystery drama, she mused, would surely attract higher viewership than an interview with a high school student. She envisioned a promising future of promotions and salary increases. You foolish child. Why did you not answer your phone? Ren Qingshu was genuinely infuriated. She had purchased the finest and most expensive phone to ensure ease of communication. Yet, at a critical moment, it proved utterly useless. I'm sorry, mother, my phone ran out of battery. Su Mu had recently taken a leave of absence and had not been to the cafe. Hence his phone remained entirely uncharged. The only source of power at home was his improvised high-capacity desk lamp, which he refrained from using to conserve energy. No power? Upon hearing this detail, Ren Qingshu immediately deduced that her son's living conditions must be quite dire. Do not cry, dear parent. What has transpired? The reporter, predictably falling into the trap, continued her inquiries. Ren Qingshu had obtained Su Mu's examination information from the school and had come in hopes of a fortunate encounter. After waiting for 3 consecutive days, she finally succeeded in meeting him after his last examination had concluded. She had never anticipated that this foolish child would dare to submit his paper early, let alone a full half-hour ahead of time. Mama, Su Mu cradled the woman in his arms, listening to her weeping. He too felt the urge to shed tears, yet he restrained himself, remembering that he had reached adulthood and must mature. Mama is here. Mama is here. The woman lifted her head, wiping away the tears from her eyes, and a slow smile of reunion emerged on her face. The reporter, upon seeing that noble visage, felt a sudden blankness in his mind, pondering, isn't this the ex-wife of the affluent Yi Zhendong from Jiangnan, Ren Qingshu? What a sensational scoop. Ren Qingshu said, Mama will take you home now, and you shall never see your adoptive parents again. Adoptive parents? The reporter could no longer contain the fiery curiosity within and hurriedly thrust the microphone towards Ren Qingshu, inquiring, as a guardian, have you encountered any difficulties? Ren Qingshu grasped Su Mu's icy hand, steadied her emotions, and with tears glistening in her eyes, addressed the camera. Xiao Mu is a child I adopted years ago, but later he was taken in by a pair of honest couples. Upon my return, I offer a gratitude fee of 100,000. A few days ago, I came back from abroad to find Xiao Mu, but that couple informed me that due to my prolonged absence in sending the money, they had already expelled Xiao Mu. I have searched everywhere, schools, law enforcement offices, and various places, yet I could not find him. I've been waiting here for 3 days, and today I finally located him. I am deeply sorry for what has happened to him. After speaking, Ren Qingshu broke down, covering her face as she sobbed uncontrollably before the camera. Su Mu listened to his mother's words, his heart sinking. He understood that she intended for that vampiric couple to suffer a fate worse than death, not physical demise, but social annihilation, drowned by public order and societal opinion. The reporter pressed the microphone closer to the subject, asking, how have you been coping these past few days? Her eyes sparkled with hope, eager to hear even more explosive content. The worse the boy's situation, the better the news coverage. Su Mu recalled the grotesque faces of the vampiric couple. A wave of righteous fury surged within him as he managed a smile and replied, actually, I've been doing quite well these days. No surprises. The reporter, filled with disappointment yet relieved, heard the boy continue, I collected some items from the garbage dump and built a small house for myself. Collecting from the garbage dump and constructing a house? What a shocking revelation. The reporter was exhilarated, her face alight with anticipation as she asked, could you take us to see it? Su Mu hesitated. If they went, the vampiric couple would face utter ruin. unable to survive in Jiangnan or even the neighboring prosperous provinces. Would it be worth it? He glanced at his mother, whose eyes blazed with fury, and she imperceptibly nodded. She was intent on utterly destroying them. Sumu nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." The female reporter was so ecstatic she nearly leapt with joy. Today was indeed fortuitous. She promptly notified the main station, requesting a new team to come and cover the event. She had a significant task ahead. Sumu settled into Ren Qingshu's Mercedes-Benz S-Class. "Mama, do not speak. After all these years of providing for them, how dare they treat you this way?" Ren Qingshu's expression was dark and foreboding. Sumu had never witnessed her in such a manner. After years of navigating the tumultuous seas of commerce, mere kindness was insufficient to forge a business empire. Prepare yourself for the inevitable. Upon concluding her statement, she activated her phone to play the recording of her conversation with the vampire couple. Although the recording was incomplete and seemed hastily captured, Sumu felt a surge of anger upon hearing the words, "That unwanted wretch, just thrown away. Go search the garbage heap. You might find something. And do not forget to check the wild dog's den. Perhaps it is nestled within some mother dog's lair." Ren Qingshu then ceased the recording, saying, "The rest is merely me hurling insults. You need not listen further. Are they truly human?" Sumu, filled with rage yet smiling bitterly, felt a sense of helplessness. He suddenly perceived the vampire couple's existence as quite lamentable. Some individuals were once human, yet succumbed to the corrupting influence of wealth. They Kingshu Limolks, implying that money and power could distort one's innate goodness. Do not concern yourself with this matter. Leave the rest to me. After the college entrance examination, focus on resting. Once this hectic period concludes, I will take you on a trip. A trip? Sumu turned to inquire, "Mother, are you not returning to the northern continent?" "Not anymore." Ren Qingshu halted the vehicle and turned to gaze at her handsome son. Kaiyun has been flourishing over the years, and the company is increasingly prioritizing the domestic market. After much effort, I finally persuaded the board. This return is to prepare for the Kaiyun district. I plan to establish the headquarters in Jiangzhou. From now on, I shall have ample time to accompany you. Sumu looked at Ren Qingshu, the afternoon sunlight casting her in the light of a benevolent mother. Upon arriving at her son's modest abode, her previously steady emotions spiraled out of control. No mother can accept her child huddled in such a wretched den. Even wild beasts care for their young. Silently, Ren Qingshu stepped away, leaning against a tree while covering her face, tears streaming through her fingers. If her tears at the school gate earlier contained an element of performance, every drop now was profoundly genuine. Sumu rushed over to comfort her, saying, "Mother, it is not as dreadful as it seems. It is far better than before." "Why did you not say so?" Ren Qingshu's voice quivered, clearly struggling to suppress her emotions. Catching a glimpse of the jewelry adorning her, her shame intensified. "I'm sorry." Sumu continued to apologos. Ren Qingshu steadied her emotions, attempting to stroke her child's head, but he had grown, requiring her to raise her hand to reach him. "There is nothing to apologize for. It is I who should express regret." The reporter, witnessing the precarious abode before her, was utterly astonished. Could someone truly reside here? She hesitated to open the door, fearing she might inadvertently collapse the fragile structure. Prior to her arrival, she had hoped the boy might live in a more modest situation. However, confronted with this dilapidated dwelling, she found it difficult to accept. Its absurdity exceeded even her imagination as a journalist. "I will go inside to take a look," Ren Qingshu declared. Sumu grasped her arm, shaking his head with a pleading expression. "Perhaps it is best not to enter." "No." Ren Qingshu freed her hand from her son's grasp and pushed open the half-decayed wooden door. On the table awaited a large orange cat, which, upon seeing a stranger enter, emitted a fierce hiss. However, upon spotting its master behind the woman, it transformed into a comically naive creature, swiftly darting away through a hole in the wall. Ren Qingshu surveyed the dimness of the small abode, where a bed constructed of stones and wooden planks stood, accompanied by a three-legged desk and a storage cabinet devoid of doors. The sweltering early summer heat bore no electric fan. The only relief came from a half-finished bamboo fan resting on the table. Upon the table lay a half-photograph. One side featured Su Mu and Mu Qianning together, while the other depicted herself and her son. The photograph was only half intact because the father's image had been torn away by the boy. A shabby small pot rested beside the table, and Rin Qingshu lifted its lid to reveal a heap of cheap sweet potatoes and white potatoes. She took a deep breath, her face quivering as she struggled to maintain her composure. "Is this all you eat?" Her voice was slow and soft, as if afraid that any exertion would unleash her emotions. "Actually, I don't eat just this every meal. I used to often share meals with my classmate," Sumu explained, observing his mother's distress, which mirrored his own. The truth had been concealed to spare her feelings, but now it had all come crashing down. Suning Ning, a journalist who reports on education, would certainly know who she is, the daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiangnan, a top scholar who ranked first in the province. The trajectory of events had veered far from her expectations, increasingly challenging her worldview. Sumu recounted, "I often had dishes like braised pork, potato chicken, and chopped pepper fish. But what about the past 10 days? She hasn't been to school. Have you been going to her place for meals?" Rin Qingshu interjected, her frustration evident as she slammed the lid back onto the pot. Sumu bit his lip, feeling defenseless. "I am sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to deceive you. I just didn't want to trouble you. I am truly sorry." Chapter 16. Mu Qianning's birthday banquet. Sumu had never imagined that one day he would reside in such a luxurious riverside apartment. As he opened his eyes to survey the unfamiliar surroundings, he was struck by the brightness and cleanliness of the bedroom. Everything felt surreal, as if he were in a dream. His bedroom was larger than the entire living room of his previous tenement, and when accounting for the connected bathroom, dressing room, and adjoining study, the area exceeded that of his former home. As he threw off the covers and got out of bed, his feet sank into the plush, comfortable carpet. Drawing back the curtains, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing the magnificent river view, with a bustling Jiangzhou sprawled beneath him. On the bedside lay a new mobile phone, a Nokia 8800, not just any ordinary metallic version, but a black translucent glass special edition known as the Moonlight Goddess. Sumu recalled that this was the same model used by Xiamo. This gift had been prepared by his mother long in advance, intended to be presented to him upon her return, but regrettably, it had been delayed by a few days. The large orange cat affectionately rubbed against Sumu's feet. The obedient Sumu crouched down, affectionately stroking the plump orange cat. After dressing, he pushed open the door and entered the living room, where he caught sight of his mother bustling about through the glass. The house felt rather empty. His mother had mentioned that the residence was purchased by her company after her birthday last year, intended as her home upon returning to the country. It had been simply decorated and remained uninhabited, giving it a desolate air. "Why are you up so early? The college entrance examination is over. Shouldn't you sleep a bit longer?" Rin Qingshu noticed her son at the doorway. "I couldn't sleep. I woke up naturally at the appointed hour," Sumu replied, leaning against the doorframe and pointing at the stove with a warm reminder the eggs are burning. Rin Qingshu hurriedly turned off the heat. But the eggs had already stuck to the blackened bottom of the pan, and the spatula could hardly budge them. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she lamented that all her talents were devoted to her work, and cooking was certainly not her forte. "I'll handle it," Sumu said, washing his face and rolling up his sleeves. He retrieved eggs from the refrigerator, replaced the dirty pan with a clean one, heated it, added oil, and cracked the eggs into it. Although Rin Qingshu wished to showcase her culinary skills in front of her son, she recognized her limitations. So she dashed off to heat milk and toast, as she was quite adept at using a microwave and toaster. Once finished, she sat at the kitchen island, resting her chin on her hand, admiring the sight of her son preparing breakfast for her. Happiness radiated from her eyes. After decades of trials and tribulations, she realized that being with family was the truest source of joy. Sumu picked up the bacon from the plate and placed it in the pan to fry alongside the eggs, instantly filling the kitchen with the enticing aroma of smoked meat. The toast popped up from the toaster, and the milk was ready as well. "All done," Sumu declared, plating the bacon and eggs. With 2 slices of toast enveloping the eggs and bacon, garnished with fresh lettuce and tomatoes, it constituted a simple yet delightful breakfast. Rin Qingshu turned on the television, tuning into Jiangnan satellite TV. The screen displayed footage of Sumu emerging from the examination hall yesterday, undergoing an interview. "Weren't they supposed to air this last night?" Sumu mused as he took a few bites of a sandwich. "The best is yet to come," Rin Qingshu teased. News typically has 2 prime broadcasting times, one in the morning and another in the evening, corresponding to breakfast and dinner. A smile spread across Rin Qingshu's face as the scene suddenly grew chaotic. A woman burst forth from the crowd. embracing the outstanding student from Kualai Jinglan High School who is currently being interviewed. This is the subsequent content? Sumu exclaimed in surprise. Had yesterday's interview been edited and produced so swiftly? This was no mere impromptu street interview. It required time for editing and direction. Continue watching, Ren Qingshu urged, maintaining an air of suspense, as Sumu sipped his milk and patiently awaited the surprise. The segment that followed was not about his cozy abode, but rather an interview with a couple notorious for their vampiric reputation. Before the media cameras, they vehemently distanced themselves from any association, shamelessly defaming Sumu. Despite their haughty demeanor, they restrained themselves from uttering vulgarities such as bastard. The content primarily focused on how this child was uneducated and incorrigible, skipping classes to play video games, engaging in fights, and mingling with unsavory crowds. They painted him as a wolf in sheep's clothing, ungrateful and reckless, running away from home after a few scoldings, leaving his mother anxiously searching for him. During the interview, the overweight woman cunningly placed her Chanel handbag on a seemingly inconspicuous coffee table that would nevertheless appear on camera. Their audacity was indeed remarkable. Su Murin was taken aback. It was a blatant distortion of truth. After all, she had merely consumed a bowl of noodles, yet she insisted on accusing him of devouring two. It was true that he had run away from home, but he had been driven out, not the other way around. Moreover, when had he ever skipped class to play games or engage in street fights? Even if he wished to visit an internet cafe, he would need money for that. Ren Qingshu, sipping her milk, remarked, "Therefore, I have told you before, showing mercy to such individuals is futile. It only emboldens their arrogance." Su Murin nodded in vague understanding, diligently taking notes. The broadcast continued. But is this really the case? The narrative took a turn. The reporter revealed Su Murin's makeshift dwelling, including footage of Ren Qingshu breaking down emotionally and weeping. As the door opened, the camera zoomed in on neatly stacked books and textbooks, with notebooks filled to the brim with writing. Anyone who saw it would have to admit that he was a diligent student. The focus shifted back to a photograph on the table, painting Su Murin as a sentimental and caring child. Following the glimpse into his humble abode, the reporter proceeded to interview the head teacher, Lao Hung-tu, at the National Jinglan School. Lao Hung-tu expressed genuine concern for Su Murin, his words imbued with sorrow for a once promising child who had fallen from grace for reasons unknown, leading to a decline in his academic performance. However, Lao Hung-tu's tone shifted, hope rekindling in his eyes as he recounted how, in the final month, Su Murin suddenly became extraordinarily diligent, with his grades improving dramatically with each examination. He concluded with a lament, if only this child could awaken sooner, he would undoubtedly excel. Truly, Lao Hung-tu was deserving of his role as a language teacher and headmaster. His eloquence captivating and his emotional delivery engaging. He had always been exceptionally kind to me. Su Murin was immensely grateful for the extra attention from his headmaster, who was one of the few genuinely concerned individuals in his life. Although his Mandarin was somewhat unrefined, he was indeed an exemplary educator. Through our interview with Mr. Hong, Su Murin's headmaster, we learned that Su Murin had entered Jinglan High School as the top scorer in the Jiangzhou entrance examination. The reporter summarized Mr. Hong's remarks on camera, affirming that Su Murin's academic decline had occurred later, and Mr. Hong was confident in Su Murin's character, describing him as a warm-hearted, helpful, and kind child. This contrasted starkly with what we had gathered from Su Murin's adoptive parents. Watching the compelling program on television, Su Murin chuckled, exclaiming, "It feels like a mystery drama." "That's how you captivate the audience," Ren Qingshu explained. The reporter continued, stating Mr. Hong mentioned that Su Murin's grades had soared in the last month, coinciding perfectly with the time he left his adoptive parents. Could it be that his adoptive parents affected his studies? Did Su Murin experience some form of abuse at home? To unveil this enigma, we interviewed Xiao Mu's deskmate, Ning Ning. As she appeared on television, Su Mu was momentarily choked by milk, erupting into a fit of coughs, tears streaming down his face. "Are you all right?" Ren Qingshu inquired, gently patting his back. "No, I'm fine," Su Mu replied, waving his hand. "Why is Princess Ning here to join the commotion?" "That is precisely why I said this is a splendid show," Ren Qingshu winked. During her visit to the Fu family for an interview yesterday, she immediately discerned that this female classmate harbored special feelings for her son. If her son could be with Princess Ning, it would indeed be a delightful occurrence. far better than remaining entangled with Mu Qianning, that twisted tree. Before the camera, Fu Ningning revealed that Su Mu had no money for meals and had to rely on her generosity. She then mentioned Su Mu's remarkable achievement of receiving a 50,000 yuan scholarship. The interview later shifted to Ren Qingshu, who expressed that she regularly sends a substantial amount of child support to this couple from abroad. The moment her support ceased, they promptly cast Xiao Mu out of their home. Under the spotlight, Ren Qingshu appeared exceedingly furious, producing bank statements and recordings. As the recordings played, the vile faces of the vampire couple were finally exposed. When reporters returned with this evidence for further interviews, they were summarily expelled. Consequently, the journalists resorted to interviewing nearby neighbors, all of whom spoke highly of Su Mu. Among them, an elderly security guard recounted the night he was thrown out. At this point in the interview, I trust everyone has formed a fundamental judgment regarding the situation. The female reporter, her voice laced with indignation, stated that Ms. Ren intends to personally care for Xiao Mu and will, through legal means, sever his ties with his current adoptive parents. Ren Qingshu gulped down her milk and remarked, "It is unfortunate that we live in a society governed by law. It truly benefits this unscrupulous couple. I believe this suffices, and I am confident that once this interview airs, their lives will take a turn for the worse." Su Mu has already foreseen the grim future awaiting the vampire couple. With Ren Qingshu's methods and Fu Ningning's assistance, this interview is sure to be broadcast repeatedly on Jiangnan television, not only in Jiangzhou, but throughout Jiangnan. The vampire couple will likely find it untenable to remain. Ren Qingshu picked up her bag and said, "Xiao Mu, showing mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself, especially in the case of such individuals. The only reason you find them pitiable is that they occupy the lower rungs of society. But consider this. What horrific things might occur if such individuals were to gain wealth and power?" Su Mu gazed thoughtfully at the vampire couple on the television. "Mom has gone to the company. You should rest well over the next few days. Once this busy period passes, we shall embark on a trip," Ren Qingshu said with a smile as she opened the door. "All right, goodbye, Mom." Su Mu donned his newly purchased sneakers and sportswear, heading to the riverside at dawn, where the streets were bustling with morning joggers. He warmed up and began to jog along the riverside path. Along the way, he noticed many people greeting him, each beaming with satisfaction, evidently having just watched the morning news. As I was jogging, a little girl suddenly appeared beside me, keeping pace with my morning run. She was barely half my height, yet matched my speed effortlessly. Memories flooded back to my childhood, when we often ran together on the playground of the psychiatric hospital. My competitive spirit ignited, prompting me to quicken my stride. If you keep this up, I might have to cheat. I noticed the little girl had vanished, only to find a mischievous face peering down from above. He was perched on my shoulders, laughing joyfully. Run faster, let us go." "Get down," I exclaimed. "Not a chance." Without a moment's hesitation, I reached up to tickle you at her waist. "Ah, stop it," she begged. "It tickles." I slow my pace, and you reappear by my side, asking, "Shall we go watch a movie later?" "No, don't you remember? Today is Qian Qian's birthday. Are you going to confess your feelings?" "Yeah." You fell silent, and we continued running along the riverside path, exchanging greetings with passersby. The sun rose higher in the sky. I stopped to buy a bottle of mineral water and 16 buns. You kicked at the weeds by the roadside and suddenly asked, "Have you ever considered that you two might not be suited for each other?" "I've never thought about it." You remained quiet, instead of pondering such matters. "Why don't you help me figure out how to explain the situation with Xiamo?" After all, I did embrace her. The memory of that night made me anxious. To put it nicely, it was indiscreet. To put it bluntly, it was infidelity. "Explain?" "Such matters are often beyond explanation," you replied. "You really don't need to say anything. Even if you admit it, Xiamo certainly want to acknowledge it. It's best kept buried." "Explain?" "What is there to explain? I orchestrated this entire affair, and now I'm being asked for an explanation?" You wore a sly expression in the small garden. "Let us be realistic. Secrets can only be kept for so long. If you hide a little, and I hide a little, when the time comes to settle the score, it will spiral out of control. If you want to think about it, go ahead. As for me, I have no idea how to articulate this." You threw her hands up in exasperation. "Xiamo is so wonderful. Why must one choose Mu Qianning? She's hardly a good option." I need to rephrase my thoughts. I gulped down the mineral water and tossed the empty bottle into a nearby trash can, munching on a bun as I walked. "You are a bloodline inheritor, a powerful one at that. while Mu Qianning is merely immortal. Ultimately, being together will only bring her harm. You analyzed our relationship. Can't a bloodline inheritor lead an ordinary life? Not at all. At least not you. U.S. gaze sparkled like stars, brilliantly illuminating the conversation. Your lineage is too esteemed. Even if you wish to hide, your enemies will eventually find you. Just because you don't want to provoke others doesn't mean they want to come looking for trouble. CIMO was merely returning home from school when she fell into the enemy's dreamscape trap. That was an accident. Self-deception. I finished the bun and ordered another bottle of mineral water. Trouble is brewing. Upon finishing his words, you vanished from sight. A brand new Audi A6 gradually came to a halt before Sumu. The window rolled down, and Qi Ming, with a beaming smile, beckoned Sumu. Get in. Commander, are you taking another statement today? Sumu asked with a grin. Get lost. Do you think I only seek you for statements? I have significant matters to discuss with you. What could possibly be of such importance? Sumu inquired as he opened the car door and settled inside. I'll explain once we reach our destination. Qi Ming replied mysteriously. How did you know I was here? Isn't it obvious? If I lacked this level of investigative ability, I might as well quit. As the Audi slowly started, Sumu noticed that the 3 silver crystal moonflower insignias on Qi Ming's shoulder had been replaced with a single golden crystal sunflower insignia. Have you been promoted? Indeed. I am now a senior independent investigator. Congratulations. You owe me a celebratory meal. Naturally, I still owe you a life debt. Qi Ming chuckled, adding, speaking of this promotion, it is somewhat related to you. Me? Sumu pointed to himself in surprise. Qi Ming drove the new vehicle to a secluded park and revealed, the higher-ups handed my case to X-Space and simultaneously instructed me to cease my investigation into you. As compensation, they directly promoted me. I initially expected it would take another 2 or 3 years. Yet here, I am advancing so swiftly. Sumu remained skeptical, asserting, you overestimate my influence. It must be your remarkable work ethic that led to your elevation. You seem unaware of your own worth. Qi Ming remarked as he retrieved a stack of documents from the car. Leaning against the railing, Sumu asked, so, senior independent investigator, what brings you to me this time? Qi Ming extended the documents, stating, I saw the morning news. You have finally reaped the rewards of your hardships. The legal proceedings have been initiated on Ren's side, and that couple is very likely to be charged with abandonment. Whether the charges hold merit is inconsequential. What matters is that your adoptive relationship will be dissolved. You will no longer have to return to that little abode. Sumu was unperturbed by the somewhat blunt reference to the doghouse and perused the documents, noticing the prominent X-Space logo. This was detailed information regarding a case being handled by the Southeast Bureau. Qi Ming, standing in the breeze, lit a cigarette and remarked, you should be quite familiar with X-Space. They invited you for tea, did they not? Indeed. I have often wondered why the country has not established a similar armed force to the Shifang Xiaobei for the hybrid bloodline. Exhaling a long plume of smoke, Qi Ming continued, despite X-Base being under the supervision of the enforcement department, our bloodline renders us incapable of truly overseeing them. Space Southeast Bureau comprises numerous blue blood A-class personnel, while our enforcement department is predominantly red-blooded. When faced with cases surpassing our bloodline limits, we must transfer them to them. You must understand that those who dare commit serious crimes among hybrids are mostly of blue blood. Turning to Sumu, Qi Ming expressed, I hope to establish a formidable law enforcement team for hybrids directly under the state. Then you should boldly present this information to your superiors with great fervor. Sumu suggested as he returned the documents to him. Then he slammed these items onto his desk, pointing at him and declaring, I wish to establish a blue-blooded armed force on my own, rather than seeking your assistance. Ha ha! Qi Ming erupted into laughter, discarding a cigarette but onto the ground and extinguishing it before tossing it into the trash can. How did you know I would do such a thing? Observing the man's smug demeanor, Sumu smiled and inquired, so your leader has consented? He patted Qi Ming on the shoulder and spoke earnestly, Xiaoming. The future lies in the hands of a youth like you, so you must strive forward. Ah yes, indeed, that's the spirit. You truly learned well. You have the makings of a leader. Did he really agree? So you sought me out? Yes. You wish to recruit me? Indeed. Qi Ming replied with utmost seriousness. I have witnessed your strength firsthand. Yes. What confirmation? Sumu scrutinized the man before him, pondering how someone of his age could still be so naive. Have you ever contemplated a certain question? What question? A wave of intense unease surged within Qi Ming, as the once adorable boy before him seemed poised to transform into a terrifying demon, reminiscent of his own nightmares. A smile crept onto the boy's lips. How can you be certain that I am not part of X-Space? Startled, Qi Ming instinctively took a step back. In the next moment, both men shared a knowing laugh. Such is the bond of friendship among men, characterized by three unbreakable ties: shared imprisonment, shared indulgences, and most importantly, shared battles. Although Su Mu wielded a golf club instead of a firearm that night, they had fought side by side as comrades. Their camaraderie thus quietly shifted from that of investigator and suspect to that of life-and-death allies. Su Mu clutched his stomach, leaning against the railing while mocking. You? A senior law enforcement officer? At your age, you still act like a child. He held a fondness for this law enforcement officer, who eschewed formalities and exhibited an approachable demeanor, embodying competence in practice. You bastard dared to deceive me. Qi Ming angrily lunged at the young man, yet it was implausible. How could someone so close to the Xia family possibly be affiliated with X-Space? After their laughter subsided, they seated themselves on the ground, leaning against the stone railing. The aristocracy and X-Space exist in a state of opposing collaboration, thus you cannot be one of them. The moment your name appears in the X-Space system, the doors of the Xia family will forever be closed to you. Qi Ming lit another cigarette. Aristocracy? Which aristocracy? The Xiao family? This was the first time Su Mu had encountered such terminology and learned of the relationship between the aristocracy and X-Space. So, have you made up your mind? Qi Ming asked. Su Mu cast him a sidelong glance. Is this your method of recruitment? You don't mention benefits or salary. This organization can't consist of just the two of us, can it? Qi Ming patted the boy's shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. Every individual within the system enjoys benefits. As for the salary, it will be assessed based on your lineage and combat prowess. Given your performance that night, I believe a starting salary of 200,000 should not pose a problem. Only 200,000? No, I refuse. Su Mu wore a look of disdain, stating that even a sum exceeding 100 million from X-Space would not sway him. At the very least, he believed it should be 200,000. After all, it was not merely a matter of 200,000. He acknowledged that President Run had taken him in, and he was not lacking in wealth at present. However, one must possess aspirations. What could be more exhilarating for a man than enlisting in the military? Qi Ming produced an acceptance letter, declaring, "The military academy beckons you." Su Mu did not accept it. Instead, he rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his trousers, and stated, "I have matters to attend to. So let us not indulge in idle chatter." Qi Ming exhaled a plume of thick smoke, inquiring if he would attend Mu Qianning's birthday banquet. How do you know? Su Mu asked. The man wore a half-smile, extinguishing his cigarette, and added, "She has a boyfriend now. Did you not know?" Chapter 17. Do not use youth as a means to grovel. The river crashed against the stone shore, while the boisterous wind swayed the trees around. Even Su Mu, though somewhat naive, understood that the boyfriend Qi Ming referred to was not him. A large crimson silk invitation was presented before him. Su Mu swayed slightly, struggling to maintain his balance. You in the small garden observed him awakening from his dream, feeling a tinge of sympathy. The earlier hints were merely preemptive psychological preparations. Who would have known that an unexpected twist would present such a stark reality before him? It is an invitation from the Nan family, Qi Ming said. Su Mu accepted the invitation and opened it. Dear Mr. Qi Ming, Senior Law Enforcement Officer, the daughter of Nan Zichu, Mu Qianning, will celebrate her birthday on June 10th, 2005 at 2000 hours at the Shanghai Mansion. Your presence is requested. Respectfully, Nan Fengtian and his son, Nan Zichu. Dated June 1st, 2005. You truly did not know? President Run did not inform you? She should have received one as well, Qi Ming remarked, smoking his cigarette. How could he not comprehend the significance of Mu Qianning to the young man before him? She represented the entirety of his life thus far, beginning in the orphanage and culminating in the college entrance examination. Qi Ming sighed upon receiving this invitation. He too had been taken aback, witnessing the shattering of 10 years' worth of emotions in a single moment. However, considering the Nan family's stature, it was somewhat understandable. Everyone has a price, whether it be money, power, or status. Wealth, power, and status. The Nan family could elevate Mu Qianning to great heights, transforming a mere chicken into a phoenix. Perhaps the youth before him was already quite exceptional, yet he appeared diminutive and laughable in comparison to centuries-old aristocracy. No girl could resist such temptation unless she were, herself, a noble phoenix. Seeing you up early for a morning jog, I thought you had moved on. I apologize. I did not foresee this, Qi Ming said, putting away the invitation with a sincere tone. President Ren must have your best interests at heart. Su Mu stood frozen in place, his lips pale and trembling. Observing his state, Qi Ming decided to lay everything bare, allowing him to weep thoroughly. Once he had cried it all out, tomorrow would still arrive, and life would persist without anyone. Not just me, but the entire political and business community of Jiangzhou has received invitations from the Nan family. Do you understand what this birthday banquet signifies? Ding dong, ding dong. The classic Nokia ringtone echoed. Your phone, Qi Ming reminded him. Su Mu took a deep breath and fished his phone from his pocket, wondering if it might be Qian calling. This is his final hope. Hello, Su Mu. The college entrance examination is over. Let us go out and celebrate. It was the voice of his good friend Wang Lin, not hers. Why today? Su Mu's tone was indifferent, sounding devoid of vitality. You. Wang Lin cast a bewildered glance at his phone, knowing his brother well enough to sense that this tone indicated Su Mu was already aware of the invitation's existence. With concern, he asked, Do you know? Is everything all right? Even you know, yet I only just found out. Su Mu repeatedly took deep breaths, the world around him growing increasingly dim, and said, I'm sorry for worrying you. I'm fine, truly. After speaking, he hung up the phone and continued his deep breathing. On the other end, Wang Lin immediately discarded the pillow in his arms and hurried towards the garage. Hearing Su Mu's tone, he feared his brother might take drastic measures over a mere girl. The good days had just begun, and he hoped he wouldn't ruin his life. Calm down. Qi Ming placed a hand on his shoulder, subtly activating his powers to stabilize Su Mu's emotions. Breathe slowly. Take your time. A rapid pace might lead to fainting. Once he sensed Su Mu's emotions settling, he continued to comfort him. In truth, you need not dwell on this matter excessively. Everyone has their own choices, and do not punish yourself for another's betrayal. I can accept that she does not love me. Su Mu clutched his head, tugging at his hair. I just do not understand why she did not tell me. Must she conceal it until the very last moment? Perhaps she did not want to affect her examination. Qi Ming's gaze was sympathetic. He harbored a darker, more genuine suspicion in his heart, yet refrained from voicing it, fearing it would further distress the fragile youth. Regaining his composure, Su Mu retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a series of numbers. Hello, a middle-aged man answered. Uncle Lin, it's me, Xiaomu. It's Xiaomu. On the other end, Mu Qianning's adoptive father sounded quite unnatural. Is there something wrong? Is Qian there? Qian, hello. The phone was taken over by a familiar female voice. Mu Qianning answered her phone and asked, Xiaomu, what do you need? Today is your birthday. Have you forgotten? No, not all. I have prepared a gift for you. Will you be home tonight? I have also moved to Yihao Yuan and would like to invite you to dinner, Su Mu said. Silence fell on the other end. Xiaomu, I have something to attend to tonight. Mu Qianning's tone began to falter. We can discuss the gift tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow evening I will treat you to beep beep beep. Before Mu Qianning could finish her sentence, an urgent voice prompted her to hang up abruptly. Darkness enveloped Su Mu's vision, and his heart felt a wrenching pain. Why? He could not comprehend why she continued to deceive him. Youth. Qi Ming sighed inwardly, finishing his last puff of smoke, extinguishing it, and tossing it into the trash bin. Is it even called youth if one does not encounter a few scoundrels? There is no need for explanations with such individuals. Do not be too disheartened. To speak candidly, Mu Qianning is not truly suited for you, Qi Ming remarked. Are you aware of the current situation of the Lin family? Su Mu shook his head. The Lin family has been reliant on the Yi family, and Yi Jindong's conglomerate is on the verge of collapse. The economic authorities have already set their sights on him, within 2 years at most, or 3 to 4 years at the least. Before your university graduation, you should witness Yi Jindong being imprisoned. So, what you imply is that the Lin family is also nearing bankruptcy, and Qian wishes to find someone to rescue the Lin family. Is that correct? What does that mean? Qi Ming stated. The intention to save the Lin family is genuine, yet it is not solely for that purpose. The Nan family is an ancient lineage, a family that has endured for centuries without faltering. Whoever marries Nan Zishu becomes the next heir of this esteemed family. Do you think Mu Qianning would not be tempted? a family with centuries of history. Su Mu was struck by the realization. When did the chasm between him and Mu Qianning grow so vast? Qi Ming patted his shoulder and said, "Enough of this tangled thinking. Let us go. I shall treat you to a meal. Drink a little, weep heartily, and when you awaken tomorrow, you shall still be a valiant man." "No, I am weary." Su Mu shook his hand in refusal. "I wish to return and rest for a while." "That is acceptable. I will see you home. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me." Meow. The orange cat sensed its owner's sorrow and nuzzled into his embrace, gently brushing against him with its tail. Su Mu surveyed his somewhat unfamiliar surroundings, struggling to recall how he had returned home. It seemed Qi Ming had escorted him. Su Mu slumped on the sofa, his gaze fixed vacantly on the crystal chandelier above. "Are you feeling sorrowful?" You appeared on the sofa, settling into a comfortable position. "Why is she still deceiving me?" Su Mu pondered. If she has a boyfriend, why can she not simply tell me? You was not as gentle as Qi Ming. She bluntly shattered Mu Qianning's cunning scheme, picking up a pillow and stating, "How should I put it? Have you ever seen a fish pond that only houses a single fish? Am I a fish? You are a fish, but not me." You remarked, "Men are not always reliable." You heard it earlier. The Nan family is a lineage that has thrived for centuries. Therefore, a young master like Nan Zishu may not be easily managed by Mu Qianning. What if one day she is cast aside? At the very least, there is still you, this fish, to amuse her. Su Mu curled up on the sofa with the orange cat, which tenderly licked his cheek. "A backup, perhaps?" He chuckled bitterly. "I thought you would comfort me." You turned to lay on the sofa, gazing at her boy, and said, "I am comforting you. I am merely speaking the truth. Do you wish for me to deceive you? Allow me to demonstrate." "Oh, do not fret. Mu Qianning surely has her own thoughts. She is such a resolute girl. This time, it must be her family pressuring her. She actually likes you. Otherwise, why would she keep it from you? It is simply to avoid affecting your relationship. As long as you approach her with a gift, she will undoubtedly walk away with you." Su Mu's eyes sparkled. "You are right. Let's elope." "Ah." You was utterly defeated by the boy before her, collapsing in despair on the sofa, her soul questioning. "Do you think this is a movie? Can you truly return victorious? Do you really believe yourself to be the protagonist?" Su Mu, unwilling to concede, retorted, "I believe that love must be fought for, rather than idly awaited." However, Mu Qianning did not yearn for love. Her desires lay in boundless wealth, the power akin to that of feudal lords, and the esteemed status of a first-rank consort. You, filled with exasperation, scornfully exclaimed, "What can you offer her? Is it your mere inheritance of over 100 million, or the uncertain score from your college entrance examination? Or perhaps your misguided belief in the X-Space atrium?" To the eyes of centuries-old aristocratic families, these trifles are utterly insignificant. Have you donned the jester's mask for so long that it has become permanently affixed to your face? Unreservedly, you launched a barrage of scathing remarks. "At the very least, I wish to inquire face to face." Su Mu found himself utterly incapable of rebuttal, yet he could not simply relinquish a decade of camaraderie. "Tonight, I wish to go to Shan Hai Gongwan." You, perceiving the shift in his emotions, revealed a satisfied smile. "A meeting? That would be beneficial. Only by witnessing it firsthand will you completely let go." "Very well, I shall accompany you, but remember one thing." "What?" "Do not resort to violence." Su Mu retrieved his phone and dialed Qi Ming, asserting, "Look, I'm not insane. We are adults. I can maintain self-control." "Hello, Law Enforcement Bureau," Qi Ming speaking. "I wish to visit Shan Hai Gongwan tonight. Help me devise a means to infiltrate." Su Mu declared, "What? Are you out of your mind? Brother, you don't intend to disrupt a wedding, do you?" Qi Ming nearly collided with a roadside floorbead, his tone turning grave as he cautioned, "Reality is what it is. Do not act recklessly. The Nan family is a prominent clan. Do not assume this is a film where you can return triumphantly." Su Mu retorted, "I am merely contemplative, not deranged. I have yet to even warm the golden sunflower on my shoulder." Qi Ming was filled with trepidation, fearing that the young man's mental instability might erupt during the banquet. "I merely wish to take a final look and ask for clarity. I harbor no other intentions. Rest assured, I will not resort to violence." Su Mu maintained a calm demeanor. "Will you assist me?" Sigh. Qi Ming exhaled, "Fine. Who am I to deny a life debt? Thus, you shall pretend to be my son, and I will help you blend in." "Son?" Su Mu's eye twitched. Yet he ultimately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Qi Ming discarded his phone, feeling utterly deranged for leading a person who was bound to be agitated in a Shan Hai Gongwan. especially one suspected of being a formidable descendant of a bloodline. At the banquet, should any of the dignitaries encounter even the slightest trouble, he was certain his own skin would be at stake. The debt of saving a life was a heavy burden to bear. As night descended, a Rolls-Royce glided gracefully into Shanghai Gongguan. This mansion, perched by the northern sea, boasted a history exceeding 2 centuries. Having been constructed as a temporary palace during the Ming Emperor's tour of Jiangnan in the previous era. "Miss, we have arrived," the driver announced, opening the car door. Fu Ningning stepped out as the driver adjusted her delicate lavender gown. She felt elated, not due to Mu Qianning, but because of Su Mu. Surely, he would come. She was confident of this. As for the affair between Mu Qianning and Nan Zichu, she had been aware of it for quite some time, having learned of it during a banquet at the Ing Tianguobingguan 3 months prior. At that moment, Fu Ningning witnessed 2 individuals in the back garden, embracing one another intimately, exuding an aura of affection akin to that of lovers deeply enmeshed. However, she chose not to disclose this matter to Su Mu, fully aware that her deskmate would find it hard to believe, potentially jeopardizing their harmonious friendship. Fu Ningning was awaiting the birthday banquet scheduled for that evening, and as she had anticipated, the Nan family was poised to announce the relationship between the two. Such an announcement would indeed provide her with an opportunity. Her deskmate was exceptionally talented and not from a wealthy family, making him a perfect match for her. The Fu family could facilitate his direct ascent past the initial stages of wealth accumulation, allowing him to fully unleash his talents. If Su Mu is lurking outside, just bring him in. "Here is my brother's invitation. Hold on to it," she instructed. "Yes, miss," replied the driver, who, while sympathetic, felt a sense of joy for his young mistress's impending success. Fu Ningning, lifting her skirt, followed a group of elegantly dressed ladies and gentlemen into the magnificent Shanghai mansion. Amidst the spotlight akin to a constellation of stars, she wore a smile, adeptly greeting those around her. "Miss Fu, please come in." Second floor, square platform. Upon entering the banquet hall, the girl became the center of attention. Fu Ningning's father was now the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, ranking among the top 5 tycoons in the realm of finance, truly a person of affluence. Those families of status and heritage, albeit lacking in sufficient wealth, were drawn to such new aristocrats. Only by absorbing fresh blood could they sustain their legacy in this new era. With a serene smile, Fu Ningning politely responded to the greetings of various uncles and elders, deftly declining any improper invitations. After successfully navigating the social engagements, she picked up a glass of orange juice and moved to the lounge area. Under the dazzling lights of extravagance, she noticed many classmates had been invited, all from the prestigious Kuolai Jinglan family. Has he not arrived yet? Fu Ningning's gaze scanned the venue, searching for the expected yet absent individual. Surely he wouldn't wish to miss it. As the crowd began to stir, the 2 main characters of the evening made their entrance. Mu Qianqing, entwined with Nan Zishu, radiated happiness. Fu Ningning observed the insincere smile on their faces, feeling a wave of revulsion. While she was ensnaring her deskmate, there was Nan Zishu, engaging in flirtation, vague and ambiguous, unwilling to acknowledge any truth until the situation became undeniable. Everyone approached to offer birthday wishes to Mu Qianqing, simultaneously uttering phrases such as a match made in heaven and perfect couple. Were these classmates truly unaware of who her boyfriend was? Fu Ningning scoffed disdainfully, dismissing them entirely. Has Su Mu not come? A girl, both unexpected yet predictable, approached her, holding a glass of orange juice and taking a seat beside her. Fu Ningning scrutinized her. Lacking a glamorous evening gown, she wore merely a simple white dress. Yet she possessed the confidence to carry such simplicity, for she was Xia Mo. "I heard you were unwell. Are you feeling better?" Fu Ningning inquired with genuine concern. "I was nearly fatally wounded in my abdomen, but I was rescued," Xia Mo replied playfully, winking at her adorable companion. "What? You were shot?" Fu Ningning gasped in surprise. "Just kidding," Xia Montauk chuckled mischievously, as she gazed at the girl before her, whose bright eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. Fu Ningning suddenly felt as if she had transformed into a different person. Previously, during their time at school, she had exuded an air of utter indifference. "You seem much more cheerful now," she remarked. The youthful vitality radiated from Xiaomo's eyes. "Is that so?" "Indeed," Fu Ningning replied with a smile. Xia Montauk, sipping her orange juice, elaborated, Having faced death once, I have come to understand many things. Fu Ningning widened her eyes in astonishment and inquired, "So, you truly were shot?" "Yes, it was quite serious. It wasn't an ordinary bullet, but rather an alchemical bullet infused with neurotoxin. Fortunately, it was only classified as B-level. Well, that is quite terrifying. How are you now?" Let me see. Let me see." Fu Ningning reached out, only to suddenly realize the inappropriateness of her actions. "I apologize. I forgot this is a banquet." Xiao, touched by her concern, reassured her, "Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine now. Someone saved me using the life sequence, and the scar is reduced to just a small mark. That's a relief. Why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that the one who saved you is—" Fu Ningning's heart raced, and cold sweat trickled down her back as she recalled Xiao Mo's earlier mention of Su Mu. Xiao Mo, with a hint of playful irony, asked, "Have you guessed?" Fu Ningning's smile faded completely, replaced by a cautious inquiry, "Is Su Mu a descendant of the bloodline?" "Who knows?" Xiao Mo replied. "You just said that the night I fainted, when I awoke, the wound had vanished, and only Su Mu was by my side." Fu Ningning gasped in shock, realizing that Su Mu was being watched by others as well. She forced a smile. "He might have just been passing by, right? Perhaps there was someone else who saved you." "Passing by?" Xiao Mo regarded the little girl beside her with interest, wondering if revealing that Su Mu had held her clothes through the night would send Fu Ningning into a flurry. However, she decided against it. If the word got out, Su Mu's life would likely be in jeopardy. "Do you think Su Mu will come?" Xiao Mo shifted the topic. "Of course, he will definitely come." Fu Ningning's gaze was unwavering. "That scheming wench, Mu Qianqing, won't send him an invitation." "You are quite bold to say that, considering this is the Nan family's banquet." Even without an invitation, given Su Mu's infatuation with Mu Qianqing, he would find a way. "Then Fangtian? If he shows me respect, I shall call him uncle. If not, I shall take down the Nan family stronghold," Xiao Mo replied nonchalantly. "But compared to the Nan family, I am more concerned about Su Mu. I can hardly wait. What will he do? I'm so excited." A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Xiao Mo's eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the venerable Nan Huimin appeared above the banquet hall, flanked by Nan Zishu, the legitimate grandson of the Nan family, and the birthday girl, Mu Qianqing. The crowd converged, and the spotlight focused on the golden couple. "I sincerely thank each of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this birthday celebration." Fu Ningning scanned the venue continuously, yet she still could not locate Su Mu. "Where could he be hiding?" "Over there." Xiao Mo pointed toward the center of the crowd, finally spotting her target. Fu Ningning followed her gaze, her eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Su Mu found himself mingling among a group of waitstaff, balancing a tray in his hands, while a cap sat low on his brow, deliberately obscuring the prying gazes of others. A cluster of slightly mature facial hair adorned his lips. The attire he wore was evidently stolen, hanging loosely on him, visibly ill-fitting. What was he up to? Engaging in a form of cosplay? Pretending to be a spy? Initially, Su Mu was meant to masquerade as Qi Ming's son to infiltrate the venue. However, two significant issues arose. First, Qi Ming's son was merely 8 years old. Second, members of the Lin family were stationed at the entrance to greet the guests. In the absence of the Lin family, his true identity might remain concealed, and perhaps the Nan family would overlook the presence of a distinguished independent investigator's guest, affording a certain level of respectability. But with the Lin family present, the situation drastically changed. Thus, Su Mu had to abandon his original plan, enlisting Qi Ming's cooperation to stealthily enter the mansion through the back garden and borrow the uniform of a waiter. As the crowd converged towards the elevated platform at the center of the venue, Su Mu reverted to his old profession, blending in among the waitstaff. He lifted the brim of his cap and gazed intently at the beautiful girl illuminated by the spotlight on stage. Mu Qianning, too, noticed the waiter who was gazing at her, and in an instant, she discerned his true identity solely from his clear, penetrating eyes. Xiao Mu. She instinctively took a half step back, her gaze faltering, unable to meet his eyes. Nan Zichu, noticing his girlfriend's unusual behavior, wrapped his arms around her slender waist and whispered, "What is wrong?" Mu Qianning's body trembled slightly. He scanned the crowd and spotted a brazen waiter fixated on his girlfriend. Frowning, Nan Zichu felt a surge of displeasure and resolved to dismiss the impudent intruder after the banquet. He cast a warning glance towards Su Mu amidst the throng. As one might surmise, The venerable Nan Huai Min beamed graciously, revealing that today was not merely a simple birthday celebration, but also the engagement banquet of Zi Chu and Qian Ning. Stepping aside to clear the stage, Nan Zi Chu knelt on one knee, producing an engagement ring from his pocket before proclaiming, Qian, will you marry me? The hall erupted into enthusiastic applause, quickly followed by cheers. The crowd witnessed the leading lady covering her mouth, trembling with excitement. Indeed, which girl would not be thrilled to marry Nan Zi Chu? Calm down. Your current state is quite unstable. Xiao Mo suddenly appeared at Su Mu's left side, grasping the boy's clenched fist. If you continue to pressure Mu Qianning, it could very well lead to her emotional collapse. In an instant, Su Mu regained clarity, the sea of flowers in his eyes dissipating. He had promised you that he would not take a life at the banquet. On stage, Mu Qianning seemed to sag in relief. The crowd gasped, and Nan Zi Chu quickly embraced his girlfriend, inquiring, what is the matter? Mu Qianning gasped for breath, bewildered by her sudden weakness. Yet she had distinctly felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Su Mu. Was it because she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards him? As she gazed upon her childhood companion, the one with whom she had shared countless innocent moments, a myriad of warm and joyful memories flashed through Mu Qianning's mind. Undoubtedly, her heart would always belong to Xiao Mu. However, she turned her attention to Nan Zi Chu, a man who could secure her future. Xiao Mu simply lacked the strength. Their fates were destined to diverge, and he was better off with Fu Ningning. It was all right. She was merely a bit fatigued. Mu Qianning stood once more, her mind devoid of distractions. As she allowed Nan Zi Chu to place the diamond ring upon her slender, fair fingers, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, showering blessings upon the newlyweds. Fu Ningning stood beside Su Mu, casting a silent sigh towards her table-mate. At that moment, she should have felt joy, yet akin to him. Her heart was enveloped in sadness and pity. Qi Ming stood behind the boy, gazing in astonishment at the two young ladies on either side of him. The Xia family, the leaders of Jiangnin's aristocracy. The Fu family, the epitome of new wealth in Jiangnan. The daughters of these two families were simultaneously taking the hand of a boy who had been picking up trash just yesterday. Qi Ming looked towards Mu Qianning on the stage, thinking that even choosing one would be preferable to her current situation. It is time to cut the cake, announced Nan Zi Chu. A massive 9-tier cream cake was slowly wheeled to the center of the banquet hall. He held the girl's hand, his eyes filled with tenderness, saying, you shall cut it. Mu Qianning expertly sliced the cake, distributing pieces to several elders from the Nan family and her adoptive parents. Next, to everyone's surprise, she navigated through the crowd to stand before Su Mu. This piece is for you. Su Mu's expression remained impassive, his gaze cold, and the once lively atmosphere of the banquet plummeted to a frosty silence. Who is this server? The guests pondered in unison. The future lady of the Nan family was offering a birthday cake to a lowly servant. There must be some hidden agenda, and murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Numerous scholars from the National University of China were present, and the astute among them had already discerned the true identity of the server. Many had heard of the relationship between the two. It seemed someone had been cast aside. Wang Lin, a loyal brother who had been unable to find Su Mu at the #1 courtyard, initially planned to head to a nightclub to pursue women, but had to alter his plans to attend the evening's birthday banquet. After searching the venue thoroughly and confirming his brother's absence, he finally sighed in relief. He had intended to leave early to look by the river, but was taken aback to discover that this scoundrel had disguised himself as a server, lurking in the shadows. You better not cause any trouble today. Otherwise, your father won't be able to save you. Wang Lin silently prayed. A bizarre scene unfolded. Qi Ming was drenched in cold sweat, anxiously looking at the boy, internally urging, quickly accept it. My ancestor, flip this page. Xiao Mo and Fu Ningning stood on the same front, urging, Su Mu, do not accept. Courageously refuse. And if anything goes awry, I will cover for you. You will bless me, right? Mu Qianning extended the cake once more, believing that since Nan Zi Chu had already discovered the truth, there was no point in hiding it any longer. It was better to publicly sever ties with her past once and for all. After all, the engagement ring from the Nan family has already been worn by her, hasn't it? Is it not desirable? Disappointment filled Mu Qianning's eyes. Su Mu forced a warm smile, handing a tray to a nearby guest, removing his hat, tearing off the ludicrous fake mustache, and slipping off his oversized suit jacket. which he handed to another guest. Once he shed all pretense, he was immediately recognized by the guest present, who hadn't seen the morning news today. What was merely a source of amusement on television earlier was now unfolding live before their eyes. Sumu accepted the cake from her hand, while simultaneously producing a birthday gift he had prepared in advance. "Happy birthday," he said, his voice clear and his tone gentle. "Is this for me?" Mu Qianning received the exquisite gift box, opening it to reveal a beautiful sapphire bracelet, the very one she had once cherished. She was astonished that Xiao Mu still remembered. The appearance of the bracelet caused the atmosphere, which had slightly eased, to once again turn palpably tense. Nan Huaimin furrowed his brow, casting a questioning glance at his grandson. "What is going on?" Nan Zichu shook his head, equally perplexed. All eyes from the Nan family were fixated on Lin Chi-chung, who was internally beseeching, "My daughter, you must not accept this. Otherwise, we will be doomed." "Hey, Sumu, what do you mean by gifting a bracelet to Chu Ji's fiancé?" Yi Jiling's voice was jarringly sharp. He thrived on chaos. If one were to inquire who despised Su Mu the most in this world, he would undoubtedly be among them. Su Mu regarded him coldly, like an enraged lion. Yi Jiling, startled, quickly sealed his lips, only to be engulfed by a wave of shame and anger. "It's beautiful," Mu Qianning remarked, "but it deserves someone better. I believe Princess Ning is far more suitable than I." With a smile, she redirected the conflict towards Fu Ning, returning the gift. Sumu closed the lid, his eyes dimming to a lifeless gray. He comprehended the girl's meaning and received the answer he sought. "Today was indeed abrupt, Madame Nan. I shall present you with a different gift another day." He placed the cake back in Mu Qianning's hands, wishing her happiness before turning to leave. "Well done." CIMO internally applauded, politely stating, "I apologize, but I'm feeling unwell today. Grandfather Nan, I must take my leave." With that, she hastily exited the hall. Fu Ningning lifted her chin, casting a cold glare at Mu Qianning, unabashed in her disdain, and echoed, "Grandfather Nan, I'm also feeling unwell. I will take my leave." The delicate lavender figure vanished amidst the astonished crowd. Who exactly was this boy? The guests exchanged glances, pondering the relationships between him. Mu Qianning, CIMO, and Fu Ningning. Mu Qianning gazed at the cake in her hands. "Has Xiao Mu learned to refuse me as well?" She scooped a spoonful and placed it in her mouth. The once sweet cream cake now tasted exceptionally bitter. Is this the price to pay? Chapter 18, 9-5. The dragon soars in the sky, benefiting the great ones. The stage lights illuminated from behind, drawing the gaze of all guests towards the departing youth's silhouette. Sumu pushed open the heavy door and walked away in full view of the Nan family's guards. It was not that they did not wish to intervene, but they had already spotted the princess of the Xia family, her striking golden eyes shining brightly. Fu Ningning turned her head, gazing in astonishment at the lights on stage, inwardly marveling at the lighting designer's flair for entertainment as they cast illumination upon the disruptor. The clownish supporting role of tonight's grand performance was suddenly elevated to the focal point of attention. Fu Ningning cast a final glance at Mu Qianning. Her eyes filled with mockery, and with a disdainful smile, she exited the banquet hall. Her derision was not directed at Mu Qianning's betrayal, but rather at her pitiable judgment. "Sumu, wait for me." Xiaomo hurriedly caught up, grasping his hand and saying, "Please slow down. We are in dresses, and it's quite inconvenient." While she herself was relatively comfortable in a simple dress, the delicate Princess Ning was encumbered by an elaborate evening gown, needing to lift her hem to walk. Sumu halted, turning back with an impassive gaze fixed upon the Shanghai Gongwen bathed in moonlight, reflecting on the dramatic scene that had just unfolded in the square hall. He had witnessed his childhood companion being abruptly swept away by a stranger who had knelt in a proposal. Taking a deep breath, his heart ached as the grip of Xia Mo's hand involuntarily tightened. Ouch! The sudden strength startled even Xia Mo, who realized that it was no wonder he could eliminate the Jigs Yuz Hong without using his powers. Such a grotesque physical prowess was indeed terrifying. "Apologies. Congratulations. You have landed yourself in quite a predicament." Xiao Mo withdrew her hand, rubbing it while playfully proclaiming impending doom, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Is that so? I seem to have committed no egregious act." Su Mu believed he had exercised enough restraint, honoring his promise to you by refraining from murder. Of course, Mu Qianning was a carefully selected daughter-in-law of the Nan family. As Xiaomo strolled along the shores of a high lake, she remarked, "The Nan family is a venerable aristocracy with a long history. Your actions tonight might seem trivial among the common folk. However, to these prideful old nobles, it would feel akin to delivering a resounding slap to their faces. With so many distinguished guests present, I wager that within 10 minutes, this news will spread like wildfire." "That sounds rather severe." Su Mu trailed half a step behind her. Fu Ningning followed, lifting her voluminous gown, looking bewildered at the two ahead. "Xiaomo's words are all mine. Shouldn't it be my turn to shine now? Hey, author, did you misremember the outline? Severe, quite severe." Xiaomo's eyes sparkled with mirth as she continued to dramatize the Nan family's threats, stopping to turn back and ask, "Ningning, don't you think so?" Finally catching up, Fu Ningning responded, "It is indeed quite serious. Although my family is the wealthiest in Jiangnan, we remain at a disadvantage before the aristocracy." Su Mu finally sensed urgency and quickly inquired, "Will this matter cause trouble for my mother? She is currently preparing to establish a branch of the company in the Yun region." "Not at all," Fu Ningning shook her head. While she may not fully grasp the intricacies of the Jigyuzhong issue, as the daughter of Jiangnan's wealthiest, she possessed a fair understanding of economic matters and reassured him. The foreign capital represented by General Ruan and the corporate group behind her is quite formidable in the northern continent. Kaiyun is currently in a phase of rapid development, necessitating the attraction of substantial investments, with the state placing great emphasis on high-quality foreign capital. Today, I learned from my father that the preparations for her branch are progressing smoothly, with all procedures receiving the green light. At this point, Fu Ningning could not help but glance at another girl, insinuatingly saying that it is uncertain who is providing the support. Regarding Princess Ning's gaze, Xiaomo chose to remain oblivious. "That is reassuring." Su Mu finally felt at ease. "Therefore, compared to Mr. Ren, it would be wise for you to be more concerned about your safety. Nanfang Tian is certainly not one to abide by rules." Fu Ningning kindly warned, stating that for someone of his lineage, it is exceedingly easy to eliminate a person. Why not consider going abroad for a while? The little princess remains unaware that her amiable deskmate is a being of such formidable prowess that even Xia Mo finds herself trembling in awe. The lineage? Su Mu dismissed the concern, as it was not his first encounter with such beings. He was confident that experience would only enhance his skill. "Do not take it lightly," Fu Ningning urged in exasperation. The evening breeze caressed the surface of a high lake, stirring gentle waves. The wind tousled the girl's hair, while it stirred the hearts of the boys. The three of them strolled along the seaside boardwalk, attuned to the rhythm of nature's breath. Xiaomo opened her arms wide, embracing the wind from behind, stretching languidly like an endearing little white cat. Fu Ningning observed with envy, reflecting on how much she had changed. Previously, she had always worn a frown, as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight. She had heard whispers of the Xia family, ancient, mysterious, powerful, yet gradually withering away. The family's greatest issue was its dwindling numbers, lacking the aura of a grand clan. What had allowed her to shed her burdens? Fu Ningning pondered, her gaze drifting towards Su Mu, suddenly realizing that her deskmate seemed unfazed by the matter of the lineage, as if he had heard of it before. In her distracted thoughts, Xiaomo turned back to look at Su Mu, her bright eyes sparkling with a playful smile as she stepped back, embodying the spirit of a spirited young girl. Was she experiencing a crush? Fu Ningning's heart skipped a beat. Another rival had emerged. Xia Mo inquired, "Do you know why it is Mu Qianing?" Su Mu shook his head. "I believe someone has already provided you with an explanation regarding the lineage." Su Mu shook his head again, realizing he should be in a state of amnesia, having forgotten the training from X-Base. Yet, observing Xia Mo's teasing gaze, he ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. "The Imperial Envoy?" She pressed. Indeed, Su Mu admitted without further concealment, recognizing that it would be futile to hide such matters, given her status. Uncovering the truth would be a matter of mere moments. Moreover, that night, he had been taken by X-Base right before her eyes. "I'm glad you did not deceive me, but chose to speak the truth. In fact, after I returned that day, I thoroughly investigated you," Xia Mo revealed. During her days at home, she had not been idle. After returning from Su Mu's gravestone, she had commissioned others to gather information, meticulously uncovering the boy's past. The contents of the dossier increasingly tugged at her heartstrings. The gravestone was not a mere whim, but the inevitable fruit born from the tragedy of his 18-year existence. Compared to the scripted lament of life, Mo yearned to comprehend the driving force that sustained his unwavering commitment to his initial kindness. Imposing this elegy of existence upon any formidable successor of blood would ultimately yield only the blossoms of malevolence and the fruits of evil. Fu Ningning glanced around, observing both the girl and the boy, utterly perplexed. What enigma were they deciphering? Who authored the serial exposition? And who was the imperial envoy? When they returned, which day was it? Was it that rainy night, or had they encountered each other again later? The unease within Fu Ningning intensified. And what about you? Is it still a promise for next time? Su Mu inquired. Ah, how unexpected it was for Mo that this fire would ultimately be directed towards her. She hastily changed the subject and said, "Let me tell you why it is Mu Qianning." "Very well. Do you still prefer not to speak?" Su Mu did not press her. "It is not that I am unwilling to discuss it. I simply fear it might frighten you. And I wish to wait until the time is more ripe," Mo lamented. The power of the sequence is bound by bloodlines. Yet throughout the history of successors, a significant calamity, the Great Decline, had once occurred. This Great Decline led to the irrevocable end of an era where the sequence flourished, and during this decline, the successors suffered extermination at the hands of the common blood. This matter, I trust you have heard of. In our textbooks, it is depicted by the common blood as the Black Death. Rather than a mere illness, the Black Death resembles a curse of blood, predominantly spreading among the successors. Once tainted by power, one would swiftly decline, and death would ensue, if not addressed, with the severity of the affliction increasing with the purity of the bloodline. This curse began in 1348 in the northern continent of Yinduo, sweeping across the globe, reaching Kaiyun by 1633, to the extent that mingling with spirits became perilous, with dusk rendering the streets unsafe. The cleansing massacre following the Great Decline is also known by another name in historical texts, the witch hunts. The Black Death and the witch hunts are but superficial manifestations, mere cosmetic actions following the usurpation of power by the common blood. The underlying essence reveals the extreme oppression of the successors against the common blood, provoking a vengeful backlash. Besides class oppression, there existed internal conflicts between the successors and the common blood within the ruling elite. This explains why the first article of the Sequence Covenant states, "The abuse of power to indiscriminately slay common blood is prohibited." Following the Great Decline, the probability of the spontaneous emergence of successors from common blood has diminished significantly, particularly in recent years. During the propagation of older successors, their bloodlines gradually thinned, and their powers waned correspondingly. Addressing the issue of succession is a pressing reality that every successor family must confront. Presently, there are three methods to resolve this issue. First, to slay deities and attain enlightenment. But this is evidently implausible. Setting aside the question of whether one can vanquish a deity, in most cases, locating one is nearly impossible. Second, forcibly enhancing through forbidden substances, which is equally perilous. While it may be manageable for lower bloodlines, for those of higher lineage, particularly the blue bloods, it is akin to self-destruction. Third, and the only safe and feasible path, intermarriage. The formidable inheritors of the bloodline perpetuate their lineage through strategic unions. Yet, the curse of the Great Decline lingers, dictating that each pair of bloodline successors can only bear a single offspring of their lineage, with the rest being of common blood. The likelihood of a union between a bloodline successor and a commoner producing a child of noble lineage is exceedingly slim, resulting in a dilution of the bloodline. Consequently, a novel method of inheritance has emerged, the perfect vessel. This extraordinary entity can wholly transmit the father's lineage, capable of bearing 2 or even 3 children. Furthermore, during the gestation process, the perfect vessel can enhance, optimize, or even elevate the child's bloodline by administering forbidden substances. However, the cost is steep. After giving birth to her first child, the perfect vessel faces the peril of death with each subsequent birth, as the child will emerge from her womb once fully developed. Fu Ningning shuddered at the thought, realizing the tragic nature of Mu Qianning's choice, which was even more lamentable than she had anticipated. Mo's expression turned grave as she remarked, "Mu Qianning is indeed a perfect vessel. Now do you understand why she could ascend so rapidly to become the golden phoenix of the Nan family? Then she is in grave danger," Su Mu interjected. "Do you think she is unaware?" Mo replied, "The Nan family promises her a life of opulence, and after the birth of her first child. She will be expected to bear a second around the age of 40. That will mark the end of her life. She is 19 now, and aside from a year for her first child, she has 20 years of worldly splendor to enjoy. Xia Mo paused, casting her gaze toward the brilliantly lit Shanghai mansion, stating, "Otherwise, do you think the Lin family, burdened with debt, could move into the number 1 courtyard? Thus, let go of your lingering attachment. This is a stark transaction. You lack sufficient bargaining chips. The wealth and power that Mu Qianning desires are beyond your current means." You was correct. This is indeed a transaction. Su Mu leaned against the railing of the promenade, his gaze fixated on the distant mansion, recalling Qi Ming's words. After a long pause, he withdrew his longing stare. "I understand. This is her choice. I may not comprehend it, but I respect it." Xia Mo and Fu Ningning exchanged a knowing smile, akin to triumphant generals. Although they were adversaries, they stood as steadfast allies until the luminescent Mu Qianning was vanquished. "Let's depart," Xia Mo urged, taking Su Mu's hand as they raced along the seaside promenade. Fu Ningning followed closely behind, lifting her skirt and muttering, "Cursed dress, I must change it." "Where to?" Su Mu inquired. "I am famished. Summer has arrived. Let us indulge in barbecue. It's my treat. You are clearly not older than I am. You are the younger sister. I am the elder brother. Yes, elder brother. Barbecue paired with juice. Shouldn't it be paired with beer? What kind of celestial pairing involves juice? Oh, I remember now. Both of them are underage, and minors are strictly prohibited from consuming alcohol. Oh, wait. Ning Ning is indeed a few months shy, but Xia Mo is already of age and can drink. Add more chili and less salt. I cannot handle salty food." Suddenly, a drunken man appeared at the street corner in Jiangzhou, as Xia Mo staggered with a beer bottle in hand, walking unsteadily while a solitary figure in front wailed like a banshee. Yet, the beer bottle did not belong to her. It was Su Mu's. Is she intoxicated from drinking juice? Fu Ningning had already changed her clothes in the car and was following Su Mu, looking at the drunken Xia Mo with a face full of questions. The wine does not intoxicate, but people intoxicate themselves. She was not actually drunk. Rather, the immense pressure had overwhelmed her. Using the guise of drunkenness, she sought to alleviate her stress. Pressure? Indeed, she was under considerable strain. Su Mu took out his phone. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Unintentionally, they had spent 2 hours indulging in barbecue, though most of the time was spent watching themselves eat. "Your phone." Fu Ningning pointed at the black moonlight goddess in his hand and indicated Xia Mo. "How is it identical to hers? You two aren't using couples' phones, are you?" "This? It's a gift from my mother, the same model as Xia Mo's. It's getting late. Wandering around at this hour would make you a street vagabond." Su Mu stepped forward and snatched the beer bottle from Xia Mo's hand, carelessly tossing it into a nearby trash bin. "Stop messing around. It's time to go home." "Absolutely not." Xia Montauk vehemently resisted. After finally escaping, how could she return so easily? Besides, your matters are not yet settled. Su Mu, confused, asked, "What matters do I have?" The roar of engines shattered the tranquility of Jiangzhou's night. Several black autos parked by the roadside, their doors swinging open as 8 figures clad in black suits emerged. "Oh, you still couldn't hold back." Xia Mo smiled. She had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Nan Fangtian and Nan Zishu, this father-son duo, bore grudges deeply. They would not let the matter of the banquet go unpunished, likely biding their time until she and Fu Ningning returned home to enact their revenge. The leader of the men in black approached, respectfully nodding to the 2 girls, saying, "Miss Xia, Miss Fu, good evening. We mean no offense. We merely wish to convey that Miss Mu greatly misses Mr. Su Mu and has dispatched us to invite him to her residence for tea and a reunion. We hope you 2 young ladies will facilitate this." I thought that upon seeing I hadn't left, Nan Fangtian and Nan Zishu would wait until tomorrow to take action. "It seems they remain as petty as ever," Xia Mo derisively remarked without holding back. The leader's expression darkened. He recognized he could not provoke the other party, yet had no choice but to follow orders. Noticing Fu Ningning taking out her phone, he gently reminded her, "Miss Fu, it would take the Enforcement Bureau 3 hours to arrive here, and the Fu family's estate is at least half an hour away. Space Southeast Bureau has significant responsibilities tonight as well." Fu Ningning scoffed. "Then I shall call Nan Zishu and see if he dares to invite Su Mu for tea in my presence." The leader's face turned exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated the 2 young ladies would adopt such a resolute stance. He immediately lowered his tone, saying, "Ladies, the Nan family does not wish to be adversarial with either family. We merely wish to discuss some matters with Mr. Su. We hope to avoid causing you any trouble." Fu Ningning stood in front of Su Mu, declaring, "Then take me along." The leader of the men in black directed his gaze at Su Mu, his words dripping with sarcasm and his demeanor condescending as he remarked, "Mr. Su, you wouldn't wish to remain hidden behind these two ladies, would you?" A tedious provocation. Su Mu intended to deliver a swift resolution. Xia Mo held him back, half smiling, and proposed, "I have a suggestion. Speak. You 8, a one-on-one battle in rotation. If I can defeat Su Mu, I, Xia Mo, shall refrain from intervening in this matter. What do you think?" Her eyes sparkled with cunning. Fu Ningning turned in surprise to glance at Xia Mo, who simply winked at her. The leader in the black suit found this suggestion quite agreeable. Surely, the 8 of them could not be bested by a mere child. Yet, he lacked the authority to decide. Unable to act unilaterally, he resolved to consult Nan Zichu, who was seated in the car. Xia Mo unabashedly revealed his presence, concealed behind the tinted glass. The car window slowly descended, and Nan Zichu regarded Xia Mo with an impassive expression. "Agree to her request." "Very well." Xia Mo gently adjusted Su Mu's collar, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Be gentle, don't kill him, otherwise it would be troublesome." "Understood." The leader in the black suit pointed to one of his subordinates. "You, step forward." The man emerged, brandishing an iron rod, and declared, "I apologize." As the enemy advanced, Su Mu remained unperturbed. The enemy's actions appeared painfully slow to him. In the instant the rod swung towards him, he effortlessly sidestepped. Simultaneously, he seized the enemy's wrist, twisting it forcefully, resulting in a wretched scream as the iron rod clattered to the ground. He lifted his left foot and sent the subordinate flying with a powerful kick, swiftly concluding the confrontation. Su Mu's movements flowed seamlessly, executed with remarkable speed. Apart from Xia Mo, everyone else was filled with astonishment. This young man was indeed a skilled fighter. Nan Zichu, observing Xia Mo's amused expression, finally comprehended the source of her confidence. The speed at which he had struck was certainly extraordinary. Could this young man be a successor cultivated by the Xia family? Recalling Xia Mo's affectionate demeanor at the banquet, a tinge of concern settled in Nan Zichu's heart. Now armed, Su Mu surveyed the remaining 7 adversaries. "Come at me together." The subordinates glanced at their leader, who slowly nodded, prompting 6 of them to charge forward in unison. Su Mu sprang into action, wielding the black rod as if it were a sharp blade, moving swiftly among the 6. With deft strikes, he felled them one by one. Cries of agony filled the air as each individual was struck at a vital point, writhing in pain on the ground. "Are you a successor?" The leader finally sensed something amiss. Su Mu flexed his wrist, recalling the assessment report, and replied, "I am not. Whether you are or not will be revealed in due course." Flames surged in the leader's hand, transforming into a flaming scimitar. He glanced at Xia Mo, who wore an expression brimming with playful mockery. Clearly, she possessed unwavering confidence in the outcome of this battle, believing him to be a successor of significant caliber. Red Blood D-Class, Flame Sequence, 648, Nozomi. The voice of you resonated slowly within the boy's mind. The leader swung his blade, and flames morphed into monstrous creatures with bared fangs, reminiscent of the mythological beasts from the Crane legend. Flames were the one sequence that Su Mu feared the least. Under the watchful gazes of many, Su Mu gradually raised his hand, issuing a command in a calm tone. "You have no power here." A brilliant golden light representing authority flared forth, and at the boy's command, the flames and monsters vanished without a trace. In his astonishment, the leader found Su Mu already behind him. "Is this truly the extent of your strength? You have truly disappointed me." He struck the man at the neck with a stick, causing the leader to collapse unconscious onto the ground. Nan Zishu gazed in astonishment at the silhouette of the youth. And not only he, but even Xia Mo, who had been mentally prepared, was equally taken aback, waves of tumultuous emotion surging within her. Among them, the one who suffered the most was Fu Ningning. Her mouth agape, she stared at Su Mu and then at Xia Mo. She beheld the golden flames representing the sequence of authority, her heart heavy with dismay. She realized that the stock she had purchased at a hefty price had plummeted. This was no mere issue of hitting a ceiling. Rather, Su Mu's stock had gone awry, and it had been confiscated by the authorities. Fu Ningning felt disheartened. Had her 3 years of silent investment in Su Mu been snatched away by Xiao? Am I not an heir of the bloodline? Would he not deem me worthy? The young girl felt despondent, apprehensive of her losses. Nan Zishu's expression was graver than ever. He did not fear that the opponent was an heir of the bloodline, but rather, he was concerned that the enemy was a super heir of the sequence. Su Mu turned his head to look at the Audi, asking, "Do you wish to continue?" Within the black Audi, Nan Zishu's demeanor fluctuated between light and shadow. He realized he had provoked a formidable heir of the bloodline, and his subordinate had been swiftly eliminated. It was not difficult to instantaneously kill a red blood D-level. He could do it as well. But the opponent had not even ignited their golden eye, and behind this powerful heir stood the formidable Xia clan. If this source of calamity were not thoroughly eradicated, it could very well lead to a disaster in the future. He placed his hand on the door handle. "Nan Zishu, you remain as you always were." Promises made like mere wind. Xiao had anticipated this scenario entirely. "Xiao, I apologize." Nan Zishu exited the vehicle, and from the remaining Audis, more powerful heirs of the bloodline joined him on the battlefield. "You know, I hold a deep affection for Qian. I absolutely cannot allow anyone to tarnish her reputation," he declared. Xiao remarked, a feeble excuse. "Ning, get in the car. We must leave this place," she instructed. But Fu Ning was reluctant to depart so easily. Su Mu waved to the distant driver of the Fu family, turning to his table-mate, saying, "Let's go. Do not worry, I will be fine." He leaned towards the girl's ear and whispered, "I've already dealt with several like them." Princess Ning's heart quivered, despite her reluctance. She understood that her presence here would be of no assistance and would only hinder matters. It was better to leave quickly and seek help. After the Rolls-Royce of the Fu family departed, Nan Zishu inquired once more, "Xiao, are you truly not leaving? What do you think?" "I see." Nan Zishu sighed deeply, stating, "My apologies." He gazed at his subordinates, issuing orders, "I will hold Xiao back. You all take the others away." "Understood." Nan Zishu ignited his golden eye, his powerful sequence of authority spreading outwards. Behind him, several formidable blue bloods also ignited their golden eyes, gradually advancing towards Su Mu. "Are you afraid?" Xiao asked with a smile. Su Mu tossed the iron rod nonchalantly, replying, "Not at all." "That's good." Xiao ignited her golden eye, a chilling wave rapidly engulfing the surroundings as an ice blade materialized in her palm. "Attack!" Nan Zishu commanded, just before both sides engaged. A commanding voice echoed from the darkness afar. Nan Zishu looked in astonishment towards the intersection. He had thoroughly cleared the surroundings, and at this moment, no one should be present. It was late at night, and engaging in brawls outside was certainly not the behavior of a good child. Suddenly, shadows flickered, and a terrifying sequence of powers surged forth like a tidal wave. Nan Zishu's heart felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, trembling violently. To his side, a guard from the Nan family spat blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Following him, a second, third, and fourth figure approached step by step, as the guards fell one by one, when the flickering shadows emerged into the illumination of the Audi's headlights. Several esteemed blue-blooded relatives of the Nan family met the same fate, spewing blood and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Nan Zishu was paralyzed with fear, gasping for breath. And throughout the ordeal, he had not seen the opponent ignite the golden eye. The sheer momentum was sufficient to crush everything in its path. "How about showing a little mercy, my young brothers of the Nan family? Spare my disciple?" Under the headlights, the indistinct shadow revealed its true form. A middle-aged man clad in a pink shirt, floral shorts, and flip-flops, holding a bottle of beer, stepped into the light. Such an intimidating aura. Xiao Mo's heart raced furiously, and from the corner of her eye, she noticed the Nan family's Audi being dented by the man's overwhelming presence. "What is wrong with you?" She suddenly realized that Su Mu was trembling all over, seemingly frightened by the man's aura. Yet, was he not the disciple that the man spoke of? The middle-aged man walked past Nan Zishu, and this young leader of the Nan family's younger generation could not escape the mockery of fate. Blood surged from his throat, and he collapsed to the ground like an ant. "You, why?" "Su Mu?" Su Mu gasped for air, his face twitching, teeth clenched. Why now?" "Su Mu?" Xiao reached out her hand, wishing to protect him. "Why have you only returned now?" The trembling figure finally broke down, as Su Mu leapt into the embrace of the middle-aged man, crying unabashedly without restraint. The boy's heart-wrenching wails echoed throughout the night sky of Jiangzhou. It turned out that Xia Mo watched as the boy wept in his teacher's arms, listening to him release all his grievances, a smile of relief appearing on her face. He was not an emotionless machine, nor a detached sage who had forsaken all at a gravestone, much less a monk who had seen through the mundane world. He was merely an ordinary youth, a child capable of breaking down, feeling wronged, crying, and laughing, a vibrant being who could shed his disguise, tear off his mask, and release everything. Chapter 19. The Fate of Su Mu. June 15th, 2005, Wednesday. Weather, clear. On the outskirts of the city, Qingzi Juyun, reputed to be the finest resort in Jiangzhou. The morning sunlight carried a chilly demeanor, and Xia Mo awoke to the sound of chirping birds. The girl propped herself up slowly, surveying her unfamiliar surroundings, momentarily feeling a bit out of place. A bluebird flew to the window, continuously chirping at the languid girl, as if urging its companion to rise quickly. Those who linger in bed would miss the first batch of delectable bugs of the morning. Xia Mo waved her hand at the little bird, signaling that she was awake and that there was no need to hurry her. In the coolness of the early morning, a young girl, wrapped in her quilt, nestled in bed, still needed a moment to gather her senses. As time crept by, she yawned, stretching luxuriously while her mind, still somewhat foggy, began to regain clarity. Glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings, she finally remembered that her sister had returned from her vacation, promising to take her on a trip to alleviate the stress of the college entrance examination. Yet this so-called useless college student had merely located a nearby resort, dragging her sister inside, where she lay down and did not rise again, all under the pretense of nurturing her spirit, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Xia Mo assessed her sister sprawled out beside her, basking in the sunlight, and sighed in disappointment. The once bright dreams she held for university life vanished in an instant. How had her sister, once a diligent and exemplary student, succumbed to such a state? What dark experiences had she endured? Xia Mo nudged her sister, who merely grunted and turned over, her long, fair legs exposed outside the covers, resembling a sloth. With a shake of her head, Xia Mo got out of bed, grabbed a bottle of VOSS, and headed to the balcony, checking her phone to find it was 7:45. Despite the previous night's revelry that lasted until the early hours, her well-established biological clock woke her promptly. Having slept only 3 or 4 hours, fatigue clouded her features. Perhaps this was the infamous post-examination syndrome. Though ample time lay ahead to pursue her desires, she found herself lacking interest in anything. Reading? That seemed impossible now. Gaming? Without the thrill of sneaking out of class. It felt soulless. Clad in a white shirt, flaunting her long legs, Xia Mo settled into a wooden rattan swing on the balcony. The cold metal sent a shiver through her, awakening her senses and banishing the weariness from her face. At that moment, her stomach announced its hunger, signaling that breakfast time had arrived after the first morning class. Returning to her room, she glanced at her sister, still lost in dreams, sporting a mischievous smile. Shaking her head, Xia Mo picked up the phone on the table to order an electric shuttle, then turned to enter the bathroom to freshen up. The hot water cascaded over her fair skin, mist enveloping the bathroom glass, coalescing into a cloud of white fog. Gradually, her fatigue dissipated, heralding the start of a beautiful day. Pondering where to explore next, Xia Mo wrapped herself in a large towel and stepped out of the bathroom, only to find her sister awake, admiring her figure. Teasingly, she remarked, "Mo, you've grown up." The double entendre of college student hung in the air. Xia Mo shot her a frustrated glare, returning her sister's intense gaze, and retorted, "Get up quickly. We're going for breakfast." Huh? Her sister, biting her finger and sporting a look of wisdom, pondered the meaning of breakfast. Ah! Suddenly enlightened, her sister playfully winked, declaring, Mo. The first rule of being a college student: no breakfast." She shrugged her shoulders, unable to rise. Zymo turned and walked back to the bathroom. "Don't go. Listen to me." Her sister called out, "Where are you going?" "To dry my hair." After Zymo had dried her hair and changed her clothes, she glanced at her sister sprawled on the bed like a heap of mud and confirmed once more, "Are you really not going?" "Not going. It's already 8:20. Just hold on a little longer, and we can have lunch directly." Her sister, cocooned in her blanket, pretended not to see. She must be beyond saving. Glancing out the window, Zymo noticed the little white car waiting for a while. She slipped on her shoes and opened the door. "Bring me a tea, egg, and 2 tofu buns." "Love you." came her sister's voice from behind. The first rule of university life? Dad, bring me a meal. Zymo took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. Sister, dear sister. As the little white car drove along the verdant asphalt road, Zymo pointed to a rectangular open space in the middle of the river and inquired, "What is that?" In the center of the area, two individuals donned in helmets were bowing to each other. The driver, following her gaze, explained, "That is an outdoor kendo arena." Kendo? Zymo looked curiously at the two holding bamboo swords. Master, could you stop here? At the riverside arena, the swordsmen, having completed their bows, swiftly retreated, wary of an unprincipled sneak attack. After a series of feigned tests, they engaged in earnest combat. The crisp sound of their strikes echoed through the woods. The teacher stepped diagonally with his right foot, deviating 2 centimeters from his intended position. The student seized the moment and launched a fierce attack. The teacher raised his sword to block, the tremendous force causing his thigh muscles to quiver and his footing to falter. Observing the momentum of the student's sword, the student swiftly transitioned to a horizontal slash, even more forceful than the previous strike. Realizing he had lost his advantage, the teacher understood he could not withstand this blow. Otherwise, he would have no opportunity for a counterattack. He hastily dodged, the tip of the student's sword gliding past his mask. The wind brushed against the sweat on his cheek, and the immense pressure stimulated the teacher's facial nerves. That was close, too close. Yet it was precisely this fraction of a moment that allowed the teacher to find an opening for a counterattack. As the student's sword had not yet retracted, the teacher gathered his strength and thrust forward, aiming directly at the student's left arm. Zymo, watching from the roadside, gripped her deformed room card tightly. The driver quickly offered a gentle reminder. "Miss, if it breaks, you'll have to compensate." "That is 50. How outrageous," Zymo thought, glancing at the driver. A bowl of vegetable noodles from a roadside stall only costs 2 yuan, yet a broken card incurs a 50 yuan penalty? In the arena, facing the teacher's unexpected thrust, the student remained composed, calculating the angle and force of the strike in his mind. The bamboo sword twirled at his fingertips as he swiftly withdrew it, positioning the sword against his right arm to block the teacher's powerful thrust. Simultaneously, he tilted his right arm slightly upward, causing the teacher's sword to uncontrollably slide upward due to the inertia. The student lunged forward, swinging along the teacher's sword. Seeing this, the teacher leaped into the air, using the force against the student's bamboo sword to propel himself over. The student's strike met only empty air as the teacher created distance. The first round ended in a draw. Xiao reminisced about the exchange of swordplay between the two individuals. To an outsider, it appeared to be mere spectacle, while an insider discerned the underlying intricacies. How could she possibly overlook the caliber of their swordsmanship? Who were these two? The teacher exhaled deeply, turned, and brandished his sword, resuming his standoff with the student. The student, bewildered, gazed at his teacher as he soared overhead. "Swordplay?" he confirmed, to which the teacher nodded affirmatively. "Is indeed swordplay." The student felt a mix of anxiety and seriousness. "You are still young. Your muscles have yet to reach their pinnacle. This ascent is merely a matter of time for you." Whether he believed it or not, the student merely uttered a subdued, "Oh." Yet internally, he thought, very well. This is how you wish to play. Onward. The student advanced a step, and with a swift breath, he thrust his bamboo sword towards the teacher's face. The teacher leaned back, supporting himself with his sword, while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the student's back. Yet, the student leapt effortlessly, performing a backward somersault to evade the kick, and with a swift stroke, descended his sword. The teacher, caught off guard, rolled aside. "Swordplay?" the teacher inquired as he rose. The student nodded earnestly, affirming swordplay. Internally, the teacher felt overwhelmed, inhaling deeply and exhaling as he forced himself to regain composure. One could only marvel at him. For such extraordinary prowess at this stage could only foreshadow what he would become upon awakening his bloodline. Again, the teacher commanded. The sparring in the dojo intensified. The sound of bamboo, swords clashing echoed starkly in the tranquil morning. The duel lasted a mere 3 minutes, culminating in the student's sword striking the teacher's lower back. The resilient bamboo splintering under the force. The teacher let out a heart-wrenching scream, his face beneath the helmet turning a sickly green. Xiaomo, upon hearing this, also paled, instinctively clutching her lower back, gasping for breath. Just hearing it was painful. The student bowed to the teacher, conceding. The teacher, supporting his back, struggled to stand upright, waving his hand to indicate he was unharmed, claiming he could still fight 300 more rounds. Half a year had passed, and your swordsmanship had not only improved, but had also shed the hesitation and timidity of the past, becoming decisively lethal. Have you taken a life? The student walked towards the resting area, removing his helmet. Under the morning sun, the profile of the youth radiated with divine light, his right hand holding a water bottle, adorned with a sapphire bracelet. Xiao stared in disbelief, her eyes widening. Sumu. How is it Sumu again? Just a few days had passed, and yet again, they had coincidentally met? It seemed her fate was entwined with Sumu. Why have you only just returned? I am nearly starving. The sister looked at her younger sibling with a pitiful expression, reminiscent of a cub awaiting its mother's return from the hunt. Earlier, there were two individuals at the Riverside Dojo competing in swordplay, which I observed for a while. Xiao changed into slippers and placed breakfast on the table. The sister leisurely sipped VOSS from the bedside, her cherry-pink lips encircling the transparent bottle, drawing out a crystalline thread. Two men, fencing. The girl suddenly sprang from the bed, her eyes wide as saucers, her hangover from the previous night's revelry instantly alleviated, and she eagerly inquired, "What do they look like? How old were they?" The sister leaned in closer, her eyes wide, asking the most pressing question. Were they handsome? Xiao unconsciously reminisced about the youth who stood beneath the golden dawn. The one who could slay 10 foes in the icy snow, the boy who warmed himself in the small cabin with his own body. Handsome, truly handsome, she remarked. Facing her sister's scrutinizing gaze, Xiao clarified. What I mean is a freshly graduated high school student and a middle-aged gentleman can both be quite charming. Her sister, with little time for contemplation, hurriedly strode out, her long, fair legs carrying her swiftly to the balcony where she leaned against the railing. Where is he? Where is he? Her gaze flitted across several dojos along the riverbank, and her eyes quickly locked onto her prey. The electric shuttle bus carrying Su Mu glided past the villa, and her sister, fixated on her quarry, was nearly drooling with desire. A little puppy, indeed her favorite type. Why does he seem so familiar? As she watched the little puppy's retreating figure, she rubbed her muddled mind, lamenting how alcohol could lead to such confusion. He is from my adjacent class. Xiao carefully selected her words, striving to appear less suspicious, as she stepped onto the balcony to bid farewell to the electric shuttle. His name is Sumu. Sumu? Her sister gasped. Is he not the prodigy who skipped grades in middle school and topped the entrance examinations in Jiangzhou, only to later fade into obscurity? Yes. Xiao lowered her head, lost in thought, only to lift it again and find her sister staring at her with an unsettling green glow in her eyes, akin to a ravenous wolf. What do you intend to do? Xiao stepped back in fear. Do you have his contact information? Chapter 20. The Crossroads of Destiny. Ding dong, ding dong. Here they come. The teacher opened the door to find a charming beauty with bright eyes and a clever smile standing before him, clad in a white cap, white t-shirt, and a white short skirt. Leaning against the doorframe, he struck a pose he deemed impressive and inquired, "Hello, beautiful. Whom do you seek?" "Hello, sir. My name is Xia Chun. May I ask if Sumu is present?" Xia Chun's lively eyes darted around, searching for a quarry through the gap. "Big uncle." He touched the stubble on his chin, realizing with dismay how aged he appeared. This wouldn't do. It seemed he needed to refine his image upon returning home. "Little Moo, someone is looking for you," the teacher called out. "Who?" Sumu emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, drying his damp hair. Wow. The upper half of the youth, his gradually perfect physique and powerful muscle lines, was clearly displayed before Xia Chun. She excitedly covered her mouth, akin to admiring a Michelangelo sculpture. Hee. The teacher leisurely sipped his tea, teasingly remarking, "I forgot to mention, she's a beauty." Sumu's face flushed red as he swiftly retreated back into the bathroom, muttering an expletive. The teacher, proudly shaking his leg, turned to Xia Chun and said, "This student of mine is quite exceptional, though he is rather shy and easily embarrassed." Xia Chun was utterly thrilled. Indeed, he is truly remarkable. Sumu donned a bathrobe and emerged, blushing as he asked, "May I ask who you are?" He gazed at Xia Chun, who was nearly infatuated, and she replied, "I am Xia Chun. Even our names are so similar." She continued, "Xiao is my younger sister." A certain nerve within Xiao Mu was gently stimulated. And the boy suddenly realized that ever since that rainy night, he would inevitably encounter Xia Mo whenever he ventured outside, regardless of the destination. Recently, it seemed that fate had entwined him with Xia Mo once more. They met again. Xia Mo emerged from behind her elder sister, greeted Su Mu, and respectfully nodded towards the teacher in the living room. The two sisters stood together, forming a striking contrast, one vibrant and charming, the other quiet and aloof. The elder sister resembled the younger, while the younger bore the likeness of the elder. "Do you two seem rather familiar with each other?" Xia Chun observed, glancing between her sister and Su Mu. "We are classmates. Of course we are familiar," Xia Mo replied, reminiscing about their shared experiences over the past few days. Feeling that they were as familiar as could be, if they became any closer, their relationship would transform from zero distance into negative. "Isn't she your neighbor?" Xia Chun retorted. Su Mu studied the two sisters before him. They were indeed two extremes, one appearing to suffer from social anxiety, while the other exhibited remarkable social prowess. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" he inquired, directing his gaze at Xia Mo. Xia Mo diverted the conversation, saying, "It's nothing, just passing by." However, Xia Chun emerged from behind with a tennis racket, her face beaming with excitement. Su, shall we play some tennis together?" The affectionate nickname made Xia Mo flinch. She had never called him that. Su Mu glanced at Xia Mo, blinking, his eyes questioning. "Is this truly your sister? Why is she so bold?" The other party responded with a hint of resignation. "She has always been this bold. But I don't know how to play tennis," Su Mu admitted, looking to Xia Mo for assistance. The girl picked up on his cue and responded, "I think that would be perfect." Xia Chun, even more delighted, exclaimed, "I can teach you step by step." Su Mu turned to his teacher, who nodded in understanding. "Ahem, I apologize, but I have training to attend to." "Oh dear, I feel so old." To his surprise, the teacher suddenly flipped onto the sofa, declaring, after just a few swings of the sword, "I'm already fatigued. Xiao Mu, if you have nothing pressing, I shall take a short nap. We can discuss training another time." Su Mu's eyes widened as he gazed at his teacher, as if he were seeing the true nature of the person for the first time. "Hey, you go change. We will wait for you outside," Xia Chun said, pulling her sister away before Su Mu could make any excuses. "Did I agree to that?" He stood frozen in place. "Oh, just go. A girl has made an effort to invite you. What are you being so reserved for?" The teacher remarked, suddenly wide awake and moving to his desk, opening his notebook. "I have a video conference, so you should go out and bond with the Xia sisters." With a sigh, Su Mu pondered what he could possibly say. However, his instincts warned him that he was treading into a bottomless pit. Xia Mo felt exasperated. Since parting with textbooks, she had not felt this overwhelmed. Her sister chattered incessantly beside her, quickly starting to analyze Su Mu's birth chart. Earth element, with a calm and cautious personality, generous and considerate of others. However, in matters of the heart, he lacks decisiveness and is easily entangled by emotions. The Scorpio, seemingly aloof yet fervently passionate within, often feigns an air of indifference while yearning for acknowledgement. With a delicate disposition, they are astute and eager to learn, approaching matters of the heart with sincerity and devotion. However, they harbor a desire for retribution against those who have wronged them. Su Mu perceives that Xia Mo's sister resembles a half-baked fortune-teller, perfectly suited for peddling prophecies on the street, capable of leading customers astray. He gazes at Xia Mo with a pleading look, while she, at a loss to remedy the situation with her sister, turns to admire the scenery, believing that out of sight means out of mind. "Regrettably, I did not bring my tarot cards. Otherwise, I would have offered you a reading," muses Xia Chun aboard the electric shuttle. Su Mu quickly interjects, All right. The predictions have proven quite accurate. Let us instead play tennis." "Sounds great." The morning sun shines brilliantly, and the air in Qingzi is decidedly fresher than that of the city. The electric shuttle comes to a gentle halt, and Xia Chun eagerly begins her warm-up routine. "What brings you here?" Su Mu inquires. "She said she would take me on vacation," Xia Mo shrugs. Su Mu glances between Xia Mo and Xia Chun, remarking, "Honestly, you resemble the elder sister more. She is the true younger sibling." Xia Mo appears somewhat exasperated. "You mentioned last time that two individuals with bloodlines can only produce one offspring possessing such lineage. Thus, she sighs, my sister is of common blood. Let's not dwell on that. By the way, I notice you haven't been working at the cafe lately." Su Mu explains, "I only work weekends. I need to practice kendo on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday." Isn't that a rather meager income? Yet here you are, a young master, still working part-time? Xiaomo laughs. It's not low. I earn 3,000 a month, working only 8 days. Why not take advantage of it? That is indeed quite generous. Your boss must be quite benevolent. I assume it's a female boss? Yes. Ah, now that adds intrigue. Indeed, a handsome face is quite advantageous in society. How old is she? Is she attractive? Xiaomo teases. I estimate she's around 26 or 27. Quite charming and very feminine, Sumu recalls with care. Xiaomo, brimming with curiosity, quips. She wouldn't be interested in you, would she? A child groom? What nonsense. She is nearly 10 years my senior. Xiaomo continues to jest. A woman 3 years older gives you golden bricks. A woman 3 decades older grants you empires. A woman 3 centuries older bestows elixirs. A woman 3 millennia achieves celestial status. Enough of that. Stop your foolishness. I'll help. The two engage in playful banter. Xia Chun silently observes, convinced that there is indeed something amiss. She knows her sister all too well, perpetually donning a frigid facade, exuding an air of distance. Yet here she is, frolicking with a boy and laughing so joyfully. I knew I must intervene. The teacher connects to the internal network of space atrium as per the method provided by the counterpart, and the meeting participant awaits at the desk. Having been there for some time. Have you been waiting long? No, not at all. Dr. Zhou Hai, the highest authority of space atrium, stands before the teacher with the deference of a schoolboy, exhibiting no semblance of his elevated status. What is it that you seek from me? Professor, I sincerely hope you can comprehend my situation. Sumu's parents are both esteemed officials at X-Space. You may have heard whispers of events from years past. Hence I wish for him to return to X-Space and reclaim his parents' authority. Zhou Hai spoke with utmost sincerity. You are aware that my mentor, Mr. Su Yuan, is a distinguished scholar. I wish for him to commence his journey from Jiangzhou, thus fulfilling his duty to accompany his adoptive mother while simultaneously stepping into the role once held by his mother, Ms. Liang Yao. Ascending through the ranks of the Southeast Bureau, the Shifang Defensive Headquarters, and finally the Central Court, he would ultimately take my place. The teacher, seemingly unfazed, inquired, can you ensure his position in the hands of the highest seats? Zhou Hai confidently replied, indeed, I have reached an agreement with one of the 3 highest seats, while another remains neutral. Now, only the final one is left, and his authority does not reside within the Central Court, so I foresee no significant issues. Oh, a smile graced the teacher's lips. An agreement? How was it achieved? Did you not conduct a bloodline test for Xiaomu? What were the results? Surely you're already aware, Zhou Hai replied, producing the report from the table and turning to the final conclusion. Flame sequence, blue blood, a top-tier lineage. Coupled with your swordsmanship, his future prospects are boundless. You are aware of its boundlessness? The smile vanished from the teacher's face, replaced by a chilling indifference. X-Space is not suitable for him. Growing under the enemy's watchful eye poses too great a risk, and I will not allow such peril to exist. The Academy is far more appropriate for him, even if he seeks to reclaim what is rightfully his. He can easily do so after graduating from the Academy before joining Space Central Court. I see nothing amiss in this. Zhou Hai disagreed, stating, if he is merely an external employee, it is utterly impossible for him to attain a high position. This is an unwritten rule within X-Space. Only those of our own can ascend to the national management level. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, nothing is impossible. The teacher resolutely upheld his views. Professor. Chapter 21. Xiaomo's confession. Exhausted from tennis, Su Mu reclined on the verdant grass, gazing at the white clouds drifting across the azure sky. To his left lay Xiaomo, and to his right, Xia Chun. The scene felt like an unreal dream. Xia Chun, utterly fatigued, curled up and succumbed to a deep slumber. I heard from Qi Ming that the relationship between the aristocracy and X-Space is quite strained, Su Mu voiced, articulating his inner confusion. Xiaomo did not respond directly, but instead queried, have you joined X-Space? Does it matter to you whether I have or not? It does not concern me. Whether yes or no, I believe in you. However, for the Xiao family, it holds great significance. It seems that your relationship with them is indeed quite poor, far more tense than you imagine. Su Mu turned his head to observe the girl's profile and remarked, you claim to have investigated me. Indeed, Xiaomo replied, mirroring his gesture and meeting his gaze. Then do you know who my parents are? Su Mu inquired further. I could not ascertain your father's identity, But I did uncover information regarding your mother, Xia Mo said. Your mother, Liang Yao, is the director of the Southeast Bureau at Shifeng Defensive Headquarters, a blue blood A within the flame sequence. A grade? Sister Hua mentioned it was A. However, this may not be significant. Perhaps it is merely a discrepancy in information. Behold, I am the son of the director of X-Space. No. Xia Mo disagreed with Su Mu's assertion and corrected him. You are the son of the director of the Shifeng Xiaobei Bureau, not X-Space. Is there a distinction? Not only is there, but it is also quite significant. May I speak on this? I am eager to hear. Su Mu candidly remarked that the envoy had initially intended to suggest that he attend the Space Bloodline School. Very well. Let us commence with the prominent bloodline factions currently in our nation. The first to mention is the Juzu of Kang, who exist above the noble families. Xia Mo gradually elucidated this to Su Mu. The term noble family originates from the records of the Grand Historian, equivalent to the early feudal lords. The Juzu of Kayun can be equated with the annals of the records. They possess the most ancient and comprehensive lineage, influencing the course of Kayun's history, either directly or indirectly. The reigning royal family of Kayun, the Ming Emperor Feng clan, is one of these 9 families. Below the Juzu are the noble families. As early as 1898, Kayun emulated the Inder Empire, implementing a constitutional monarchy and establishing a parliament. Although the Inder Empire has since fragmented into 2 nations, its ancestors indeed wielded considerable power. Despite being a constitutional monarchy, this top-down reform remains incomplete, with the Ming Emperor retaining substantial authority. Broadly, noble families represent a conceptual classification, while narrowly, it refers to those bloodline families possessing seats in the parliament. Initially, the Kayun parliament lacked a lower house, comprising only a single chamber. However, with the rise of the newly affluent bourgeoisie, who possessed industry, arms, and wealth, they began to seek political power. In 1950, Kayun engaged in an unprecedented great battle against Western powers in its vassal states in Ning, leading to a severe depletion of the national treasury. Historically, treasury deficits have either exploited the common people or targeted merchants. With the war intensifying, the populace was laboring on the front lines. In previous times, none of these newly affluent bourgeois would have escaped unscathed. However, the war with Ning Island directly impacted the nation's fate. A loss would spell irrevocable doom. With the country facing the perilous threat of dismemberment and colonial plunder by foreign powers, after deliberation among the Ming Emperor, the Juzu, and the great noble families, it was decided to sacrifice the smaller noble families to appease the newly rich, conceding some parliamentary power. Post-war, the Ming Emperor formally decreed the final reform of the parliament, thus establishing a bicameral system akin to that of the Inder Empire. The seats of the bloodline families were drastically reduced by the Ming Emperor. The old parliament originally held 128 seats for noble families, but after reformation into the upper house, only 36 seats were retained, with many less powerful bloodline families expelled from the parliament. Therefore, should you hear of a certain noble family in the future, there is no need for undue concern. They may very well be those families previously ousted from the parliament. The 36 noble families in the upper house are also ranked in tiers, a subject for another time. Hearing this, Su Mu interjected with a query. To which tier does the Xia family belong? What do you think? Xia Mo, with a hint of playful pride, indicated that the answer was self-evident. Understood. The lower house has a fixed 365 seats, held by the newly affluent. Xia Mo continued, explaining that there was no circulation between the 2 houses, and that the bloodline families could not vie for seats in the lower house. Nor could it be the other way around. The Ming Emperor's cabinet was comprised of nominees from the majority party in the lower house, while the nouveau riche held certain administrative powers within the state. The bloodline families, on the other hand, were appointed by the Ming Emperor to oversee the nation, enforce laws, and wield the apparatus of state violence. However, there existed a significant loophole. She tantalizingly withheld further details. Su Mu understood and remarked that, unless a large-scale war erupted involving aircraft and missiles as modern weaponry, the advantages of the bloodline families would be overwhelmingly apparent. If the nouveau riche required the protection of the royal family and the aristocrats, would they not become mere puppets? For the bloodline families, assassinating an unarmed commoner was indeed child's play. Precisely. This leads us to the emergence of a third force, X-Space. Xiaomo stated that the nouveau riche had hired X-Base from abroad for their protection, while simultaneously providing substantial support to the impoverished bloodline families and the randomly appearing commoner bloodlines. Moreover, this was one of the conditions for the Western powers to lift the economic blockade against Kaiyun. Shifang Xiaobei was born out of this very context. It is a product of the intricate interplay between the Ming Emperor, the Nine Clans, the aristocrats, the nouveau riche, X-Base, and other Western influences. It cannot simply be equated with X-Base. To summarize, should war erupt again, X-Base, Kaiyun, which is Shifang Xiaobei, would fight for the interests of Kaiyun rather than for X-Base. This situation bears a striking resemblance to our neighboring country, Kea. X-Base. Kei similarly possesses a high degree of independence, albeit due to different formative factors. Su Mu quietly listened to Xia Mo's words, gradually untangling the complex organizational relationships. Thus far, he had gained a fundamental grasp of the prevailing dynamics within Kaiyun, though many details still eluded him. Beside him, the sleeping Xia Chun turned over, carelessly draping her long, fair leg across Su Mu's waist. Ahem. Su Mu lifted his head to regard that exquisite limb. Never mind her. That is just how my sister is. Xia Mo continued. So do you now comprehend my intentions? X-Base is an adversary that has waged war against Kaiyun, while Shifang Xiaobei serves as a buffer zone between the two entities. I understand, Su Mu replied candidly. I have declined to sign with X-Base. Indeed, Xiaomo nodded. I had already suspected as much. Otherwise, I would not have shared so much with you. Now, let's discuss your matters. What matters could I possibly have? Xiaomo felt a pang of guilt and instinctively wanted to flee, but Su Mu pulled her back. Next time, perhaps? He inquired. In the hotel room, the debate between the teacher and Zhou Hai continued unabated. The teacher firmly disagreed, believing the academy to be superior. Zhou Hai contended that Su Mu belonged not only to Kaiyun but to the world and should thus go to X-Base. Enough of this for now. I have one more matter to address, the teacher stated. Professor, please proceed, was the response. After the defection incident years ago, it was you who concealed Su Mu in a mental hospital, allowing him to successfully evade the investigation by the X-Base headquarters envoy. I shall remember this kindness, the teacher remarked. Zhou Hai comprehended the implications of the other party's words. The debt of gratitude for this life-saving favor would be repaid by the professor, and it would not result in the transfer of Su Mu's guardianship to himself. Professor, I believe that the guardianship of Su Mu should not rest solely in your hands. Amidst the impasse of their dispute, the video feed on the computer screen suddenly began to flicker. Is the internet connection at this hotel really that poor? The teacher lamented. However, Zhou Hai discerned a problem, exclaiming, Professor, it is not an issue with the network. It seems someone has hacked in. Gentlemen, an unfamiliar voice suddenly intruded upon the internal meeting room of X-Base, interrupting the engaging conversation between the teacher and Zhou Hai. The voice, noble and elegant, resonated with the timbre of an esteemed aristocrat. The speaker articulated in Kaiyun language, why do we not return the choice to Su Mu? He has grown up. He is no longer merely a minor child, but possesses the capability to choose his own path for the future. Moreover, I have a plan, a grand plan. Xiaomo obediently reclined back onto the grass, biting her lip as Su Mu pressed closer, after much contemplation and recalling the formidable power of the young teacher. She finally relented, revealing her circumstances. The Xia family is indeed powerful, being the foremost clan in Jiangnan province. Yet they too face their own challenges. I, or rather the former version of myself, could not bear the weight of the Xia family's legacy. But I find you quite formidable, Su Mu interjected. Do not base it on what you think. It must be based on my own judgment, Xiaomo replied. In truth, I was not a blue blood, but rather red blood type B. What? Su Mu was taken aback. Keep your voice down. Xiaomo gasped, startled by his reaction, and hastily rose to check if Xia Chun had awakened. Seeing her sister breathing steadily without any signs of disturbance, she exhaled in relief. You are reckless. The girl chastised Su Mu, delivering a light reprimand. My troubles are my own. Please continue, she urged, her expression grave as she gazed at the young man before her. After much hesitation, she resolved to stake everything, declaring, in order to enhance my abilities. As she spoke, she raised her head again to ascertain whether Xia Chun remained asleep. Upon confirming her sister's continued slumber, Xia Mo leaned in closer to Su Mu, their faces mere inches apart, sharing each other's breath. I secretly procured a forbidden drug from the black market without my family's knowledge. Fortunately, I survived and successfully transcended the bloodline barrier, advancing from red blood to blue blood type, though my lineage remains exceedingly unstable. Sumu recalled that snowy night when the blood flowing from Xiaomo's wound was a mixture of red and blue, not pure blue blood. Though I succeeded, I have not escaped peril. I dare not inform my family and subsequently ordered several vials of stabilizing serum from the previous organization, which are contained within that black briefcase. You are aware of what transpired afterward. It was a trap. Had you not arrived in time, I would likely have been captured and utilized as a specimen for their experiments. Upon returning home, I faced severe reprimands from my parents and was confined to my own courtyard. However, my sister is unaware of this, and I implore you not to disclose it to her. Upon noticing her despondent demeanor, Sumu blinked and, feigning narcissism with a hint of flamboyance, remarked, "No need for thanks. As you know, I never seek recognition for my good deeds." Who said anything about gratitude? Xiaomo retorted playfully, revealing a rare glimpse of her youthful charm. Why are you like this? Sumu, ever vigilant, glanced back to ensure their surroundings were secure before lowering his voice. Could it be that you belong to the Hongxiu B level? Isn't that the case with the Xia family? He raised his thumb in acknowledgement. Past is past, and present is present, Xia Mo clarified. My grandfather was a Lanhu A, yet he chose to marry a commoner, even at the cost of severing ties with his family. Consequently, my father was relegated to Lanhu A level, and he too fell for a commoner. Thus, you were demoted to Hongxiu B level, Su Mu concluded for her, feeling a pang of sympathy. What a family of love-struck individuals. It seems my understanding is still superficial, and I have much to learn. Indeed, a Hongxiu B level cannot sustain a prominent family. The Xia family is already dwindling, with only me remaining in the direct lineage. Xia Mo sighed. For families like ours, exiting gracefully is impossible. Once we decline, all that awaits us is dismemberment and annexation by other families. As she spoke, the girl suddenly burst into tears, expressing her distress. At that time, the pressure was immense, overwhelming. Just before you came to my rescue, I contemplated whether it would be better to just die. Sumu pulled a tissue from his pocket, assuring her, "It's all right now. Everything has passed. Look, we're still lying here beneath this clear sky together." Xia Mo wiped her tears and nodded in agreement. "Yes, but what about the Fei Qi Meng Jing?" Sumu pressed on, seeking clarity on the third and final mystery. It is a form of unknown power that has emerged sporadically around Jiangzhou in recent years. Those who have succumbed to it have perished, Xia Mo recounted, her eyes still reflecting remnants of fear. We were fortunate to survive. I heard that the case has been handed over to X-Space. Indeed, those two Imperial envoys are quite formidable. They have apprehended many criminals, yet upon interrogation, it became clear that none were the main perpetrator, merely imitators. Suddenly, Xia Mo recollected something and leaned in conspiratorially. There's another matter. On that rainy night, while I was battling the Night Brigade, I realized that most of the knights were not slain by me. Someone was assisting us from the shadows, and I can ascertain that it was a very powerful Mu sequence successor. It surely wasn't from my side. Do you have any powerful Mu sequence successors around you? Sumu immediately thought of you and her little garden, yet you had never explicitly stated her sequence. After some reflection, it appeared there were no more suitable candidates. However, mentioning you was out of the question. Doing so would likely provoke her ire, resulting in her disappearance, as if in a sulk. No, Sumu shook his head, offering only half a truth. Is that so? Xia Mo pondered, stroking her chin in confusion. Could it be that a mighty being happened to pass by? She contemplated the dreamscape of that rainy night, while Sumu contemplated his own future, the aristocracy, X-Space, the nouveau riche. Xia Mo Guantinyan, and Fu Ningning, three women representing three distinct forces, simultaneously indicating three entirely different futures, each beckoning him. But which path should he ultimately choose? Should we forge a completely new path by choosing neither option? The two sat in contemplative silence, when suddenly, Xia Chun sprang up. I am famished. Let us go dine. Xia Mo's energy was remarkably abundant. Had I known, I would have insisted she join me for a stroll at noon. After a satisfying meal and a good rest, Xia Chun bounded around the sports field like a jubilant beast, a wild hare unleashed. The entire afternoon, Su Mu and Xia Mo found themselves overshadowed by her exuberance. As the sun began its descent and twilight emerged once more, Xiao finally wore herself out. Sumu, weary, plopped down onto a chair. "You're back," the teacher greeted. "It smells delightful." Xiao leaned towards the teacher's barbecue grill, inhaling the aroma, saliva uncontrollably flowing. "I never imagined you possessed such a skill, uncle." "Ha ha. One must revel in life's pleasures. Outdoor barbecues and a bit of beer." The teacher chuckled, stating, "I have lived long enough to have tried my hand at many things. You could say, aside from childbirth, I am capable of anything." "Uncle, how old are you this year?" Xiao dragged over a chair, leaning on its backrest, swaying gently. "I'm still quite young, merely around 140 to 150 years old." At that moment, Xiao inadvertently crumpled the empty can in her hand, realizing why no one could provide information about this formidable individual when she sought it the other day. He belonged to a different era, one that was not even remotely related to her or her predecessors. Sumu, taken aback, sputtered out his drink. "What did you say?" The teacher, skillfully sprinkling cumin powder, jested, "I am merely 52 years old." He gazed at Sumu with a smile, asking, "Did you enjoy today?" Xiao turned to look at the boy, her face beaming with joy. Sumu swallowed hard, fully aware that daring to utter a negative word would instantly transform the beauty into a ferocious beast. He could only feign happiness, declaring, "Yes, I had a blast. It's just that my stamina is lagging behind. I'm exhausted, old, and not quite up to par." "A man must never admit to weakness," the teacher quipped. "Ugh." Xiao swayed in her chair, resting her head on her arm. "Uncle, may I inquire your esteemed name?" "Qianyi," he replied. "Fenghui." Xiao, with the can in her hand, crushed it into a ball, never once considering that this extraordinary individual, a member of the esteemed bloodline, would be Qianyi, one of the 9 clans. "The Chaohe clan?" Xiao questioned, oblivious to the intricacies of the bloodline world and the significance of the 9 clans. "Not quite." "Why not?" Xiao was perplexed. Qianyi Fenghui, handing her a skewer of sizzling lamb, explained, "Long ago, our ancestors possessed both a surname and a clan name. Over time, the two merged, yet some ancient families retained this tradition, evolving into double-barreled surnames." Chaohe, a mere apprentice. As Xiao savored the delicious lamb skewer, she gave a thumbs up, cracking open a can of beer, and asked, "Is it similar to the Ming Emperor, the Zifeng family? So long ago, they were of the Z surname and Feng clan?" "Not at all." "Oh, why not?" Xiao did not comprehend. Qianyi Fenghui, distributing lamb skewers, clarified, "It is Feng's surname and Z clan. The surname follows the clan name. Otherwise, if combined, would it not become the Mad family?" "Ha!" Xiao laughed heartily. "Uncle, you are quite humorous. Thus, the Qingyi family is indeed a branch of the Yi surname, isn't it?" She inferred from this. Indeed, the young girl is remarkably astute. "Most certainly." Xiao lifted her proud little head. "Generally speaking, among 2 characters, the one that resonates more with nature is the surname. Our ancestors' surnames all originate from the elements of the universe, such as wind, leaves, water, and so forth. However, this does not apply universally. Some families may have the surname preceding the given name, while others may combine the surname with a title or the given name with a title." Qingyi Fenghui elaborated further. "Nonetheless, these distinctions are no longer pertinent, as they have now merged together. Does the Qingyi family share the same ancient and mysterious essence as the Zifeng family?" Xiao inquired. "Ha ha, ancient and mysterious." Qingyi Fenghui found himself both amused and exasperated. "Young lady, your choice of words is truly whimsical. One might as well call it feudal superstition." Xiao stuck out her tongue, wary of labeling the royal lineage as feudal superstition. Although we now reside in the enlightened era of Mr. Desai, the Ming Emperor still symbolizes this nation. To be precise, the Qingyi family is one of the 9 prominent families that founded Kaiyun, with a legacy spanning several millennia. Qingyi Fenghui recounted a little-known history. Xiao opened another can of beer, declaring, "That must be quite magnificent. Yet, aside from the Ming Emperor Zifeng, it seems I have never heard of the other 8 families. Oh, and there is also the first Emperor Longqin. Thus, is Longqin derived from the national title of the Qin, combined with the title of the first emperor?" "Indeed, you are remarkably astute," Qingyi Fenghui said with a smile. "Those who fail to keep pace with the tide of history will ultimately be forsaken by the times." He turned to Xiao, saying, "Do you not agree?" "Young Lady Mo?" Xia Mo discerned the underlying meaning in the man's words. However, the Qinyi family possesses its own rich heritage, which is not so deplorable. While Kaiyun can still be considered a regional power, the world is vast, and how could it be confined to just one nation? The Dongfang Chehi Empire. The southwest Mohi Xinsha Empire and the northern Wehan Empire have long coveted our heavenly dynasty. The two exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Su Mu quietly indulged in skewers, realizing that if he did not eat quickly, Xia Chun would finish them all. Chapter 22. The Behemoth Born from the Starry Sea. From the South Mountain to the North Sea, ever since learning of Su Mu's schedule, Xia Mo has been punctual in her appearances here every weekend. What appears to be a casual outdoor sketching session is, in fact, a carefully devised scheme. On the lush green grass, Xia Mo stood before her easel, meticulously applying colors to encapsulate the mountains and sea within her artwork. She gazed at the scenery, while those observing the scenery were captivated by her. However, given the imposing presence of several formidable men beside the young girl, the onlookers wisely retreated, settling on the soft, comfortable grass to admire from a distance. At that moment, a surprising interlude disrupted the previously harmonious scene. The tourists witnessed a young waiter emerge from the cafe, carrying a glass of iced coffee and standing beside the goddess. The formidable men appeared oblivious, simultaneously retreating in unison. "Are you bodyguards here to protect us?" Laughter erupted. Laughter filled the air. The goddess smiled. After observing her for an entire morning without witnessing a smile, it was astonishing to see her bestow such a sweet smile upon a mere waiter. How unfair. It is not acceptable. I shall also try it later. For now, I will go purchase a cup of coffee, feigning a shared interest. Thank you. Xia Mo set down her paintbrush and took her iced latte, her indifferent yet delicate face breaking into a smile. What is this? Su Mu glanced at the canvas. Today's artwork was more than just Nanshan High. Amid the strokes of paint, a dragon-like creature with wings surged forth from the Bay High, roaring at the sky. In stark contrast to the serene, sunlit lake before them, the Bay High in the painting was alive with thunder, tumultuous storms, and a downpour of rain and snow. One cannot help but admire the boundless imagination of these art students. Inglong Hehua, He Hai He Li, Xia Mo added. Gyun He Suoing, Yu He Suo Chung. I'm not engaging in a dialogue of Tianwen with you. It simply slipped out in the moment of inspiration. Xia Mo, noticing Su Mu's exasperation, quickly amended her words, saying, all right, I shall not tease you any longer. Sipping her coffee and gazing at her painting, she explained, it is not Inglong. It is Quetzalcoatl, or perhaps you would find the title of the feathered serpent more familiar. He is the supreme deity worshipped in the Aztec region of the southern domain, symbolizing wind and rain and abundance, said to have once wielded the power of the sun. The feathered serpent. Su Mu squinted at the serpent god depicted in the painting, visions flashing through his mind. He recalled that stormy night. The banner held high by the Night Brigade. The banner of the Emerald Dream Black Armor Knights? Indeed. Is it connected to the dream slayings in Jiangzhou? It is uncertain. Su Mu scrutinized the serpent god in the painting. Indeed, it was difficult to ascertain. As a deity from the far-off southern domain, it was improbable that he would manifest in Jiangzhou, let alone silently infiltrate the gates of Kaiyun. I once encountered a talking giant bird. Sincero doce. Gu Ming Tan? Xia Mo interjected with a smile. Su Mu was taken aback. You know about that? Of course. I said I would investigate thoroughly. Did you think I was joking? Even the brand of diapers you used as a child. Enough. Let us return to the matter at hand. Understood. Xia Mo remained cheerful, appearing to be in exceptionally high spirits today. Wu Meng Tan could reach 50 meters. Such a deity would likely be even more colossal. Su Mu inquired, are you familiar with the classification of giant beasts? Su Mu shook his head, admitting that he had only dealt with bloodline criminals and had yet to reach a level where he could combat giant beasts. Allow me to explain. Xia Mo placed her coffee on a small side table, rose, and stretched lazily in the sunlight, her slender waist unapologetically exposed to the breeze. Her long black hair wafting with a hint of floral fragrance. As of now, the giant beasts identified by humanity are categorized into 5 levels. Z, Hai Di Xing. And Jun Su Mu, puzzled, asked as of now. Yes, this as of now is crucial, for our understanding of giant beasts is in a constant state of flux. One might find an entirely new level emerging at any moment, Xia Mo elaborated. For instance, while ranks first, it is not the earliest discovered and named colossal beast. The first giant observed by humanity, I believe X-Space has already informed you. Sumu nodded, reminiscing about Guan Tianyang's popular science lecture, stating, in 1755, D001, Lisbon. Indeed, D represents earthquakes, and each occurrence of D is accompanied by formidable seismic activity. Similarly, Hai signifies typhoons and tsunamis, and such colossal beasts typically manifest near coastal areas, predominantly taking on the forms of marine creatures upon landing. Z refers to smaller colossal beasts, ranging from several centimeters to a few meters in size, generally not exceeding 10 meters. Strictly speaking, they cannot be categorized as true giants, but rather as the offspring or lesser minions of the colossal beasts. Their strength parallels that of the red-blooded progeny, not exceeding the B grade of red blood. They may not be formidable, yet their sheer numbers are sufficient. With a stroke of luck, one might encounter merely dozens, but with misfortune, one could face a vast horde, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, relentlessly assaulting you. Sumu gasped, astonished by the strength of the minions of colossal beasts. Thus, the esteemed independent investigator Qi Ming, belonging to the Law Enforcement Bureau, is relegated to being merely a minion within the family of colossal beasts. Following this, there is Xing, which bears some resemblance to the blue-blooded progeny, exhibiting a vast spectrum of strength. The powerful are immensely strong while the weak are rather mediocre, marking a level with significant disparities in power. Some scholars propose that Xing should be further divided into two or even more classifications. Are you familiar with the Tunguska event? Xia Montak in Kviat. Sumu nodded, aware that it is a perennial enigma in the world, mentioned in nearly every popular science publication. That explosion was, in fact, an assault on the first Xing-class colossal beast. In 1908, a meteorite fell in the uninhabited region of Hengwei, awakening Xing-001, Tunguska. The battle deployed numerous blue-blooded A-grade superprogeny, and ultimately, it was only through the combined efforts of 3 S-grade entities that they managed to stifle the Tunguska in its cradle. The shockwaves generated by the battle obliterated all living beings within a 650-kilometer radius. The explosion resulting from the Tunguska conflict equated to the force of 20 megatons of TNT, turning all trees within a 2150 square kilometer area to ash. Sumu recoiled, pondering if this was the true strength of Xing. If it were to awaken in a city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Observing his frightened demeanor, Xiao continued, however, you need not worry. Xing-001. Tunguska is the most formidable Xing encountered by humanity thus far, once classified as a Jun. Yet, when the true Jun descended upon the world, humanity realized how fragile Xing was in comparison. In 1961, the first Jun revived beneath the abyssal ice field in the northern region of New Land, codenamed Alpha. At that time, the Lu Xing Court, X-Space, and Holy Light Castle Academy deployed 5 S-grade entities to suppress this monarch in the cradle of its awakening. The explosion resulting from the battle was equivalent to 50 megatons of TNT, more than double that of the Tunguska event. The abyssal ice field can no longer be found on the map, as it has been utterly erased from existence by the 5 S-grade entities. It is said that apart from the 5 S-rank beings, all the other participants of the inheritance bloodline perished. Upon hearing this, Sumu felt a profound sense of shock. The concept of 50 million tons of TNT was beyond his imagination, and the notion of erasing an entire ice field from the map was simply unfathomable. The thought of having to confront such terrifying beings after becoming a part of the inheritance bloodline sent a shiver down his spine. Was this truly the reality he faced? Are you frightened? The ordeal has only just begun, Xiao said with a cheerful smile. One of the most terrifying traits of Jun is its ability to summon the Imperial Guard sworn to protect the realm. Once Jun goes out of control, the slumbering giants of its lineage will awaken and converge towards their sovereign. Thus, the battle of the sovereigns is a genuine global conflict. No nation can remain aloof. Sumu took a deep breath, realizing that, regardless of the circumstances, he could not escape the fate of battling these colossal beasts. He pointed at the serpent deity depicted in the painting and remarked, if the feathered serpent deity is indeed real and awakens, then. Xiao tilted her head, admiring her masterpiece, and picked up her brush. Then we may need to add another rank above June. Perhaps we shall call it. At that point, even if all 16 S ranks were to appear, they might still struggle to evade the impending catastrophe. Therefore, he thought, it would be prudent to pray that the deities align with humanity rather than stand as our adversaries bent on our destruction. While Su Mu was still immersed in the intricate tales spun by Xia Mo, the sudden clamoring of customers outside the cafe broke his reverie. Hey, boss. Are you still in business? A voice bellowed. Indeed. Coming right up. Su Mu shouted back, casting a playful glance at Xia Mo. You are truly my lucky charm. Whenever you sit by the entrance, customers flock in. Then this cup is on you? The girl raised her coffee cup. Not a problem. With that, Su Mu dashed back into the cafe amidst the chorus of urgent calls, resuming his work. Xia Mo sipped her iced coffee, surveying the passers-by, and finally lifted her brush, dipping it into golden paint to illuminate the serpent deity's eyes in the painting. The roar of engines echoed outside, awakening the male customers, who turned their gazes to a striking purple McLaren parked beside the cafe. As the butterfly doors lifted, a pair of long, fair legs emerged, captivating the attention of the onlookers, who couldn't help but admire the view. Noticing the shift in the atmosphere, the female patrons also peered outside, their disdainful snorts filling the air. Guan Tinyan closed the car door and, spotting the beautiful girl painting by the lakeside, pondered, have I seen her somewhere before? She looked so familiar. Yet, that was not the main focus. She strode in her high heels, pushing open the cafe door, which chimed melodiously. Manager, 1 iced Americano, please. The familiar voice, the beloved silhouette, and the customary iced Americano all greeted Su Mu as he looked up towards the glass door. You finally came back. Manager, your business is thriving, Guan Tinyan remarked as she surveyed the cafe's patrons. The last time she visited, aside from the girl painting by the lake, there were no customers at all. I'll sit outside. She stepped into the cafe, withdrew a book from the shelf, and settled beneath the shade of an umbrella outside, flipping open the pages as a gentle, warm breeze enveloped her. Su Mu served an iced Americano, placing it on the table. Take your time. Thank you, she said. Guan Tinyan nodded with a smile, uttering no further words. Her early visit today was not solely for duty, but also to savor her coffee. Su Mu, too, remained silent, aware that within the script of X-Space, he was currently in a state of amnesia. As the last customer departed, the twilight glow cast its radiance upon the elegantly penned words of the book. Guan Tinyan read the final line. Yulan Pai Wen sat upon the icy snow beneath the aurora. As the wind and snow ceaselessly danced, while the distant black mountains concealed all secrets, unconsciously, tears welled in his eyes for her and for them. The flowers of the other shore, nestled in the snow, slowly faded upon the earth that nurtured her. Guan Tinyan closed the book, and Su Mu emerged from inside, busily tidying up in preparation for closing. When he had no home to return to, he could linger in the cafe indefinitely, but with a warm home awaiting him. He dutifully returned each week to accompany his mother. Time was fleeting. In just over a month, he would depart for university in another city. Would you like a refill? No, thank you. Guan Tinyan gazed at the innocent visage of the young man before her, pure and untouched by the world's corruption. Have you finished your tasks? She inquired. Su Mu set aside his work and replied, Yes, you are the last customer. I apologize for taking up a bit of your time. I have something to discuss with you, Guan Tinyan said. Su Mu took a seat across from her, uncertain of what was unfolding. He noticed that the woman before him had lost the spirited confidence she once possessed, her eyes now filled with worry and confusion. Do you remember me? I do. Su Mu replied, You visited my cafe before with another person. It was quite late, yet you still ordered an iced Americano. You have a good memory, she remarked. After all, few would indulge in coffee at night unless burning the midnight oil at their desks. Guan Tinyan produced a black and white photograph once more. Su Mu sat in a basin, while she embraced him from behind. Do you remember me? Perhaps having recognized each other already. Su Mu could not exhibit the emotions of their initial meeting, and merely pretended to ponder for a moment before dully shaking his head. It's all right if you don't remember. Let me introduce myself. I am Guan Tinyan, a student of your father. Her tone remained devoid of any fluctuation, perhaps reflecting the second encounter, where she too could not convey the feelings akin to if only we were as we first met. After a brief overview of X-Space and a thorough recounting of the circumstances surrounding the boy's parents, she placed a prepared inheritance agreement on the table. producing a fountain pen as she stated, Su Mu, this pertains to the inheritance of Uncle Su Yuan and Aunt Liang Yao. Please sign to confirm. Su Mu skimmed through the list, finding it identical to the previous one. Upon reaching the last page, he noticed that the inheritance amount had indeed increased. Could this be interest? All right. After reviewing the document, he inscribed his name, Su Mu, on the designated line. The document existed in triplicate, and Guan Tianyan collected 2 copies. Rising to ask, shall I escort you home? Su Mu shook his head, as numerous memories flooded back to him, and he recognized the location of his former residence. Situated on the 33rd floor of Yihao Yuan, directly opposite his current home. Everything seemed like a mere coincidence, as if orchestrated by some unseen force. Guan Tianyan did not dwell on this thought. He merely glanced at the girl by the lakeside who had been watching them intently. He took out a tissue and wrote down his phone number, stating, I will be in the country for an extended period. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me. Any issue, he emphasized. I must take my leave now. Guan Tianyan picked up his bag and returned to the Shadow Warrior. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle gradually faded from Su Mu's sight. The visit was brief, and today she seemed particularly reticent. Upon seeing the envoy from X-Base depart, Xia Mo immediately approached from the lakeside. The voice of Li from McLaren echoed. He had not been affected by the memory-erasing potion. His demeanor remained unervingly calm, as if he had already experienced everything. I also noticed, when we met at the Southeast Bureau, he showed great interest in my vehicle. Yet just now, he exhibited no reaction, Guan Tianyan remarked. If that is the case, I can reasonably conclude that Su Mu's lineage is at least blue blood, eh? And the potion I provided him is of A grade. His unawakened state renders him completely unaffected, demonstrating the purity of his bloodline, Gu Li responded. Moreover, you have been acting strangely today. What has transpired during your days at home? He inquired with genuine concern. Nothing, Guan Tianyan replied, unwilling to divulge much. However, she was not adept at concealing her emotions, and her displeasure was evident to anyone observing her. Let's discuss Su Mu. What has transpired these days? Another sorrowful tale emerged. Su Mu's childhood sweetheart had been abducted by the young master of the Nan family, Nan Zishu, and that girl was a paragon of perfection. Gu Li continued. Additionally, Qin Yifeng has returned from the southern region and is currently teaching his swordsmanship. Paragon of perfection. Guan Tianyan mused upon hearing this term, already deducing the sordid dealings between the Nan family and Mu Qianning, his fist striking the steering wheel in frustration, his expression darkening. The decayed aristocracy has no redeeming qualities. It should have been overthrown long ago. Is that girl beside you the heir of the Xia family? Gu Li replied affirmatively. Indeed, she is an admirable girl. The records indicate she is a red blood B grade, but now she possesses her own pair of golden eyes. I suspect there is an untold story behind this transformation. Compared to Fu Ningning, I believe she and Su Mu are truly a match made in heaven. A match made in heaven. Guan Tianyan's expression grew somber. Chapter 23. Daughter-in-law. On the way home, he still rode in Xia Mo's Mercedes-Benz, as she had just purchased a brand new S-Class. Su Mu felt somewhat embarrassed, as her home was conveniently located next to the cafe, yet she had insisted on driving him, resulting in their entrapment in the evening rush hour of Jiangzhou. You must treat me to a meal, Xia Mo declared. No problem. Where would you like to eat? It's my treat. Su Mu was only familiar with noodle shops and bun stalls. Any establishment of a higher caliber lay beyond his knowledge, leaving him to rely on her preferences. As he certainly could not invite her to dine on buns and sip noodle broth. Dining out is such a waste of money, Xia Mo remarked with a hidden agenda. Let's eat at home instead. The Mercedes-Benz S gracefully came to a halt in the underground parking garage. How fortuitous! A new aunt has recently joined our household, and her Jiangnan cuisine is truly exquisite. You must try it. Su Mu unfastened his seatbelt and remarked, I shall invite you out for a meal next time. You may ponder over it. Miss, I will await you below, the new driver stated. Su Mu suggested, shall we ascend together for a cup of tea? The driver glanced at his lady, and Xia Mo nodded in agreement. The three of them chatted joyfully as they approached the stairway. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened with a chime, and the previously harmonious atmosphere froze in an instant. Mu Qianning, adorned with an exquisite, mature makeup look and draped in high-end luxury, emerged, her hand clutching a Hermes Himalaya Birkin with a diamond clasp, transforming from a youthful student into a distinguished matron of a prestigious family. Xiaomo gazed at the Hermes bag in Mu Qianning's hand, feeling a wave of amusement. The price of that bag was nearly equivalent to her car. While a car could be acquired at will, such a bag required an auction. No wonder she chose to relinquish Su Mu. Good evening. Xiaomo was the first to shatter the awkward silence. Mu Qianning stepped out of the elevator, her tone rigid as she replied, "Good evening. What are you standing there for? Come in." Xiaomo cheerfully pulled Su Mu into the elevator, pressed the button for the 33rd floor, and waved goodbye with a beaming smile. Mu Qianning stood there expressionless, quietly observing the boy who avoided her gaze until the elevator doors closed. Xiaomo? She had assumed that after letting go, the one by Su Mu's side would be Fu Ningning. The current situation left Mu Qianning bewildered. When had they become so familiar? During that birthday banquet. When Xiaomo left, she hadn't thought much of it, merely assuming it was a matter of the young lady disapproving of her actions. While others donned elegant gowns for the soiree, she had opted for a simple dress, seemingly dismissed. In retrospect, Xiaomo must have anticipated the evening's farce beforehand. The son-in-law of the Xia family? Mu Qianning murmured to herself. That is indeed quite enviable. I wish you happiness. Having said that, she ceased her contemplation, climbed into her red Ferrari, and departed the underground parking lot. Upon reaching the 33rd floor, Su Mu retrieved the key from his pocket and approached the door of 3301. His heart, once calm, suddenly began to race with anxiety, a familiar trepidation washing over him as he hesitated to open the door. No one lived opposite. Another elevator opened. Enrin Qingshu returned from work, catching sight of her son standing at the threshold of another home. I had intended to purchase this place as well, to connect them, but they refused to sell. Upon arriving home, Ren Qingshu's voice trailed off as she witnessed her son inserting the key into the lock, unlocking the door to the neighboring residence. Mother, Su Mu turned back with a smile, saying, "This was once my home. I have reclaimed it." "Once your home?" Ren Qingshu understood, and she never anticipated that the house next door would belong to her son's biological parents. What a remarkable coincidence. "Ah, Annie, you hello." Xiaomo stammered, her voice slightly nervous. She hadn't intended to turn around, calculating that remaining hidden would be preferable. However, reflecting on my impulsive decision earlier to visit someone's home for dinner without prior notice, I realized that encountering them later could lead to an awkward situation. Additionally, arriving empty-handed and unprepared was a miscalculation on my part. Had I foreseen this, I would have refrained from making such a rash statement. What should I do now? Xiaomo clasped her hands behind her back, anxiously rubbing them together, her mind a whirlpool of unease. Would Su Mu's mother perceive my behavior as impolite and form a negative opinion of me? Resolutely, I steel myself for fate's verdict. A moment later, Ren Qingshu's eyes lit up as she spotted a beautiful girl beside her son, and she hurried over, her face radiating warmth and kindness. "Hello, hello. You must be my daughter-in-law. Oh, how lovely you are with such grace." The charming girl was welcomed wherever she went, and Ren Qingshu found herself increasingly fond of her son as classmate. Indeed, Ren Qingshu had received the invitation from the Nan family, intending to attend to explore the domestic market. However, upon reading the contents of the invitation, her expression darkened. No one understood better than she the nature of Su Mu and Mu Qianning's relationship. If any affection existed, it was surely that of the deceased and beloved matron. Ren Qingshu was astounded that Mu Qianning would betray her integrity for power and wealth. Had it not been for her and Yi Zhendong's support, and the bond between Su Mu and Mu Qianning, the Lin family would be inconsequential, merely running a small shop on the street corner. Truly, the world is rife with selfish and ungrateful individuals. Out of concern for her son, Ren Qingshu chose to keep this matter concealed, anticipating that the Lin family would also opt for discretion, deeming the existence of this childhood bond advantageous for them. Thus, Mu Qianning would appear as an unblemished and pure girl, gaining more confidence upon marrying into the Nan family. Every friend and classmate of Su Mu's had been greeted by her. Yet, despite her careful calculations, Ren Qingshu never expected that the person to inadvertently reveal this information would be the blabbermouth Qi Ming, who even dared to cause a stir at the birthday celebration. Although she could not comprehend why the Nan family remained utterly silent on the matter, Ren Qingshu was unfazed by their opinions. Her primary concern lay with her son's emotional wounds. Upon hearing of the birthday farce, which resembled a funeral, She planned to take her son on a trip to lift his spirits and escape this sorrowful place. Yet, given the current situation, Ren Qingshu smiled with relief, believing her worries would not materialize. As someone who had experienced similar trials, she could easily discern Xia Mo's nervous thoughts. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Sumu pushed open the heavy armored door, and a familiar aroma enveloped him, the scent of tea wafting through every corner of the home. Stepping into the room, the immaculate white tiles gleamed, and the arrangement of the furniture mirrored his memories perfectly. It appeared this residence had been tenderly cared for over the years. Dr. Zhou. Sumu caressed the artificial mountain in the living room, his eyes moistening with gratitude. Although you had denied him entry into X space, he felt compelled to repay this kindness. Standing in the living room, enveloped by the familiar surroundings, memories surged forth like a tide, as if in the next moment, my parents would emerge from the kitchen. My mother would inquire, "Su Tang, how was your day at kindergarten? Were you well behaved?" My father, though taciturn and often engrossed in his scientific expeditions deep in the mountains, would always return with wondrous toys for me. Sumu covered his face with his left hand, tears streaming down uncontrollably, cascading along his jaw and falling to the floor. Ren Qingshu refrained from probing further, stepping forward to embrace her child, gently caressing the back of his head. Xia Mo retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and offered it to the tearful Sumu. "At least everything is returned, hasn't it?" she remarked. "The past cannot be changed, but the future is still within reach." Sumu silently dried his tears, stowed away the silk handkerchief, composed himself, and replied, "I will return it to you after washing it." "All right," Xiaomo smiled, contemplating, "you need not return it to me at all. The view here is truly splendid. Unlike my home, which is nestled in the depths of the forest." She approached the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the sunset over the river, lamenting, "Every morning when I open my eyes, it's either trees or flowers. It's utterly mundane. How about we switch places for a couple of days?" "Nonsense." Sumu meandered around the room. "Your home is so heavily guarded that I couldn't even enter. In a number 1 courtyard, each floor accommodates only 2 households. In other words, the entire 33rd floor is his residence. If the central wall were to be demolished, it would create an expansive flat exceeding 1,000 square meters, boasting an unrivaled view of the river. Sumu could easily exercise within his home without needing to descend. How extravagant! 2 people in 1,000 square meters. What a waste, he voiced his thoughts. Actually, it's not so bad, Xia Mo reflected on her own little courtyard, which, though occupied by a single person, already surpassed 1,000 square meters. However, her small garden, with its rockeries, flowing water, pines, stones, bamboos, and cypress, along with flowers, birds, fish, and insects, consumed most of the space. "You must be hungry. Dinner is ready," Ren Qingshu announced, suggesting they head next door to eat and return later. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo immediately felt tense again, retreating silently behind Su Mu as they walked to the adjacent dining room. The 3 of them settled at the main table, where Ren Qingshu remarked, "Go, show some initiative, and bring a bottle of drink for the guests." "What would you like to drink?" Su Mu asked. "Anything is fine," Xia Mo replied, her heart racing, scanning the room for her driver, seeking a familiar face for comfort. Yet, the driver had discreetly followed the nanny out of the dining room, quietly hiding away. "Then I'll get orange juice," she decided. "All right." Su Mu departed to fetch a room-temperature drink and ice. As soon as he left, Ren Qingshu seized the opportunity to engage Xia Mo in casual conversation. "Are you a classmate of Xiao Mo? What is your name?" Faced with Su Mu's warm mother, Xia Mo felt restless, nervously responding, "We are classmates, but in different classes. I'm from the neighboring class." "Oh, my son has reached into the neighboring class. My name is Xia Mo." Ren Qingshu, oblivious to any underlying issues, continued, "How did you and Xiaomu become acquainted?" Xiaomo was momentarily taken aback. Surely she couldn't disclose that she and Su Mu had met during a night of ghost hunting amidst rain and snow, lest she be ousted from the home immediately? As her mind raced, she recounted, "It was just that one rainy day after school when I walked him home, and that's how we got to know each other." Xia Mo resolved to speak the truth, albeit only half of it. "Oh, is it really that simple?" Ren Qingshu initially anticipated a captivating gossip, only to realize that the boy's prowess was not the crux. Rather, the innocent girl was simply easy to deceive. Perhaps it was for the best. A cunning girl would hardly be suitable for her son, sparing him from the cycle of deceit. Kind-hearted girls tend to be quite fortunate, she remarked. Xiao nodded vigorously, in complete agreement, acknowledging her luck. Had she not accompanied someone home that night, she might have met a far grimmer fate. Where do you live? Ren Qingshu inquired further, noting that the girl was attending the prestigious Kualai Jinglan and had her own chauffeur, indicating a well-off family. Moreover, being in the advanced class, her academic performance must also be commendable. Thus far, she was thoroughly pleased with this young classmate. Nanshan Junhai, feeling nervous, began to stutter. Just then, Ren Qingshu, who was sipping water, choked upon hearing the name Nanshan Junhai, leading to a fit of coughing. Xia Mo, alarmed, turned pale and hurriedly got up to pat her back. Su Mu returned to the dining room with a drink, witnessing the scene unfold, his heart racing. Surely, the dark deeds he committed outside wouldn't be exposed by Xia Mo, would they? What are you discussing? He handed a tissue to his mother while casting a glance at Xia Mo, signaling, "You haven't revealed anything shameful, have you?" Xia Mo subtly shook her head, reassuring him. "My lips are sealed. You needn't worry." As long as the topic of murder remained untouched, Su Mu felt reassured, yet increasingly curious about what had caused his worldly mother to lose her composure so dramatically. "Forgive me for my outburst," Ren Qingshu said, wiping the water from the corner of her mouth, quickly asking, "Are you from the Xia family of the governor?" "The governor? Aren't they members of the upper house?" Su Mu echoed, equally perplexed. "Ah, yes," Xia Mo nodded. This time, it was Ren Qingshu who appeared bewildered. She turned to her son, her expression one of disbelief. As if to say, "Foolish boy, do you truly comprehend this girl's status? What audacity to bring her home." Following a light-hearted conversation, Ren Qingshu's demeanor shifted noticeably, transitioning from the amiable warmth of an elder to a somewhat excessive politeness, even hinting at a deliberate distance. "Come, eat your vegetables," she insisted, continuously serving Xia Mo from the dish, steering the conversation towards Su Mu and sharing tales of his childhood misadventures. Xia Mo sensed this subtle shift in emotional tone. Where once it felt like a mother-in-law getting to know her daughter-in-law, it now resembled the treatment of a distinguished guest by a host. She found this change unsettling. Glancing at Su Mu, she noticed he was wholly absorbed in his meal, oblivious to the atmosphere at the table, which infuriated Xia Mo, prompting her to kick his calf. "Ouch! What happened?" Ren Qingshu inquired. Nothing, Su Mu replied, finally noticing Xia Mo's somewhat menacing smile, hastily adding, "I just had a cramp in my leg." "Well, as long as you're fine, just be careful," Ren Qingshu remarked. "Mom, could you please serve me some rice?" Su Mu passed the empty bowl to the side, and Ren Qingshu glanced at the two children, realizing they were attempting to divert her attention for a hushed conversation. She paid it no mind and rose to head towards the kitchen. "What is going on?" As soon as she left, Su Mu quietly inquired. "It seems your mother does not favor me." "Not at all," Xia Mo replied. "Your mother is exceedingly courteous, yet perhaps too much so. It feels as if she is treating me like a guest." "But aren't you a guest?" Su Mu scratched his head, perplexed by the situation. When Ren Qingshu returned, she noticed that the atmosphere in the dining room had grown even more frigid. The girl sipped her orange juice with a heavy heart, while the boy ate his meal in a state of bewilderment. They both remained oblivious to the unfolding events as Ren Qingshu handed the bowl to Su Mu, preparing to lighten the mood, when her son suddenly declared, "Mom, I just inherited a fortune." Since it was an inheritance, she was aware of its origin. In addition to the adjacent property, there was over 134 million in cash. Cash. Ren Qingshu's jaw dropped at her son's words. The distinction between 134 million in assets and 134 million in cash was significant. Countless billionaires possess assets worth over 100 million, yet their cash flow may be woefully inadequate. "Indeed, cash. Do you want it, Mom? It's of no use to me." Su Mu placed the list of inherited assets on the table. In stark contrast to Ren Qingshu's shock, Xia Mo remained remarkably composed, continuing to sip her orange juice. As Ren Qingshu perused the asset list, a profound question arose in her mind. Who were Su Mu's biological parents? Could it be that her own rise to prominence was, in fact, shrouded in doubt, emerging from nothingness yet never extinguished? Chapter 24. The summer solstice has arrived. The future has come. The training in the art of the sword continued unabated. The sound of bamboo swords clashing startled the birds inhabiting the forest, one strike after another. It resonated in a symphony of crisp notes, a blend of elegance and ferocity. Su Mu transitioned from an initial state of calm confidence to a frantic evasion, utterly devoid of strategy, all within a mere 10 minutes. Sweat mingled with blood dripped onto the training ground. His protective gear sliced open, revealing a series of gruesome wounds. The instructor, well acquainted with the surge in student capabilities, drastically raised the training difficulty. Qian Yi Fenghui, armed solely with a bamboo sword, inflicted severe injuries upon Su Mu, who endured repeated applications of ointment only to be met with further punishment. When the bamboo sword struck the student's wrist, a long gash appeared as the terrifying force knocked the bamboo sword from Su Mu's grasp. Amid his cries of agony, Qian Yi Fenghui deftly retrieved the airborne sword and accurately tossed it back into the sword bucket. While the student caught his breath, the teacher's sword tip was already pressed against his throat. Another defeat. Su Mu could no longer recall how many times he had suffered this brutal humiliation since the last occasion he managed to strike the teacher's waist. Each day of training had become increasingly arduous. 20 laps, Qian Yi Fenghui stated with a cold and authoritative tone, in 1 hour. Su Mu donned an entirely new set of clothing to conceal the intricate scars on his body, gasping for air as he began his punishment. Running laps around the Qingzi Zhuyun resort. The incessant chirping of cicadas resonated through the woods, the cacophony reminding him that summer had indeed arrived. On June 22, 2005, the sun cast its rays directly upon the Tropic of Cancer. Su Mu ran fervently beneath the blazing sun, perspiring profusely amidst the summer heat. The 20 laps left the students momentarily absent. The bored Qian Yi Fenghui cast his malevolent gaze towards the shaded area where the Xia sisters, Xia Chun and Xia Mo, lingered. Care for some practice? He inquired. Xia Chun, munching on chips, feigned innocence, glancing around as if oblivious to the question. Naturally, Qian Yi Fenghui had no intention of asking her to train. Even a monkey would outpace her. His query was directed at Xia Mo. Every training session saw Xia Mo observing from the sidelines, each bout reshaping her worldview until the moment when the teacher's bamboo sword shimmered with golden brilliance, slicing through the student's protective gear. At that instant, Xia Mo could no longer remain passive. The phrase "the morning mushroom knows not the dusk," nor does the cicada know the spring and autumn, resonated with her, as she had never contemplated that power could be wielded in such a manner. For a long time, Xia Mo believed the golden flames accompanying power were merely a display of energy, beautiful and sacred, but devoid of any practical application. It was only upon encountering Qian Yi Fenghui that she witnessed how the sword in his hand transformed the dissipating golden flames of power into an invisible weapon of death. The gateway to a new realm unfolded before her. What terrified her further was the absence of any record of him in national archives. Xia Mo scoured historical texts, finding no mention of him, and lay awake through the night, eventually discerning traces of him between the lines, as numerous significant events referenced the same sword. She reverently withdrew a bamboo sword from the rack and bowed to the esteemed swordsmanship teacher, now utterly convinced that this figure was a person of great importance lost to the annals of history. To uncover the true identity of the man before her, she could only await her grandfather's enlightenment. Xia Mo's movements surpassed Su Mu's in swiftness. She was the true embodiment of awakened blue blood, and moreover, her daily training was unencumbered by any participation from you. The bamboo sword struck with lightning speed, landing before Qian Yi Fenghui, who acknowledged her with approval, effortlessly parrying her attack. A resounding crash echoed as Xia Mo felt as though her sword had struck against an insurmountable mountain, regardless of the force she exerted. It remained unmoved. The gaze of her opponent was profoundly poetic. While Xia Mo struggled in the dojo, Xia Chun lounged in the shade, sipping on iced cola and gleefully observing the spectacle. Rarely had she witnessed her sister so thoroughly bested in swordplay. Typically, it was Xia Chun who dominated. Now, she relished in the sight of her sister's struggle. Although Xia Chun was of mortal blood and seldom concerned herself with the family's secrets, she was well aware of many semi-public truths due to her noble lineage. As Xia Mo and Qian Yi Fenghui exchanged blows, Xia Chun discerned the nature of the match. The elder was merely toying with her sister, wholly defensive and never offensive. Upon completing his lap, Su Mu returned to the dojo and was astonished by the skirmish. recognizing that Xiao Mo's prowess far surpassed his own, a testament to her upbringing as an heir of a prestigious family. Yet, the depth of Qian Yifeng Hui's strength remained unfathomable. Xiao Mo's fierce assaults could not breach his defenses, and their movements grew increasingly theatrical, as if they had stepped into a martial arts film. Zymo summoned all her strength, just shy of igniting her golden eyes. However, after a moment's contemplation, she realized that simultaneously activating the golden eyes would only amplify the disparity between herself and her opponent. Xiao Chun, watching from the sidelines, was immensely excited. She set down her soda, applauded fervently, and even entertained the notion of throwing money as a reward. With a hurried glance, Su Mu continued his run. Qin Yifeng, upon noticing the students passing by, ceased his playful antics with the children and seized upon the flaw in Zymo's swordplay, gently flicking her sword from her grasp. The tip of his blade lightly brushed against the girl's brow as he retracted his own stance, wary of causing her any harm. I concede, Zymo gasped, her chest heaving with breath, her fair skin glistening with sweat. You were too hasty, Qin Yifeng remarked. Your foundation is commendable. It is evident that your family has trained you well. However, in duels between formidable opponents, unless it is a decisive strike, it invariably becomes a war of attrition. The one who succumbs to impatience is destined to lose. Your temperament requires refinement. I understand, Zymo nodded, acknowledging her tendency to become overly anxious, reminiscent of her impulsive decision to rush to Su Mu's home for a meal without any preparation. 19 laps, Qin Yifeng stated. What? Zymo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, nodding and hastening to catch up with the already distant Su Mu. Qin Yifeng's gaze shifted to the last individual by the dojo. Xiao Chun, having finished her chips, was licking her fingers and recoiled slightly, pouting, Uncle, I am just a normal person. Who isn't? Qin Yifeng retorted, tossing the bamboo, sword into the rack, and pouring himself a glass of whiskey. As Su Mu continued his run, he suddenly noticed another person beside him. What brings you here? Acknowledging my loss, your teacher has tasked me with running 19 laps. Zymo replied, having observed your training these past days, I recognize his strength, yet I never anticipated it to surpass my comprehension. We are simply not from the same world, Su Mu chuckled, maintaining a light-hearted perspective on his struggles. I've grown accustomed to being bested. Every time he praises my progress today, he unleashes even harsher techniques on me tomorrow. Let us discuss something serious, Zymo insisted. Go on, Su Mu inquired cheerfully. Have you decided where to dine? How do you only think of food? She retorted, somewhat exasperated. Is dining not a serious matter? What I meant to say is about your teacher. Is dining not significant enough? Su Mu disagreed, asserting that food is paramount to the populace. A hungry citizenry might revolt. However, he refrained from voicing this, keeping his thoughts to himself. What about my teacher? How much do you know about him? Zymo inquired. Su Mu pondered his memories from the past years, stating, in truth, I know very little about him. He was my swordsmanship instructor brought to me by my mother from the youth palace after I was adopted. I recall that when he first arrived, my mother instructed him to teach me the Chao He sword style, but within days, he began instructing me in the traditional Kaiyun sword techniques. Upon hearing this, Zymo's eyes twitched. She vividly recalled the evening of the birthday banquet, where the youth was seen weeping uncontrollably in the man's embrace. Initially believing their bond to be profoundly deep, it turns out that he was merely a kendo instructor casually recruited from a youth center. And who would have thought that such a terrifyingly powerful super bloodline would be concealed within one of them? How fortunate I have been. I assumed that you were quite familiar with him. Indeed, we are. Su Mu explained that his mother was often preoccupied with business and seldom had time to spend with him, which made this teacher a significant figure in his upbringing. Half of my time belonged to Qian, while the other half, particularly during the summer and winter vacations, was spent in the company of my teacher, who instructed me in swordsmanship and took me on excursions. Even after I was sent back to the orphanage with not a single penny to my name, he continued to impart his knowledge to me. My teacher also shared with me numerous historical tales, emphasizing the importance of learning from the past to understand the rise and fall of civilizations. He remarked that history, though seemingly ever-changing, is bound by the same rules, as those who shape history are forever constrained by their circumstances. I am unaware of his past. Such matters hold little significance for me. What I do know is that he is among the few who have treated me with kindness since my childhood. If he were a nefarious overlord, then I would be his pupil. Others may cast aspersions upon him, but I cannot. I can only counsel him, which is also a fate from which I cannot escape. Moreover, I firmly believe that my teacher is a good person. When one struggles in darkness, unable to perceive any glimmer of hope, even the faintest light can evoke profound emotions in the one who is fighting to survive. Xiao understood that for Su Mu, Qian Yifeng Hui represented one of the rare sources of light in his life. Amidst the tattered and patched memories, his teacher was the guardian of his youthful days. Reflecting on this made her heart race, for his teacher was a figure erased from history. What kind of person is entirely undocumented? A truly virtuous individual could not be, nor could a truly wicked one. Only those whom history cannot or dares not evaluate fall into this category. It is astonishing that a top-tier powerhouse would be hidden in a youth center. Xia Mo remarked that despite being a formidable inheritor of bloodlines, she could find no trace of Qian Yifeng Hui. This shouldn't be the case. You see, you are becoming anxious, Su Mu responded. My teacher has not lived in the country for many years. Why do you insist on searching through the Kaiyun archives? Is it merely because he belongs to the 9 clans? Why not look abroad? You may discover a fresh perspective. The world is vast, and there are many extraordinary individuals. Not to mention, can you name all 16 S-rank figures at the pinnacle of the hierarchy? I doubt it. Ultimately, it comes down to just a few from the Alpha War. The power chart provided by X-Base is filled with blanks, especially in the uppermost S-rank section. Xia Mo shook her head, disagreeing with this viewpoint, stating, it is different. Some S-ranks are indeed far removed from us. However, the 9 clans are the foremost among our aristocratic families, yet no one seems to have heard of Qian Yifeng Hui. As for searching abroad, I cannot even leave the Jiangnan province. Sending someone else would likely yield little result. How unfortunate, Su Mu said with some sympathy. Perhaps you should inquire with your grandfather? Xiao Mo sighed, responding, yes, that seems to be the only option, waiting until he finishes his tasks. Indeed, there is one more matter I wish to inquire about during our last meal. Su Mu mentioned that your family is not part of the House of Lords. Rather, my mother referred to you as the governor of the Xia family. In truth, both statements hold validity. Xia Mo elucidated that her father is a member of parliament, while her grandfather served as the provincial governor. After stepping down from his parliamentary position, he has held the role of governor of Jiangnan province, acting as the nominal superior of all officials within Jiangnan. The governor once wielded substantial power, yet after the reforms, the position has become somewhat ceremonial, possessing authority, albeit limited, and regarded as a title bestowed by the state. Xiao Mo spoke with remarkable humility. So that is the case. Su Mu gained an entirely new understanding of the Xia family's influence. It is no wonder that, following our meal, his mother exhibited peculiar behavior, as if she had something to say but hesitated to voice it. He resolved to speak with her upon returning, urging her to ease her mind. As Su Mu completed 20 laps around the estate, his legs trembled uncontrollably, wholly beyond the command of his brain. After a morning of vigorous exercise, he had nearly reached his physical limits. Are you back? Qian Yifeng had switched from whiskey to beer, which Xia Chun had brought, along with a plethora of chilled watermelon, intended to quench the thirst of her sister and future brother-in-law. Your mother just called to say that on July 1st, she will take you to Hai Li for a vacation. All right. Su Mu gulped down the icy mineral water, feeling as if he were on fire, overwhelmed by the heat. Exhausted, he collapsed beneath the shade of a tree, unceremoniously shedding his long sleeves. His numerous sword wounds had nearly healed, prompting even Qian Yifeng to marvel at such extraordinary recuperative abilities. Youth truly is a blessing. Wow, Xia Chun exclaimed, her mouth watering at the sight. What a robust male physique. She grinned mischievously while nibbling on a beer can. Su Mu vigorously fanned himself, only to grow hotter. Observing his teacher's calm demeanor and noticing that Xiao Mo's perspiration had vanished, he curiously asked, aren't you both feeling hot? A tranquil mind naturally cools the body. Qian Yifeng replied, I possess the water elemental power, enabling me to emit cold air. I just lowered my temperature a bit, Xiao Mo explained. You have built-in air conditioning? Su Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he crawled closer, his expression one of eager flattery. Could you cool me down as well? Xiao Mo, with a look of disdain, pressed down on the boy's eager face, saying, don't get so close to me. You're drenched in sweat. Suddenly, his golden eyes illuminated, and a refreshing chill coursed through Su Mu's entire being. Ah, he sighed, feeling as though his soul had ascended to the heavens. The girl, overhearing his reaction, blushed deeply. Be quiet, she chided softly. Once cooled down, Su Mu dressed and accepted the chilled watermelon from Xia Chun, expressing with a hint of envy. The water elemental and fire elemental bloodlines must be incredibly enjoyable in summer and winter. That is indeed a common belief. The four elemental powers, wind, water, earth, and fire, have always been quite popular. Qian Yifeng nodded in agreement. Su Mu eagerly devoured the watermelon and asked, Teacher, what about you? What is your elemental power? Speed elemental, Qian Yifeng replied vaguely, not disclosing the specifics of his lineage. The young boy tilted his head, innocently posing a naive question. Can one travel faster than light? Despite feeling somewhat speechless, Chiba Fenghui found it challenging to respond to his eager disciple's insatiable thirst for knowledge. He remarked, Your proposition is fundamentally unattainable. No one can reach the speed of light. Even the light sequence is incapable of such a feat, however. High-speed sequences possess the ability to manipulate the laws of time. While traversing through space-time may be implausible, distorting time itself presents no such difficulties. This statement nearly betrayed his lineage, although Su Mu and Xia Chun could not comprehend. Xia Mo understood clearly that only the elite Blue Blood A and the Apex S-Class could achieve such rule distortion. Chiba Fenghui glanced at Xia Mo and continued. It is said that high-level speed abilities can distort the flow of time around oneself, enabling limited time regression. Time reversal? Xia Mo's eyes brimmed with disbelief. She had assumed it merely slowed time. Furthermore, the term, it is said, seemed rather superfluous in this context. While it could be articulated this way, its implications were quite limited. Xia Mo grasped that the final remark indicated he was not S-Class, but rather a top-tier blue blood, perilously close to S-Class. Indeed, the power sequences were astonishing. She mused whether her astonishment stemmed from the 8 power sequences themselves or the proximity to the pinnacle represented by elite Blue Blood A. Yes, Chiba Fenghui affirmed her thoughts and elaborated. Power sequences are inherently more challenging to develop than ability sequences and demand a greater degree of imagination. However, if cultivated well, each one can be exceedingly formidable. Su Mu gazed at the cerulean sky, pondering, what kind of power would I possess? That depends on your parents, came a reply. My father belongs to the wind sequence, while my mother is of the fire sequence. Xiao Mo shrugged, so it's either wind or fire. From her perspective, she preferred Su Mu to align with the wind sequence, as it would foster better synergy during combat. Fire sequence? No one pays attention to that. She recalled the night Su Mu battled the Nan family's inheritor. The boy's incantation of you have no power, here, evoking an effect reminiscent of a power sequence. He exuded an aura akin to that of sovereign. Chiba Fenghui added, it is not impossible for aberrations to occur throughout the transmission of bloodlines. Each of us essentially accumulates 16 sequence bloodlines, creating a potential for atavism, albeit with a minuscule probability. Xia Chun yawned and glanced at her watch, uninterested in the sequences. May I ask, are you both not concerned about your college entrance examination results? Xia Mo was genuinely indifferent, as she had a rough idea of her performance. However, she was anxious about Su Mu's results. What if he faltered and couldn't secure a place in university within their city? Moreover, his last-minute efforts bore a probability of success akin to that of a bloodline mutation, which was nearly zero. I don't have a computer, Su Mu replied. Chiba Fenghui smiled slightly, retrieving a notebook from his bag, stating, I do. Xia Mo and Su Mu. Chapter 25 Toast. There's no rush. Checking the system now will be exceedingly slow. We can look it up later, Xia Mo said leisurely, not wanting to witness someone else's embarrassment in public. Whether one dies sooner or later, death is inevitable. Let us wait another 10 minutes before checking. Su Mu slowly closed his eyes, equally aware and unhurried. The sound of a text message notification chimed. Aren't you going to take a look? Upon observing Su Mu's lack of response, Xia Chun curiously inquired. Without needing to glance, she instinctively recognized it must be Fu Ningning's news, likely conveying the delightful tidings of her securing the top position in the science stream of Jiangnan province. Su Mu reclined on the grass, inhaling the earth's fragrant essence. How can one know without looking? Xia Chun retorted skeptically. While it was not surprising to deduce the initial part, In an era devoid of rampant telecommunication fraud and advertising, each chime of the message tone represented a person's yearning. However, she found the latter part hard to believe. Sumu retrieved his Nokia Moonlight Goddess and opened the message. Sumu, I have splendid news. I managed to score 425, AA. Dad used his connections to find out that I am this year's science champion of Jiangnan province. After reading, he handed the phone to Xia Chun, whose expression of doubt transformed into a deeper skepticism, not towards Su Mu's deduction, but regarding the nature of their relationship. Simultaneously, the elder sister cast a glance at her younger sibling. Xia Mo remained unfazed by the exchange. Su Mu reclaimed his phone and replied, "Congratulations. Remember to treat me to a meal. After all, I played my part as your desk mate." Ding. Ning Xiao Gongju responded with exuberance, "Of course. You can choose any restaurant in Jiangzhou. It's on me. I'm not picky, just make your choice." Ding. "All right, let me prepare thoroughly. I'll inform you of the time and place once everything is set. You must attend." "Sure thing." Ding. "What did you score?" Sumu sat up and remarked, "There's no escaping it. It is inevitable." Xia Mo took the notebook, stating, "Let me check." She entered the identification number and examination registration number, revealing Xia Mo's college entrance examination results on the screen, prompting Xia Chun to lean in. "Let me see. Chinese, 149 mathematics, 148 English, 116 physics, A chemistry. Total, 413. Xia Chun recited the scores, teasing, "Sister, your math is rather lacking. You scored lower in math than in Chinese, which is out of 200. Xia Mo rolled her eyes, retorting, "Someone back then didn't even manage to score 400, did they? That year was particularly challenging." Xia Chun countered immediately. "You say that every year," Xia Mo challenged. Su Mu intervened in the sister's banter, stating, "Let me check my results." He inputted his examination registration number and identification number. Pressing the enter key, Xia Mo and Xia Chun anxiously watched the screen. Candidate Su Mu, Chinese, 140 mathematics, 180 English, 100 physics, A chemistry, A total, 420. Xia Mo gasped in disbelief. "Is this real? How is this possible? 420 points. In previous years, this score would certainly compete for the top spot, but alas, this year, the title has already been claimed by Fu Ningning. He only studied for a month. Unless he is a descendant of a wise lineage with awakened powers, it is utterly inconceivable. No one can rise from the bottom to the top in just a month." Xia Chun, equally astonished by the 420 points, exclaimed, "Wasn't it said that the talent had run dry? This is not a lack of talent. It is an extraordinary display of brilliance. Why are all your scores whole numbers? It feels as though they were calculated precisely." Xia Chun's casual remarks inadvertently inspired Xia Mo, who suddenly recalled Fu Ningning's score. For 25 points. Just one math fill-in-the-blank question away. "Did you not write the last fill-in-the-blank?" she inquired. Su Mu remained remarkably calm, as if he had anticipated the outcome, and replied, "I did write it." "You did?" Xia Mo asked in astonishment, to which Su Mu added, "I actually did not write the first fill-in-the-blank. Thus, you are not truly slacking off at all." Xia Mo narrowed her eyes, appearing somewhat irked. She felt deceived, having worried unnecessarily while he seemed completely assured. "You have always been capable, but merely pretended otherwise, right?" she exclaimed, laughing. Su Mu chuckled in response, "You've seen through me. Yet, it's not entirely true. There are indeed things I have not grasped from the latter material. However, the knowledge I acquired prior to my decline in performance is not so easily forgotten." Xia Chun's eyes widened. She could not comprehend why one would feign ignorance. Excellent grades are typically met with praise from teachers and parents. After all, whenever she performed well in the past, her parents would reward her. "What do you gain from this?" she innocently queried. Before Su Mu could respond, Xia Mo took it upon herself to explain his previous adoptive parents treated him terribly, monopolizing all scholarships and seizing the living expenses sent by Mr. Ren from abroad. He does not wish to be an ATM, allowing that pair of vampires to drain him. Yet, due to his identity, he is forced to engage in such self-destructive endeavors. Xia Chun gasped, her heart aching. "How could there be such parents?" "Actually, your guess is not entirely accurate," Su Mu said, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, a result of his successful scheming. Xia Mo felt a sudden jolt. She sensed the conspiracy lurking behind his smile and asked, "May I hear more?" "Of course." Su Mu leaned against the large tree, gradually articulating his thoughts. It is quite simple. After years of close companionship, my understanding of that couple surpasses their own self-awareness. I know they are insatiable, simultaneously selfish, and hypocritical. If I still hold value for them, they will maintain a facade, but once I lose my worth, their true, ugly nature will be revealed. They have amassed a considerable fortune, sufficient for their indulgence for some time. My objective is to shatter this false illusion, exposing their true selves before me, before the neighbors, and before justice and the law. I intend for the hearts of the world to align with mine. Thus, I first feigned a decline in my studies, prompting the school to cease awarding scholarships, tearing off their masquerade. Then, upon reaching adulthood, I planned to use the substantial savings I had accumulated as a reason to confront my mother on my birthday, demanding she stop the remittances. With all their additional sources of income stripped away, they have begun to twist under pressure, and all I can do is wait. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy. However, moving from extravagance to frugality is arduous. I shall wait until they exhaust all their savings. The conflict will inevitably erupt. They will surely threaten me, using expulsion from the home as intimidation to compel my mother to continue sending money. I am aware that they would never dare to inform my mother. They fear that if the truth were to surface, retribution would await them. Thus, they can only exert pressure on me with bluster. While all I need to do is persist, ensuring the most favorable outcome, for time is always on my side. As Sumu sighed deeply, I was unexpectedly reminded of how much I had underestimated their audacity. Before I could adequately prepare myself, I was already cast out of my home. At that moment, a fleeting glimpse of ruthlessness, uncharacteristic of his youthful visage, crossed his face. With our college entrance examination scores, I could compel them to self-destruct. Are you insane? Upon hearing Su Mu propose to wager his exam results, Xia Mo could not contain her disbelief. In an era where one examination determines one's entire future, it was absurd to think someone would deliberately sabotage their prospects. Ha ha ha, it's not as dire as you imagine. The college entrance examination is not like the middle school exam. There's an opportunity for a retake. It merely requires the sacrifice of another year. Yet at that time, to me, time was the most worthless commodity. The young man rarely displayed such triumphant laughter. Why didn't you tell me last time? Xia Mo inquired, referring to the occasion when she resided among the tombstones. I feared it might frighten you. We weren't as close then as we are now. I was concerned that revealing certain truths would leave you with a negative impression of me. Su Mu replied, his eyes clear and sincere. Moreover, it was a form of self-exile. Regardless of the circumstances, I deceived many, including my mother, neighbors, teachers, and Fu Ningning, all of whom genuinely cared for me. After all this, I still harbored feelings of guilt and apprehension. Only by punishing myself could I ease my conscience. Xia Mo fell silent, understanding the burden of such indebtedness. When an honest person first encounters a lie, their conscience may torment them incessantly. If not rectified promptly, they may well tread a path of perpetual deceit. Su Mu was kind-hearted, yet he was no fool blinded by his kindness. It doesn't matter. It's all in the past. Look, am I not victorious now? Su Mu exclaimed joyfully, raising a can of beer high, celebrating the flawless execution of all his plans. Is this not worth a celebration? The summer solstice has arrived, and the future is here. Xia Chun joined in with a can of her own, expertly opening it with one hand and tossing another to her now-adult sister. Cheers! Cheers! Ding, ding, ding. Su Mu's phone rang once more amidst the jubilant atmosphere, and Fu Ningning answered the call. Hello, Su Mu, you big liar. On the other end, his desk mate scolded furiously, her indignation far surpassing Xia Mo's, as she felt the brunt of the deception. My dad just told me you scored 420 points. You're the second place. You're the world's #1 liar. You scoundrel. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Oomph. Ah, you infuriate me. Su Mu, with a beaming smile, could discern that his desk mate was not genuinely angry. However, he knew he must apologize and offer comfort. I'm so sorry. A few soothing words quickly pacified Fu Ningning, and she soon beamed with congratulations for Su Mu. Nearby, Xia Mo listened intently while Xia Chun looked on helplessly. And Qian Yi's phone recorded the moment, pressing the shutter of her phone. There's some bad news, Fu Ningning suddenly announced. Who failed? It's not that. It's Mu Qianning. She actually scored 416 points, placing third. It's utterly infuriating. Sister Xia Mo performed poorly, scoring only 413 points. All due to that cursed shot. Qian was already formidable. However, now the top 3 in the province are all in our class. Ol Hong must be delighting in his home, punching the air in joy. Su Mu was not surprised by this outcome. Yet, Xia Mo truly did not deserve only 413 points. As Fu Ningning remarked, the impact of that shot was far more severe than she admitted. You mustn't call her that. She is no good. Forget about her. Su Ningning insisted. All right, I shall forget her, and it should happen quite soon. Su Mu replied calmly. Everyone has their own choices. There is no need to dwell on that matter any longer. Dwell? Xia Mo gazed at the sapphire bracelet on his wrist. Seemingly, it was he who was truly dwelling on it. Sister was not mistaken. Scorpios indeed hold grudges, especially regarding betrayals in love. Fu Ningning began to seek out conversational openings, saying, Sister Xia Mo only placed 6th. Failing to enter the top 5 is truly regrettable. Yes, I saw. You saw. She immediately sensed something was amiss. Indeed, she is right beside me. Su Mu had no intention of concealing the truth. Ah, where are you now? Fu Ningning asked, somewhat flustered. Kingzi Ju Yun. Ah, on the other end of the line. Fu Ningning seemed frozen in place. Kingzi Ju Yun, a holiday resort, Xia Mo, a lone man and a woman. The delightful drama was being scripted in her mind. Why you? Are you on vacation? Vacation? Su Mu glanced at his still healing sword wound, wondering if this could be considered a vacation. My mother enrolled me in a swordsmanship course. My daily training is conducted here. He explained. Upon hearing this, Fu Ningning found the excuse utterly absurd. How could there be swordsmanship courses at a holiday resort? Yet, she instinctively chose to trust that her deskmate would not deceive her. Nevertheless, that woman Xia Mo could not be underestimated. She sensed something was off last time. Princess Ning's eyes sparkled with determination. Listening to their conversation, Xia Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. With this phone call, she had undoubtedly landed herself on Princess Ning's notorious list, perhaps even at the top. This was truly unfortunate. However, some battles must indeed be fought. Gosh, I am hungry. When will dinner be served? Xiao Chun exclaimed, feeling aggrieved. Chapter 26. Princess Ning takes action before the floor-to-ceiling window. Su Mu sat at the chessboard, holding the black pieces. His expression one of deep concentration. Sunlight streamed through the glass curtain wall, illuminating the living room and casting a golden glow on the little girl's smug smile. As July approached and travel plans loomed, Qin Yifeng took the opportunity to ask his employer, Ren Qingshu, for leave, claiming he had urgent matters to attend to and would need to be away for a while. They would resume lessons after their return from the seaside trip. Observing Su Mu's increasingly robust physique, Ren Qingshu understood that the teacher had devoted considerable effort during this period. After purchasing some gifts as a token of gratitude, he consented to the leave request, allowing his son to adjust before the trip, ensuring he could fully embrace the holiday. It was a rare chance for Su Mu to stay home and play chess with you. After fidgeting for quite some time, he finally pierced through the haze. A flash of inspiration striking him as he exuberantly shouted, Behold, the harmony of heaven and earth. The black piece landed directly at the center of the board. He was instantly enraged, retaliating with a swift strike. Play properly. Su Mu, feeling a sense of grievance, cradled his head in pain, yet dared not utter a word. He picked up the black stones from the Go board, contemplating, surely, in the animated series, this is how it is played. Gazing at the furious expression of the girl opposite him, he nervously took a sip of water, obediently placing the black stone in the corner, to which Yu's white stone swiftly followed, sealing the situation. Go is a game that consumes time. When one feels bored, it is advisable to engage a friend. Even if they are a poor player, for a match, as a well-matched game becomes particularly intriguing. Typically, a game can last an entire morning. It is crucial to avoid using a board of hard material. When two evenly matched players compete, disputes are most likely to arise. In the tales of the Go sage, Lu Qi may very well leap from the annals of history into reality. However, if there exists a significant disparity in skill between the players, the weaker party will find little enjoyment in the game. For instance, Su Mu, who is currently playing against you, finds himself in a predetermined defeat, with his black stones utterly vanquished by the white ones, lamenting his dire situation. Moreover, in consideration of Su Mu's experience, you generously conceded 5 stones. Yet, even with this concession, 5 black stones remain insufficient to salvage his precarious position. Just then, as Sumu pondered how to continue his desperate struggle, the phone on the table rang. Upon answering, he heard the familiar voice of his classmate. "I'm at your door." With a quick flick of his eyes, he scattered the black stones across the board, casually disrupting the game, and shamelessly declared, "Ning Ning has arrived. We are done playing." His brazen act infuriated Yu, who leaped from the carpet, exclaiming, "That means you concede, 13-0. I have defeated you 13 times in a row." 13 consecutive defeats marked Su Mu's morning performance, merely a waiting period for the arrival of Fu Ning Ning. The game was not yet finished, and the tides of battle had yet to be determined. How could he declare himself defeated? He dashed to the entrance, shouting, fearful that the enraged Yu might strike him again. After his outburst, he turned to open the door, where the sweet smile of his classmate once again graced his view. Fu Ning Ning was dressed simply today, in a white t-shirt and short skirt, complemented by timeless little white shoes. "Su Mu," she exclaimed with a radiant smile, causing his eyes to brighten. He recalled the first time he met Fu Ning Ning. She had donned a similarly unpretentious outfit. Memories of 3 years ago flooded his mind, a time when he was brimming with youthful vigor, while his classmate regarded him with palpable disdain. During their middle school entrance examinations, Su Mu had ranked first, leaving Fu Ning Ning in a close second. At that moment, it felt as if time had looped back to the present. Su Ning Ning, noticing the glimmer in the eyes of the one she admired, felt a surge of happiness, internally praising Aunt Wen's acumen. Experience truly speaks volumes. An hour prior, after completing her morning dance training, Fu Ning Ning sat in her dressing room, her face clouded with worry. For an hour, she had experimented with various outfits, but remained unsatisfied, feeling that something was amiss. Aunt Wen entered with some fruit, glanced at the clock on the wall, then at the young lady seated in distress. She approached the dressing room and retrieved a cherished dress. "Miss, I believe this outfit would suit you splendidly." Fu Ning Ning looked on, her eyes filled with hesitation, and replied, "Isn't it a bit too plain?" Recalling the girls in her class, each adorned in vibrant attire, competing for attention, she felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. Glancing at her reflection in the mirror, her somewhat youthful visage deflated her spirits completely. Was it her petite stature that deterred Su Mu from making a move? Clearly, Xia Mo, who was not much taller than her, appeared far more mature. If Xia Mo exuded the charm of a half-bloomed flower, then Fu Ning Ning's face resembled an unblossomed bud, adorable, yet eliciting a tender, maternal affection. Ever since that day when Su Mu mentioned training with Xia Mo, Fu Ning Ning became increasingly agitated. Following the recent soiree, she had already sensed an undercurrent between the two. Someone was attempting to encroach upon her territory. Fu Ning Ning's affection for Su Mu was no secret within the Fu family. Initially, her father did not oppose her feelings. But upon witnessing Su Mu's descent into decadence, he altered his stance, firmly objecting. In his view, once one succumbs to moral decay, escape becomes virtually impossible. Few possess the resilience to rise from the depths of despair and reclaim their lives. Most simply drift along, lying down where they fall. Fu Ning Ning was furious. It marked the first time she had engaged in a fierce argument with her respected father. She held steadfast in her belief that her desk mate could prevail and ultimately rise against the odds. Her father chuckled, a blend of resignation and pride. Resignation at his daughter's misguided choice, yet pride in her independent judgment and willingness to voice her decisions. As the wealthiest family in Jiangnan, the Fu lineage had meticulously accumulated their fortune over generations, with each ancestor choosing their path wisely. Selection, investment, and management were instinctively woven into the very essence of every descendant of the Fu family. Fu Ning Ning challenged her father to a wager, betting on Su Mu's future and her own. Her father, laughing heartily, accepted the wager. The Fu family was robust enough to withstand the risks involved. Even if she were to fail, he possessed the means to cushion the blow. If she succeeded, it would be even better. The next generation, possessing sharper insight than their predecessors, signified the family's prosperity. When the college entrance examination results were announced, her father could hardly believe his eyes, second in the entire province. How could this be possible? Moreover, he marveled at the boy's remarkable ability to control his scores. His daughter's top-tier result was essentially a gift from him. Reviewing the collected information, a chilling logic emerged vividly. This young man had been masquerading all along, biding his time, awaiting the opportune moment. Could a high school student achieve such cunning? The true terror lay not in his thoughts and schemes, but in nearly 2 years of forbearance. For a young person, pride is paramount. Such stoicism, discarding all dignity and allowing others to trample upon it, is the most fearsome trait of all. Through the documentation, her father discerned a smiling, youthful face. Beneath the facade of that smile lay a cold, calculating demeanor. Such a demeanor should not belong to a high school student. He believed his daughter was ill-equipped to navigate this relationship, and though he wished to oppose it, he found himself bested. As a father, how could he not honor his promises to his children? Yet, he quickly conceived another approach, a perfect solution that would serve 2 purposes. At first, Fu Ningning believed she had achieved resounding success, her investment in a promising stock outshining that of her esteemed father. However, she soon uncovered a troubling reality. This stock was in imminent danger of being seized by the Xia family. Su Mu, perhaps, could be a formidable heir of the bloodline. Should this be confirmed, all of Fu Ningning's investments would evaporate in an instant, rendering her 3 years of hard work futile. Despite her reluctance to accept this possibility, she recognized the necessity of making a rational decision. The new elite refrained from engaging with heirs of the bloodline. This is an unspoken political understanding within the council. If it were merely a common red bloodline, the aristocratic families might turn a blind eye, but they would never allow capital to encroach upon the blue blood. Blue blood is the very foundation of aristocratic dominion. The intersection of capital and blue blood would no longer signify a new elite, but rather a new aristocracy. With only 36 seats of power in the upper house, no one would relinquish their throne easily. Fu Ningning was filled with dread, too fearful to confide in her father. Alternatively, there remained a glimmer of hope. I have not yet lost. Perhaps I could opt for a more flamboyant outfit, Fu Ningning suggested, contemplating a more mature makeup look. She admired Mu Qianning's ensemble at the banquet, which had captivated someone to the point of distraction, believing it would serve her well to emulate it. Anwen disagreed, patiently advising, Ningning, in every boy's heart, there exists a girl clad in a white t-shirt and a short skirt, with her hair tied in a ponytail. They are an irreplaceable presence in a boy's life, one that belongs solely to this youthful and innocent period. When you first met Su Mu, you were wearing this outfit, weren't you? Indeed, Fu Ningning nodded. That is why I have always kept this ensemble. Then it is settled. Wear this, and let your makeup be subtle, alluring yet understated. The artful simplicity of light makeup had another name, Rawawa. Have you done your makeup? Rawawa. So, have you or have you not? Rawawa. This style, perceived as artfully done in the eyes of girls, represented a natural beauty in the eyes of boys. Antwin styled the girl's hair and applied a delicate touch of makeup, blessing her with, "Go forth, Ning Ning, and capture your Prince Charming." As Fu Ningning gazed at her reflection, confidence surged within her. Her bright eyes sparkled, reminiscent of a gentle crescent spring, lively and enchanting. She nodded emphatically in response. Time returned to the present, where she stood at the door, her lively eyes sparkling as she cheerfully inquired, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a while?" It was then that Su Mu realized his rudeness, having just stared at the young lady in an impolite manner. "Oh, come in." He fetched slippers for the little princess and added, "Uncle Li, come in for a cup of tea." Uncle Li, Fu Ningning's driver and bodyguard, was a B-grade heir of the red bloodline, having come from humble beginnings and received support from the Fu family since childhood. After graduating from university, he had been working for the Fu family, serving as a half-guardian who watched the little princess grow up. As Fu Ningning entered the living room, she discovered that this apartment was connected to the one next door, forming a spacious flat that occupied the entire floor. "This place was left to me by my biological parents, so we decided to connect them," Su Mu explained, noticing her curious gaze. Biological parents? Fu Ningning felt somewhat astonished. To possess such an expansive residence, her family must have been quite affluent. Yet, how did she end up in an orphanage? To the extent of struggling to afford meals and needing to support herself? This tale is rather lengthy, and I would recount it to you gradually. As for the house and the inheritance, I only recently acquired them. Su Mu retrieved milk from the refrigerator, poured a cup, heated it, and handed it to his table mate. He rummaged through the cupboard for the Mao Feng tea gifted by others, steeping a cup and offering it to Uncle Li. He then opened a can of chilled soda for himself. "More milk again. Do you still see me as a child?" Fu Ningning cradled the warm milk. Her lips curled in a pout, and upon noticing the chessboard on the coffee table, along with the scattered pieces, she inquired, "Do you know how to play Go?" "Just messing around, really." You sat cross-legged on the sofa, teasing. "You are indeed just playing." "How about a game, then?" Fu Ningning smiled. Su Mu was surprised. "You can play Go? Don't underestimate me. I am proficient in Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua. I can even dance." Fu Ningning had a proud look, confident in her artistic talents, though she might not match Xia Mo in painting. However, she excelled in the variety of skills she possessed. "Let's play a game, then. Be careful, for I am a professional with a rank of 2. Su Mu won the initiative and played black first. This time, he refrained from using his signature move, Tiandi Datong, and instead played with professional caution and diligence. The driver observed the fierce battle between the black and white pieces on the board, somewhat taken aback. Although a professional rank of 2 is not particularly high, it is indeed professional, and easily dominating an amateur player is still a simple task. The black pieces, though at a disadvantage, maintained their dignity, which was quite commendable. It appeared that the young lady's table mate possessed considerable skill. No wonder she played chess alone at home. The living room seemed tranquil and silent, with only the sounds of the 3 breathing. Yet, in Su Mu's eyes, it was exceedingly vexatious, as you incessantly nagged and pointed. "Play here, you fool. Why did you make another mistake? Don't play there, no." In exasperation, Su Mu conceded defeat, refusing to endure this nonsense. "I lost," he declared. Fu Ningning lifted the milk. "Already quite impressive. You rolled her eyes, fool. Let us depart." Fu Ningning pulled out a tissue to wipe the milk stains from the corner of her mouth. The 3 descended the stairs, and Su Mu once again beheld Fu Ningning's Rolls-Royce, having mentioned numerous times that he would certainly do so next time. Surprisingly, this time it truly came to fruition. Where to? Today's itinerary is entirely arranged by Princess Ning. Fu Ningning wished to lean closer to Su Mu, but the fixed armrest between them loomed like an impassable chasm. She had never found this barrier bothersome before, even quite liked it. The armrest concealed a small car-mounted refrigerator, extremely practical in summer, used by adults to store wine, while she preferred to keep drinks and ice cream. Yet now it was exceedingly irritating, as she thought, "I will dismantle this bothersome thing upon returning. I have made a reservation at Awami for lunch." Su Mu's expression turned pale. In an era where a bowl of noodles costs merely 2 yuan, this restaurant's average expenditure reaches an astonishing 2,000. Previously, Mu Qianning had treated him there, spending 5,000, yet he had left unsated. Ultimately, it was at a roadside stall that I purchased 2 servings of fried noodles, ensuring I would not return home with an empty stomach. The stall's location was splendid, affording a view of the river, and it was just the 2 of us, so I reserved the entire venue. Fu Ningning, with her bright eyes and gentle smile, casually mentioned that she had booked the place entirely. Alas, Su Mu instantly felt deflated. One could hardly expect less from the daughter of Jiangnin's wealthiest magnate. Such extravagance was truly remarkable. What a considerable sum it must have cost. The entirety of my scholarship for the semester would scarcely cover her meal. Speaking of which, excelling in the college entrance examination would warrant a substantial scholarship from Kualai Jinglan, though I wondered when that would materialize. In truth, Su Mu was already a billionaire, yet after enduring prolonged poverty, his highest notion of expenditure remained limited to wielding a golden spade to dig the earth. Following our meal, we ventured to the aquarium. Fu Ningning continued her chatter. "Are we not going to watch a movie?" Su Mu's idea of an outing still lingered on the conventional trifecta of dining, shopping, and cinema. "You didn't reserve the entire place, did you?" "Not at all," she replied. Su Mu sighed with relief. He had hoped to invite his deskmate today. After all the kindness he had received, he ought to repay it in some measure. The aquarium tickets were certainly within his means. "Then we shall proceed to the amusement park," Fu Ningning exclaimed excitedly. Su Mu felt a flutter of anxiety as, in the next moment, his deskmate indeed uttered the words, "Reserve the entire venue. This way, we need not wait in line." I knew it. He leaned back against the crimson sofa, lamenting how he and the little princess, Ning, truly inhabited different worlds. As we chatted, the vehicle gradually came to a halt, and, the moment we alighted, Fu Ningning eagerly tugged Su Mu towards the restaurant. The server, having awaited their arrival all morning, warmly and courteously guided them to the finest table. Looking up, one could behold the bustling river and the islands at its heart. "In a few days, we shall begin to fill out our applications. Have you decided which school to apply to?" Fu Ningning personally poured a cup of clear liquor for herself and filled her glass with orange juice. I haven't made up my mind yet. What about you? Su Mu countered. Me? Suddenly, Fu Ningning received distressing news the previous night. Sipping her orange juice, she spoke with a downcast demeanor. My family unexpectedly wants me to study abroad. It feels like a waste of my top scholar status. Studying abroad is a wonderful opportunity. It broadens one's horizons, Su Mu replied. Fu Ningning gazed at the person she cherished across the table, her eyes dimming. Her smile gradually fading as she silently chewed on her straw. Which school? She softly uttered 4 words, Hogwarts. Hogwarts, formerly known as St. Light Hogwarts School of Magic. Though it bore the title of a magic school, did not impart any magical teachings. Rather, it was a modern, comprehensive university. Due to various historical circumstances, its name remained unchanged, preserving its legacy. It's a great school, albeit quite distant. Su Mu was, of course, familiar with the illustrious reputation of Hogwarts and had read the classic Harry Potter, The Other Side of the Flower Wall. He had heard it was located in the northern region of Latenwei, within the Inder district. Yes, Fu Ningning replied, lowering her head. What about you? Is it still Luzhu University? Hard to say. Su Mu recalled his lineage as a hybrid, pondering that his tranquil human existence might soon be a thing of the past. Oh, the delicacies at Awami are exquisite, yet 2 individuals burdened with their own thoughts are unable to savor any flavor. At 1:27 p.m., they entered a newly opened aquarium, where Su Mu seized the opportunity to pay. A mere 2 tickets to the aquarium were hardly a challenge. How much? He thought he had misheard as the attendant smiled, returned his card, and presented the bill stating 1,314 yuan. Sir, since you are new customers and a couple, we are pleased to offer you a special discount of 20. Please sign here. We are not a couple, Fu Ningning protested, her cheeks flushing. If you're not a couple, then the discount would only be 5, the attendant replied with a persistent smile. Yes, we are, Su Mu exclaimed, wrapping his arm around the girl and forcing a smile. You have quite an eye. Caught in the embrace of her beloved, Fu Ningning's mind momentarily blanked. Is it really this easy to let him hold her? It dawned on her that she had been approaching things all wrong. She seemed to have stumbled upon a remarkable new realization. Su Mu took a ballpoint pen and signed his name with flourish on the bill. I'm quite curious. Are your aquariums filled with giant squids or sperm whales? The attendant took the receipt and replied, Mr. Sun Yowen, here are your tickets. Please keep them safe. Suddenly, a muffled laugh escaped Fu Ningning as she glanced at the bank receipt where the character for Mu had been transformed into Nyo. Mr. Sun Yowen, let us hurry inside, she urged, pushing Su Mu as they entered the aquarium. The grand entrance opened to reveal an expanse of azure ocean suspended above them. Su Mu stood mesmerized. This establishment was not merely an assembly of glass tanks filled with fish. The blue luminescence danced across his face, while extraordinary marine creatures swayed gracefully in the pure waters. A shark approached, briefly eyeing the naive human with a hint of disdain before leisurely departing to patrol its territory. It seemed that this expenditure was, perhaps, worth it after all. A ludicrous thought crossed Su Mu's mind as Fu Ningning excitedly led him onward. Ahead, the path opened up, and the ground beneath them transformed into glass, making them feel as if they were submerged under the sea, enveloped by water from all sides. Breathing in the oxygen, they reveled in their azure dream. Be careful, a familiar voice echoed in his ears, causing Su Mu to anxiously glance around. In a daze, he spotted his mother's silhouette. On the fine golden sands, Liang Yao gazed into the distance, where cerulean and deep blue converged on the horizon. The July breeze, slightly warm, caressed her face and traced the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Under the golden sunlight, a small boy ran barefoot through the shallow waters, clearly enchanted by the vivid blue sea before him. Mom, look, an airplane. The boy suddenly pointed toward the sky as a black helicopter flew by. Liang Yao squinted, recognizing a familiar emblem on the aircraft, the cross symbol of Shifeng Guard. How could a helicopter from the headquarters of Kaiyun appear in Luzhu City? Separated by over 2,000 kilometers? The smile at the corner of her lips gradually froze as she anxiously called out, Sutong, come back quickly. Mom? Little Su Mu, perplexed, tilted his small head in confusion, gazing up at his mother. The woman's long hair, cascading over her shoulders, was suddenly whipped up by a fierce gust of wind. and the clear sky was swiftly shrouded by ominous dark clouds. The gloomy, heavy black clouds churned violently in the sky, intertwined with silver flashes of lightning. At the horizon, where sea met sky, a colossal black storm was approaching at an unimaginable speed. "Come back." Liang Yao immediately noticed the dark tempest, urgently calling for her son, as the once lively beach descended into chaos. Little Su Mu yearned to run back into his mother's embrace. But amidst the throng of fleeing people, someone accidentally knocked him to the ground. "Mom!" The fierce wind surged, and torrential rain fell abruptly. The rain pounded brutally against Su Mu's small frame, and as he turned to glimpse the storm, his face turned pale with fear. Liang Yao fought against the tide of humanity, exerting all her strength to reach her child. A deafening explosion erupted, and little Su Mu covered his ears, witnessing a black helicopter in the sky, spewing thick black smoke, spiraling out of control, and crashing onto the beach. Many tourists were crushed into mere flesh by the helicopter, which fell from all directions. Cries of terror erupted, a cacophony of fear, panic, and dread, filling the air above the beach and flooding Su Mu's mind, as if each scream were tearing at his very thoughts. Everyone scrambled inland in a frenzy. Some well-meaning individuals, oblivious to the impending danger, pulled out their phones to capture the sudden catastrophe unfolding before them. Little Su Mu scrambled up from the beach, a chill wind blowing from behind, sending a cold wave racing down his spine. He shivered and slowly turned back. The deep blue sea had transformed into a pitch-black abyss, and from within that storm, he caught sight of a pair of hauntingly purple falcon eyes. In that moment, Su Mu collapsed into the muddy sandpit, writhing in agony, as fear consumed him. The hands holding the phones trembled as well, paralyzed on the beach by the terror of the monstrous entity from the depths of the sea. The storm whipped the ocean into a frenzy, unleashing a tsunami that soared dozens of meters high, like a frenzied, white shark lunging at its prey. "Sutong." In that critical moment, the mother embraced her child, shielding him beneath her. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Close your eyes. Don't be afraid." The warmth calmed little Su Mu, allowing him to open his eyes once more. He beheld his mother, bathed in flames, surrounded by floating golden-red roses. Where the sea met the sky, her frail form stood alone against the earth-shattering tsunami, flames rising high, vaporizing everything in their wake. As torrents of white mist descended from above, enveloping the beach, a piercing cry of birds echoed, and little Su Mu clutched his ears, for within the inky storm, he beheld a gigantic avian creature, a fusion of bird and human. The upper body was that of a bird, while the lower half bore human legs. Beneath its massive black wings were desiccated human arms. What was that? The emergence of the enigmatic creature shattered Su Mu's worldview. He was bewildered as to why birds could bear offspring with humans. His mother explained that reproductive isolation exists between different species. Moreover, it was truly colossal, standing at a staggering 50 meters tall with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters. As a tsunami crashed down, a massive wall of fire erupted, instantly vaporizing the frigid seawater into a vast square. Within the affected area, the visitors remained unscathed, whereas those outside were left in a grotesque state. Run, as far away as possible. Liang Yao understood that her survival was unlikely today, but as long as she persevered for a moment longer, her child would have a glimmer of hope for survival. "Mother?" Little Su Mu trembled in the biting wind. His mother knelt down, embracing him tightly, their heads nestled together. "Mother will always love you," she said. "Mother." The child cried out, his heart wrenching. "Let us go." Liang Yao rose once more, turning to confront her mission. With tears streaming down his face, little Su Mu began to sprint towards the city under the stern urging of his mother. The flames of his mother illuminated his hope for life. As the cold wave surged forth, Su Mu witnessed the fleeing tourists beside him transform into ice sculptures one by one, their faces etched with terror, vividly alive, in the white hell of snow and ice. Only he remained, surviving. A golden light flickered behind him. When he turned, he beheld the sun descending upon the beach, and above it, his mother soared through the air, resembling a superhero from an animated film. Superheroes may be fictional, but mothers are real. Liang Yao glanced back at her 5-year-old child, her eyes filled with love and guilt. If she had not taken him out for a trip today, would all this have been avoided? "Sugar, mother loves you," Liang Yao whispered softly. Tears slipped from the creases at the corners of her eyes as she turned back, her gaze resolute and unwavering. The sun erupted outward in concentric golden ripples. An unprecedented and terrifying power surged through her veins. Her amethyst eyes widened in astonishment and fear. How could this human? A sigh echoed from the heavens, reminiscent of the echoes of an apocalypse. The sun shall rise in the east, illuminating my threshold at Fuzang. Within that golden orb, Su Mu heard someone chanting. The blue glow of the aquarium reflected on his face, and everything that had just transpired felt dreamlike. Once again, he glimpsed childhood memories, but this time, everything appeared much clearer. The truth was drawing nearer. Upon exiting the aquarium, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Fu Ningning gently supported the pale-faced Su Mu, saying, "Let me take you home." "It's fine," Su Mu replied, sitting on a bench by the river, piecing together his fragmented memories. Fu Ningning summoned her courage and leaned against her beloved. "I'm sorry, miss," a driver approached, handing a phone to Fu Ningning. "Miss, it's a call from the master." Reluctantly, she took the phone and moved aside, conversing while frequently glancing at Su Mu, her eyes glistening and her words fervent. "It's my father's call. I have to go back," Fu Ningning stated. She hadn't anticipated that her father would discover Su Mu's lineage so swiftly, compelling her to return home immediately. "Let me take you," she offered. "No, I'll sit here for a bit," Su Mu replied. "You go ahead." "All right then, I shall take my leave." Fu Ningning, with a sense of helplessness, followed the driver away. As she departed, a figure suddenly emerged before Su Mu, looking rather sneaky. "Oh, this must be the most sensational gossip of the year at Jinglinzongxiu. The legendary goddess Fu Ningning has been vanquished by the talentless Su Mu." Upon hearing the voice, Su Mu instantly recognized the speaker and kicked out without hesitation. "Wang Lin, are you feeling restless again?" Wang Lin chuckled and dodged, exclaiming, "You all have graduated. Finally. There's some tangible progress. Romance doesn't unfold as slowly as you two. What is so special about Mu Qianjing? Princess Ning is so delightful, wealthy, and beautiful, and she adores you. If I were you, I would shamelessly pursue Princess Ning." Su Mu retorted, "I wonder, does our esteemed young Master Wang have any free time? If so, could you kindly offer a ride to this poor, destitute soul?" Wang Lin cleared his throat. "How did you know I obtained my driver S license and just acquired a pink Maserati?" "Oh my, a Maserati? A luxury car? Do show me." Su Mu played along without hesitation. Wang Lin, with a flourish, pointed at Su Mu and suddenly remembered he had nearly forgotten about the girl he had been with. He pulled out his last few thousand yuan from his wallet and handed it all to his companion. "Darling, you'll have to take a taxi home today." The girl looked at Wang Lin with a pitiful expression and then obediently replied, "All right, let us arrange another date, brother." After exchanging farewells with Su Mu, she said goodbye. "I'll go drive. Don't want her off? Okay." Wang Lin cheerfully dashed toward the parking area. Su Mu chuckled at the sight of Wang Lin's retreating figure, walking to the roadside to await his friend's car. The familiar silhouette of a supercar, the Yingwu Zhe, gradually came to a halt before him, and the driver's window rolled down. "I thought you were at home," Guan Tianyan remarked. Su Mu inquired, "Sister, what is up? Get in the car." Su Mu scratched his head and sent Wang Lin a text before obediently getting into Guan Tianyan's vehicle. As Wang Lin arrived at the roadside in his beloved Maserati, he happened to see Su Mu getting into a stunning beauty McLaren, causing his eyes to nearly pop out. Wow! Suddenly, he spotted Fu Ningning's Rolls Royce and hurriedly turned back. "Oh no! A brother in trouble deserves a helping hand." Wang Lin slammed on the gas. The driver, startled by the sudden appearance of the Maserati, hit the brakes and was about to step out to confront him when he saw the window roll down. A sly-looking man grinned and asked, "Princess Ning, where are you off to?" Fu Ningning, hearing her name, rolled down the window. "Wang Lin, did you just see Su Mu?" The young lady inquired about Su Mu right away, showing no concern for me. Wang Lin deftly changed the subject, catching a glimpse of the McLaren slowly driving away from the corner of his eye. "Musi just took a taxi home. Do you need him for something? Perhaps a secret rendezvous?" Fu Ningning's face flushed instantly. "No, it's nothing. Drive carefully. I'll take my leave now." She then rolled up the window, and Wang Lin also made way for the Rolls Royce. "I must call Su Mu immediately." Wang Lin hastily retrieved his phone. "Hello, Musi." Ningning just turned back again. "I told you to take a cab home first. However, I didn't mention that you took a McLaren. Damn it. Sumochakal teasingly, I understand. After hanging up, Wang Lin stroked his stubble thoughtfully. That beautiful woman was indeed captivating. Her legs were long and straight, but unfortunately, he extended his hand. Gesturing in the air, it was simply too small. Chapter 27. Kidnapping Ing Wahi halted at the entrance of number 1 courtyard. Accompany me for a walk. Guan Tianyan picked up a document, opened the car door, and walked towards the riverside. As evening approached, the river breeze had lost its earlier heat, and the intoxicating feeling of summer was in the air. This gentle wind, neither too hot nor too cool, perfectly encapsulated the essence of summer. The two walked along the riverside, gradually making their way forward amidst the tranquil evening breeze. Sumu sensed that Guan Tianyan's mood was rather somber. The last time she visited the cafe to sign the inheritance agreement, it was the same. Even after all this time, she still hadn't adjusted well. I brought your blood sample back to X-Base headquarters. This is your lineage identification report. Guan Tianyan paused, her expression complex as she scrutinized the boy she regarded as a brother, the teacher's words echoing in her mind. She shook her head and handed over the document pouch. Take a look. Sumu opened the pouch and extracted the documents within. The detailed test reports unfolded before him, but he couldn't comprehend them. He merely flipped to the final page where the conclusion lay. Bloodline test sample. Sumu, 18 years old, OF 00002000, AI 0. Testing location, X-Space headquarters. Laboratory 013. Conclusion. The tested sample sequence is fire. Bloodline rank is blue blood A. Tester, Dr. Zhou. An outcome that would elicit no surprise from anyone. All events were progressing as anticipated. Sumu took a significant stride toward the stage of inherited bloodlines. He wished to remain still, to linger in the tranquility of life. Rising with the sun and resting at its setting, holding hands with his beloved, strolling together after dinner under the twilight. Raising a well-behaved dog and a mischievous cat. This was the idyllic life Sumu envisioned. Now, that dream was gradually shattering. Aside from having a playful cat, he had achieved nothing. Life was relentlessly propelling him forward. Although it seemed that the power of destiny lay within his grasp, despite his choice to refuse signing. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. Even if he did not pursue it, it would surely find him. Gazing at the final conclusion of the report, Sumu fell silent. If he were a red blood, perhaps he could remain in Jiangzhou like Qi Ming, becoming an ordinary law enforcement officer. Fire sequence, Blue Blood A. How many could truly claim the title of Blue Blood A? The weight of responsibility that rested upon his shoulders was inescapable. Sumu realized that Dr. Zhou had cleverly altered the identification number, placing him within the courtyard as framework. Yet, it was peculiar that you had tampered with his blood sample. How could he still not evade Dr. Zhou's discerning eye? Congratulations. Guan Tianyan remarked that while she verbally expressed her congratulations, her countenance bore no trace of joy. Her indifferent visage seemed to mourn the whims of fate. Dongjun, a power of remarkable potency, is inherent in your noble lineage, allowing you to wield this authority with unparalleled finesse. Perhaps when we meet again, I shall have the honor of addressing you as Dongjun Darren. When an inheritor of bloodlines attains such formidable prowess, it is customary for others to refer to them by their title. A Blue Blood A is regarded as the pinnacle of talent, whether for the nation or any organization. Regardless of your choice regarding X-Space, your brilliance cannot be eclipsed. In the forthcoming realm of inheritors, your legend is destined to unfold. In her unembellished tone, she had already envisioned Sumu's future. Is it truly so exaggerated? Blue blood is not that rare, is it? Look, I've encountered two. One is Guli, and after a moment's deliberation, Guan Tianyan conjectured, you have met Professor Qinyi, have you not? Professor? What? Are you unaware of his true identity? Sumu shook his head. My teacher did not disclose it, nor did I inquire. It is of little consequence. Once you enter the world of inheritors, you will inevitably hear tales of his legend. Bot Blake's, Sumu inquired. Is my teacher renowned? His renown is contingent upon your level. The more formidable your strength, the higher your status, the more eminent he becomes. If you remain inconspicuous, his legend will elude you. Admiration filled Guan Tianyan's eyes. He is a formidable presence existing within oral traditions, eluding historical commemoration. One of the few A-class individuals nearing S-class. Your fortune lies in becoming his pupil. Devote yourself to his teachings. His history offers a lifetime of wisdom. Su Mu marveled inwardly. He had anticipated his teacher's prowess, especially since that night when his teacher had not even needed to activate his golden eyes, merely passing by Nan Zishu and silently incapacitating him. After hearing Guan Tianyan's words, he realized he had indeed underestimated his teacher. Was it that Xia Mo could not uncover his identity because she too was a novice, lacking in stature? You should visit Keahua. There, inheritors revere him as a deity, and his legends abound. Guan Tianyan continued, as a student, the pressure you will bear will be immense. Keahua, the neighboring nation? I shall make my way there, Su Mu replied. The two continued along the riverside promenade, joyous laughter echoing from all directions. Su Mu gazed upon them, his eyes filled with envy. This was the idyllic life of the common folk he yearned for. In the silence, Guan Tianyan inquired, is it possible that you have not truly lost your memory? Why do you think so? Is it because my performance was lacking? Su Mu retorted, you lack any semblance of acting. Your thoughts are written plainly across your face, Guan Tianyan replied bluntly. Feeling awkward, Su Mu scratched his head. He had thought he performed rather well, only to realize that others had merely spared him the embarrassment of exposure. I have heard about Mu Qianning. She is not worthy of your devotion. Guan Tianyan, walking ahead, remarked, I ought not to intrude upon your personal affairs, but there are matters I must forewarn you about. Mu Qianning is the Achilles heel of Su Mu. Whenever the subject arises, he appears as though muted. In times of despair, one is surrounded by nefarious individuals. In moments of glory, only virtuous souls remain close. The illustrious lineage of Lan Shui is sufficient to ensure the company of good-hearted companions. Your kindness and innocence are commendable, yet one must remain vigilant, for the future may bring forth many deceivers. Guan Tianyan, akin to a guardian elder, incessantly imparts wisdom, cautioning you, a youth of 18 or 19, particularly regarding the many beautiful female con artists who resemble celestial beings, maintain a degree of wariness. Ultimately, cherish those who resolutely choose to support you in your times of misfortune. Compared to Mu Qianning, they are far more deserving of your unwavering loyalty. Do not wait until loss befalls you to lament your missed opportunities. The lifespan of a common bloodline is fleeting, while that of A is enduring. Do not allow your future to be ensnared in reminiscence. Guan Tianyan turned, her bright eyes brimming with sincerity. Su Mu gazed at her, feeling deeply moved, yet sensing an odd melancholy in the air, as if she were about to embark on a battlefield, with fate uncertain. Thank you, I will remember. Shen Mingyang has already been apprehended. He is the wanted criminal with a bounty of 500,000, currently imprisoned in the Southeast Bureau, so you may rest assured. Guan Tianyan commented, I have heard that you have offended the Nan family? Indeed. Then exercise caution. The teacher has already imparted a lesson to Nan Zichu, and I trust he understands the necessary course of action. Xiaomu, Guan Tianyan's expression grew serious, as she stated, although I am not Gu Li, nor am I exceptionally clever or prophetic, I am aware that the aristocratic families are the epitome of hypocrisy. They value their reputation above life itself. You have dealt them a significant blow, so do not expect this matter to conclude amicably. Perhaps out of fear of Professor Qianyi. They may not dare to overtly harm you, yet they possess centuries of experience in covert sabotage. Exercise caution. Jia. I will be careful. Sumo nodded obediently. Guan Tianyan wished to pat his head, but upon extending her hand, she felt it inappropriate, ultimately resting her hand on the young man's shoulder. Let's return. All right. Upon reaching the ground floor, before entering her vehicle, Guan Tianyan remarked, if you wish to join the X-Space Atrium, feel free to call me at any time. Never expect others to protect you. The only means of safeguarding oneself is to grow stronger. I will be residing in Hotel Zitusi, room 3501 for the next few days. Soon, I shall depart from Jiangzhou to undertake a mission abroad. I do not know when we shall meet again. If you wish to see me, you may come to the hotel. After speaking, without waiting for Su Mu's response, the shadow warrior roared, and Guan Tianyan vanished into the sunset. In the evening, Ren Qingshu returned home punctually. After dinner, she expressed her desire to take Su Mu shopping for clothes, particularly swimwear, which would be necessary for their upcoming trip to Haili. As they settled into her car, Su Mu inquired, have you finished the matters of the company? All done, Ren Qingshu replied as she drove. Thanks to your assistance. Me? What help did I provide? Mother gazed at her son and teased, of course, it is thanks to your little friends, Xia Mo and Fu Ningning. The Xia family has been granting you green lights in policy matters, while the Fu family offers robust economic support. Tell me, have you not been a tremendous help? Mom, Su Mu protested. They're not my girlfriends. We are merely good friends. Just good friends? As the car cruised along the Sunset Avenue, Ren Qingshu's eyes sparkled with laughter. Do good friends unconditionally support you for over a year? Do good friends accompany you to wreak havoc at the Nan family banquet? Do good friends train with you in swordsmanship every day? Su Mu found himself at a loss for words. He was no fool and could naturally perceive the affections of these two extraordinary women. Fu Ningning's fondness for him had likely been evident for quite some time. As for Xia Mo, he was somewhat uncertain, for their relationship had predominantly been one of comradeship, and emotions should not be conflated. Then, which of Xia Mo and Fu Ningning is to be my daughter-in-law? You must not straddle both sides, Ren Qingshu admonished. She wished to protect her son from being hurt, and equally wished to shield others from being hurt by him. Do you remember how restless Xia Mo was when she came to our home for dinner? Do you recall Fu Ningning's gritted teeth during the interview when she defended you? Make your decision promptly, so as not to delay others. Su Mu leaned back in his seat, gazing out the window, his left hand toying with the sapphire bracelet. As the gentle dusk breeze caressed his face, Ren Qingshu observed everything keenly. Such a romantic soul, although you are not my biological son. This trait is indeed quite reminiscent of me. If you do not harbor feelings for either, kindly decline early. Do not give others unrealistic hopes. Since the matter had been broached, Su Mu no longer concealed his thoughts. In truth, I'm unclear about my own feelings. After Qianqian's departure, her place became vacant. I do not know who occupies this seat now, nor am I certain if it still exists. Though somewhat emotionally naive, he was by no means foolish. While everyone had previously concealed their feelings, speaking in shy half-truths and vague ambiguities, after Mu Qianqian's confirmed departure, the two girls had begun to openly compete for his affection. Do you wish to hear my opinion? Indeed, when it comes to marrying a wife, one must consult their mother. Ren Qingshu nodded with delight. Receiving respect from her adopted son was, in itself, a matter of pride. I prefer Xia Mo. She is better suited for you. However, she abruptly shifted her tone, adding, I do not wish for you to draw near the Xia family. Proximity to a prestigious family is fraught with danger, quite literally. When the word but appeared in her statement, it signified that the preceding remarks were merely polite formalities, while the latter part contained the crux of her message. Moreover, your relationship may very well culminate in regret, as she ultimately needs to assume control of the family legacy and serve as a member of the upper house. Su Mu comprehended his mother's sentiments. She favored Xia Mo, yet remained unaware of his lineage, fearing that issues of bloodline might ultimately prevent him from being with her. Fu Ningning is also a commendable choice. Most importantly, her feelings for you are sincere, resilient, and unyielding to the passage of time, rather growing more profound. My mother's implication is that the time spent with Xia Mo is still too brief, and what we call affection might merely be a facade of hormones in bloom. Fu Ningning's feelings represent a genuine, everlasting bond that endures through the passage of time. She wholeheartedly supports Ning Xiao Gongju. Ren Qingshu ultimately asserts, regardless of the path you choose, my dear, your mother will unconditionally stand by you, as long as you do not straddle two boats. Those who have endured the rain often wish to shield others from the downpour. Having faced betrayal in love herself, she is especially averse to witnessing her son toy with another's emotions. I will contemplate this seriously, Su Mu replies. Mother S. words are merely a point of reference. She is aware that her knowledge is insufficient to make an accurate judgment. Uncertain about the future and the path of the inherited bloodline, she cannot foresee how far it may lead. Similarly, if he chooses to steadfastly pursue the path of the inherited bloodline, he may ultimately betray Ning Xiao Gongju's affections. As she is of mortal blood, being with him poses her greatest danger. Conversely, if he merely drifts along the inherited bloodline's path, he should refrain from provoking Xia Mo, the resilient girl who needs a close and formidable ally. The twilight glow is always intoxicating, enchanting even the celestial beings as they whimsically scatter the evening clouds. The fragmented light spills across the mortal realm, embellishing the dreams of wandering souls. Su Mu, adorned in the evening's radiance, accompanies Ren Qingshu as they leisurely stroll through the shopping mall. He peruses the clothing, while the sales associates cast admiring glances his way. What do you think of this one? His mother inquires, holding up a white jacket and gesturing towards him. Despite their initial intention to purchase highly gear, Ren Qingshu finds herself tempted to buy everything she sees, leading Su Mu from empty-handed to laden with bags. Each store they pass treats him as a deity of fortune, showering him with the warmest of welcomes. Shall you try it on? She suggests. We've already bought so much, he replies. She assembles a pure, white, casual outfit and nudges him towards the fitting room. With a sigh, Su Mu reluctantly changes and steps out. Ren Qingshu's eyes light up, exclaiming, "This outfit suits you perfectly." The sales staff, eager to praise, shower compliments that leave her delighted. Charge it, charge it." However, she gently adjusts his attire, remarking, "You're not rolling in the mud. It's simply about looking good. This outfit is perfect for a date with a young lady. Mother, if I were to go on a date with Xia Mo, I might indeed find myself in the mud," Su Mu replies, admiring his reflection in the full-length mirror. "Then it shall be this outfit. Let us purchase it and return home, for we cannot carry more." As the bill is presented, he glances at the total. The price for this ensemble amounts to an astonishing 12,000 kwai. It is merely a jacket and a pair of trousers. This is outrageous. Just as he is about to return to the fitting room to change, an insufferable boy approaches with a smug grin, his laughter laced with derision. "Young Master Su, here to buy clothes, are we?" The boy's voice is sharp and grating. Renai is here too. He seats himself on a bench, tilting his head to scrutinize the pair, clucking his tongue. What a heartwarming scene of maternal affection. Su Mu's expression darkens instantly. "Yi's Hilling, do you wish to be struck?" He advances slowly towards the obnoxious boy. Yi's Hilling, startled, stumbles back several steps, feigning bravado as he exclaims, "If you hit me, I will call the police. There are cameras everywhere." Ren Qingshu restrained her son and said, "Let it be." She wished to avoid unnecessary complications and further entanglements with the Yi family. Observing Su Mu being held back, Yi's Hilling regained her composure, launching into a barrage of scornful remarks. "Mind your son. He behaves like a wild dog, constantly fighting. We live in a civilized society now. You would do well to silence that foul mouth of yours." Ren Qingshu retorted, her anger flaring as she chastised herself for being unconcerned while reprimanding her son. "What do you expect from a pair of unwanted stray dogs? And you, a servant of 3 surnames." Yi's Hilling, incensed, began to shout. Technically speaking, Su Mu did not belong to 3 surnames. His previous adoptive father shared the surname Su, and Ren Qingshu had never insisted he change it. A bustling crowd gathered at the store's entrance, pointing and whispering about the trio embroiled in the quarrel. This particular remark struck at Ren Qingshu's deepest wounds, causing her chest to heave violently as she declared, "Young Master Yi, it would be wise for you to temper your words, lest I cannot guarantee your father won't punish you tonight. It's truly you." Yi's Hilling, upon hearing this, contorted her face in rage, cursing at the mother and son before her. "You wretched dog of a mother, cast out and still entangled with my father." A shoe flew through the air with tremendous force, knocking Yi's Hilling to the ground, a dark imprint left on his face. Su Mu approached him, looking down with a detached demeanor laced with a hint of menace, stating, "Do you believe this is the Yi family's grand estate, where no one could discipline you?" In Yi's Hilling's eyes, there was a mix of hatred, revulsion, and overwhelming fear. He understood all too well the combat prowess of the person standing before him. His former brother. "Make way, make way." From the noisy crowd, a young girl squeezed through, gazing at her beaten brother before shifting her attention to the assailant. "Brother," she called out. Upon hearing the girl refer to him as brother, Su Mu's cold expression transformed into a warm smile as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Shao-Chi." Yi's Hiking cast a brief glance at Ren Qingshu, who stood behind her and understood everything in that moment. "Brother, Xiao Ling has been acting strangely lately." She hesitated, continuing, "If he has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf." "Sister," Yi's Hilling, infuriated by his sister's submissive demeanor, shouted, "I am the one who has been wronged. I am your biological brother, while this one is merely a stray dog taken in by our Yi family. Be silent." Yi's Hiking retorted, raising her hand, initially intending to strike him. Yet, upon seeing her pitiable brother, her heart softened, and she gently advised, "If you do not wish to be beaten, you should return." "Sister, did you hear that?" Yi's hiking narrowed her eyes, her gaze becoming fiercely aggressive. Yi Zilling cast a resentful glance at Su Mu before turning away. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a quarrel before? Get lost. After her brother departed, Yi's hiking approached Su Mu, softly explaining, Brother, I am sorry. Father has been drinking heavily lately and often takes it out on Xiao Ling and Mother. He constantly berates us for being useless, blaming us for the family's decline. Xiao Ling bears the brunt of his ire, especially after the recent college entrance examination results. When Father saw you ranked second in Jiangnan province, he seized Xiao Ling and beat him mercilessly that night. The girl's eyes were tinged with red, revealing the grievances she had endured at home. Alas! Yi Jindong's true nature became evident to Su Mu when he kicked himself out of the car and into the muddy pit. A feudal man often delights in shifting all responsibility onto others. Xiao Qi, if he strikes you again, just call your brother, Su Mu said, embracing his frail sister. I will reason with him. Previously powerless to intervene, he now wished to prevent his kind-hearted sister from following in his footsteps. As for his brother Yi Zhiling, he was beyond redemption. His resentment stemmed not only from his own plight, but also from his mother, who had taken the role of a mistress. Ironically, it was his daughter Yi Zhiqi, who received little attention, that managed to escape the toxicity of that woman. Yi Zhiqi's tears flowed uncontrollably. During the time when her brother was still present, their family had enjoyed a fleeting moment of unparalleled happiness. As Ren Qingshu drove away from the shopping center, the joy was swiftly overshadowed by the unexpected farce. I heard that Uncle Yi's company has recently encountered some issues. Su Mu inquired. He recalled that his former foster father seemed to harbor a disdain for alcohol. After each social engagement, he would return, utterly inebriated, clutching his wife's hand and vowing that once he amassed wealth, he would abandon such absurd drinking culture. The echoes of his words lingered, yet the man had since devolved into a ghost of his former self. Indeed, the Yi family now appeared formidable, yet fundamentally weakened. Ren Qingshu remarked originally, I intended to teach him a lesson upon my return, but it turns out I need not complicate matters. The Yi group is already insolvent. He pondered how a corporation of such magnitude could lead to Yi Jindong's downfall. Speaking of this man, despite Ren Qingshu's efforts to conceal his emotions, the scars in his eyes revealed lingering pain. Some wounds time made dull, yet they can never be fully healed. Ding ling ling. Su Mu answered the phone. Xiao Qi. What is wrong? Brother, Xiao Ling has been taken. The girl sobbed. A strange man stopped our car, knocked Uncle Wang unconscious, and forcibly dragged Xiao Ling away. He told me not to call the police, but to contact you. What did he look like? Su Mui's heart sank. A man capable of tearing open the car door with bare hands could only be a member of the Jigs Yuzhong. He had a scar on his face. I see. How could it be Shen Mingyang? ISNT he imprisoned in the Southeast Bureau? Brother, what should we do now? The girl cried. Let me think, Su Mu replied, puzzled as to why Shen Mingyang would choose to abduct Yi Zhiling, who had a poor relationship with him, rather than Yi Zhiqi, with whom he was closer. This defied logic. Where are you now? I will come to you. After hanging up, Ren Qingshu anxiously asked what happened. Yi Zhiling has been taken. Then hurry and notify the police. Ren Qingshu immediately pulled out his phone. But if we call the police, they'll kill him. He was all too familiar with the brutality of these Jigs Yuzhong criminals. Let me think. He could not comprehend why they would target Yi Zhiling. Ding ling ling. The phone rang again, and to his surprise, it was Mu Qianning. Hello, Xiao Su. Qian Qian was just taken by a strange man, and he told us to call you. It was Mu Qianning's parents on the line. Damn. Su Mu clenched his fists, finally comprehending the sinister intentions behind the abduction of Yi Zhiling. This scoundrel would not hesitate to betray all his significant relationships. With this thought, he promptly dialed the phone number, the line connecting with a series of beeps. Ning Ning, are you all right? Su Mu inquired anxiously, simultaneously activating the call recording feature. Haha. A man's voice resonated from the other end. You're quite astute, kid. I was just about to call you when your call came in first. What do you want? Speak up. Su Mu's chest was filled with fury, his left hand clenched tightly. Come alone to the wastewater plant in the west of the city at 9 tonight. Bring an extra person, and I will kill one. You wouldn't want these two beautiful girls to meet their demise, would you? Young Master Su. Aren't you quite the boastful one? Come on, I'll be waiting right here. The voice of Yi Zhiling came through, filled with unrestrained joy, as if a beggar had struck gold. Once you arrive, we can have a good chat. Following this, The call was abruptly terminated by the notorious fugitive, Shen Mingyang. In a fit of rage, Su Mu slammed his fist against the car door, deforming the metal in front of Rin Qing Shu's astonished gaze. These incompetent fools at the Southeast Bureau. Chapter 28. The Noble Intentions of Mu. Summoning Xia Mo. At 6:30 in the evening. 2.5 hours remained until the appointed time. Su Mu sat upon the soft carpet, the evening glow filtering through the glass curtain wall and illuminating the living room. Leaning against the sofa, he spun the black moonlight goddess in his right hand, his mind replaying the events of the incident repeatedly. At 9 o'clock, the wastewater plant in the west of the city. This was an overly simplistic trap, its intentions so blatant that it led Su Mu to ponder the possibility of deceit underlying it. Shen Mingyang had kidnapped 2 individuals, Su Ning and Mu Qianning, while he was unaware of the protective forces surrounding Mu Qianning. Fu Ningning's driver and bodyguard were formidable. Classified as Red Blood B, Shen Mingyang himself was merely Red Blood B, suggesting that this operation was likely not solely his doing. As the leader of a gang, his subordinates had long been eradicated by the joint efforts of Guan Tianyin and Ge Li, leading to a straightforward conclusion. A powerful organization with blue blood was orchestrating all of this behind the scenes. Shen Mingyang was merely bait. Who then? Was this organization aiming to ensnare? Was it me or someone else? If it were another, who might that be? If it were indeed himself? Su Mu pondered in his mind, recalling the organizations he had recently offended. There were not many, yet certainly not few either. The Nan family was the first to surface in his thoughts, with their enmity against him appearing the most profound. They possessed sufficient strength, and the kidnapping of Mu Qianning could very well serve as a smokescreen to obscure their true intentions. Delving deeper into thought, Su Mu found this reasoning flawed. Setting aside whether they possessed the audacity following the harsh lesson from their last encounter with his teacher, the mere act of deploying blue blood would easily expose their hand. Blue blood was not as commonplace as cabbage, springing forth at will. The Nan family, having cultivated their influence in Jiangnan for so long, was acutely aware of the strengths of others, just as others were aware of theirs. The number of blue bloods within their clan and their respective rankings had long been thoroughly assessed by the authorities. Moreover, if they intended to kill him, wouldn't it be more direct to strike under the cover of night? Though it may expose oneself, at the very least, one can ensure their own demise, cannot they? In this moment, had I heeded Shen Mingyang's threats and opted to report to the authorities like a rational individual instead of stubbornly resisting, would not all my efforts be in vain? However, Su Mu is acutely aware that Fu Ningning is in their clutches, and given the multitude of favors owed to her, it is simply impossible to refrain from acting. Curse that Yi's Hillen, if not for myself. To whom would my call for help be directed while gazing at the Nokia, a moonlight goddess in my hand? Without a doubt, the first choice would be my teacher, with whom I share a close bond and who possesses immense strength. Yet, the timing is impeccably orchestrated, precisely coinciding with my teacher's overseas trip to the South Domain continent. Clearly, my teacher is not their target. To act against them would be akin to seeking death in a well-lit restroom. The second choice, theoretically, would be Guan Tianyin or Ge Li, as they also wield considerable power and possess a semi-official background as envoys of X-Space. Shen Mingyang, who has been shouting threats at me, is a wanted criminal apprehended by the Southeast Bureau. Targeting Guan Tianyin and Ge Li seems rational on paper. Lastly, there is Xia Mo. Among the 3 conjectures, she possesses the weakest personal strength and remains unassociated with any recognized factions. Additionally, the Xia family imposes stringent restrictions on her, rendering the likelihood of seeking her assistance the lowest. The probability of Xia Mo being considered target is equally minimal. After some contemplation, Su Mu set his phone aside, the keyboard's breathing light illuminating the screen as he dialed Xia Mo's number. When the phone rang, Xia Mo was swimming in her family's pool, located on the mountainside of Nanshan, where she could gaze upon the entire Jiangzhou aglow with lights from the water. The area surrounding the pool was lush with verdant grass and flourishing trees, adorned with vibrant blossoms amidst swirling mist. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to the pool as the Nanshan Xiaoao pool. It must be Su Mu, emerging from the Xiaoao pool, glistening droplets, infused with the silvery moonlight, cascaded from her fair skin. The droplets instantly crystallized into sparkling ice beads, plummeting like pearls onto a jade plate. Wrapping herself in a large bath towel, she picked up the phone and playfully remarked, "What brings you to call me so soon after we parted ways?" As Xia Mo reclined comfortably in a soft chair, sipping juice, the evening breeze caressed her skin, allowing her to admire the breathtaking sunset, half shimmering with gold and half blushing crimson over the North Sea. "I heard Princess Ning invited you out today." She chuckled, teasing the oblivious individual on the other end of the line. "I'm in big trouble." Su Mu, devoid of any inclination for flirtation, stated directly, Fu Ningning was abducted on her way home. He succinctly recounted the events leading up to this moment. "A reward of 500,000? Xia Mo set down her empty glass, intrigued. "That is quite an extraordinary bloodline you've entangled yourself with. I'm rather curious about how you attracted such a monster." A silence fell on Su Mu from the other end of the line. "What is the matter? Don't you wish to share?" She returned to her room, beginning to sift through her clothing. "Oh dear, I might suddenly have a stomach ache tonight. Perhaps my period has arrived. What do you think I should do?" "I'll brew you some ginger tea with brown sugar." Xia Mo expressed her disdain, remarking, "Deceiving young maidens with such nonsense is utterly pointless. Have you ever prepared it for Princess Ning?" "I have done so for Mu Qianning. I have no desire to hear this woman's tale." She set her phone aside, activated the speakerphone, glanced at the time, and leisurely changed her attire. On this dark and windy night, a time ripe for nefarious deeds, she opted for a simple white t-shirt paired with jeans. She then retrieved a black dagger from the altar. This Yi Jiling truly has a knack for selecting individuals. She actually managed to capture Mu Qianning. "Are you feeling particularly anxious now?" "I am indeed quite apprehensive, though not because of her," Xia Mo interrupted, dismissing the latter part of the explanation with an internal scoff. "So, it is because of Fu Ningning's anxiety, then? I wonder if you were tense the night I was nearly slain. Never mind. I shall graciously overlook your folly this time." Holding the phone, Xia Mo ascended the stairs and called out to her sister Xia Chun, who was engrossed in the new game World of Warcraft. "Sister, I shall step out for a moment." "All right." Xia Chun waved her hand, bidding farewell to her sister. Upon reaching the rooftop, she found the helicopter awaiting her, its rotors spinning rapidly and generating a cacophony. Once aboard and the cabin door secured, she remarked, "You must prepare a serving for me tomorrow as well." "Brown sugar ginger tea?" Su Mu was taken aback. "Did you not claim that this concoction was of no use?" The other end fell into silence, and he could only hear a resigned sigh. "Then let it be," Xia Mo concluded. "MHM." Xia Mo, in a fit of anger, ended the call and muttered a curse. "Wooden-headed fool. No wonder you cannot catch up to Mu Qianning. What have I done to deserve this?" Becoming infatuated with him, Su Mu listened to the busy tone. "Beep, beep, beep. Have I spoken out of turn again?" The helicopter shattered the remnants of the sunset, soaring over the congested evening traffic, reaching Su Mu's residence at Jiangzhou, Yihao Yuan in record time. The rooftop of Yihao Yuan lacked a helipad, necessitating the helicopter to hover in midair. Xia Mo flung open the cabin door, clutching a black saber in her left hand, and leaped gracefully from the air, landing firmly on the rooftop terrace, her face lifted, her golden eyes gleaming even more brilliantly than before. Su Mu stared at his phone in disbelief, surprised that he ended up calling Xia Mo instead of the more formidable Guan and Gu duo. He pondered whether he sought to leverage the Xia family's influence or if there was another reason. Lost in thought, the phone rang once more. It was Xia Mo. "Open the door," she commanded. "So soon?" Su Mu dashed to the door, and just as he opened it, Xia Mo arrived at the threshold. She hung up the call, kicked off her white sneakers, and strode inside as if she were returning home. "It's almost dark. Don't you think you should turn on the lights?" Xia Mo flicked the switch in the living room, illuminating the dim space. Su Mu retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and followed her, saying, "The floor is cold. Hurry and put on some shoes to avoid catching a cold." A water sequence, blue blood class, a descendant catching a cold from the tiles? Such a cold joke seems even chillier than the ground itself. Nevertheless, Xia Mo obediently donned the slippers. "Where is Annie?" she inquired. The lights were off indoors, so Renqing Shu was undoubtedly absent. Otherwise, Xia Mo would not have whimsically discarded her shoes. In the presence of others, she consistently maintained her poise, particularly before Su Mu's mother, where she upheld the decorum befitting a refined young lady, ensuring no unfavorable impressions were left behind. I had arranged for her and her sister to stay at the ZDC Hotel, room 3502, while Guan Tianyan and Guli resided just next door. Sister? Mo momentarily failed to comprehend. Sumu clarified, stating, "She is my half-sister." "Oh, he's Heike, right?" "Indeed. I am quite surprised to learn that you have maintained contact." Mo removed her slippers and stepped onto the plush carpet, settling onto the sofa. The view here was equally splendid. To the east stood a towering edifice, the iconic Ingtian building of Jiangzhou. "We seldom communicate, yet our relationship remains amicable," Sumu remarked while warming a cup of milk for her. "Today, while shopping, we happened to cross paths, and you're already aware of what transpired afterward." Mo squinted at the milk he offered and stated, "I am not Fu Ningning. I have no desire for milk. I crave cola." Sumu fetched a can of room-temperature cola. Mo glared at him in displeasure. "Who drinks cola at room temperature? I desire it chilled." "Never mind, I shall chill it myself." Sumu, holding the warm milk, seated himself across from her and inquired, "What do you think their objective is, me or someone else entirely?" Mo opened the cola, and as the lid popped off, the room-temperature beverage transformed into a refreshing drink, which she gulped down eagerly. There is insufficient information at this point to draw any conclusions. However, one thing is certain. What is that? The other party is well acquainted with you, and you are undoubtedly their primary target. Before coming here, I had my family investigate any unusual activities related to the Nan family's bloodline today. This is the advantage of seeking Xia Mo's assistance. While she may not always arrive at the correct answer, she can swiftly eliminate erroneous ones. Su Mu expressed his concerns, but apart from the Nan family, I seem to have done no wrong to any other powerful organizations possessing blue blood. Who knows? Xia Mo shrugged. It is possible that they simply harbor a dislike for you, or perhaps they are targeting those two esteemed officials. Many matters in this world are intertwined. No one exists in isolation. There may very well be a more formidable orchestrator behind them. Have you never considered how 500,000 could escape from the Southeastern Bureau's prison? Is there some hidden agenda? Can we truly trust that the Southeastern Bureau is clean? The esteemed officials aligning with you does not guarantee that the entire sector is on your side. Has anything significant occurred recently in X space that pertains to you? Mo continued to sip her cola. There has not been any major event, but there is indeed something, Su Mu replied, rising to retrieve a document from the studies drawer, placing it on the coffee table. This is a lineage test report personally conducted by Dr. Zhou Hai, the highest authority of X Space's Central Courtyard. The highest authority of X Space personally conducted this? Surely, that is unnecessary. Could the Southeastern Bureau not have done it? Mo perused the report in her hands, detecting an unusual scent. I underwent a lineage test at the Southeastern Bureau, and the conclusion was common blood. Su Mu explained that the testing machine they utilized had its CPU burn out by my brainwaves. Fan Shui? Mo gazed at the testing report in her hands. The conclusion indicated that Su Mu was indeed a genuine Lan Shui. Unfortunately, he had not inherited his father's storm sequence, but rather his mother's flame sequence. The juxtaposition of ice and fire is rather difficult to harmonize. It is no wonder that they needed to visit the X-Space headquarters. If a Lan Shui were to be overlooked, the director of the Southeast Bureau would likely be torn to shreds by Zhou Hai. She caressed the conclusion on the report, her gaze shifting from the final conclusion back to the parameter indicators above. Her breath quickened, and her heart blossomed with joy. While Su Mu could only comprehend the conclusion, Xia Mo was not so limited. She understood the testing indicators, which suggested he was not merely an ordinary Lan Shui. With this authoritative report and the terrifying data acquired from the tests, she finally mustered the courage to confront her grandfather. Simultaneously, she felt more confident in seeking reinforcements from her father. Have you awakened your bloodline? Xia Mo inquired. Sumo replied honestly, no. Then that's even better. Let us go for it on the first try. Xia Mo exclaimed with sparkling excitement. Do you need my assistance? Suddenly, she remembered the pressing matter of the evening. Realizing she had become overly enthusiastic, it wasn't entirely her fault. Who wouldn't be thrilled to randomly open a blind box and win the grand prize? Clearing her throat, Xiao redirected the conversation, saying, however, we might not have time tonight, so let's set that aside and return to the kidnapping case. There was still some time left. Get a notebook, and I will find someone to pull up the map of the wastewater plant. Regardless, we need to familiarize ourselves with the terrain to avoid being caught off guard. She picked up her phone and sent the request along with the report photos back to the Xia family. Have you informed the floating family about the little princess incident? Xia Mo asked. Sumu shook his head. After the incident, I called you immediately. I was worried that alerting the kidnappers would lead to them executing their threats. Moreover, I did not have the floating family's contact information. Mo contemplated the possibility of the kidnappers following through on their threats. While unlikely, it was not impossible. The most pressing concern was the uncertainty of whether there was a mole within the Southeast Bureau. The safest course of action at this moment was to wait for your appearance at the wastewater plant and hand over all the information to the enforcement agency. Given the involvement of bloodline-related cases, the Southeast Bureau would inevitably participate, and we could not alert the authorities prematurely. Sumu concurred, stating, I was thinking the same. You need not be so anxious. Mo noticed the urgency reflected in his eyes and offered reassurance. Their plan appears to be a well-crafted ruse. But they overlooked one detail. What detail? You are Lan Shui. But I have not awakened my sequence. Sumu lamented. Had I known, I would have signed and agreed to X-Space. At least then I wouldn't feel so passive. Do not worry, Mo assured him confidently. Placing the dark blade she had by her side on the coffee table, I have prepared something special for you. A blade? Sumu inquired, confused, as it seemed no different from the ones she typically used. What makes it different? Mo replied mysteriously. Open it and see. Sumu grasped the Tang-hung Dao resting upon the table. Its weight was formidable, far exceeding that of ordinary blades. Were it not for his capacity to consume 8 bowls of rice in one sitting, he would struggle to wield it. The name of this dagger is one you have undoubtedly encountered. The last time you utilized a horizontal blade, it was a mere imitation of this very weapon. Mo rested her chin on her hand, gazing tenderly at the young man opposite her. Is it an ancestral relic? Indeed. Sumu stifled a yawn as he unsheathed the heavy horizontal blade, its cold gleam reflecting upon his visage, while violet lightning crackled and danced along the blade surface. Zidian Xing Shuang, the arsenal of General Wang. Mo, observing the electric display upon the blade, smiled and elaborated. It is known as Zidian, a renowned sword collected by Wu Dadi, standing alongside Zhao Lai DS, Yuan Yang, and Wu Teju S, Etian, collectively revered as the 3 supreme swords, subsequently damaged in warfare. During the Kaihuang era, the ancestors of the Xia family reforged it, and such blades came to be referred to as horizontal swords. This is a pollutant with the sealing code, 313. At 8:13 p.m., there remained 47 minutes until the appointed time. The two sat side by side on the carpet, poring over the map of the wastewater treatment facility displayed on the notebook screen. This site had been abandoned for over a decade, and the layout of the factory was not particularly complex. This presented a significant challenge. Any emergence of additional forces would inevitably alert the adversary. A large-scale offensive was unfeasible. A precision strike team was necessary to ensure the safety of the hostages. Mo began her analysis of the map, indicating here. These 2 rows of derelict buildings are likely to harbor individuals. This elevated platform would serve as an execution stage. Fu Ningning is likely to be held here. These are the overt adversaries. I estimate that once our operation commences, our support troops will most likely be intercepted en route. The simplest course of action would be to create diversions, drawing the attention of the enforcement hall. Reports indicate that several members of the Nan family have remained inactive. They are not the ones orchestrating this. Furthermore, Mo suddenly became inquisitive, asking, whom would you rescue first, Mu Qianing or Fu Ningning? This was a profound dilemma. Without hesitation, Sumu replied, that is precisely why I sought your assistance. Mo was bewildered, unable to comprehend. After absorbing the analysis, Sumu remarked, it is quite a predicament. Should we enlist Guan Tianyan and Gu Li for assistance? We are stretched thin, replied Mo. Indeed, we cannot ensure that the enemy will not launch a surprise attack on the hotel. Sumu leaned back against the sofa, exhaling heavily. We simply lack sufficient manpower. The combat prowess of the Blue Bloods is minimal. In truth, there has always been a question lingering in my mind. Speak on. Why does the nation not establish its own Blue Blood Special Task Force? Sumu articulated Qi Ming's confusion. You still do not grasp the source of the powers of the inheritors of bloodlines. During the intermission, Mo imparted simple yet extraordinary knowledge, explaining that the inheritance of power stems from one S lineage. Soma nodded in understanding, even if the bloodline remains dormant. Inheritors of bloodlines surpass ordinary blood in both appearance and intellect. Through generations of societal evolution, whether they be formidable generals or cunning strategists, all are inheritors of bloodlines. Ultimately, they ascend to the echelons of power within this nation. They command others to perish, yet they do not hasten their own demise. Is it not the same abroad? Sumu inquired. This brings us to the realm of Kayun, or rather the cultural tapestry of the entire central court. For countless centuries, Kayun has been governed by a familial management style. The power hierarchy within Kayun is referred to as the Shigia, where the actions of the bloodlines are driven solely by the interests of their own families, bound only by kinship. Rarely do they nurture the offspring of humble origins or seek out commoners' bloodlines. This is primarily to maintain the supremacy of their own lineage, as well as to avoid the numerous historical examples where external clans have undermined the excellence of the original families. Sumu suddenly comprehended, exclaiming, "Do nobles and royals not possess the same lineage? Is it our family's turn to reign today?" Indeed, teacher Xia Mo affirmed the students' insightful deduction, stating, "Observe the northern continent. They possess a unique chivalric culture. Knights are eternally loyal to their lord's family. Those who betray their lords are met with universal disdain. Under this chivalric culture, the one who can command a substantial number of bloodline knights holds a place at the power table, with everyone exerting great effort to discover new bloodline knights. The Habsburg family, once rulers of the Rhine region, and the Sun King family from the Carolingian region, as well as the ruling families of the Dor region, despite the demise of their states, continue to wield influence at the power table, lacking the title of king, yet possessing the authority of one. However, this culture also harbors a flaw encapsulated in the saying, 'The vassal of my vassal is not my vassal.' The great lords cannot directly command the knights of lesser lords, leading to a fragmented existence that precludes the emergence of a unified, centralized monarchy. While internal strife may seem manageable, the inability to resist powerful external invasions becomes evident." Sumu pondered, "The whip of God, Attila? The golden family sweeping across the northern lands?" "Correct," Xia Mo nodded. "Additionally, without the assurance of centralized authority, a marquis may not necessarily hold greater prestige than an earl. Ultimately, it hinges on the size of their territory and the number of knights they command. Thus, we find ourselves inundated with tales of princes and princesses in storybooks. The West adopted a republican system earlier than we did, yet their noble identity runs far deeper than ours." Sumu remarked, "The incomplete nature of the Glorious Revolution." "Indeed," Xia Mo summarized, "the Glorious Revolution was neither glorious nor revolutionary. Therefore, now you can comprehend why Kayun lacks a unified blue blood organization. Unless the nation faces invasion or the ethnic group confronts extinction, the Shigia will always prioritize the preservation of their own power." Listening to Xia Mo's insights, Sumu suddenly recalled his teacher, saying, "Qinyi, the 9 clans? My teacher should be able to find someone to assist me." He promptly dialed an overseas phone number. "Hello, Xiaomu. Have you encountered trouble?" "Yes, teacher." Sumu succinctly outlined his predicament, expressing his need for support. "I thought it was something significant. Just go about your evening as usual. I'll arrange for someone to help you, another one of my students, who is a year older than you. You two will get to know each other." "Thank you, teacher." "All right." The call ended. Sumu conveyed, "My teacher said his other student would assist me." Xiaomo smiled. "That sounds great." Chapter 29, The Essence of Mu, the Art of Tongue. When Qi Ming received the notification, he was engrossed in researching the relevant materials regarding X-Space and the Southeast Bureau in the archives. Suddenly, his phone rang, instructing him to assemble immediately in the Joint Operations Conference Room. Upon arriving on the 12th floor, he was met with a scene of chaos. A group of law enforcement officers were frantically making calls with their mobile phones. An assistant approached him, informing him of a hostage situation involving 2 girls. One was the little princess Fu Ningning of the Fu family, and the other was Mu Qianing from the Lin family, the fiancée of Nan Zishu. "Who?" Qi Ming stared in shock at his assistant. "Fu Ningning and Mu Qianing have been abducted? Who dared to simultaneously provoke both the prestigious families and the new elite?" It seemed that tonight, Jiangzhou was in for a tumultuous upheaval. He entered the Joint Operations Conference Room, where the division between the law enforcement agency and the Southeast Bureau was starkly evident. He took a seat in the 13th chair of the law enforcement agency. "Director Qi, I don't care what methods you employ. You must ensure my daughter's safety. And Director Wang, I reiterate that you bear an undeniable responsibility for this matter." The door was pushed open, Law enforcement officers and Southeast Bureau staff simultaneously rose to greet him. Qi Ming spotted Director Qi Tianhong of the law enforcement agency and Director Wang Xianjing of the Southeast Bureau, who were striving to explain the situation to the powerful figures at the center. Following closely behind them was Nan Zishu, his expression ominously dark. The previously boisterous conference room fell into a profound silence, as no one dared to provoke the influential figures at such a critical juncture. Fu Mingkong strode directly to the head of the table and seated himself with unceremonious ease. As the host, Director Qi could only take a seat to his left, with Wang Xianjing on his right and Nan Zishu occupying the last chair. The reason this tycoon from Jiangnan could claim the head of the table was not solely due to his immense wealth, which rivaled nations, nor his globally dispersed assets, but more significantly, his power as a member of the lower house. Ladies and gentlemen, I have convened you at this late hour because, just an hour ago, our city experienced a shocking kidnapping incident. Qi Tiantong presided over the meeting, initiating the discussion by outlining the situation. The two abducted girls were named Fu Ningning, at which point all eyes in the room focused intently on Fu Mingkong's face, and Mu Qianing, drawing the gaze of many towards Nan Zishu. The perpetrator of this heinous crime was identified as a dangerous individual known as Shun Mingyang. 2.5 hours prior, this criminal had been extricated from the Southeast Bureau prison and immediately retaliated with this kidnapping. From his escape to the occurrence of the abduction, barely half an hour had elapsed. This incident represented an exceedingly malicious act of terror, a direct affront to the law enforcement system of Jiangzhou. Qi Tiantong's voice echoed throughout the conference room. The Southeast Bureau prison has been breached. The escapees not only failed to flee immediately, but audaciously kidnapped the relatives of two influential figures. What brazen audacity! This is a blatant disregard for the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Agency. Those present at tonight's meeting were all core high-ranking members of Jiangnan law enforcement, all of whom had visited the Southeast Bureau prison. While its defenses might not be infallible, they were at least formidable. Unless there was a coup, it was inconceivable that anyone could extricate individuals from the heavily fortified Southeast Bureau prison. As they observed the fury on Director Wang's face, they had already surmised the answer. There was a traitor within the Southeast Bureau. The prison break, alongside the subsequent kidnapping case, was a meticulously orchestrated scheme. The bewildering nature of this plot raises the question, what is the ultimate goal concerning Su Mu? In the conference room, a photograph of a bright and cheerful young boy was projected, generously sponsored by Fu Mingkong. Numerous similar photographs adorned the walls of his daughter's boudoir. Director Qi continued to elaborate on the situation. 20 minutes prior, we received a voice message from the Xia family, containing a conversation between the kidnappers and Su Mu. The Xia family? The only person Qi Ming could think of was Xia Mo, as the three women linked to Su Mu had all become entangled in this case. The recording commenced. Haha, kid, you're quite clever. Just as I was about to call you, your call came in. What do you want? Come alone to the wastewater plant in the west of the city at 9 tonight. Bring another person, and I'll kill one of them. You and T want these two beautiful girls to die, would you? Young Master Su, aren't you quite impressive? Come on, I'm waiting for you. When you arrive, we can have a proper discussion. Director Qi continued to share details of the case when Fu Mingkong suddenly interjected, asking who the third person on the phone was. The boy who had been taunting young Master Su. Deputy Director Cheng hesitated but, under Fu Mingkang's warning gaze, replied, It's Yi Zhiling, the younger son of Yi Zhendong. We just received a report from the Yi family stating that their son has been abducted. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Nan Zishu felt a chilling realization that they seemed to be in cahoots. Deputy Director Cheng was caught between the scrutiny of the nouveau riche and the aristocracy, perspiring profusely from the mounting pressure. Who was captured first among the three? Fu Mingkong inquired, hitting upon a pivotal question. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Deputy Director Cheng stammered. Yi Zhiling was the first to be taken, followed by Miss Mu, and finally Miss Fu. Thus, with a gaze as sharp as a blade, Nan Zishu questioned, was it Yi Zhiling who betrayed Mu Qianning and Fu Ningning? That possibility cannot be ruled out, Deputy Director Cheng replied, inwardly lamenting. Yi Zhendong. Oh Yi Zhendong, you've raised a fine son. The Yi family is doomed. Fu Mingkong coldly uttered a name, Yi Zhendong. What is the relationship between Shun Mingyang and Su Mu? Nan Zishu suddenly inquired. Deputy Director Wang fell silent. Fu Mingkong spoke. The specifics are unknown. He has been rather close to Tianyin of the OFA-9 at the central headquarters in Guli. The last time Shin Mingyang was apprehended, Su Mu was present. Deputy Director Wang pondered and recounted the general situation while omitting insignificant details. Some matters could not be disclosed, at least not within the confines of the conference room. Su Mu, Fu Mingkong softly uttered, feeling a profound impression of the boy, as his beloved daughter often mentioned this name, even engaging in a wager with him. In the end, he had misjudged and lost that bet. Is he also a bloodline inheritor? Fu Mingkong inquired. The information he had uncovered suggested that his daughter's classmate was likely a bloodline inheritor and indeed a powerful blue-blooded one. After the college entrance examination, upon witnessing his daughter triumph in a wager, Fu Mingkong originally intended to refrain from excessively meddling in their relationship, believing that it was best to let things unfold naturally. However, should the other party be of the Lan Shui Jishua lineage, he would have no choice but to oppose it. Director Wang pondered deeply before responding. Our conclusion at the Southeast Bureau is Fan Shui. Upon hearing this, Nan Zishu could not help but smirk internally. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he might have truly been deceived. Not only was he of the Jishua lineage, but he was also a formidable one, certainly of the Lan Shui. In a bid for revenge against Su Mu for ruining his own farce, Nan Zishu deliberately let slip the information regarding the possibility of Su Mu being of Lan Shui to the Fu family, aiming to dismantle this pair of lovebirds. If he could not act, surely he could still speak? One does not require a knife to commit murder. The conclusion from the Southeast Bureau? Fu Mingkong immediately grasped the hidden implication within Director Wang's words. The Southeast Bureau had declared a conclusion of Fan Shui, yet some did not concur. Considering Guan Tinyan and Gu Li's background in the X-Bay Central Court, he quickly deduced that the individual who rejected this conclusion was none other than Wang Xianjing as superior. Dr. Zhou Hai, the highest authority in the X-Bay Central Court. Thus, this Su fellow truly belonged to the Jishua lineage? It was a pity for Fu Mingkong that Su Mu's most favorable state would be a red blood B grade, while being infinitely close to Lan Shui. This would neither provoke the aristocratic families nor jeopardize his daughter's safety, thus safeguarding the Fu family. Where's Su Mu now? He inquired. Director M.O. from the investigation department reported he has taken a taxi to the wastewater treatment plant for the meeting. Alone? Nan Zishu asked. Yes, by himself. The audacity of youth is remarkable. Is he attempting to emulate Guan Shengdai Jun by attending the meeting armed solely with his wits? Fu Mingkong shook his head. He disapproved of such reckless behavior, but understood the fervor of youth and the emotions he harbored for his daughter. The taxi halted before the wastewater treatment plant. Su Mu settled the fare and alighted, holding in his hand a black cloth wrapped around which, from a distance, resembled a black short staff. This desolate place is rather chilly. At the end of June in Jiangzhou, it should be the onset of summer, with the air thick with warmth. Yet this abandoned factory, situated not far from the river, was beset by a chilling wind. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, Su Mu rubbed his arms against the cold gust as he walked along the gravel path, passing through the factory gates, where massive water storage tanks loomed before him. The surroundings were eerily silent, steeped in a chilling atmosphere. In such a forsaken location, should he find himself at a disadvantage, it would be futile to scream for help. Navigating through the towering water tanks, Su Mu called out loudly, Is anyone there? I have arrived. Where are you, Wu Shiwan? His voice echoed across the vast factory grounds, while the incessant cawing of crows reverberated from all directions, surrounding the audacious youth with their unsettling cries. Su Mu advanced cautiously, taking care to ensure his safety with each step. The factory lights had long fallen into disrepair, enveloping the area in darkness, with not a glimmer of light in sight. He could only rely on the moonlight to illuminate his path forward. At this moment, Su Mu finally comprehended why every G Suezhong combat team was required to incorporate a member from the wisdom sequence. The ability to have an all-encompassing vision, constantly scouting the vicinity for nearby G Suezhong units, was undeniably invaluable. I lend you my eyes. The voice of you resonated within his mind. A burst of golden light erupted before him, revealing a three-dimensional map of the wastewater treatment plant on his retina, with all concealed enemies marked on the map by the power. In this pitch-black world, illumination flooded in. Su Mu crouched and then stood upright, his previously suspended heart now at ease. With you by his side, he truly was a formidable overlord. Brandishing the Zidian, he confidently strode into the abandoned warehouse that lay ahead. On the three-dimensional map, he discerned 8 armed criminals lurking on the second floor, their dart gun muzzles aimed directly at him. How tedious. Su Mu scoffed, kicking open the massive iron door on the opposite side of the plant. And a cacophony of noise erupted beneath the night sky. Beyond the iron door, the world opened up, illuminated by the lights of industrial civilization that brightened every corner. Ahead lay an expansive area, flanked by derelict staff dormitories. On the high platform directly in front, Shen Mingyang sat, awaiting their meeting. Perched atop the water towers on either side of the platform were hidden snipers. Within the staff dormitory sat 6G Suezhong, and in the shadows beneath the high tower, another figure lay concealed. This was undoubtedly a setup to eliminate him. Su Mu felt a twinge of surprise. Surely, such a commotion was unwarranted just for him. According to their records, he should still be regarded as a mere fanblood. Could it be that someone familiar with his past deeds was among them? One thing was certain. Shen Mingyang had never witnessed him in the act of killing, and his old comrade had been the one to shoot Gu Li. Su Mu whispered in the wind, utilizing a miniature communication device in his ear to relay all firepower arrangements within the wastewater plant to his distant comrade, Xia Mo. So many adversaries? Xia Mo was equally astonished. The enemy's strength exceeded her expectations, with 8G Suezhong lying in ambush, not including Shen Mingyang. However, given that they could be detected, their concealment was rather poor. Amidst the tense atmosphere, she still managed to tease him. Su Mu advanced into the open space. Arriving at the execution platform, Mu Qianning and Fu Ningning were bound and kneeling atop the high platform, while Yi Zhiling, brimming with vitality, gazed down at the newcomers with an air of smugness. "You've finally arrived, quite punctual," Shen Mingyang remarked, glancing at his watch. "Exactly 9 o'clock, not a second more. Not a second less. What do you wish to discuss?" Su Mu inquired. Shen Mingyang, sitting cross-legged, sneered, "You little pretty boy, because of your mention of 500,000. My gang has been annihilated by the Southeast Bureau. What do you think we should discuss?" "Your logic is flawed," Su Mu retorted. 500,000 furrowed his brow and asked, "What is flawed?" "The one who killed your brother was Guan Tianyin, and it was the Southeast Bureau that imprisoned you." "What does this have to do with me, Su Mu?" The young man spread his hands, feigning innocence with a naive expression. "For grievances, one should seek revenge. You should pursue the Southeast Bureau for vengeance, not me, a mere and innocent fanblood boy. If you do not know the whereabouts of Guan Tianyan and Gu Li, I can guide you, good sir." Shen Mingyang glared at him, erupting in a vehement tirade. "Damn, do you think I am a fool? Ultimately, it all circles back to your mention of 50,000. Had you not uttered that, would I have been discovered?" Su Mu shook his head, continuing his verbal sparring to buy time. "Nay, nay, it is not due to my words of 50,000, but rather your choice to ride a motorcycle through the streets at night instead of resting at home. You chose to parade about and even flirt with the supercar beauties. If you had not flirted with Guan Tianyan, there would have been no mention of my 50,000, nor the subsequent events. Thus, the one who has brought misfortune upon your brother is indeed yourself. Is it not clear?" Shen Minjiang's expression darkened. Though displeased, he found himself devoid of any counter-arguments. Su Mu elaborated further, stating, "The very reason you pursued Guan Tianyan was due to her striking beauty. Setting aside the facts, it is solely because of her allure that you are in this predicament. Therefore, you ought to seek vengeance upon Guan Tianyan, not upon me." Shen Mingyang was amused to the point of laughter by the absurdity of the other's reasoning, clapping his hands in mock approval. "Brother Yang, you cannot let him ramble on like this." Yi Zhiling, unable to remain seated, rushed forward to correct him. "Silence." Shen Minjiang's command made Yi Zhiling shrink back in fear. Su Mu then turned his attention to Yi Zhiling, asking, "Do you even realize what you are doing?" "Of course, I intend to eliminate you." The young boy's gaze was fierce and menacing. "You may not be capable of that, and I can clearly inform you," Su Mu said, pointing at him with a chilling tone, "that I personally ensured the final journey of the Yi family, including your parents." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yi Zhiling retorted, his bravado faltering. "Is it not true? You betrayed my personal connections, first by abducting Nan Zishu's fiancée, Mu Qianning, and then the heiress of the richest family, Fu Ningning." Yi Zhiling sneered. "Who would know if you were to perish?" Su Mu covered his face, finding amusement in the folly of the young fool before him. Retrieve your brain from your heels and use it once more. I will not report it. But would others remain silent? 3 separate kidnapping cases. You, Mu Qianing, Fu Ningning. Our relationship is so poor that abducting you holds little threat to me. Therefore, it is clear that you betrayed my information, leading them to abduct those I hold dear. Yi Zhendong is already in a precarious situation. You must understand that your actions have effectively dismantled decades of his hard work. Consider that for a moment, will you? Yi Zhiling felt a cold sweat running down his back, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The wheel of fortune turns, and Shen Mingyang turned with a smile, saying, "Little Ling, you must not heed his ramblings." Yi Zhiling finally grasped the enormity of his blunder and quickly implored, "Brother Yang, your target is Su Mu. Can we not spare those two?" Shen Mingyang regarded him with a sidelong glance. "What do you think?" Yi Zhiling's face drained of color. Su Mu interjected, "What are you two whispering about? If we have matters to discuss, let us do so swiftly." Once concluded, "I still intend to take you to seek vengeance upon Guan Tianyan. Mr. Su, your eloquence is commendable." The individual concealed beneath the high platform finally made his appearance. He ascended the stage, declaring that while we could not provoke X-Space, eliminating you was still within our means. Has he finally emerged? Su Mu immediately sensed a shift. As the members of the Ji Shuizhong in the dormitories on either side stood to attention. "I admire your audacity for arriving here alone," he stated, suggesting we engage in a game. "2 hostages would be of no use to me. Therefore, I shall allow you to choose one to be released first." The eyes beneath the black cloak glimmered with a golden hue. Blue Blood A-Class. In any nation or organization, a Blue Blood A-Class represents the pinnacle of combat prowess and serves as the backbone of major factions. Su Mu found himself perplexed, unable to fathom how he had offended that celestial organization. Mu Qianning or Fu Ningning. Choose wisely. Su Mu gazed at the girl on stage, memories flooding his mind. Mu Qianning, his childhood companion, had concealed her engagement to Nan Zichu from him. Fu Ningning, his desk mate for 3 years, had always shown him unwavering concern and care. This did not seem a difficult choice, yet Su Mu slowly uttered, "I choose." Mu Qianning looked at the boy with eager anticipation, while Fu Ningning silently bowed her head. Gu Li, listening to the wailing sirens outside, curiously glanced downwards, observing the streets awash with red and blue police lights. Today in Jiangzhou is rather lively. Guan Tianyan sat on the sofa, oblivious to him, staring blankly at the apple in his hand. "What is wrong with you? I've noticed ever since you returned from Xiangjiang, you seem utterly lost, as if you've lost your soul. Was it merely a visit home?" Gu Li questioned, perplexed. Could it be that his family was pressuring him to marry? Guan Tianyan remained unresponsive. Seeing her silence, Gu Li shook his head in resignation and resumed his game. Suddenly, the hairs on his arms stood on end as his golden eyes instinctively activated, and he turned to gaze towards the door. Guan Tianyan was jolted awake by the overwhelming aura and looked at him in confusion. "Prepare for battle. Room 3502. Boom. The door to the adjacent room seemed to have been violently breached. Guan Tianyan swiftly drew her knife and vanished, racing to the neighboring suite. Gu Li seized his sniper rifle, following closely behind. In suite 3502, for Ji Shuizhong kicked open the final door. Their predatory gazes fixed upon the prey in the bedroom. Hee. Indeed, quite the sight. They exchanged glances, revealing lewd expressions. At that moment, a chill enveloped their necks as a blade was silently poised against them. The four turned to find a more beautiful woman, expressionlessly brandishing a knife. "You're a Ji Shuizhong as well. I advise you not to meddle." Guan Tianyan refrained from further words, activating her golden eyes. Her formidable presence suffocating the 4 red bloods, forcing them to their knees. She glanced towards the bedroom, recognizing the occupants immediately. Wasn't he that Su Mu's adoptive mother and sister, Blue Blood A-Class? The 4 red bloods trembled in fear, realizing they had not been informed that Ji Shuizhong resided here. In their despair, they witnessed a young man entering the suite, his own golden eyes even more dazzling. In the eyes of the 4 men lay a desolate pallor. Today's mission had evidently led them astray from the ancient almanac, for they had encountered 2 blue bloods. "Shall I take action?" Guan Tianyan's tone was frigid. "I." Gu Li leaned against the doorframe, a faint smile playing on my lips as I suggested, "Gentlemen, Perhaps you should retire to the next room for a cup of tea. The four burly men, trembling in fear, huddled together as they entered room 3501. Crouching against the wall with expressions of dread, Guan Tinyan extinguished his golden gaze and sheathed his blade, regarding the occupants of the room with a gentle demeanor, inquiring, "Are you all unharmed?" Ren Qingshu held a knife protectively in front of Yi's Hiking, her eyes brimming with vigilance. "Hello, Auntie, my name is Guan Tinyan, a friend of Su Mu." He patiently introduced himself. Meanwhile, Guli dialed Wang Xianjing's number, questioning, "Director Wang, what's transpiring outside? We've been assaulted by the Jizhong bloodline." On the other end of the line, a voice narrated the evening's unforeseen events in full detail. After ensuring Ren Qingshu was at ease, Guan Tinyan approached the doorway, asking, "What has occurred?" Guli ended the call, his expression grave as he replied, "Shen Mingyang has been rescued from the Southeastern Bureau. The one with the 50,000? Guan Tinyan tightened his grip on the knife and stepped outside, declaring, "We must go rescue him." "No," Guli retorted, yanking her back. "He has positioned his mother and sister next door, hoping we would safeguard their safety. Tonight is chaotic, with the enemy launching attacks from all directions, overwhelming the Enforcement Bureau." "What is their objective?" Guan Tinyan queried, perplexed. Guli pondered briefly before responding. "It's akin to the strategy of Tianji's horse racing. The enemy seeks to detain us at minimal cost." He gestured toward the next room, continuing, "I wager these four fools are utterly oblivious, mere cannon fodder. United in purpose, they conspire from both inside and out." With only a few words from Wang Xianjing, he rapidly pieced together the broader situation, stating, "If you remain here, they will likely dispatch only red bloods, and they won't be overly formidable. As long as you do not leave and do not fall for the ruse of drawing the tiger from its den, it will not pose a problem. I shall seek out Su Mu." He dismantled his sniper rifle and stowed it in his backpack, asserting, this time, the target is not solely Su Mu, but also the heir of the Xia family who accompanies him, regardless of my personal connections with Su Mu or my duty to maintain stability. I cannot permit anyone to disrupt the peace from the shadows. Guli took the Shadow Dancer key from the table, slung the sniper rifle bag over his shoulder, and departed from the Zydasea Hotel. Chapter 30. A Trial of Skill. Fu Mingkong's Rolls-Royce sped through the night veil of Jiangzhou, flashing police lights ahead as Enforcement Bureau vehicles cleared the path. This powerful legislator, a stoic and rational businessman, had cast aside all defenses, his mind solely occupied with thoughts of his abducted daughter. His right hand instinctively twirled the wedding band on his left ring finger, a small habit he indulged in whenever deep in contemplation. To him, the ring symbolized family, representing everything he cherished. With vacant eyes fixed on the window, Fu Mingkong repeatedly reviewed the events of the evening, scrutinizing if Director Chi's emergency measures possessed any vulnerabilities. "Old Wang," he suddenly spoke, halting the rotation of the ring. "Do you not find this matter rather peculiar?" The director of X-Space Southeast Bureau, Wang Xianjing, wore a grave expression as he remarked, "The matter concerning Su Mu is not something I can disclose openly. It is under the direct supervision of the envoy from the Central Court, and many details remain unclear to me. However, there are indeed several points regarding the prison break that warrant deep contemplation, even with the assistance of an insider. Breaching our prison is by no means a trivial undertaking. The warden and deputy warden, one of Blue Blood A rank and the other a top-tier Red Blood B rank, have both sustained severe injuries and required medical attention. Therefore, I surmise that the opposing team must consist of at least 2 Blue Blood A ranks." "Two, you say?" Fu Mingkong pondered quietly, considering the implications. If Blue Blood A represents a nation's formidable weapon, then Blue Blood A ranks are sufficient to subdue an entire province. His old friend Wang Xianjing is precisely such a formidable Blue Blood A rank, instilling fear throughout the Southeast. Even if Shen Mingyang were to stir chaos akin to Neza, where would he possibly gather such a multitude of fiery wheels? Moreover, Blue Blood A ranks are no longer mere fiery wheels. They are akin to the exquisite pagoda of King Li, capable of subduing Neza. Based on our investigation into Shen Mingyang, I do not believe he possesses the capability to infiltrate an organization of this caliber. Wang Xianjing articulated his thoughts. "Are you implying that Shen Mingyang is merely a bait, and that there are others truly behind the effort to deal with Su Mu?" Fu Mingkong found it difficult to believe. How could a child, reliant on his daughter for sustenance, scavenging for shelter, and resorting to self-detonation to escape the clutches of parasitic foster parents, provoked such a terrifying organization? Furthermore, the adversaries were evidently willing to go to such lengths to ensnare a mere high school student. Old Wang, could it be? Fu Mingkang's heart raced as he murmured, "It cannot be. It cannot be." A profound sense of unease also lingered in Wang Suanjing's mind. What cannot be? What have you conceived? Perhaps Fu Mingkang turned to his old friend and said, "Their target is not Su Mu at all. He is merely bait. The true prize lies in the formidable lineage he represents." Thus, they gazed at one another, simultaneously voicing their conjecture. The Xia family. Su Mu's social circle was uncomplicated, with powerful lineages to call upon being even fewer, primarily consisting of the two envoys from Xbei Central Court and the heir of the Xia family, Xia Mo. Given that the envoy from Xbei Central Court had just made an inquiry via telephone, Su Mu's point of contact for assistance was undoubtedly not them, but rather the closely knit Xia Mo. Last time, when Su Mu caused a commotion at the Nan family's engagement banquet, it was Xia Mo who first accompanied him in leaving. Wang Xianjing declared, "I have finally identified the crux of the conflict. Having captured Fu Ningning, he will certainly seek aid from Xia Mo. To contend with the Xia family? The governor is still alive. That is a top-tier blue blood A rank. Who will be audacious enough to provoke such a figure?" A terrifying and frenzied thought took root in Fu Mingkang's mind as he said, "Old Wang, do you think this matter could be related to the Nan family?" "It cannot be." Wang Xianjing found this speculation too outrageous, stating, setting aside the familial ties that bind the aristocratic houses. Even the foolish Nantian would not choose this moment to create discord with the Xia family under our relentless pressure. Moreover, even if he had 10 times the courage, would he dare to confront Governor Xia? If that were the case, they would truly be courting death. Fu Mingkang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the absurdity of the notion. As long as the governor of the Xia family remains alive, no one within the Jiangnan province would dare to covet the power and status of the Xia family. Reflecting on this, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. If today's kidnapping incident were indeed the overture of a conflict among the noble families, it would align more closely with his own interests. A sudden crash resounded as an out-of-control Volkswagen collided with the convoy, sending the lead escort vehicle crashing into the floor bead, followed by a violent explosion that overturned the convoy. Fu Mingkang's Rolls-Royce was violently thrust off the road, colliding with the guardrail. "Old Fu, be careful, stay inside the car." Wang Xianjing drew his pistol, loading it with alchemical bullets. The rapid gunfire erupted outside, a torrent of bullets raining down. The law enforcement team was caught off guard, with a multitude of officers falling into pools of blood. Bullets struck the glass of the Rolls-Royce, shattering it and creating numerous bullet holes. Fu Mingkang immediately crouched down against the car door, retrieving his sidearm. Wang Xianjing ignited his golden gaze, exiting the Rolls-Royce as the fierce winds surged beneath the night sky of Jiangzhou. Blades of wind sliced through the dense woods on either side of the road. While flames erupted within the convoy, the fire, driven by the wind, pounced upon the forest like a ferocious tiger. "Be careful! RPG!" someone shouted from ahead. Nan Zishu leaped to the front of the convoy, skillfully detonating the enemy's rocket midair with his flames. "Madman!" he exclaimed. The forest ignited in a fierce blaze, the acrid stench of charred flesh permeating the battlefield. "Old Wang! Old Wang!" The voice of Qi Tiantong crackled through the earpiece. Wang Xianjing activated the microphone, replying, "I'm here." Director Qi stated, "We are under attack here. There are descendants of the bloodline among the opposing forces. I hear explosions from your end. Have you also been assaulted?" "Yes, they have RPGs," Wang Xianjing responded. "Where did so many descendants of the bloodline come from?" Fu Mingkang observed the densely packed bullet marks on the bulletproof glass, a deep sense of danger welling up within him. Such a large-scale assault transcended mere terrorism. It was warfare. The organization, mobilizing so many descendants of the bloodline, could not be driven by trivial motivations such as revenge, but rather by profit. With the heir of the Xia family deceased, who stand to gain the most? The answer was absurd. It was none other than Fu Mingkang, the upstart. Dark clouds slowly obscured the moon. Su Mu gazed at the figure cloaked in black on the high platform, a turtle retreating into its shell, continuing to bide his time. "Who do you think I will choose?" The figure in black, clearly growing impatient, pressed his bony claw against Mu Qianning's head, stating, "If you continue to prattle, I will choose for you." No, 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 I choose. The instinctive response revealed the true sentiments within. Fu Ningning sensed the tension in Su Mu's tone. However, his concern stemmed not from himself, but from the peril surrounding Mu Qianning. Because the figure in black threatened her, he raised his voice in alarm. Fu Ningning was reluctant to confront the impending truth, feeling that Mu Qianning beside her was smiling, radiating joy as if everything was under her control. So, my 3 years of perseverance have merely been a jest? The girl lowered her head, closing her eyes, despondently awaiting death. I choose. The sound of Su Mu's voice filled her ears, declaring, I choose. Choose whom? Fu Ningning abruptly lifted her head, her youthful visage marred by trails of despair. She gazed in astonishment at her desk mate in the square, her heart silently pleading. Say it again. Su Mu stared at the two bewildered faces and declared his choice once more. Fu Ningning. I choose Fu Ningning. The moment of shock dissipated in an instant. A thunderous roar erupted as a bolt of lightning split the sky, accompanied by a light drizzle. Fu Ningning, in disbelief, could hardly fathom that Su Mu had not chosen Mu Qianning but had selected her instead. Overwhelmed with joy, her tears of sorrow transformed into tears of elation. You rascal Su Mu, it seems you still have a conscience. Xiaomo, listening through her earphones, felt equally elated upon hearing the repeated choice. For her, as long as he did not choose Mu Qianning, it signified that the young man had stepped beyond the self-imposed illusion of his white moonlight. It appears you no longer hold significance in his heart. The figure in the black robe upheld his promise, severing the ropes and lifting Fu Ningning to cast her from the high platform. Hey, can't you be a bit gentler? If you break her, can you afford the cost? Su Mu, flustered, caught his desk mate as she fell, tearing the tape from her mouth and incessantly comforting the sobbing girl. It's all right, it's all right. I thought I was going to die. Fu Ningning nestled in her beloved's embrace, fiercely pounding his shoulder as she cried out, unable to conceal her emotions. Impossible, it cannot be. I still owe you countless meals. How could you possibly die? Su Mu patted her back, pinching her slightly chubby face as he urged, Stop crying, give me a smile. Smile, you big-headed fool. I was terrified to death. How can I smile now? Nevertheless, Fu Ningning, striving to meet her beloved's request, managed to force a smile, observing the two in their embrace. Mu Qianning's eyes mirrored profound disappointment and a yearning envy, recalling a time when she too possessed such happiness. Yet, perhaps it is for the best. It is time for her to let go. The figure in the black robe raised his hand, dark energy swirling from his fingertips to bind Yizhiling. I've heard this person is your brother? Your half-brother. Lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the gaunt visage of the figure, who wore a chilling smile as he inquired, Do you care about his life and death? I do care, of course I do. Su Mu retorted with a laugh, feigning nonchalance. With a wave of his hand, Yizhiling crashed to the platform. Shall we play a game? Let us see if you can save him before I drain his life force. Yizhiling trembled in terror, shouting, Brother Yang, save me. I don't want to die. Su Mu, save me. Brother, help me. So noisy. The figure in the black robe swatted him, dark energy pouring from his fingertips to seal the mouth that cried out. This brother of yours, he is my dear kin, my cherished companion. The affectionate words were met with Su Mu's face full of mockery and indifference. Is there a reward for winning the game? You truly do not care? The figure raised his hand, and Yizhiling watched in horror as his left hand decayed in an instant, revealing stark white bones. The excruciating pain and fear intertwined, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, as urine and excrement flowed uncontrollably, mingling in filth. The figure in the black robe unceremoniously tossed Yizhiling aside. Su Mu's face retained that playful smirk as he remarked, The A-level power of the death sequence? This is my first encounter with it. Do show me its effects. The figure cloaked in black regarded the youth amidst the rain, his expression devoid of pretense, for he truly cared little for the boy's fate. Glancing at Yizhiling, who writhed in pain, he sneered mockingly. What enmity do you harbor against him, that you would stand idly by as he faces death? Is he not your brother? Su Mu paid no heed to this malicious half-brother. Leaning close to Fu Ningning's ear, he whispered, You must not be afraid. Just walk straight out and do not look back. Xiaomo will be waiting for you at the factory. As long as she manages to take you away, I will successfully extricate myself. Remember, do not look back. The more you turn, the more distracted I become, and the more rhythmically I will meet my demise. The rain intensified. Do you understand? He pressed. Fu Ningning nodded fearfully. Go. Trembling, Fu Ningning stepped cautiously into the downpour, while Su Mu untied the knot, allowing the black cloth to fall to the ground, revealing a straight black staff in his hand. He stifled a yawn, finding the weapon somewhat peculiar. In the midst of the torrential rain, Fu Ningning exerted every ounce of her strength to sprint toward the factory. Su Mu gripped the top of the black staff, and amidst the clash of steel, a violet blade of light shimmered as he unsheathed his Tang Hung Dao. Simultaneously, the bloodline descendants in the dormitories sprang into action, raising their firearms to aim at the youthful pair in the center of the square. Bullets cascaded forth, a relentless downpour of projectiles. Hearing the gunfire, Fu Ningning clamped her hands over her ears and screamed in terror. A frigid chill swept in as raindrops crystallized into glistening ice pellets, and the curtain of rain transformed into wind-blown willow catkins, while sparkling snowflakes danced in the air. Do not be afraid, my princess, whispered Xiaomo's voice. And Fu Ningning looked up to see the beautiful girl smiling tenderly, her golden eyes radiant. The ice blade in her hand dripped with blood, staining the snow beneath. With her delicate hands, Xiaomo wielded the ice blade as if conducting an orchestra, summoning the snowflakes to coalesce into a grand symphony. As bullets flew, two semi-transparent ice walls emerged, shielding them from the onslaught. The ice flowers blossomed upon the walls, refracting moonlight and releasing a kaleidoscope of colors. Shunming Yang's brows furrowed, his countenance darkening upon realizing the enemy's support had quietly arrived. He surveyed the dilapidated factory ahead, fully aware that the assassins lurking in the shadows had been stealthily removed by the opposing side. This could not stand. They must not be allowed to escape. If tonight's opportunity slipped away, revenge would be forever out of reach. With that thought, a frostbitten ice spear materialized in his hand. Shinming Yang seized the moment and hurled it at Su Mu amidst the battlefield. Xiaomo, be careful, a rocket launcher, Su Mu shouted urgently. Though Xiaomo had not perceived the RPG's presence, she chose to trust her comrade, scooping up Fu Ningning and hastening toward the factory. Just as her foot crossed the ambush zone, out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed an enemy below the dormitory, brandishing the RPG. The previously carefree glimmer in her gaze gradually turned solemn. Unlike certain Western nations, firearms and ammunition in Kaiyun are subject to stringent regulations. Apart from the military and law enforcement agencies, no other organizations or individuals are permitted to wield them. This implies that the organization in question is likely a formidable transnational conglomerate. Upon the instant she glimpsed the rocket launcher, Xiaomo discerned many truths. The target of the hunt was not Su Mu, nor the envoy, and certainly not Fu Ningning or Mu Qianning, but rather herself. The figure cloaked in black cast a glance at Shinming Yang and inquired, "This child, can you handle him?" Regardless of the opponent's noble lineage, he was merely an ordinary individual of an unawakened sequence. Shun Mingyang possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Defeating a blue blood was a challenge, but subduing an unawakened child would be effortlessly within his grasp. At least he hoped so. The cloaked figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from the high platform, and judging by his tone, his faith in this partnership was not entirely assured. The moment the rocket was launched, after confirming Xiaomo's departure, Su Mu sprang into action. Deep purple lightning danced upon the blade of his horizontal sword as he stifled a yawn and vanished from the ambush circle with remarkable speed. The horizontal sword, Zi Dian, emitted a long, sweeping arc of sword energy. With a resounding bang, the searing wave of flames shattered the ice wall, and an explosive cloud of fire surged into the heavens. Su Mu did not glance back. Instead, he swung his sword, and amidst the flickering purple lightning, he cleaved the ice spear hurled by the enemy. The sharpness of the famed blade Zi Jian far exceeded his expectations. It was no easy feat to slice through ice. Yet, the contaminant, 313 in his grasp, divided the ice spear as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, the crackling lightning shredding the remnants. Shin Mingyang was taken aback, his wary gaze fixed upon the divine blade wielded by the youthful swordsman. His scant knowledge of the bloodline left him unaware of the contaminant's existence, forcing him to attribute the inexplicable anomaly before him to the opponent's exceptionally high lineage, interpreting it as a sign of self-recovery. Sequences possess the potential for self-recovery, albeit at the cost of losing control, descending into a frenzy, and risking transformation into a bloodthirsty abomination. After shattering the ice spear, Su Mu's next intention was to rescue the second hostage, Mu Qianning, from Shun Minjiang's clutches. Only by liberating all hostages could the governor's guard freely wield heavy weaponry and use missiles to cleanse the area. The most effective method against bloodline descendants is to create sufficient distance and employ high-explosive weapons in a saturation attack. The chances of survival for those beneath the blue bloodline are almost non-existent. If they're not obliterated, then more ammunition is necessary. Paying no heed to the billowing black smoke overhead, Su Mu executed a stunning flourish with his sword, positioning Zi Dian across his chest. The deep purple patterns along the blade gradually illuminated as he infused the borrowed power from you into the horizontal sword in a unique manner. This was a technique taught by his master, who claimed it to be his signature skill. The special method of channeling the power of light through weapons is called Jiu Shifu Qi. The technique from a young age, Su Mu has practiced the swordsmanship and breathing techniques known as Jiu Shifu Qi, which serves as the cornerstone of his foundational skills prior to awakening his sequence. Upon his return, Qian Yifeng Hui was astonished to discover that, despite not yet having awakened his sequence, Su Mu was already capable of wielding his powers independently. Consequently, he intensified his training, imparting the two fundamental divine abilities, Jiu Shifu Qi and Songjin Yufeng, to him. Xia Mo, though not officially a disciple, was generously taught both divine abilities alongside Su Mu, and Qian Yifeng Hui also introduced her to basic breathing techniques to alleviate her lethargy. Tang Hung Dao emitted a dragon's roar, and the purple lightning grew increasingly terrifying. Shun Mingyang took a deep breath, drawing the sword embedded in the execution platform, with icicles forming upon its blade. He declared, "Let me see just how strong you truly are." Both combatants swung their swords simultaneously. The purple lightning and frosty mist clashed like the sword energies of a martial arts epic, erupting into a dazzling explosion of sparks. The blades, infused with power, struck one another across the void. Each contender exerted their utmost strength in an attempt to sever the other's assault. As the purple lightning and pale frost engaged in a fierce struggle beneath the night sky, tearing and biting at each other, while the clash of powers produced thunderous roars that shattered the silence. Su Mu gritted his teeth, the veins in his arms bulging, his temples throbbing. Shun Mingyang, forced to escalate his efforts, desperately defended against the terrifying onslaught while silently cursing. His strength is beyond belief. One meal must be enough to consume 7 or 8 bowls of rice. Amidst their intertwined powers, he sensed that the youth he was battling was not merely a human boy, but a ferocious beast that had escaped from its cage. The energy was compressed to its utmost limits, ultimately exploding uncontrollably outward. Su Mu retreated beneath the high platform, inserting the blade into the icy ground, using the friction between the blade and his feet to come to a halt in a half-kneeling position. Shun Mingyang was not as fortunate, suspended in midair. He found no foothold apart from the execution platform. He was hurled backward, crashing into the water tower, foul black wastewater gushing from the fissures. A sniper atop the water tower, unfortunately, plummeted from the sky, impaled by the exposed steel framework below. Bang! Another sniper seized the opportunity, aiming at the half-kneeling Su Mu amid the storm and pulling the trigger. The bullet tore through the air, hurtling toward the youth's brow. Meanwhile, the stealthy guards of the governor's office, having spotted their young lady, immediately fired upon the enemy. Behind Xiao, the powers of fire, earth, storm, metal, and speed, representing 6 distinct sequences, manifested upon the battlefield, while thick black smoke erupted from the sky, obscuring all light. The smoke pervaded every corner of the battlefield, leaving the governor's guards, even with night vision goggles, unable to discern the enemy's location. In stark contrast, in an inconspicuous corner of the warehouse, an A-grade intelligence sequence with golden eyes relayed the positions of the guards and Xia Mo to her teammates in real time through her earpiece. The sudden appearance of a tactical squad within the wastewater facility took her completely by surprise. In the intelligence sequences plan, Xia Mo was meant to provide solitary support. How could she have brought the Xia family's guard along? This attack, which had Su Mu as bait, was designed to exploit the personal emotions between the two. In order to repay the debt of gratitude owed for her life, Xiao is certain to come to the aid personally. The conundrum lies in the fact that if she were to inform her family of the situation, her parents would undoubtedly prohibit their precious daughter from putting herself in harm's way. Consequently, this would impede her ability to repay her personal favor. Thus, through careful calculation, this intelligent entity ultimately concludes that Xiao will refrain from disclosing the matter to her family, instead choosing to uphold her A-level lineage and accompany Su Mu to the meeting unarmed. The appearance of the governor's guard is evidently a command from Xiaomo's parents. One cannot fathom why they would permit their sole heir to risk danger. The intelligence sequence struggles to comprehend which critical piece of information it has overlooked that led to a significant miscalculation in the battlefield model. It had accurately assessed Xiaomo's character and Su Mu's choices, yet arrived at a flawed conclusion. Fortunately, there remains an opportunity. As the esteemed ill-level member of the Xia family is currently absent from Jiangzhou, much like Su Mu's professor, this represents the optimal moment. Xiao halted at the entrance of the warehouse, wielding her ice blade, causing frost to creep across the concrete walls. The icy door forged from snow sealing off the enemy's path of attack. Retreat, she calmly commanded, instructing the guards within the factory to leave immediately. The limitations imposed by the A-level inheritor of the death sequence on the tactical team are too great. The factory has effectively fallen, and they can now only cover their retreat to the second defensive line, shifting the battleground to the open wilderness. The 6 red-blooded adversaries cannot fly, thereby compelled to enter through the front door. However, Xiaomo lifted her gaze to the row of windows atop the warehouse, where numerous vulnerabilities still existed. She entrusted Fu Ningning to the retreating guards, sternly instructing, "Protect her well." "Understood, Xiaomo." Fu Ningning's eyes welled with tears. She had never anticipated that her rival would be the one to come to her rescue in a moment of peril. "I am fine, dear. Hurry and leave." In the dim light, Xiao smiled, adding, "The faster you retreat, the safer Su Mu and I will be." Fu Ningning certainly understood, opting not to linger on further conversation, and swiftly retreated under the cover of the tactical team. The cloaked figure shattered the glass, entering the factory, observing the departing tactical team without interference. The order transmitted through the earpiece was clear: disregard any other developments, simply capture Xiao. Securing this heir of the Xia family would yield everything. The black mist filled the factory. He did not launch an immediate assault, but instead rushed to the other side as swiftly as possible, blocking Xiaomo's escape route. "Miss Xia, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to invite you to our headquarters for a cup of coffee." The cloaked figure, observing the imminent shattering of the icy door, emulated Su Mu's banter to buy time, genuinely hoping to persuade the opponent. "I, Li Luosan, swear before the heavens that we shall not harm you. Should I utter a falsehood, let the heavens strike me with thunder." Boom! A violent silver lightning bolt struck the factory, shattering all the windows, sending silver sparks flying in all directions, causing the factory grounds to tremble in the sudden storm. Xiao gazed at the fleeting silver lightning above, a playful expression on her face as she scrutinized her foe. Li Luosan found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament, having never witnessed such swift retribution for a vow. Yet, concealed within his black cloak and shrouded in dark mist, none could discern the indignation etched upon his face. A resounding crash echoed as 6 members of the Bloodline clan shattered the door, encircling him from the opposite side, effectively trapping Como within the factory. Chapter 31. The monarch's heir. A bullet whizzed toward his brow. Su Mu exhaled deeply, releasing a plume of white mist. As he drew his blade and rose from the snow-laden ground, he brushed the snow from his trousers and extended his left hand to pluck the suspended bullet from the air, weighing the projectile in his palm. He offered a smile to the assassin perched atop the water tower. A sudden chill surged at the nape of his neck, causing the sniper to tremble in fright. Just as he prepared to chamber his second round, warm blood began to trickle from his nostrils. He instinctively reached for his face, feeling an itch around his eyes, and 2 streams of blood tears cascaded down the sides of his nose. "Flee!" The sniper, gripped by terror, abandoned his firearm and bolted for his life. A blade crackling with purple lightning abruptly pierced his heart. Darkness enveloped him, In his final moments, he witnessed his own body plummeting from the water tower. Su Mu raised his hand, retrieving the blade that had flown back to him from the corpse. The tainted weapon proved more effective than the average sword. He pondered when he might acquire such a tool himself. After the interruption, Shun Mingyang crawled out from the foul-smelling water tower. Fresh water gushing forth to wash away the black sludge from his body. Yet, the nauseating stench lingered, refusing to dissipate. With a wave of nausea, he expelled the lavish feast from earlier that evening. In an unnoticed corner, Yi's Hilling, filled with dread, scuttled beneath the execution platform, preparing to make a desperate escape when a beige high-heeled shoe struck his chest, sending him back into the fray. Within the cold, dilapidated wastewater plant, the intelligence sequence, concealed in darkness, emerged from the shadows. The night breeze swept across the river, flaring her overcoat and revealing a white gown underneath. Like Guli, her chosen weapon was also a sniper rifle. Lady Shun Mingyang addressed her with deference, standing by her side. The woman paid him no heed, instead kicking Yi's Hilling towards Su Mu, her heels clicking as she approached, the night wind tooling her long hair, emanating a fresh scent of pine and snow. "May I pose a question?" she inquired. "In return, I could assist you in eliminating this insufferable child." "And no. Yi's Hilling scrambled towards Su Mu's feet, fearfully exclaiming, "Brother, save me. You cannot be so heartless. Please, for the sake of your sister, you must rescue me. I recognize my errors. I will never oppose you again. Please save me." Su Mu cast a downward glance at the pitiable Yi's Hilling, his expression indifferent as he unceremoniously booted him from the battlefield, akin to kicking a ball, sending him tumbling into the distant, overgrown floor beat. The woman observed the entire scene without uttering a word, showing no concern for Yi's Hilling's fate. "May I return to my question now?" she pressed. "You are my enemy," Su Mu replied bluntly, his tone devoid of warmth. As he noted the 6 members of the Bloodline clan relentlessly battering the door, recognizing their strategy as one of delay. "Stand aside. You should be aware that the direct combat ability of this Hui Su Li is not particularly high. I can eliminate you in less than 3 seconds." Upon hearing this, Shun Mingyang immediately positioned himself between the two, displaying unwavering loyalty. "I wish to know on what grounds you assert that you can persuade Senator Xia to mobilize the governor's guard for you." The woman's thirst for knowledge was insatiable. Without clarity on this matter, she would not find peace. As a descendant of the Hui Su Li, she possessed an innate tendency to delve deeply into matters, seeking the truth behind all phenomena. This trait was similarly embodied in Gu Li, who relished hacking into the central archives to pilfer. Oh no, one cannot call it theft. It must be termed as appropriation, the reasons behind his acquisition of documents. 1098. Su Mu still offered no response, instead commencing a countdown. "Are you unwilling to grant me even a few minutes? What if I were to trade Mu Qianning for your safety?" The woman's eyes reflected disappointment, her countenance displaying a feeble sorrow that evoked sympathy. "Nonsense. We both know that a battle could be resolved in 3 minutes. Su Mu raised his Zidian, his expression as cold as frost. "I, Su Mu, will never trade the safety of Xia Mo for the life of Mu Qianning." The harsh words echoed from the platform, causing Mu Qianning, bound behind, to tremble. She understood that she had no grounds to blame anyone. Yet she harbored a selfish hope that Su Mu would prioritize her above all, even if not as high as Fu Ning Ning, at least before Xia Mo. Yet now, Su Mu declared that her life was deemed less valuable than Xia Mo's safety. Mu Qianning, overwhelmed by sorrow, collapsed in despair upon the execution platform. For the last time, Su Mu pointed his blade at the woman, stating, "If you stand aside now, I will consider tonight's events as if they never transpired. I will return with Shun Minjiang's head for accountability, and I shall not pursue the others. Otherwise, all shall perish here." The negotiations have collapsed. The woman turned to leave. In her vision, she beheld the ice gate of the factory being breached, saying, "Then let us kill him." At the same moment, Su Mu sprang into action, wielding his blade against Shun Mingyang. The surging purple lightning shattered all ice, the ice gate crushed, and through the 3-dimensional map, he saw Xia Mo surrounded by 7 descendants of the bloodline. Should he fail to rescue the hostage Mu Qianning in time, Xia Mo would be in grave danger. Swift resolution was imperative. In his urgency, flames erupted, dispersing the enemy's ice. The sword in Su Mu's hand, engulfed in intertwining flames and lightning, overwhelmed Shen Mingyang, preventing him from lifting his head. How could this be? Shen Mingyang realized that the moment his ice came into contact with the opposing flames, it melted into a puddle of water, the surging cold tide utterly incapable of closing the distance. In a fleeting breath, it transformed into scalding white vapor. The woman suddenly halted, astonished, turning back to gaze at the youth bathed in flames, her heart racing. Moments ago, she had covertly witnessed Su Mu suspending a bullet in midair, suspecting him to belong to the metal sequence. Now, he was revealed to command the flame sequence. Moreover, considering the temperature, he had surpassed the threshold of red blood, reaching the heights of blue blood. A child yet to awaken his sequence, wielding only residual power, could rival that of blue blood. So what might he be? The woman's heartbeat quickened. The great treasure leading to the throne now lay before her eyes. Li Luosin never relies on his own strength to commit murder. The sequence of death does not belong to the realm of direct combat. A viscous black liquid oozes from beneath his feet as his cotton robe solidifies into a fluid that drips with the same black substance. The dominion representing death permeates the factory, transforming the ground into a dead sea and turning rocks into lakes. Li Luosin's withered visage, concealed beneath a black cloak, reveals a sinister grin. He opens his arms and recites a funeral-like chant as the gates of hell gradually swing open, with Satan consenting to unleash the demons. A jet-black, slimy hand suddenly emerges from the Dead Sea, gripping Xia Mo's ankle. A chilling wind from the underworld reverberates through the factory, while 6 crimson figures block all avenues of escape. Xia Mo gazes at the filthy black hand, her expression inscrutable as she plunges the ice blade in her grasp downwards, severing the hand amidst the wails of the malevolent spirit. A frigid wave envelopes the factory, freezing the black hands of death extending from the abyss into pale, lifeless appendages. The 6 crimson figures launch their assault, and amidst the tempest, 2 flames from the fiery sequence manifest as venomous serpents, propelled towards Xia Mo by the wind's force. The earth's sequence raises falling stones, which, under the scorching heat, transform into fiery meteors reminiscent of an apocalyptic volcanic eruption. The metal sequence conjures a multitude of metallic arrows, concealed within the swirling darkness, awaiting the final harvest. The speed sequence, wielding a concealed blade, seeks out weaknesses, prepared to deliver the final blow should a teammate falter. With a resounding crash, the icy ground shatters, the gates of hell burst open, and under Satan's approval, the black creatures of death invade the mortal realm, cloaked in flames, launching their assault upon their prey amidst the storm. Xia Mo stands undaunted within the black mist. After 2 months of recuperation, she has fully mastered her new sequence, becoming a complete blue blood A-class. With a reverse grip on her ice blade, she activates her power, 528, Bat Ji Hanyu, Divine Authority number 69, A-class, belonging to the Yuan Shui sequence. Frost embodies the dread of all humanity. It signifies not merely poetic imagery, but the certainty of no survivors, a realm of death. This power can revert the hottest summer to the frigid winter, where under the cold wave, all birds cease to fly, and human tracks vanish. On the dark, wintry bed, they lie, akin to the tomb's morbid recesses, cold, deeply buried, and lowly. Percy Bysshe Shelley noted that water is the source of life. Yet it also heralds the catastrophic destruction of worlds, inscribed in myth as an epic tale, a divine punishment passed down through generations. The pristine ice of the Yuan Shui sequence is a white nightmare that hunts all living beings. The Storm Dragon King. The deluge surges outward from Xia Mo's center, extinguishing the flames upon the death creatures and dousing the molten lava of volcanic meteors. Snowflakes flutter gracefully, landing upon the girl's shoulders and amidst the currents of the flood. With a crisp crack, white frost encases Xia Mo's side, and golden flames of power ignite beneath her feet. She murmurs with a smile, "Winter is coming. Are you all prepared for the impending winter?" Frost creeps along the walls as the factory trembles violently. Just as Li Luosin prepares to continue his assault, a message reaches his earpiece, audible only to him. "Abandon Xia Mo, capture Su Mu alive." Why? Xia Mo is not. He whispers. In the headphones, a woman uttered only 8 words. Hu Yin Ji Xia, Jun Wang, Tong Si. Li Luosin's expression changed dramatically. The phrase Jun Wang Tong Ci bore immense significance. If a sequence lacked a reigning monarch, then Jun Wang Tong Ci could very well denote the undiscovered king of that sequence. Conversely, if a sequence did have a monarch, then Jun Wang Tong Ci referred to the monarch's closest ministers, possessing an unparalleled proximity to the king's authority, akin to a super blue blood A. At present, with the Huiyin Jun Wang in power, Su Mu was undoubtedly the latter possibility. Li Luosin breathed heavily. Should such a monarch's heir be allowed to escape, the organization could face catastrophic consequences upon the heir's maturation. Conversely, if he could incorporate this monarch's heir into the organization, he would be a loyal minister to the dragon. His heart raced, for a once-in-a-century opportunity lay before him. Stealing a glance at his subordinates, struggling against the cold tide within the black mist, Li Luosin quietly vanished into the shadows, seizing a still unconscious child of the sequence, a far more prudent and simple choice than confronting an equally matched blue blood adversary. Below the execution platform, Shen Mingyang was sent flying by Su Mu's kick, spewing blood and bearing extensive burns, his condition far from favorable. The woman of the wisdom sequence lingered not, departing the wastewater treatment plant without delay. This operation had already failed. Capturing Su Mu remained the only path to victory. Enemy reinforcements would soon return, compelling her to hasten her exit. What is this? Wasn't he supposed to be unawakened? Spitting out blood and phlegm, Shen Mingyang braced himself against an ice spear, summoning the strength to rise. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted ahead, revealing a massive white hell that shattered the structures of the wastewater plant into fragments. The brutal force of the energy hurled him to the ground. Su Mu, too, was caught in the blast, and as he turned to gaze at the icy inferno, he marveled silently. Seizing the moment, he dashed toward Mu Qianning on the execution platform. This was the perfect opportunity. Kid, you haven't asked for my opinion yet. Li Luosin emerged from the black mist, wielding a deadly blade that he swung mercilessly. Su Mu raised his hand to block, but the overwhelming disparity in power sent him flying with a single strike. He was merely a theoretical blue blood, while his opponent was a genuine blue blood. Though he could contend with Shen Mingyang, he was utterly outmatched by the death sequence across from him. Li Luosin, observing the helicopter approaching from the distance, chuckled as he seized Mu Qianning, vanishing from the execution platform. Don't go. Su Mu glanced back at Xiao Mo, who was single-handedly battling 6 red bloods with ease, and immediately summoned the storm sequence to pursue the black smoke. Struggling to turn over, Shen Mingyang sat on the icy ground, his complexion paling in shock as he beheld the fire sequence youth soaring through the air. He could not fathom how his adversary could manipulate the wind to fly. Could the fire sequence command the storm sequence? Su Mu chased all the way to the riverbank, where the turbulent waters crashed against the shore. Li Luosin awaited him there, with Mu Qianning already free, perched upon a massive stone at the bank. This harmonious scene stirred a sense of restless unease within the young man's heart. I admire your courage, Li Luosin began, but I must also convey some harsh truths. Possessing a bloodline does not guarantee you the combat prowess of an A rank. Before the awakening of the sequence, the prospect of triumphing over Shen Mingyang seemed bright, yet individuals like Shen Mingyang, a mere B grade, are indeed rare. Thus, do not harbor delusions of defeating a true blue-blooded A grade. My time is limited, and I now present you with a choice: life or to accompany me. The organization can offer you a future far more promising than remaining in Jiangzhou. He raised his hand, and a dark force of death slowly coalesced in his palm. Choose between life and death. Su Mu gazed at Mu Qianning in confusion, observing her anxious expression. After a decade of shared experiences, he could easily discern the meaning in her eyes. Don't be foolish. Hurry and leave. The voice of you echoed in his mind, warning. Su Tang, be cautious. The opponent's strength far exceeds your capabilities. Run now. Su Mu hesitated slightly, as Li Luosin had already initiated his attack. It appeared that he could only forcibly take you away. The columns of death shot forth with unimaginable speed. Su Mu had no time to retaliate, and could only passively raise his blade to block. The columns, however, dissipated like mist upon encountering the horizontal blade, flowing past him on both sides and converging to penetrate Su Mu's chest. Crimson blood gushed forth beneath the moonlight. Chapter 32. The 16 monarchs of the mortal realm, countless wails of vengeful spirits filled his ears. and Su Mu felt as if his body was infested with numerous filth from hell, gnawing at his organs and tearing at his soul. His mind plunged into a frigid, dark green lake, where water demons emerged from the depths, seizing his hopes for survival and dragging him into the icy abyss. His soul traversed through the cries, passing beneath the lake's surface into another realm, and Su Mu, filled with trepidation, gasped for air. A veil of pitch-black soul mist seemed to shroud his vision, and a bolt of black lightning streaked across the sky, its explosive sound deafening and piercing through Su Mu's mind. Where was this? Was it the hell of Satan? His pupils dilated suddenly, and amidst the chilling gale, breathing became exceedingly arduous. Above him loomed a sky as dark as blood, with swirling crimson clouds that twisted like a storm, while black lightning writhed like a venomous serpent, flicking its toxic tongue in the vortex. He stood before the abyss. A step forward sent stones tumbling down, and Su Mu inhaled sharply, retreating half a step in terror as the stone was swallowed by the darkness below. A chasm, unfathomable and wide as the heavens, reflected in his gaze, with ominous cries echoing continuously, sending waves of emotion coursing through Su Mu's nerves, where despair and a yearning for light clashed. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his cheek. He extended a finger to wipe it away, discovering a drop of viscous scarlet blood, its temperature akin to that freshly fallen from the womb. A bolt of black lightning fell into the abyss, and a cacophony of anguished screams erupted beneath his feet, a heart-wrenching lament that reverberated in Su Mu's ears, unleashing an unprecedented despair and malice within his heart. The snowstorm raged, each flake as crimson as the blood before. The boy found himself enveloped in a sanguine embrace. Breathing became increasingly difficult as he greedily gasped for air. Blood chokingly flowed down his throat. Su Mu coughed violently, struggling as golden veins surged upon his face. His eyes sparkled with a brilliant gold, blood mingling with the golden light on his contorted visage, grotesque and bizarre. A roar erupted from the chasm, shaking the heavens and the earth. Gradually succumbing to oxygen deprivation, Su Mu's gaze became unfocused as he fell forward, the wind howling past his ears, the darkness before him expanding. In the unfathomable depths of the chasm, he beheld the biwa blooming on the cliffside. Pure white, resembling jade, tendrils emerged, binding the youth's ankles. Su Mu opened his eyes wide, spotting a little girl atop the cliff, gazing at him with a warm smile on her lips. The girl abruptly tugged upward, pulling him from the abyss. "Su Tang, are you all right?" she asked. Su Mu inhaled sharply, exerting force with you, his soul returning to his body, the world before him refocusing. The black-robed figure, Mu Qianning, the river, and the night remained unchanged. The sky gradually cleared, the tranquil moonlight revealing the unlit riverbank. "You astonish me," Li Luo's son remarked, observing the youth's eyes regain their luster. In mere moments, this young man had freed himself from his control, returning from a state of enslavement to the realm of reality. "Join us," he proclaimed passionately, his tone fervent, as if delivering a stirring speech. "The aristocracy is decaying. Being their servant leads to no future. Join us, and you shall receive everything you desire." Li Luo's son raised his right hand, dark smoke pulling Mu Qianning into his grasp. "Do you not fancy her? I shall present her to you. And you also like Fu Ningning, correct? I will retrieve her for you as well. Join us." Li Luo Sen's golden eyes brimmed with eagerness. Su Mu examined his chest, discovering no trace of injury. The death sequence truly claimed lives silently. It seemed he must exercise greater caution henceforth. Were it not for you, he would have perished moments ago. "Is anything possible?" he inquired. "Certainly," Li Luo's son replied with utmost confidence. Su Mu steadied his breath and said, "Then you shall bring me Xia Mo." Li Luo's son fell silent, but unlike Su Mu, he was not enraged. Rather, he was contemplating the feasibility of capturing Xia Mo tonight may not be possible. "Once we return to the organization, I will bring more people to help retrieve her." Ah, Su Mu had not anticipated such a seemingly unreasonable request could be met with agreement. "Then how about you give me the position of your organization's leader?" "That is not impossible," Li Luo's son responded. "When you have grown stronger, our leader will surely step aside for you." Su Mu thought to himself that the other party was indeed accommodating. He then asked again, "Is Xia Mo your target tonight?" Through the earlier battle, He had discerned the true nature of tonight's trap and whom it was set for. Indeed. Why? Come with me, and I shall tell you. Li Luo's son proposed. Sumu shook his head, saying, I wish to know now. She is remarkable. She has managed to break through the bloodline limit, using forbidden substances, transitioning from ordinary red blood to divine blue blood. This presents a subject of great research value. Li Luosin unveiled the truth, stating, if this technology matures, we shall return to the prosperous past, to that glorious era when the bloodline flourished everywhere. Can you grasp its value? Sumu shook his head, replying, I do not understand. Should CIMO perish for your research? It is not for us. Li Luosin corrected him. It is for the entire world of the bloodline. The whole world. Moreover, last time you slaughtered our trading team for a few vials of potions. Should we not avenge that grievance? Do you comprehend this? Sumu raised his blade, asserting, I do not. Li Luosin perceived his intent, his eyes filled with regret. The command for Sumu's execution had already echoed in his earpiece. Since they could not become allies, he would have to send him to his grave. Why choose this path of self-destruction? Thus, I shall grant you 3 seconds. If you can escape, I will spare you. Mu Qianning, standing beside Li Luosin, nodded repeatedly, signaling him to flee, assuring him that she would be fine. Sumu gazed at her, deducing another truth concealed within this incident. The Nan family and the organization before him were undoubtedly colluding. With this realization, he hesitated no longer and turned to flee. 3. Li Luosin showed no inclination to relent. Skipping to count down from 2 and directly to 1. The gates of hell swung open, and grotesque creatures formed of black slime surged forth. Sumu felt a chill run down his spine as he brandished the contaminated weapon, slicing through the obstacle in his path. The power of death coalesced into a black katana. Seizing the opportunity, Li Luosin struck again, abandoning his previous attempt at enslavement, for the lesson learned had proven it ineffective. Since he could not take him alive, he would end it once and for all. Lightning flickered across the blade as Sumu parried the black katana, flames erupting forth, instantly shredding Li Luosin, his soul mist scattering like shattered glass. A reflection? Li Luosin reappeared behind him, the katana piercing the youth's body. Let us see if he can withstand this strike. The familiar chill enveloped him, and the wails of vengeful spirits surged into his mind as he struck once more. Restraining the clownish ghost, Sumu endured the excruciating pain from his soul and swung his blade behind him. The soul mist dispersed as the reflection shattered, and once again, he struck nothingness. Your soul is remarkably resilient, stronger than any human I have encountered. The soul mist began to coalesce anew as 12 figures in black robes encircled Sumu. If I were to transform you into a ghoul, it would surely be a magnificent masterpiece. 12 threads of death shot forth simultaneously. Sumu ascended into the sky, the threads seemingly alive, swiftly diverting to pursue him through the night. Flames surged as he brought his blade down. The soul mist instantly extinguished the fire, binding his limbs tightly. Sumu plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the mud. Blood gushed forth once more. Enough! Mu Qianning suddenly cried out, Spare him! The night wind billowed the robes of the black-robed figures, as one of them remarked coolly, It seems you are failing to recognize the gravity of the situation. Is this how Nenzishu has taught you? Li Luosin, wielding the black katana, slowly approached Sumu, plunging the blade towards his chest. Ah! Sumu let out a desperate scream, feeling his soul being relentlessly torn from his flesh. The report from the governor's guard indicated that Fu Ningning had been escorted to a safe zone, requesting Xia Mo to evacuate immediately, as the tactical team would obliterate the wastewater treatment plant with missiles. No, they're not mine. Xia Mo suddenly realized that Sumu was missing from the high platform. Along with Mu Qianning and Li Luo Senator anxiously, she inquired, Quickly check. Where is Sumu now? Mr. Sumu is currently by the riverbank. Jin Su Lai, clad in metallic armor, surged forth. Xia Mo nimbly navigated through the crowd, placing her left hand upon the armor, mocking. Are you not aware that metal is an excellent thermal conductor? Haven't you ever read a book? Ice rapidly enveloped Jin Su Lai, instantly transforming him into a frozen statue, as the terrifying cold swiftly consumed the heat from his body. In the 8 Extremes cold prison, the Earth sequence, tasked with resisting calamity, was the first to become a frozen sculpture. Two members of the Flame sequence and Storm sequence huddled together, gravely injured yet clinging to life. The Speed sequence. At the moment Xia Mo unleashed her powers, fled the battlefield at lightning speed, remaining the only unscathed bloodline. Witnessing his fallen comrades, he wavered. Returning to the battlefield would be certain death, yet the three, barely clinging to life, were still struggling to survive. In that moment, the Speed sequence fervently wished for Xia Mo to eliminate the three, allowing him to escape without burden. The colossal fiery serpent reappeared on the battlefield. As the storm stirred the ice and snow of the White Hell, the trio prepared for a final desperate struggle, while Xia Mo remained concerned for Su Mu's safety. Now, run! Without a shred of integrity, the Speed sequence abandoned his teammates, fleeing the battlefield at the utmost speed. Bang! Gunfire erupted, bullets soaring through the White Hell, striking the fleeing Speed sequence with precision under Xia Mo's watchful gaze. A cry of anguish echoed across the battlefield as the bloodline fell amidst the ice and snow. Shen Mingyang, terrified by the gunfire, seized the opportunity to escape while the enemy's attention was diverted. From atop a water tower at the wastewater plant, Guli loaded a black bullet, pulled the bolt, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunfire resounded once more, Shen Minjiang's head exploding into a mist of blood. He was executed on the spot by Guli. The gun was aimed at the last three who resisted stubbornly, and the criminals, witnessing those radiant golden eyes and Shen Minjiang's headless corpse, were struck with fear, relinquishing their powers and raising their hands in surrender. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. The 3 criminals were tranquilized and sent into slumber. Where's Su Mu? Guli approached Xia Mo and inquired. I don't know, Xia Mo replied anxiously. He might have gone after that blue blood A-class to save Mu Qianning. What? In the distance, the sky above the river was engulfed by a terrifying thunderstorm, resembling the apocalypse. The once clear night sky was once again shrouded by dark clouds. The entire river and even the whole Jiangzhou were enveloped in unending dread. The world plunged into darkness devoid of any light. The silver lightning, akin to a natural disaster, rolled within the black clouds, resembling a Damocles sword that could descend at any moment. Fu Mingkong gazed from afar, witnessing a white icy hell rise from the ground of the wastewater plant. The dark sky, as if a divine king had descended to the mortal realm, flickered with violent lightning. He understood that Xia Mo was of the water sequence. That white hell must be her creation. However, the far more terrifying thunderstorm in the sky could not be attributed to anyone in particular. This meant that the tempest was very likely the manifestation of an enemy's power, the scale of which was immense and the destructive force horrifying, akin to a nightmare heralding the end of days. Ning Fu Mingkong stepped out of the vehicle, staring blankly at the apocalyptic thunderstorm overhead, calling out his daughter's childhood name. Once such a terrifying power was unleashed, that area would bear no trace of life. Wang Xianjing disembarked from the car, incredulously gazing at the distant storm. As a descendant of the bloodline, and specifically a blue-blooded one, he knew that such formidable power could only originate from a singular being. Ning. The father suddenly transformed into a furious lion, rushing to the driver's seat, yanking the driver out, and taking the wheel himself, intent on driving the Rolls-Royce Phantom into the tempest. Wang Xianjing was taken aback, watching his frenzied friend. He ignited his golden eyes and flew to the front of the car, firmly pressing down on its hood as the violent winds pinned the Rolls-Royce to the pavement. The arriving Qi Ming promptly opened the car door and pulled Fu Mingkong from the driver's seat. Let go of me. Let go of me. Old Fu, be rational. Wang Xianjing slapped Fu Mingkong across the face, rebuking him. What purpose does your madness serve here? In such a thunderstorm, there will be no chance of survival. You would be walking to your own death. You still have a wife. You still have a son. Do not seek your own demise here. As a lifelong friend, Wang Xianjing was the only one in the entire convoy bold enough to scold Fu Mingkong, even to the point of physical confrontation. In that moment, Fu Mingkong aged dramatically, his face etched with sorrow as he helplessly collapsed onto the road, despairingly gazing at the terrifying power that was about to obliterate everything in its path. Father, I'm sorry. The man in his 50s sat on the ground, tears cascading down his once magnificent visage as he murmured, "It is my failure to protect you." A wave of sorrow spread throughout the convoy. The enforcers discovered that the esteemed Mr. Senator, upon shedding his political facade, was merely an ordinary man, deeply devoted to his children. In the dim world, the car lights illuminated a frail figure who timidly called out, "Father!" Ning, Ning, Ning. Fu Mingkong stood in shock, searching for the source of the voice. The crowd parted, and there stood Fu Ning Ning, unscathed, with an entire tactical team behind her. Upon discovering Fu Mingkang's Rolls-Royce, they had chosen to divert and bring his daughter back to reunite with him. "Father!" Fu Ning Ning wept as she maneuvered through the crowd, collapsing into her father's embrace. "I thought I would never see you again." Fu Mingkong joyfully wiped away his tears, holding his daughter tightly, fearing the prospect of losing her once more. The father and daughter reunited, seeking solace in each other beneath the chilling night sky. "Ning Ning, were you not at the wastewater treatment plant?" Fu Ning Ning's face lit up with a smile as she pointed to the governor's guard behind her, exclaiming, "It was Su Mu and Xia Mo who rescued me, father." You have no idea how heroic Su Mu looked at that moment. He arrived alone for the gathering. The little girl chattered incessantly, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she extolled the bravery of her table-mate, recounting his formidable prowess as if Su Mu were the greatest in the world. The old father gently stroked his daughter's head, discerning that she was trying to persuade him, even though he did not entirely agree. He chose to listen quietly as she spoke. After sufficiently praising Su Mu, Fu Ning Ning remembered to mention Xia Mo's matter as well. The situation unfolded thus. You must express your gratitude to Su Mu, and of course, to Sister Xia Mo. All right, Fu Mingkong said, just as thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. The silvery lightning shattered all shadows floating upon the river surface. Li Luo's son drew his sword, fearfully scanning his surroundings, trembling as he inquired, "Which esteemed lord has arrived?" Esteemed lord, a title reserved solely for kings. His golden eyes were filled with terror. The churning lightning in the sky seemed poised to pronounce the decree of the divine ruler. With a deafening roar, 13 bolts of lightning struck the earth, casting a divine twilight over the waters. As the electric light flickered, Mu Qianning beheld a young man standing beside Su Mu. He possessed a flawless physique and a perfect profile, as though a celestial monarch had descended to the mortal realm. The divine ruler raised his hand, and silvery lightning coursed through Su Mu's limbs, causing countless dark spirits to shriek as they fled from the young man's body. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly crushed the fleeing spirits, reducing them to dust without leaving a trace. "What is your name?" Li Luo's senator, Li Luo's son, knelt in terror, recognizing that the divine ruler's lineage far surpassed his own, while the lightning sequence was a natural adversary to the death sequence. "You have harmed my junior disciple. What do you believe I should do about this?" The divine ruler displayed a gentle smile, yet his eyes harbored contempt and mockery for his foe. Crushing the blue-blooded A-grade before him was as trivial to him as squashing an ant. Mu Qianning gazed at the ruler's smile, entranced, marveling at how such a perfect man could exist in the world. "Your Majesty," Li Luo's son, having lost all semblance of his prior composure, knelt abjectly, bowing his head repeatedly as he pleaded, "I did not know he was your Majesty's junior disciple. I am but a humble servant willing to serve you, praying that you spare me." He had debased himself to the point of referring to himself as a servant. "I preferred your earlier rebellious demeanor," the divine ruler, Chenemo Bai, said with a detached tone. "Regain your composure." Mu Qianning looked perplexed at the kneeling Li Luo's son. Was he not boasting of being a blue-blooded divine offspring? How could he now appear so terrified? His current visage seemed suited for a servant. Li Luo's son dared not restore his previous attitude, scarcely daring to breathe, continually striking his forehead, causing blood to flow from his hardened blue-blooded brow. A testament to his fear. Having wielded control over death for decades, this was the first time he felt the threat of mortality. He cursed himself for failing to recognize the mountain of might he had provoked, reflecting on how fortuitous it would be to encounter a wild monarch's heir. This individual possessed formidable backing. No, a heavenly support. Li Luosin could never have imagined that behind this royal heir stood a true sovereign of the sequence, an S-class earthly monarch. Each sequence gives rise to but one earthly monarch. In other words, there exist only 16 earthly monarchs in this world, a mere probability of 16 out of 6 billion, which he fortuitously encountered. "I shall grant you a chance. Count down 3 seconds, and if you flee, I shall spare your life." Before Chen Mabai could even begin his countdown, Li Luosin transformed into 12 wisps of soul mist and scattered in various directions. A tiresome spectacle. This earthly monarch of the thunder sequence, without hesitation, waved his hand. Heavenly thunder descended, pronouncing Li Luosin's death sentence. The 12 wisps of soul mist were instantaneously vaporized, vanishing beneath the cloak of night. Chen Mabai turned to Mu Qianning and said, "Xiao will arrive shortly. Take good care of him while I depart." Mu Qianning nodded vacantly, and in an instant, the divine monarch before her vanished. The apocalyptic tempest raging over Jiangzhou disappeared with him, as if nothing had ever transpired. Merely a fleeting dream of yellow millet. Beneath the moonlight, only Su Mu lay peacefully, lost in a carefree slumber.